Chapter 1. The Disheartened Youth. Portugal. The early August sun cast a warm glow, enveloping everything in a languid embrace that made it difficult to muster enthusiasm. As a player for the youth team of Boa Vista, a club competing in Portugal's third division, his earnings were meager. The financial situation at home was increasingly dire, exacerbated by the severe economic crisis that had ravaged the nation over recent years, leaving many industries in ruins. His father, Bruno Fernandes, had been compelled to leave for Switzerland several years ago in search of a livelihood for the family. To pursue his aspirations in football, Bruno remained behind to care for his mother, relocating them to the northern suburb of Maia, primarily because the rent there was €50 cheaper per month than in the bustling area of Boa Vista. Initially, the club provided a shuttle service, but this benefit was no longer available since their move to Maia, which lay outside the commuting route. Fortunately, Bruno maintained good relationships with many fellow youth players, particularly within the coaching staff and club personnel, allowing him to often catch rides for free. As he awaited transport, Bruno Fernandes was plunged into deep contemplation about his future. Indeed, at this moment, Bruno Fernandes was no longer the same boy he once was. Within him resided another soul, one hailing from the eastern land of China. Just a week prior, Bruno had inexplicably found himself inhabiting the body of the once beloved Manchester United star. Bruno Fernandes, not the globally renowned figure of later years, but rather the youthful version of Bruno, at just 18, grappling with the nadir of his career. The Black Panther Boa Vista had once been a formidable force in the Primera Liga. However, in the summer of 2008, it faced relegation due to a match-fixing scandal and subsequently fell into a debt crisis, struggling in the Portuguese third division since 2009. Bruno joined Boa Vista's youth academy in 2003, the very year the club plummeted from its historic peak, entering one of the darkest periods in its history. Yet, Bruno found little time to mourn the club's misfortunes, for at the threshold of his 18th birthday, despite being favored by the youth team coach, Matarinho, he had yet to receive a call-up to the first team. Bruno understood all too well that in an age where fame must be seized swiftly, failing to achieve prominence by the age of 18 would render his future bleak. While the world of football was not devoid of late bloomers, those individuals had at the very least established themselves in professional leagues by that point. Thus, this summer held grave significance. Either he would secure a position on Boa Vista's first team or seek opportunities elsewhere. However, leaving posed its own challenges. Boa Vista, a club mired in the third division, meant no opportunities for first-team football, and it seemed unlikely that other professional clubs would take notice of him. As Bruno fretted over his uncertain future, a sudden voice broke through his thoughts. "Hey kid." Turning to investigate, he noticed a man in his 30s calling to him, accompanied by another man with a beard of similar age. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Sir, are you calling for me?" The man nodded affirmatively, hastening to his side. "Yes, indeed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mauro Borgetti, and this is my colleague Javier Ribalta. We are scouts for Novara." "Novara? Where is that?" Bruno asked, though the name stirred a vague familiarity within him. Borgetti chuckled. "It's a city in Italy, perhaps not one you recognize well. Our team was once a Serie A club, though we were relegated last May." As the man's words registered, memories began to surface in Bruno's mind, revealing the connection to where his counterpart's career had blossomed. As a devoted Manchester United fan, while Bruno admired the current star Bruno Fernandes, he hadn't paid much attention to his past, only vaguely aware that he had spent many early years battling in Italy, with Novara being his professional debut. It was during this summer window that he bid farewell to Boa Vista to venture to Italy. A wave of elation flooded Bruno. Just as he was worrying about his future, a scout had approached him. What serendipitous timing. The treatment reserved for protagonists. According to the man before him, Novara competed in Serie B, which was already a significant leap from Boa Vista. Given that Serie A is recognized as one of the top 4 leagues, the standards of its second division were not significantly inferior to those of the Primera Liga. Novara, having just faced relegation, would assuredly be a mid-table team were it to compete in the Portuguese Premier League comparable to Boa Vista during their prime. Fortune evidently smiled upon him. Not only had he inherited the requisite systems characteristic of a protagonist, but his benefits remained intact post-transformation. Ever since he had crossed over, Bruno had been concerned that this transition might derail his trajectory, trapping him in Boa Vista without a chance to ascend. It was paramount to note that the system he had acquired was not one to actively manifest his prowess, allowing him to mow through his competition. Rather, it served merely as a supportive mechanism. The system accompanying him was named the Training Master System, designed to optimize his training efforts, for instance, correcting improper techniques during his sessions or facilitating the acquisition of skills he had yet to master. What thrilled Bruno most was that the system enabled him to train even while asleep, effectively doubling his training hours. In the past week and beyond, the Training Master System had begun revealing its potential, leading to a noticeable enhancement in his technical capabilities and overall strength. This progress culminated in an outstanding performance in last Saturday's U19 League match, where he was honored as the best player of the game. Upon receiving the award and its accompanying champagne, Bruno felt elated. Such progress in just a week promised an extraordinary future. He certainly seemed on a path toward achieving historic greatness. After all, the original Bruno Fernandes had transformed into a top-tier star without the benefit of a system. Nevertheless, Bruno swiftly reigned in his excitement. Mere accolades in youth matches meant little in altering his precarious situation. He even pondered that if this trend persisted, he might become a source of embarrassment among transplants. Yet, unexpectedly, a scout had come seeking him. Bruno harbored no objections after all. He was, in essence, forged by the fires of Italian football. Should he embark on this journey once more, he was confident that success would follow, perhaps even greater than before. With great enthusiasm, Bruno declared that as long as Novara could negotiate with Boavista, he would gladly join their ranks. Seeing Bruno's immediate and resolute response took the two Italian men by surprise. Pursuing a career overseas was a monumental decision, encompassing numerous considerations and complexities that could not be made lightly. Moreover, they knew Bruno Fernandes had recently been called up to the U18 national team, and at this juncture, a transfer to Italy would undoubtedly impact his prospects with the national squad. Borgetti hesitated, asking, "Such an important matter, don't you need to think it over? Or perhaps consult your parents?" Bruno shook his head. "There's no need for that. I am fully capable of making my own decisions."
Chapter 126. A trade-off? Who allowed you to shoot? Alan grumbled under his breath, clearly displeased. It was well known among the team that Kant was not particularly adept at shooting. He was one of the few players who had yet to score this season. Bruno had once jokingly remarked that while Manchester United had a player who never shot, they had a Kant who wouldn't shoot either. Consequently, the moniker "Kant doesn't shoot" had quietly circulated within the Udinese squad, serving as both a recognition of Kant's formidable defensive interception skills and a lighthearted jest about his reluctance to take shots. Thus, when Kant attempted a wall pass, only to take a shot right in front of Alan, it understandably irked him. Alan's eyes widened as he witnessed the football arcing beautifully through the air, perfectly circumventing the attacking and defending players in the penalty area, ultimately eluding the hands of Napoli's goalkeeper Reina and nestling into the net, nearly kissing the inside of the post. Kant had actually scored. In that moment, the expansive Stadio Olimpico in Rome fell into a hush, followed by an explosive eruption of cheers, a cacophony that resonated like thunder. Galooal. Amidst the DJ's near-manic shout, Kant stood dumbfounded, seemingly astonished by his own astonishing long-range strike. Not far from Kant, Bruno was momentarily taken aback by the shot as well, but quickly regained his composure. Rushing over to embrace Kant, laughing heartily, "Well done, N'Golo. I always told you to remind yourself, yes, I can, rather than no, I can't. You are Kant, not can't." At that moment, Kant began to process the reality, but still in disbelief, he turned to Bruno and asked, "Bruno, did I really score? Am I truly capable?" Bruno nodded affirmatively. "Yes, you scored. You can." Kant smiled, then abruptly turned and sprinted toward the sidelines, exuberantly shouting at a camera, "I scored. I can." The Udinese fans in the stands raised their arms. Leaping from their seats, some were chanting about the goal, while others shouted in jubilation. Ultimately, these exclamations coalesced into a singular cheer. "Kant! Kant! Kant!" Their faces, brimming with disbelief, conveyed their joy and astonishment at the goal. The ball had found the net. It was truly incredible. Merely 2 minutes into the match, a goal had emerged, scored by Udinese, with their defensive midfielder N'Golo Kant netting an astonishing world-class strike. Gerardo Benigni exclaimed loudly. Udinese takes the lead, and it's Kant, a midfielder who has yet to score this season, Did anyone foresee this? N'Golo Kante's extraordinary long-range shot. This midfielder, acquired by Udinese last summer for €500,000 from League Two side Cannes, had scored his first goal since joining Udinese, marking the opening score in the Coppa Italia final, 1-0. Udinese led Napoli. Benedetta Massola praised, "What an absolutely sublime goal. It could very well be among the most spectacular goals in the Coppa Italia in recent years." A beautiful long-range strike. Kante scored for Udinese. The Napoli players had completely neglected to mark him, allowing him to take a shot unchallenged. This was indeed a catastrophic defensive blunder on Napoli's part. The Sky Sports commentator remarked, and if any Napoli players had heard this, they would likely be incensed. Who would have imagined that a player who rarely shoots, one who had not scored a single goal all season, would suddenly unleash such a long-range effort from that position? This was Udinese's first goal in the Coppa Italia final in over a century. Of course, this was directly related to the fact that it was only the second time Udinese had reached the Coppa Italia final in their history. Their previous appearance was 92 years ago, in the inaugural edition of the Coppa Italia, where they lost to Vado 0-0 after extra time. Kante, the hero of Udinese. Udinese scored less than 2 minutes into the match. A splendid start indeed. Around the globe, broadcasters covering the Coppa Italia final were exuberantly celebrating this goal. Guidolin, on the sidelines, celebrated with a clenched fist, utterly surprised that his team had scored so early, and even more astonished that it was Kante who had scored such an extraordinary world-class goal. Goodness, this player truly dazzles when he chooses to make his mark. "Francesco, we are in the lead," exclaimed assistant coach Gabriel Ambrosetti, equally thrilled. "Yes, we are in the lead," Guidolin beamed brightly. "Only now do I truly believe this is the Coppa Italia final. We have scored in the final." The assistant coach was both excited and anxious. Udinese was a small club. Although they had long competed in Serie A, they had little competitiveness for championships, even in a tournament like the Coppa Italia, which some of the larger clubs considered trivial. Now, not only had they reached the Coppa Italia final after 92 years, but they had also achieved a dream start, a surreal moment for Ambrosetti, who had been working alongside Guidolin at Udinese for 4 years. "Not just leading, we aim to lift the championship trophy," Guidolin smiled at his assistant. While Udinese celebrated and reveled in their goal, Napoli's coach Benitez was visibly displeased and frustrated by his team's early concession. Upon witnessing the goal, he leaped from his seat, waving his arms and muttering complaints. He was particularly unhappy that his team had allowed Kante to shoot unmarked, completely forgetting that he had previously overlooked Kante's offensive capabilities in his tactical analysis and preparations. Of course, if one were to assign blame, the players on the field certainly bore some responsibility, as no one had marked Kante prior to his shot. In fact, there was no one to obstruct or intercept the shot, which was a significant oversight. While the Udinese players celebrated with excitement, Benitez was shouting from the sidelines, calling the team captain Hamsik over to make immediate tactical adjustments and instructions regarding the conceded goal. Udinese had played against Juventus just 2 days prior, and the players were fatigued. Now that they had taken the lead, they would certainly adopt a defensive counter-attack strategy, tightening their lines, thus temporarily alleviating pressure on their defense. "We must seize this opportunity to push forward and aim to equalize quickly," Benitez articulated his analysis and tactical deployment. Guidolin observed Benitez as he engaged Hamsik in tactical discussions, and he could surmise that Benitez was intent on bolstering his offensive strategy. "Are we not going to counterattack?" Ambrosetti inquired in surprise. "Of course." "Yes," Guidolin replied with a smile. "Since you have already guessed Benitez's intentions, why not take them by surprise and suddenly push forward to catch them off guard?" Ambrosetti queried. Guidolin shook his head. "Benitez anticipates that we will counterattack, and I have predicted that he predicts my intentions, but I do not intend to change my approach. Leading 1-0, it is the Napoli players who should feel the pressure. We are not in a hurry," Guidolin asserted. "Furthermore, many of our players participated in the match 2 days ago and are not at their peak stamina, so we cannot afford to match Napoli's attacking intensity entirely." Subsequently, Guidolin called Bruno to the sidelines, conveying his latest tactical instructions in a single statement: "Enhance the defense against Hamsik." As the match resumed, the unexpectedly trailing Napoli unleashed a frenzied offensive assault. Featuring offensive players such as Hamsik, Callahan, Insigne, and Higuain, Napoli boasted one of the most potent attacking forces in Serie A this season, second only to Juventus and the strongholds of Udinese and Roma, making them a formidable opponent. Under their relentless attack, Udinese was compelled to contract their defense and adopt a more defensive posture. It is well known that Udinese is not renowned for its defensive prowess. Their defensive capabilities rank merely in the lower mid-tier of Serie A. As the match reached the 9th minute, Udinese paid the price for their defensive shortcomings. Alan fouled Hamsik while attempting to defend, resulting in the first yellow card of the match being issued by referee Orsato. 2 minutes later, Udinese conceded a goal. Napoli's offensive weaponry came to life as Hamsik surged forward from the backline, executing a deft diagonal pass to the advancing Insigne on the left flank. Insigne skillfully curled the ball with his right foot into the far corner of the net. The score was now leveled at 1-1. Upon witnessing the team swiftly equalize the score, Benitez felt as though he had an all-seeing grasp of the situation. With a smile, he remarked, "Guidolin, after playing to a 0-0 draw against Juventus, has forgotten just how feeble his team's defense has been this season. To retreat into a defensive shell after taking the lead is truly to weave one's own web. Now, it remains to be seen when we shall overturn the score." Following the equalizer, Napoli surged forward, eager to capitalize on the momentum and exploit the chaos that ensued after Udinese conceded a goal, aiming to score again and reverse the tide. However, it soon became apparent to the Neapolitans that conceding did not throw Udinese into disarray. Their well-organized and disciplined pressing strategy made life exceedingly difficult for Napoli. Particularly, the tireless efforts of Udinese's two defensive midfielders, Canty and Allen, effectively stifled Napoli in the midfield. Allen's attitude on the pitch has improved significantly. While he may have previously seemed lackluster in his defensive contributions, those who have closely observed him would note that this young man has made great strides, demonstrating a defensive commitment that surpasses many of his peers in the role. Yet, against the backdrop of Udinese's collective tenacity, his efforts appeared somewhat lackadaisical, a mere illusion created by comparison. In today's Italian Cup final, Allen was undeniably fighting fiercely. It was clear that with the championship within reach, the Brazilian was truly giving his all. From a strength perspective, Napoli undoubtedly held an advantage over Udinese. Yet in the intense confrontations within the tighter confines of the midfield, Udinese actually held the upper hand. Napoli's midfield, seemingly composed of the duo Inler and Jorginho, featured two players who were restless, each possessing a keen desire to engage in attacking play. Inler had previously recorded 6 goals and 2 assists in 31 Serie A matches last season. And this season, he had achieved 2 goals and 2 assists in 28 matches, an astounding feat for a defensive midfielder. Jorginho's contributions were even more remarkable. Prior to his transfer to Napoli in the winter window, he boasted 7 goals and 3 assists in 18 Serie A matches with Verona, outshining many attacking midfielders. For context, Juventus's attacking midfielder Pogba managed a mere 7 goals and 7 assists throughout the entire season. Their performances indicated a well-rounded capability in both offense and defense, but also suggested an insufficient investment in their defensive duties. In relation, both teams' defenses could hardly be deemed commendable and were, in fact, somewhat dismal. Napoli conceded 40 goals across 35 Serie A matches, ranking just slightly better than Udinese among the top 6 teams in the standings. Meanwhile, Jorginho's former Verona team, despite being the season's biggest surprise, suffered an even worse defensive record, conceding 32 goals in 19 matches, 6 more than Udinese during the same period. Conversely, Udinese's Canty was a purely defensive midfielder, rarely venturing into the attacking third, remaining steadfastly in the backline. Allen exhibited rapid improvement this season, effectively balancing both defensive and offensive contributions, organizing attacks with flair while also providing defensive support, certainly not resembling the typical lackluster defensive midfielders. Moreover, players like Pizzi, Bruno, Mahrez, and even Di Natale actively engaged in pressing and defense. After equalizing, Napoli's offensive onslaught appeared formidable, yet the anticipated siege on Udinese's goal failed to materialize. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle for control in midfield, and it soon became evident that Udinese had seized the advantage. Unable to dominate the midfield, Napoli was left with no choice but to frequently attempt plays down the flanks, yet both Insigne's and Callaghan's crosses were consistently thwarted by Danilo and Domic. In light of this, Benitez made a series of tactical adjustments, placing his hopes on the captain Hamsik, hoping this versatile leader could infuse vitality and energy into Napoli's attack. Yet, Guidolin was well prepared for this. Hamsik quickly sensed that Udinese had intensified their defensive efforts against him. Even the simple act of receiving the ball had become a luxury. Although he attempted to leverage his skill and speed to break through, He soon realized that carving out a path through sheer individual prowess was a daunting task. Just prior, he had skillfully evaded Domic with a swift change of direction while dribbling at speed. Only to find Kanté closing in to cover. AS Hamsik attempted to shift direction again. Domic re-engaged, while Kanté decisively intercepted, executing a successful tackle. Guido Lin was pleased with his players' performances, as long as they kept a close watch on Hamsik. Napoli's threat would be significantly diminished. After analyzing numerous match videos of Napoli, Guido Lin quickly identified a crucial point. This soon-to-be 27-year-old Slovakian was one of the two most dangerous players on Napoli's roster. Alongside Higuain, unlike Higuain, who occupied a more fixed position on the front line, Hamsik's versatility posed a greater threat. Following Udinese's goal, having foreseen Napoli's desperate counterattack, Guido Lin specifically instructed his players to maintain a tight mark on Hamsik. Once Napoli's wide attacks were stifled, Benitez would undoubtedly grant Hamsik greater freedom to roam offensively. Benitez believed he had discerned Guido Lin's strategies, yet he had only grasped the most obvious elements, or perhaps Guido Lin did not mind being seen through in that regard. In reality, Guido Lin had a far clearer understanding of the Spanish coach's tactics. As the match progressed into the 30th minute, Napoli still had not regained the lead. The score remained 1-1. Napoli's closest opportunity came in the 28th minute, when Higuain and Hamsik executed a wall pass in the attacking third. Hamsik, with a beautiful touch, evaded Allen and feigned an attempt to break it past Domic, only to suddenly pivot, deftly flicking the ball to the flanks before Kanté could intercept. Kalic sent a low ball across the face of the goal. At that moment, Udinese's goal was alarmingly open. Hamsik's deliberate dummy had diverted the majority of Udinese's defensive attention. Unfortunately, Kanté managed to slide in just before Insigne could capitalize, clearing the ball off the line. This near miss had Benitez on the edge of his seat. Seizing the opportunity from a corner kick, Napoli pressed forward again. Hamsik delivered a tactical corner, and Inler passed the ball to Jorginho, who executed a splendid chest trap before nonchalantly turning with the ball. However, as he spun around, he suddenly found himself confronted by the menacing visage of Kanté. Just as Jorginho attempted to release the ball, Kanté charged into his path, colliding with him and sending Jorginho tumbling to the ground. In this moment, Inler, closest to Jorginho, made a critical error. Instead of immediately intervening, he raised his hand to signal referee Orsato for a foul against Udinese. However, the referee shook his head as he ran, indicating that play would continue. With Inler's delayed response, Kanté seized the opportunity to advance with the ball. Ecstatic, he pressed on, only to hear Guido Lin shout from the sidelines. Past the ball, Kanté felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed the coach lacked faith in his ability to carry the ball forward. Nevertheless, he hesitated not and promptly passed the ball to Allen. With Napoli's dual defensive midfielders compromised, the Neapolitan defenders found themselves in a precarious position. Counterattack, counterattack, exclaimed the enthusiastic commentator from Udinese's local radio station. This is our chance for a counter. Allen has the ball. Both Albiol and fullback Moretti advanced to challenge Allen. Seizing the opportunity, Allen deftly distributed the ball. Behind him, Mahrez made a rapid run, perfectly timing his approach to receive the pass. Mahrez, no offside. No offside. His timing was impeccable, Benigni exclaimed. Mahrez cut into the penalty area, feigning a shot, tricking the covering Fernandes into a blocking motion, only to square the ball across. Bruno, receiving it with his back to goal, cleverly flicked it with his heel, sending the ball skimming along the grass and past Napoli's German goalkeeper Reina, into the net behind him. Goal 2-1, Bruno scores, putting Udinese back in the lead, an outcome that few could have anticipated. As the match reached the 29-minute mark, Udinese had once again taken the lead over Napoli. Oh, let us behold this extraordinary sphere. With a deft flick of his heel, Bruno has skillfully propelled the football into the net, leaving Reina utterly unmoved by such an audacious strike. This goal is a testament to the boundless imagination. Showcasing the illustrious footballing prowess of the Portuguese star, Udinese's counterattack was razor-sharp, as Kanté intercepted the ball from Jorginho. From the moment of interception to the goal, a mere 3 passes were exchanged, causing Napoli's defense to crumble in disarray. Bruno's goal altered the scoreline to 2-1, igniting wild jubilation among the Udinese supporters. Witnessing his approach to the stands to celebrate and wave, the Udinese fans erupted into even louder cheers and shouts. Guido Lin leapt from the sidelines, first pumping his fist in triumph, then bouncing jubilantly 3 times on the spot, ultimately embraced by the nearby Udinese assistant coach in celebration. Chapter 128. The round-robin match. The Udinese players reveled in their jubilant celebration, while the Napoli contingent encircled referee Assato in protest. Jorginho, visibly incensed by the interception, vociferously protested to the referee. "That was a foul. That man collided with me." Referee Assato maintained a stern demeanor, gesturing towards his eyes to indicate that he had seen clearly. It was merely a legitimate challenge. He repeatedly waved his hands, signaling for the Napoli players to disperse. Naturally, the Napoli players had cause for their anger. Had the foul been called, the goal would have been disallowed, leaving the score at 1-1. However, with Udinese taking the lead, the situation became precarious, imposing immense psychological pressure on the entire team. Regrettably, referee Assato stood firm in his decision, issuing a yellow card to the agitated Jorginho. While this silenced Jorginho's protests, he remained filled with a profound sense of injustice and anger, convinced that Kanté had indeed committed a foul, seizing the opportunity through an infringement to score. Not only did the referee allow this dubious goal to stand, but he also penalized him, the supposed victim, with a yellow card, leading Jorginho to feel aggrieved, even believing that referee Assato was targeting him. Napoli's coach Benitez, too, expressed his fury from the sidelines, receiving a verbal warning from the referee in turn. Gerardo Benigni remarked, "I believe this was a foul. Kanté collided with Jorginho. Thus, this goal should be annulled." His co-commentator, the stunning 36-year-old Benedetta Massola, held a differing opinion. "No, I believe it was a fair challenge. Initially, the collision was purely physical, within the realm of competitive play. Furthermore, Kanté intercepted the ball without any immediate indication of foul play. And while there appeared to be some pulling as they separated, both players were engaged in such actions." The two commentators steadfastly upheld their respective views, neither able to sway the other. Regardless, referee Assato upheld his original ruling, dismissing any suspicion of foul play preceding the Udinese goal, thus validating it, and Udinese now led Napoli 2-1. The goal, complemented by Allen's pass and Mara's assist, was splendid, yet I must commend Kanté, Benedetta Massola stated. Having netted his team's first goal and executed a crucial interception in midfield, initiating a successful counterattack, this Udinese midfielder shone throughout the first half. N'Golo Kanté, previously an unheralded French midfielder, emerged as the most outstanding and radiant performer of the first half. Even Gerardo Benigni, who suspected a foul during Kanté's interception, could not conceal his admiration for the French midfielder. Guidolin sat confidently, as his team regained the lead, everything unfolding according to his strategy. However, as long as Udinese could ensure they scored more goals than their opponents, they would emerge victorious, just as they had in their previous two league encounters. Yet soon, he found it difficult to remain composed. Perhaps the judgment of referee Assato led the Napoli side to perceive a bias favoring Udinese, igniting their fighting spirit. Upon the resumption of play, Napoli erupted unexpectedly in the 37th minute. Napoli found the net again, with Insigne scoring. Hamsik drove the ball into the penalty area along the right flank, delivering a low cross. The encroaching Higuain failed to connect, but Insigne, arriving at the far post, unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot, the ball deflecting off Danilo's leg into the net. Following the goal, the Napoli prodigy executed an impressive somersault celebration. 2-2. Napoli had leveled the score once more, and the Napoli supporters in the stands erupted into deafening cheers. Insigne, Insigne. Napoli has scored again, twice overcoming deficits to equalize. The formidable Napoli shall assuredly be the ultimate victors, the local Napoli television commentator exclaimed excitedly. Observing the jubilant celebrations of the Napoli fans, Guidolin's expression darkened. He had duly recognized the threats posed by Hamsik and Higuain, yet had underestimated Insigne, who subsequently exploded onto the scene, netting twice to assist Napoli in leveling the score. As the match continued, Guidolin retrieved his notebook, lowering his head to jot down notes, contemplating tactics for the second half. At that moment, an overwhelming cheer erupted from the crowd. Guidolin looked up to see Di Natale exuberantly sprinting across the field. The Udinese captain was truly ecstatic, bounding joyfully as he ran. He incredulously inquired, "What just happened? Did we score again?" Guidolin turned to the field, where the scoreboard read, Udinese 3, Napoli 2. Udinese had indeed found the net once more. Subsequently, the assistant coach recounted the details of this goal. Udinese's scoring opportunity arose from an error by Jorginho. Under Kanté's pressure, Jorginho rushed his pass, which lacked sufficient strength, allowing Cancelo to intercept the ball. Udinese then launched a rapid counterattack. Cancelo and Mahrez executed a series of passes down the right flank, utilizing the width of the pitch to draw the opposing defense to that side before suddenly delivering a cross-field pass. AS Bruno turned to receive the ball. He skillfully played a delicate lob into the penalty area, where Di Natale, ever alert, made a timely run, outjumping Napoli's former Real Madrid centre-back Albiol to head home point 3-2. Udinese took the lead for the third time in the first half. Benedetta began to praise the goal-scoring Udinese captain, Di Natale. Indeed, the Udinese captain has found the net once more. This marks the second time this season that the 37-year-old veteran has scored in the Coppa Italia, but it is his 33rd goal of the season. The form of this seasoned player is remarkable. Faced with the 8-year younger Di Natale, the 27-year-old Albiol appeared aged and sluggish. Di Natale's header was tremendously powerful. Following the goal, Di Natale was in a state of exuberance, leaping and bounding as he approached the sidelines, waving his arms in celebration, ultimately embracing Bruno, who had come to join in the festivities. He felt compelled to thank Bruno, as this was already the 12th assist he had provided this season, accounting for nearly one-third of Di Natale's total goals. Initially, Di Natale had sensed the toll of age upon him. Since the previous season, he had increasingly felt his movements becoming labored and his body heavier. He even contemplated retiring at the conclusion of that season, yet the team's earnestness swayed him, leading to a contract renewal with Udinese. Nonetheless, Di Natale had prepared himself mentally for a significant decline in his performance metrics in the new season, as he was now a year older than the last. However, once the new season commenced, Di Natale discovered that his statistics not only did not diminish, but had indeed seen considerable improvement compared to the previous 2 seasons. Even before the season had concluded, he had already netted 33 goals, becoming the first player in Serie A history to score over 20 goals in 5 consecutive seasons, and he even harbored hopes of lifting the Serie A Golden Boot for the 3rd time after a 2-year hiatus. Moreover, the championship he had long yearned for no longer seemed as distant. He even aspired to lift 2 trophies this season, including the Europa League, a dream he had not dared to envision. Thus, Di Natale dedicated this goal to Bruno, expressing gratitude for his assistance. "Thank you, Bruno. Well done, Antonio." Bruno patted Di Natale's back, roaring in his ear. Other teammates joined in the celebration, exchanging excited words, all in high spirits and exhilaration. Guidolin watched this scene unfold from the sidelines, feeling both pleased and gratified. The atmosphere in the locker room was exceptionally positive, indicative of a united team. Indeed, for any team, victory serves as the finest catalyst, rendering everything more beautiful. The assistant coach regarded Guidolin with admiration, stating, "Remarkable. You were right. Jorginho is Napoli's greatest weakness." This marked the 3rd occasion in the match that Udinese had exploited Jorginho's vulnerabilities, leading to 3 goals for Udinese. The Udinese players celebrated, while the Napoli side fell into silence. Benitez was furious over the conceded goal. He felt overwhelmed. The team had just equalized, only to concede again moments later. This script had already unfolded for the 2nd time in the first half, amplifying the pressure on Benitez and intensifying his agitation. "Calm down," he urged himself to remain composed. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged his anger but knew he had to force himself to regain his tranquility while his mind raced. Contemplating strategies die in the 129th chapter, titled The Tactical Maestro Benitez, Guidolin anticipated that under the pressure of trailing for the 3rd time in the first half, Napoli's coach Benitez would become even more anxious, perhaps urging his team to push forward in the remaining 2 or 3 minutes, seizing every opportunity to score. Guidolin hoped for this, as it would provide Udinese with a chance to counterattack Napoli. Moreover, such a reaction would indicate Benitez's impatience, likely affecting his players, whose anxiety could be contagious, thus presenting Udinese with potential openings. Surprisingly, the situation of being behind 3 times in the first half did not exacerbate Benitez's anxiety. Rather, it seemed to have a calming effect on the Spaniard. Meanwhile, Guidolin made his own adjustments, instructing Udinese to refrain from launching aggressive attacks and to maintain their composure. Ultimately, through mutual understanding, no further goals were scored in the final minutes of the first half, leaving Udinese momentarily leading Napoli 3-2 at the Stadio Olimpico in Rome. As the first half concluded, commentators from various countries began analyzing the match. Contrary to their pre-match predictions favoring Napoli, they now expressed optimism for Udinese. A 3-2 lead at halftime was indeed surprising. Typically, Finals do not witness such high-scoring first halves. However, for those who had followed the two teams' league encounters this season, this scoreline was not unexpected, as their matches consistently yielded goals. At the Stadio Diego Armando Maradona, the teams had combined to score 7 goals, with Udinese narrowly triumphing 4-3. In the subsequent match at the Friuli Stadium, they again netted 4 goals, with Udinese emerging victorious 3-1. Completing a double over Napoli, Udinese always found a way against Napoli. In this match, Guidolin's tactics proved highly effective. No one anticipated that the usually defensive Canty would make a striking attempt, a bold move. Showcasing Guidolin's genius, Canty's brilliant goal altered the course of the game. After taking a 1-0 lead, Udinese appeared passive but was, in fact, controlling the match, executing their defensive counters with flair. Italian Rise charming commentator Benedetta Massola sang praises for Guidolin. Born into a noble family in La Spezia, Massola won the Italian beauty pageant at just 14 and swiftly entered the television industry. Recognizing the importance of cultural depth, she enrolled at the University of Milan to study social sciences, graduating 2 years later. A blend of film and television, Italians lauded Massola for her understanding of Apennine customs, describing her as a refreshing presence in the entertainment world. Since moving to Milan, she developed a passion for Milanese football, supporting local teams and players. While shooting calendars, she continued to appear on television, starting in June 2002 as a football commentator for Italia 1. Covering the Champions League, where fans enjoyed her melodious voice. Her captivating presence resonated with audiences, as she combined beauty with intellect and a solid grasp of sports. Today, for the Italian Cup final, Rai invited this enchanting Italian commentator to co-host with renowned football analyst Geraldo Benigni. From her perspective, Guidolin's tactical execution in the first half was commendable, especially the unexpected push by Canty, a stroke of genius. Perhaps it was merely a fortuitous occurrence, as no one expected Canty to venture forward for a shot. Benigni remarked. Massola shook her head, asserting, No, it was not an accident. It indicates that you also believe Canty seldom advances for shots. His duty is defense, as per the coach's strategy. If Coach Guidolin hadn't permitted him to engage in offensive play, Canty, adhering to tactical discipline, would not have surged forward. You make a valid point, Benigni conceded, not wishing to debate with the beauty. He shifted the topic, suggesting they discuss Napoli instead. Moreover, Geraldo, have you noticed how Udinese relentlessly pressured Jorginho throughout the first half? Benigni attempted to interject but found Massola so engrossed that he could only smile and nod, signaling his approval. Additionally, Benitez made adjustments, attempting to utilize Hamsik's skills to breach Udinese's defense. However, Udinese was evidently well prepared. Massola, visibly enthused, continued to commend Guidolin, seemingly oblivious to Benigni's expressions, in the tactical duel and on-field leadership against Benitez. He was consistently overshadowed. While this does not suggest he is superior to the Spanish maestro, it is evident that Guidolin outperformed Benitez in this direct confrontation. Having expressed her thoughts, Massola took a sip of water to clear her throat before turning to her partner. Geraldo, now we can discuss Napoli. Benigni, reluctant to speak, remained silent. Massola quickly resumed. Geraldo, what tactical approach do you believe Coach Guidolin will adopt in the second half? I think that with a lead, Udinese can afford to play a more cautious game, continuing their defensive counter-attacks. As for Napoli, what changes do you expect from Mr. Benitez? Only then did Benigni respond. Benitez and Napoli have no alternative but to in the home team's locker room at the Stadio Olimpico. Guidolin addressed his players. You performed excellently in the first half. Maintain this momentum in the second. We must neutralize Hamsik's influence. If we can contain him, we can stifle Napoli. Furthermore, continue to apply pressure on Jorginho. As long as he is on the pitch, he remains our targeted breakthrough point. However, I urge you not to become complacent with a 3-2 lead. A 1-goal advantage is not secure. If opportunities arise in the second half, we must enhance our counter-attacking efficiency and strive for more goals. Let's go, lads. We are just 45 minutes away from the championship. Securing the Italian Cup will etch your names into the club's history. Let this title proclaim that Udinese is the champion, and you are the champion players. Upon hearing their coach's words, every Udinese player felt exhilarated, filled with fighting spirit, as if the championship was within arm's reach. As the second half commenced, staff raised the electronic substitution board, signaling Napoli's change. Jorginho was replaced by Mertens. Bruno, noticing Napoli's substitution, glanced towards the Napoli bench, Surprised by Benitez's decisiveness, he had to admit that the first half's encounter had led him to underestimate Benitez. But this substitution adjustment made him realize that the Spanish veteran was indeed formidable, capable of orchestrating the Istanbul miracle. Firstly, making a decisive change during halftime essentially negated his starting lineup. This required courage. Moreover, to some superficial observers, Benitez's decision to replace a defensive midfielder with a winger appeared desperate. Yet Napoli was merely trailing by 1 goal, making such an aggressive switch unnecessary, facing the offensively potent Udinese. Benitez and his team should prioritize tightening their defense to prevent Udinese from breaching their goal again. Bruno, however, was acutely aware of the significance of Napoli's tactical adjustments. Jorginho was Napoli's Achilles heel. All 3 goals scored by Udinese in the first half stemmed from exploiting this particular weakness. By substituting Jorginho, Udinese suddenly lost a focal point for their attacks. Meanwhile, shifting Hemke back to a deeper playmaking role allowed the Slovak midfielder to evade the dual marking of Kant and Allen, granting him more space to showcase his precise passing abilities. The substitute assumed the position of left winger, while Napoli's original left winger, Insigne, found himself deployed as an attacking midfielder. The relatively slower Hemke was now complemented by Insigne's significantly quicker pace, aiming to enhance both the speed and efficiency of their offensive play. Udinese did not anticipate Benitez's decisive decision to withdraw Jorginho from the midfield, yet they remained unfazed by this alteration, continuing to execute their game plan. Upon the resumption of play, Udinese suddenly took the initiative, launching aggressive attacks and applying relentless pressure on Napoli's goal. This unexpected surge caught Napoli off guard. Observing Udinese's offensive push, Benitez felt a surge of delight in his view. Udinese's choice to forsake a defensive counterattack in favor of an aggressive approach while leading was a perplexing blunder. Though he could not fathom their rationale, he quickly recognized it as an opportunity for Napoli. If Napoli could exploit just one gap in Udinese's heavily pressed defense, they could equalize the score. However, Benitez soon realized he had miscalculated, as Napoli found themselves increasingly suffocated by Udinese's relentless onslaught. Particularly, Hemke, Napoli's orchestrator, became the target of Udinese's focus pressing. Allen advanced his position, and alongside Bruno, they continuously harried the Slovak midfielder, making it exceedingly difficult for Napoli's captain to find viable options to advance the ball. With Hemke silenced, Napoli's entire offensive flow faltered. Despite Benitez's vocal commands from the sidelines, little changed. Napoli, boasting attacking talents such as Hemke, Insigne, Mertens, Callaghan, and Higuain, found themselves in a precarious situation. Their thoughts disorganized and their actions frantic. The match reached the 63rd minute. Bruno and Allen combined to snatch the ball from Hemke, executing a beautiful triangular passing play with Pizzella and Allen before suddenly switching the ball to the right flank. Mahrez cut inside, feigning a pass to Di Natale, only to deliver the ball to the left side, where Brazilian defender Silva made a sudden incursion into the penalty area, attempting a tight-angle shot that grazed the post and went out of bounds. Napoli's goalkeeper Reina shouted anxiously, expressing his dissatisfaction and anxiety over the chaotic and passive state of his team's defense. Nevertheless, Napoli, with their evident prowess, mounted a threatening counterattack. From 30 meters out, Hemke unleashed a pinpoint cross that sliced through Udinese's defense, leading to Higuain's desperate sliding shot that narrowly missed the target. Yet Udinese quickly retaliated. 5 minutes later, Mahrez was brought down by Allen, granting Udinese a free kick in the attacking third. Captain Di Natale stepped up to take the kick, sending the ball hurtling toward the goal but narrowly missing, sending a chill through Napoli's fans. Unbeknownst to them, the clock ticked on to the 76th minute. With the score still at 3-2 in Udinese's favor, Guidolin, glancing at the time, wore a cunning and triumphant smile, his strategy bearing fruit. Udinese's proactive offensive approach in the second half was a deliberate tactic orchestrated by Guidolin, who recognized that even if they failed to score, merely consuming time would be advantageous. The championship was increasingly within Udinese's grasp. Benitez paced nervously on the sidelines, having already replaced Higuain with Pandev and brought in the returning Rossi for defender Enrique. Napoli had exhausted their 3 substitution slots, transitioning to a 3-4-3 formation with Rossi, Pandev, and Mertens as the front trio, yet to little avail. The situation grew more desperate for Benitez when, in the 78th minute, Napoli defender Allen received a second yellow card for a foul on Bruno, leaving Napoli to face the remaining 15 minutes with just 10 players. With the score in their favor and a numerical advantage, Guidolin felt the match was secure and began making substitutions. This not only allowed him to replace fatigued players, but also served to further waste time. In the 83rd minute, Udinese made their first substitution, with Guidolin replacing Cancelo with Basta, signaling a shift toward bolstering their defense. A minute later, Udinese again substituted, bringing on Muriel for the exhausted captain Di Natale, who received a resounding ovation upon leaving the pitch. The 37-year-old Udinese captain had scored 23 goals in Serie A, 2 in the Coppa Italia, and 8 in the Europa League this season, totaling 33 goals across all competitions, making him the team's leading scorer and one of Italy's finest forwards. He certainly deserved a place in Brazil. The indomitable Udinese, with Di Natale's legacy still shining bright, continued to inspire. The beautiful commentator Benedetta Massola marveled at the unfolding drama. Unexpectedly, despite being a man down, Napoli found the net just before injury time, leveling the score at 3-3. In the 90th minute, the underperforming Calige cut inside on the right and delivered a precise through ball to the substitute Belgian winger Mertens, who scored from the left side of the penalty area with a shot into the far corner. This goal reignited hope among Napoli's despairing fans, who, after a half of silence, began to stir with anticipation. However, in the second minute of stoppage time, as everyone braced for extra time, Udinese capitalized on Napoli's fleeting lapse in concentration. Bruno sent a pinpoint long ball over the top to Mahrez on the right flank, who assisted Muriel for a goal. 4-3. Udinese had reclaimed the lead for the fourth time in the match. Their fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Had it not been for Muriel's timely strike, the match would have surely moved into extra time. Despite Udinese's numerical advantage, facing a revitalized Napoli, who had just equalized, made their victory far from certain. In this context, who could predict their endurance in extra time? In the final minute of stoppage time, the Udinese supporters could no longer remain seated. Everyone rose, singing loudly, eagerly awaiting the moment to celebrate their long-awaited championship, the first trophy in the club's history. This would indeed be a day to be inscribed in the annals of history. 30,000 ecstatic, nearly frenzied Udinese fans chanted, "Champions, champions, champions." A century of history culminated in this night, with half the stadium waving flags and singing, "Victory for us, magical Udinese, victory for us, great black and white heart." The chorus of Udinese fans resonated through the night sky of the Rome Olympic Stadium, invigorating the Udinese players to fight until the very last moment. Guidolin stood on the sidelines, surrounded by his coaching staff and substitutes, all eagerly anticipating the climax. Finally, Hemke, dribbling the ball, managed to evade Kant's pressure and took a shot, but it was deflected by the positioning Danilo, veering out for a corner. Hemke rushed to the sideline to retrieve the ball for the corner kick. At that moment, he heard the referee's whistle, followed by a second, and a third that became inaudible amidst the overwhelming cheers of the Udinese supporters, who were wildly chanting, "We are the champions! Udinese! Udinese are champions!" The match concluded. Gerardo Benigni, the Rai commentator, exclaimed with fervor. The game was over. Udinese triumphed as the champions of the 2013 to 2014 Coppa Italia season, defeating Napoli 4-3 in the final at the Rome Olympic Stadium. It was a thrilling match that delivered 7 spectacular goals for the audience worldwide. The referee's whistle marked the end of the contest, and Udinese emerged as champions. The Stadio Olimpico in Rome has transformed into a jubilant sea belonging to Udinese. At this moment, it is unequivocally theirs. This is a night dedicated to Udinese, a club that has stood for 118 years, now having secured one of the most significant trophies in its storied history. Etching their name into the annals of the Coppa Italia, congratulations to them. As the final whistle echoed, the Udinese players erupted into a frenzy of celebration. They embraced one another with unrestrained joy. Captain Di Natale removed his jersey and raced to the stands, shouting exuberantly as he tossed his shirt to the fans. The soon-to-be 37-year-old veteran then covered his face, overwhelmed with tears of elation. The other players mirrored Di Natale's emotions. As for many of them, this marked their first triumph in a major event throughout their careers. As the players temporarily exited the field, the ecstatic Udinese supporters continued their fervent celebrations in the stands. Thrilled fans engaged in a wave of excitement, clad in black and white jerseys, brandishing flags, creating a tumultuous tide of cheers. Vanessa was completely caught up in the euphoria, celebrating joyously alongside the Udinese fans. She had finally made it to the game, but instead of occupying a VIP box, she donned the number 18 jersey of Udinese and appeared in the stands. She was unconcerned that this jersey might betray her relationship with Bruno. For on this day at the Stadio Olimpico, there were easily 8,000 such jerseys, if not more. Thanks to his outstanding performance this season, Bruno had become one of the most beloved players in Udinese, even overshadowing the legendary captain Di Natale, making his jersey the best-selling among all players. Witnessing her boyfriend as a pivotal player leading Udinese to victory in the Coppa Italia filled Vanessa with pride. She longed to proclaim to the world that the most dazzling boy on the pitch was none other than her boyfriend, Vanessa Heisler. However, considering the potential ramifications, she suppressed her impulse and joined the surrounding Udinese fans in their cheers and applause. In the VIP box of the Stadio Olimpico, Bruno's family and Mr. Ricci's family were elated, with Mr. Ricci producing a bottle of champagne he had prepared earlier for the celebration. "Mr. Ricci, you were well prepared," Bruno's mother exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Ricci smiled proudly and replied, "Of course, Mrs. Fernandes, I have faith in Bruno." Hearing Mr. Ricci's words, a knowing smile spread across Bruno's mother's face. She was aware of the strong bond Bruno formed with this Italian family during his year in Novara, yet she had not anticipated their family would hold such unwavering confidence in him, even surpassing her own family's belief. Just a day prior, she and her family had been uncertain whether Bruno could lead Udinese to victory. Meanwhile, in a nearby box, the Pozzo family, Udinese executives, and various luminaries from the business and political realms were also toasting in celebration. Gianpaolo Pozzo appeared particularly jubilant. When he decided to sign Bruno last summer, he was uncertain whether Udinese could truly claim a championship. He merely sought to confirm Bruno's undeniable talent through various channels, believing that signing such a player could not fail to be profitable, which prompted him to invest heavily in the Portuguese prodigy. However, Gianpaolo Pozzo never anticipated that 10 months later, Udinese would indeed seize the championship, clinching the Coppa Italia, a title they had never before laid claim to in over a century of history. Moreover, in 2 weeks, Udinese could potentially become European champions. What a dreamlike experience it has been. As for Bruno's transfer value, it had skyrocketed from €20 million last summer to a staggering €35 million, nearly doubling. Gianpaolo Pozzo believed that should Bruno transfer to one of the elite clubs this summer, Udinese could effortlessly secure €40 million in transfer revenue. Nevertheless, Gianpaolo Pozzo had no immediate intentions to sell Bruno. The young man would not turn 20 until September, a prime time for his market value to soar. Given Bruno's potential and performance, each additional year he remained would yield greater benefits for the club. Furthermore, under the current circumstances, the team was highly likely to participate in the Champions League next season. Although Gianpaolo Pozzo had never envisioned winning the Champions League with Udinese, showcasing the team on such a platform would undoubtedly elevate the market values of Udinese young talents. Including Bruno.at that time, selling them to larger clubs would maximize the club's profits. Unbeknownst to Bruno, his boss Gianpaolo Pozzo was already contemplating selling him and some teammates. Even if he had known, he would not have cared, for since the day he joined Udinese, he had understood that this would not be the terminus of his career, but rather a springboard to greater clubs. "You dare to conspire against me?" Bruno exclaimed with a laugh. Di Natale suddenly clapped his hands, and the players in the locker room quickly gathered around. "Hey, what are you all doing?" Bruno shouted in mock alarm. Feeling overwhelmed by the 20-odd hulking figures surrounding him, as he turned to flee, he found his path blocked by Vice-Captain Basta. With no choice left, Bruno raised his hands in surrender, shouting, "No face shots." Just as Bruno covered his face in preparation for an impending champagne shower, he heard Di Natale snap his fingers, and suddenly the entire locker room erupted in unison. "Bruno, you are the best. Thank you for bringing us the championship." Bruno felt as though his ears might be deafened by the raucous cheers. As he glanced around at his teammates, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged through him, and he felt goosebumps rise on his skin. With his eyes glistening and a quiver in his voice, he said, You guys. This championship is not solely my achievement. It is the result of our collective efforts. To play alongside all of you and to win this title is the greatest honor of my life." However, before Bruno could fully absorb the moment, he was engulfed by a torrent of champagne. The appearance of Bruno and his teammates prompted a thunderous ovation from the Udinese fans in the stands. A temporary podium had been erected for the awards ceremony. The first to receive honors were the runners-up. Young players like Cancelo chuckled as they watched the Napoli players ascend the stage to receive their silver medals. Bruno quietly remarked, Class, let's maintain some decorum," observing his teammates' lack of solemnity towards the defeated. Bruno shook his head, deciding to let it slide. After all, they had just won the championship, and celebration was warranted. The Napoli players, who were first to receive their silver medals, appeared lackluster, having not only lost the final, but also their solitary opportunity for redemption this season. They collected their medals amidst a dismal atmosphere and made their way back down. Next, the 4 referees who officiated the match took to the stage to receive their awards, followed by the champions. Now, let us welcome the champions, Udinese, to the stage. Echoed through the Stadio Olimpico, at long last, the moment Udinese had eagerly anticipated had arrived, and the atmosphere was nearly electric with excitement, with the players insisting. Guidolin and his coaching staff were the first to ascend the podium. Following them, the Udinese players, amid a cacophony of cheers, formed a line to ascend the red steps, high-fiving and embracing fans along the way. Reveling in the applause before finally reaching the podium, Udinese captain Di Natale was the last player to take the stage, prompting a wave of cheers from the crowd. This esteemed captain, who had served Udinese for a decade, held a uniquely special place in the hearts of Udinese supporters, one that even Bruno could not replace. As Di Natale received his medal, the most significant and glorious moment approached. He accepted the Coppa Italia trophy from the hands of the presenter. As Di Natale lifted the trophy, the stadium's broadcast boomed. Now, the champions are Udinese. Over 30,000 Udinese fans erupted in a deafening cheer. Amidst the clamor, as the players counted down 3, 2, 1, Di Natale raised the Coppa Italia trophy high above his head. Simultaneously, black and white streamers cascaded from the ceiling of the Stadio Olimpico, while behind the podium, black and white ribbons burst forth, and Queen's iconic anthem "We Are the Champions" filled the air. Congratulations to Udinese indeed. 92 years ago, when the Coppa Italia was first established, they had the chance to lift the championship trophy but ultimately fell short. 92 years later, they have finally fulfilled that long-held dream. The broadcast tenderly proclaimed, "Congratulations to Udinese, the champions of the 2013 to 2014 Coppa Italia." Amidst the resounding cheers and fervent shouts, Bruno stood at the edge of the podium, gazing up at the night sky above the Stadio Olimpico in Rome, where black and white streamers danced gracefully in the air, and the beautiful fireworks adorned the sky. Bruno took a deep breath, reveling in the exquisite sensation that filled him with joy, stirred his emotions, and left him utterly exhilarated, as if every pore of his being was expanding and his bones were melting, yearning to indulge in this bliss. Yet, his rational mind reminded him not to linger. A single Coppa Italia victory was trivial compared to the multitude of championships and glories that awaited in the future. Chapter 132. The Champions League ticket is within reach upon returning to Udinese. The team did not engage in any grand celebratory festivities, but rather immediately focused on preparing for their next match on the evening of May 6, local Italian time, less than 72 hours before the Coppa Italia final. Udinese was set to host the 36th round of Serie A fixtures. Originally scheduled for the weekend, the match had been postponed by 3 days to accommodate the Coppa Italia. Udinese's opponent was none other than Bruno's former club, Novara. For Udinese, this was a crucial match in their quest for a Champions League berth. For Novara, it was a pivotal battle in their struggle against relegation. With just 3 rounds remaining in the league, Udinese held a mere 4-point lead over Napoli, a margin that was far from secured. To contend for a Champions League spot, they had to secure victory in this match. After 35 rounds of league play, Novara had amassed only 25 points, languishing in 19th place, trailing Bologna by 3 points, Sassuolo by 3 points, and Chievo by 5 points. Meanwhile, Cagliari, sitting above them, had a 14-point cushion, having already ensured their safety. This meant that the relegation candidates for this season would emerge from the 5 teams: Catania, Novara, Bologna, Sassuolo, and Chievo. Catania had completed 36 rounds with only 24 points, all but sealing their relegation fate. Novara, with 25 points after 35 rounds, was under immense pressure. Bologna had 28 points from 36 rounds, equally burdened. While Chievo and Sassuolo, with 30 and 31 points respectively, still harbored hopes of survival in such a precarious situation, Novara could not afford any missteps in the remaining 3 rounds of the league. Before the match, Bruno exchanged pleasantries with his former teammates at Novara, but once the game commenced, the pre-match camaraderie was swiftly set aside. Under the immense pressure of relegation, Novara played with great urgency and broke the deadlock in the 13th minute, finding the back of Udinese's net. Despite Guidolin's rotational changes to the squad, 6 players who had started in the Coppa Italia final remained, resulting in a somewhat fatigued appearance among the Udinese players. However, Novara's early goal ignited a fire within the Udinese squad, prompting them to respond vigorously. Under the mounting pressure exerted by Udinese, a defensive error by Novara led to a foul in the penalty area, granting Udinese a penalty kick. Unfortunately, Di Natale's poorly taken penalty was saved by the Novara goalkeeper. In the 19th minute, Bruno took a corner kick, and Di Natale, having evaded the offside trap, struck with his left foot from close range to equalize the score at 1-1. Following this, Udinese maintained their pressure on Novara, but the latter was not easily subdued and soon posed a threat of their OW in the 21st minute. Di Natale delivered a cross from the wing. Bruno played a key role in the build-up, and Badu followed up with a right-footed shot to give Udinese a 2-1 lead. Udinese continued to press Novara, but the determined visitors equalized again in the 29th minute. Making it 2-2. In the 33rd minute, Silva assisted Pereira, who scored with a powerful shot from the center, restoring Novara's lead. By the 44th minute, Badu's cross found Pereira again, who netted his second goal, bringing the score to 4-2. Just a minute later, Di Natale, having evaded the offside trap, also scored twice, thanks to a brilliant pass from Piquet. Throughout this match, Bruno played with remarkable ease, as Udinese had complete control over the proceedings. Given that their opponents were Novara, he naturally did not exert himself to the fullest. Thus, he primarily focused on orchestrating attacks from midfield or linking up play in the final third. Udinese's dominance on the pitch was bolstered by the outstanding performances of several rotational players. Badu and Piquet combined for an astonishing 22 tackles in the first half, setting a new record for this season in Serie A. Badu, in particular, shone brightly, leaving a lasting impression. More importantly, the Ghanaian midfielder was not merely a ball-winning machine. He possessed a stable ability to pass and distribute effectively. During halftime, Guido Lin lauded the players' performances, urging them to maintain their momentum and secure 3 points at home to lay a solid foundation for their Champions League aspirations. Under Udinese's control, Novara posed little threat to their goal, only managing to score once in the chaos of the 88th minute. Ultimately, Udinese triumphed at home with a score of 5-3, despite Napoli's subsequent 3-0 victory over Cagliari. Udinese remained firmly in third place with a 4-point buffer, solidifying their advantageous position in the race for Champions League qualification. After the match, Udinese's performance received unanimous acclaim from the Italian media. La Gazzetta dello Sport remarked that Udinese had not exerted themselves to the fullest, as Bruno did not display his best form, and several key players, including Bruno, played somewhat relaxed after the early lead had been established. This was clearly in line with the coach Guido Lin's directives, as the team had 3 more matches ahead, including the Europa League final. Di Natale, who netted twice, was named the best player of the match, bringing his league tally to 25 goals this season, maintaining a significant lead in the Serie A scoring charts. Furthermore, his brace elevated his total Serie A goals to over 200, reaching 201, just 4 shy of the legendary Baggio in 6th place. The performances of several substitute players also garnered widespread recognition from the media. Although Bruno did not excel in the 5-3 encounter, the media refrained from criticizing him. Instead, several outlets, including La Gazzetta dello Sport and Italian Football, came to his defense. La Gazzetta noted, Bruno clearly focused all his attention on assisting his teammates in scoring, which led him to overlook the opportunity to score himself. Italian Football added, with a demanding schedule ahead. Bruno was evidently conserving his energy for the upcoming matches. On May 10, Udinese traveled to Bentegodi Stadium to face the season's dark horse, Verona, with the Europa League final against Sevilla looming just 4 days later at the Allianz Stadium in Turin. Guido Lin unhesitatingly opted for significant rotation, resting several key players, including Bruno and Di Natale. However, both Allen and Canty, pivotal defensive midfielders, started the match. Unfortunately, Guido Lin's strategy quickly unraveled. In the 14th minute, Agostini was brought down by Allen, and Tony converted the ensuing penalty, giving Verona a 1-0 lead. In the 54th minute, Taleb's through ball found Halfriedson, who scored with a stunning strike, extending the home side's lead to 2 goals. At this point, Guido Lin could no longer remain passive and made immediate substitutions, bringing Bruno and Di Natale onto the pitch. In the 56th minute, Bruno distributed the ball from midfield, leading to Pereira's left-sided cross. Di Natale, positioned 10 meters from goal, controlled the ball with his left foot, turned, and executed a spectacular right-footed volley that struck the crossbar and found the net, narrowing the score to 1-2 for Udinese. Ultimately, Udinese managed to secure a draw against Verona, accumulating 73 points and maintaining a 2-point advantage in third-placed. It is noteworthy that Juventus triumphed 1-0 over Roma at the Stadio Olimpico in this round, achieving a record of 32 victories, 3 draws, and 2 losses over 37 rounds, totaling 99 points and breaking Inter Milan's previous single-season record of 97 points set in the 2006-2007 season. Furthermore, should Juventus avoid defeat in their final home match, they could become only the third team in the history of the top 5 leagues to reach a century of points in a single season. The difficulty of achieving 100 points cannot be overstated. When Arsenal claimed the Premier League title with an unbeaten season, they only amassed 90 points, falling 10 points short of the century mark. Even Sir Alex Ferguson's Manchester United never reached 100 points during their reign over the Premier League. To date, only 2 teams in the annals of the top 5 leagues have accomplished this remarkable feat. Real Madrid, under Mourinho's management in the 2011-2012 season, clinched 100 points with a record of 32 wins, 4 draws, and 2 losses, establishing themselves as a formidable force against Barcelona's legendary squad. The attacking trio composed of Benzema, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Di Maria shone brilliantly during that season, as the entire team amassed a remarkable total of 121 league goals. Following Real Madrid's perfect season, Barcelona achieved the same feat the subsequent year, concluding with 32 victories, 4 draws, and 2 defeats, accumulating a total of 100 points. A year later, Juventus is poised to become the third team in the history of the top 5 leagues to surpass the century mark in single-season points. Chapter 133, UEFA Europa League Final on May 11. Bruno, engaged in his morning exercise, stopped by a newsstand to purchase several newspapers, casually perusing their contents. This morning's papers highlighted not only Juventus' new record for points in a single Serie A season, but also Udinese's near certainty of securing a Champions League spot for the next season. Naturally, the focus of several newspapers remained on the impending Europa League final just 3 days away. Italian media overwhelmingly favored Udinese, given their opponent was a Spanish team. Thus, the reports published by these Italian newspapers expressed optimism regarding Udinese, a sentiment bolstered by their relatively superior strength over Sevilla. Throughout the current season, Udinese has consistently performed admirably. They have maintained a prominent position on the Serie A leaderboard, having effectively secured third place with a historic total of 73 points. In the Coppa Italia, Udinese triumphed, claiming the first major trophy in the club's century-long history in the Europa League. Udinese eliminated formidable opponents such as Dutch giants AZ Alkmaar, Russian club Angers, last season's runners-up Benfica from Portugal, and elite team Juventus, ultimately advancing to the final. In contrast, Sevilla's performance has been somewhat lacking. Their qualification for this season's Europa League was somewhat fortuitous. The opponents they faced in the knockout stages were notably weaker than those encountered by Udinese. With only Porto in the quarterfinals presenting a significant challenge in La Liga, they have presently accumulated just 60 points, placing them 5th in the standings. Intriguingly, the final will be held at Juventus' home ground, effectively serving as a de facto home venue for Udinese. Under these circumstances, even major European betting companies have expressed confidence in Udinese. Bruno briefly noted the media's perspective on the match before quickly returning to his training regimen. Udinese did not travel to Turin ahead of schedule. Instead, they concluded their training on the morning of May 14th and, after lunch, boarded a chartered flight to Turin. Meanwhile, fans from both teams began to converge on the Allianz Stadium in the afternoon. A substantial number of supporters traveled from Udinese, with estimates exceeding 50,000 fans. It is noteworthy that Udinese's total population is less than 500,000, with the city itself housing around 100,000 residents. This surge in attendance can largely be attributed to the convenient transportation links between Udinese and Turin, with high-speed railways connecting the two cities directly, allowing for a swift 5-hour journey. In addition to those arriving by train, many fans traveled by road and air. Alongside local supporters, Udinese fans journeyed from various regions of Italy and even from abroad, bringing the total to nearly 100,000. However, with the Allianz Stadium accommodating only 41,000 spectators, it was impossible for all fans to gain entry. Each team was allocated merely 12,000 tickets, while the remaining 17,000 tickets were distributed by UEFA to sponsors and partners, with some available for neutral spectators. At 7:45 p.m., as Udinese's team bus arrived at the Allianz Stadium, the area outside was already teeming with fans. For Udinese supporters, this match represented an immense significance, a culmination of their long wait. As the match commenced, Udinese exhibited a formidable attacking intent. Their initial offensive was notably threatening, with Di Natale heading the ball to Mahrez, who delivered a cross. Under pressure from Sevilla's player Pareja, Bruno's shot narrowly missed the target. Sevilla's coach Emery observed the field intently, contemplating his opponent's tactics. An aggressive approach from the outset. If so, Emery welcomed it, as Sevilla excelled at counterattacks, boasting a formidable attacking lineup featuring Rakiti, Vitalo, Reyes, and the striker Baca. Udinese's aggressive play did not dissuade Sevilla from their own offensive strategy. This was largely attributable to Emery's reputation for cultivating attacking prowess. His teams are known for pressing and striking in the final third, while focusing on possession and manipulation in defense. However, he has not been particularly renowned for defensive acumen. This season, under his management, Sevilla has frequently engaged in high-scoring matches in both La Liga and the Europa League, a similarity they share with Udinese. Confronted with Udinese's resolute defense, Sevilla struggled to maintain possession, often failing to complete more than 3 consecutive passes. This time, Rakiti attempted to pass to Reyes, but Kant intercepted the ball with precision, swiftly transitioning it to the advancing Bruno. A counterattack ensued, and the Udinese fans erupted in excitement, demonstrating their counterattacking speed. Bruno executed a diagonal pass to Mahrez, who surged forward, skillfully evading Pareja before setting up a cross for Di Natale, who leapt high to head the ball toward the goal. Sevilla's goalkeeper Beto managed a deflection, yet Bruno's follow-up shot was thwarted by a Sevilla defender on the goal line. Udinese players raised their hands, signaling for a handball, but the German referee Brych dismissed their claims, awarding a corner instead. Bruno took the corner, but Sevilla's defenders, possessing considerable height, cleared the ball, launching it away from danger. The Sky Sports commentator Martin Tyler remarked on the events unfolding in the penalty area. It became evident that Moreno's arm was close to his body. Interpretations of handball vary across leagues, and such instances may not always result in a penalty, particularly in a Europa League final where the referee is unlikely to award a spot kick. Nonetheless, Guidolin was unconcerned. He felt the referee had unjustly denied Udinese a penalty. Minutes later, Udinese launched another counterattack, but this time their pass was intercepted, allowing Sevilla to counterattack in turn. Former Arsenal player Reyes skillfully maneuvered past Cancelo and continued his run, scanning for teammates' positions. Just then, he was met with an unexpected pressure. Reacting quickly, Reyes attempted to release the ball, but it was too late. Khan intercepted. Sevilla found themselves in a precarious position, having advanced too far forward, leaving their defense exposed. Kant wasted no time, passing the ball to the onrushing Maxuer, who, facing a hurried challenge from Koch, used his speed to overpower the defender. Koch, startled, reached out to grab him but only managed to grasp at thin air as Maxuer accelerated away from his grasp. Inside the penalty area, Di Natale held off Pareja, deftly flicking the ball toward the back post. Bruno emerged unmarked, ready for the opportunity. Bruno Fernandes. The chance was upon him. Guidolin clenched his fists, focusing intently on the goal. Among the Udinese players, Bruno possessed the most formidable shooting skills, even earning admiration from Di Natale, renowned for his own scoring prowess. However, exceptional shooting does not guarantee success. Sometimes, a goalkeeper's brilliance or a stroke of bad luck can thwart even the best attempts. Just as Bruno's earlier follow-up was blocked, this time he did not disappoint. With a deft touch of his left foot, he shielded the ball from the recovering Carrizo and decisively struck with his right foot, sending the ball soaring past Beto's left hand into the net. Chapter 134. Betting on attack ghoul, Bruno Fernandes. He scored after receiving a pass from Di Natale. This marks the 12th goal scored by the Portuguese player in this season's UEFA Europa League, equaling the record held by Soriano. With a score of 1-0, Udinese took the lead, executing a rapid counterattack that showcased the sheer speed of their play. The Allianz Stadium in Turin resonated solely with the cheers of Udinese fans, who glimpsed their hopes of standing atop Europe. The stadium, which holds a capacity of 41,000, saw a noticeably larger presence of Udinese supporters compared to Sevilla, primarily due to the match being held in Italy. Almost two-thirds of the stands were filled with fans donned in Udinese jerseys. Guidolin, on the sidelines, raised his arms in exultation. This goal brought him considerable relief. As Sevilla found themselves trailing, they intensified their offensive efforts. Midfielder Bitolo received a long pass from defensive midfielder Carrizo in the midfield, controlled the ball with his chest, and skillfully flicked it over Mahrez's head, accelerating past the Algerian. Mahrez has been bypassed. Martin Tyler exclaimed. The ease with which Mahrez was overcome disrupted Udinese's defensive formation. "You go," Danilo shouted to Cancelo. Cancelo surged forward, and as Biddolo noticed the advancing Udinese right back, he deftly pulled the ball sideways. Glancing towards the goal and prepared for a long-range shot. "We mustn't allow him to shoot," Cancelo gasped, reacting immediately with a slide tackle. Fool, Bruno, witnessing the scene, nearly uttered a curse. It was an exceedingly reckless and foolish choice. The agile and technically gifted Biddolo effortlessly sidestepped Cancelo's desperate challenge and surged into the penalty area. In that moment, the cheers of Sevilla fans crescendoed as they sensed a potential goal. Baca had made his run. And as Biddolo lifted his foot to deliver a diagonal pass, suddenly, a foot appeared before him. Thud! The two collided, and the ball ricocheted. Without an ounce of hesitation, the player positioned himself awkwardly and sent the ball out of play. Moments later, seizing an opportunity from a dead ball, Guidolin summoned Bruno and Kanté for a brief but earnest discussion. "We need to enhance our pressing on Biddolo," Guidolin instructed, pointing to Sevilla's number 20 on the field. "This lad is quite nimble. Make sure everyone denies him any easy breakthroughs." After a brief pause, he continued, "Focus your pressing on Carrizo. He is the key outlet for Sevilla's midfield and serves as their defensive barrier. Additionally, Bruno needs protection during our attacks." Guidolin observed that Sevilla had also intensified their pressing on Bruno. "Tell Mahrez to position himself closer to the center, allowing Cancelo space to sprint down the flank. Be clever and aim for skillful interceptions," he added, addressing Kanté. "Understood," Kanté nodded. Guidolin glanced at him, seemingly confirming his comprehension. He then patted both players on the shoulder, stating, "The midfield is crucial. One of you must defend effectively while the other orchestrates the attack, and we shall secure victory in this match." A few minutes later, Sevilla found themselves with an attacking opportunity. Baca suddenly unleashed a long-range shot, which was blocked by Danilo's body. Allen advanced the ball, and Mahrez attempted a header, aiming to redirect it to the approaching Cancelo, but inadvertently directed it straight to Carrizo instead. As Carrizo received the ball and prepared to turn, he was abruptly pushed down from behind by Kanté. A clever, tactical foul. As praised by the Italian commentator, with Biddolo and Reyes making runs, a successful pass from Carrizo could pose a significant threat. The referee awarded Sevilla a free kick in the attacking third but refrained from issuing a card to Kanté, as his infraction was deemed minimal. However, referee Brych did verbally caution Kanté. Sevilla's coach, Emery, expressed his frustration, believing the referee should have shown a card. With a mere trivial foul, Udinese thwarted a threatening Sevilla attack, a remarkable stroke of fortune. Guidolin applauded, celebrating the defensive effort. Gradually, Sevilla's offense began to find its rhythm. Reyes made an incisive shot from the edge of the penalty area that narrowly missed, while Baca's attempt forced Canizes into a splendid save. Canizes' outstanding performance delighted Guidolin. Throughout the season, Udinese goalkeepers had been competing to showcase various blunders, but as the season approached its conclusion, the Greek keeper began to stabilize his form, solidifying his position as Udinese's starting goalkeeper. However, what brought him greater joy was the ensuing counterattack from Udinese. Bruno and Di Natale executed a simple 1-2 combination, after which Bruno passed to Mahrez. Mahrez feigned a pass to the left winger Maxwell, but instead suddenly delivered the ball to the outside, where Allen's long-range shot sailed high. This was not the crux of the issue. What caught Guidolin's attention was that during Allen's shooting motion, there was no Sevilla defender to disrupt him. Even the most industrious MBIA only arrived belatedly after Allen had completed his shot. Guidolin smiled. Presently, Sevilla's aggressive push left gaps in their defense, and Udinese was poised to exploit those openings. With a goal already secured, Guidolin felt emboldened to gamble on an offensive exchange with Emery. Having amassed ample experience in such high-stakes matches throughout the season, Udinese was in fine attacking form. The team is currently riding a wave of momentum, Sevilla's football director Monchi remarked joyfully. If we manage to equalize before halftime, the dynamics will fundamentally shift. Emery shook his head, cautioning, we must remain vigilant. Udinese's counterattacks are still quite sharp. Their recent one almost bore fruit. Almost as soon as Emery concluded his statement, another goal materialized on the field. Carrizo attempted to pass to Rakitic, but his intentions were blatantly obvious, allowing Kanté to intercept with a sudden advance. After regaining possession, Kanté swiftly distributed the ball to Allen, initiating a rapid counterattack for Udinese. Allen surged forward with the ball, with Bruno providing support. while MBIA rushed to defend, and Fazio shielded MBIA from behind. At that moment, Di Natale unexpectedly moved closer, drawing another center-back, Pareja, into the fray. Simultaneously, Mahrez also shifted to that side, prompting Sevilla's left-back Moreno to come over for additional coverage. As Sevilla's defensive focus tilted to the left, Allen executed a sudden diagonal pass. The scene unfolded with Udinese right-back, Cancelo, dashing forward. The Sevilla defense faltered in disarray due to the penetrating diagonal distribution and Cancelo's incisive run. Moreno abandoned Mahrez, hastily pivoting to confront Cancelo, who feigned a run to the byline, enticing Moreno to advance while simultaneously luring center-back Pareja for support. Udinese left winger, Maxwell, appeared in front of the ball. A splendid pass ensued. The Allianz Stadium erupted in jubilation. As Maxwell received the ball, he glanced up to assess his partner Di Natale's position, a movement that instinctively drew Sevilla goalkeeper Beto's gaze. Yet, in the next instant, the Brazilian unleashed a strike. The ball sped along the grass towards the goal. Beto perhaps could have saved it, but his momentary distraction toward Di Natale rendered him unable to react in time. All eyes witnessed the ball slip past Beto's legs, striking the far post with a resounding clatter before ricocheting back into play. Di Natale, noticing the ball fortuitously rebound at his feet, swung his right foot. MBIA stretched to block, only to be astonished as Udinese captain opted to pass rather than shoot. Then, one beheld the advancing Udinese number 18 effortlessly guiding the ball into Sevilla's net. 2-0. Upon witnessing the ball nestle into the net, Bruno was overjoyed, sprinting towards Di Natale. Just moments ago, Di Natale could have taken the shot himself but chose to assist him instead. Bruno, filled with excitement, expressed gratitude to his captain for his selflessness, recalling all the times he had set Di Natale up for goals. "Captain, why didn't you take the shot?" Bruno inquired. Di Natale chuckled. "I saw you were on the brink of becoming the Europa League's top scorer, so I naturally wanted to lend a hand." Bruno, puzzled, responded, "I've scored 12 goals. Doesn't that already make me the top scorer?" Di Natale shrugged dismissively, saying, "There are others with the same tally. What kind of top scorer is that?" Bruno burst into laughter. "Captain, you're incredible. You're absolutely right." In jubilant camaraderie, Bruno and Di Natale embraced, hand in hand, laughing and leaping in celebration. Mahrez, Cancelo, and other Udinese players eagerly joined in, forming a circle hand in hand to celebrate just a short distance from the Sevilla goal. At that moment, the Allianz Stadium in Turin erupted like an active volcano, reverberating with the cheers of 25,000 Udinese fans, causing the very ground to tremble. Outside the stadium, fans and tourists watching the match on temporary screens had already begun their wild revelry. Goal 2-0. Just before the end of the first half, Udinese scored again, taking a commanding 2-goal lead. It was Bruno Fernandes' goal, marking his 13th in the Europa League. Udinese number 70, Maxwell, had his shot blocked by the post, and in a display of unselfishness, the Udinese captain Di Natale chose to pass instead of shooting, setting up Bruno for the goal. We could see the Udinese players celebrating in a circle, a truly unique way to commemorate their achievement, reflecting the splendid camaraderie within the team. On the sidelines, Emery, witnessing his team concede a goal, clasped his head with both hands, raked his fingers through his hair, and stared intently at the field, muttering curses under his breath. The anger and disappointment he felt were beyond words. He was simply aware of his fury, a profound and intense rage. Emery felt he had considered every possible scenario, that he had done enough. Yet why was this happening? Just when the situation appeared favorable, with Sevilla inching closer to a goal and halftime approaching, the opponent scored. Had Sevilla equalized before halftime, he could have smoothly made tactical adjustments in the locker room and then orchestrated a comeback in the second half, ultimately leading Sevilla to lift their third Europa League trophy. Everything seemed so perfect, yet in the blink of an eye, the score was 0-2. What on earth had transpired? Emery was tormented, sensing that events were spiraling out of his control. Little did Emery know, he was destined to be the chosen one of the Europa League, capable of creating numerous miracles on this grand stage, embodying the two great mysteries of European competition: Zidane in the Champions League and Emery in the Europa League. Alas, this master of the mystical arts was facing a disheartening setback, contending with an even more unreasonable adversary. The first half quickly came to a close, with Udinese entering halftime with a 2 o'clock advantage. A 2-goal lead is indeed substantial, and the Udinese players felt confident that the Europa League title was within their grasp. However, Bruno cautioned everyone not to become complacent, lest they become the second AC Milan. Bruno understood well the miraculous feats that Emery had led Sevilla to achieve in the history of the Europa League. Both Emery himself and the Sevilla team could not be assessed under normal circumstances when it came to this tournament. Bruno's concerns soon found validation as the second half commenced. Commentators from various nations began to voice their excitement. Sevilla, Sevilla. Oh, 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 death to Udinese. The championship is surely ours. This goal ignited their enthusiasm, and they erupted in exhilaration. Blimey! Upon witnessing Rakiti's long-range strike, Bruno's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The goal had come as a total shock. Could this be the resurgence of the mystical forces? As a stalwart, Bruno would not allow the mystical forces to reclaim their power. After the restart, Udinese launched a fierce counterattack, catching Sevilla's coach Emery off guard. He had anticipated an offensive response from Udinese following the goal but did not foresee their reckless all-out assault, leaving the unprepared Sevilla somewhat beleaguered. Bruno played the ball to Allen and sprinted forward himself, drawing the attention of the Sevilla defense. Allen, seizing the moment created by Bruno's run, lifted his head to survey the situation ahead. Bruno was in the center. Mahrez occupied the right flank, and Maxwell was making a run on the left, with the captain Di Natale raising his hand, calling for the ball. Allen had little time to ponder and swiftly passed the ball, targeting his Brazilian compatriot Maxwell on the left. The choice to pass to Maxwell stemmed not only from his speed and technical prowess, but also from the fact that he had a well-coordinated partnership with the left-back Gabriel Silva, who was also Brazilian. Maxwell prepared to receive the ball as Sevilla's player Koch advanced to defend him. Maxwell feigned a touch, but deftly flicked the ball behind him, as the ball descended. Spectators beheld Udinese's left-back Gabriel Silva surging forward. Koch had committed to defending Maxwell, leaving a vast gap behind for Silva. Although Silva's pace did not quite match that of Udinese's right-back Cancelo, he was nonetheless among the fastest in the squad, accelerating to his utmost as he carried the ball forward. What a sight! Allen's long pass. The synergy between Maxwell and Silva was exquisite. Udinese had a golden opportunity. The Italian commentator exclaimed with fervor. Silva's breakthrough sent Sevilla's defense into disarray, hastily shifting to the right. After drawing Pareja and Carrillo toward him, just before they could close in, Silva delivered a pass. Bruno positioned himself at the near post, pretending to receive the ball, yet cleverly letting it slip through. A deft touch, brilliant. Di Natale appeared in the center, seamlessly advancing into the penalty area after receiving the ball. Bruno's clever feint had further unsettled Sevilla's defense, as their other center-back Fazio lunged toward Bruno, helplessly watching Di Natale penetrate the box. Fortunately, Sevilla's left-back Alberto Moreno had covered, but faced with Di Natale, who was already inside the area, Moreno hesitated to commit, opting instead to shadow him, hoping to force him into a corner. As Di Natale dribbled within the box, he slowed down and executed a feint shot, raising his foot only to lower it again, leaving Moreno unfazed. At that moment, Di Natale once again swung his right foot. The Sevilla left-back scoffed, confident he would not be deceived. The angle was already quite narrow, and Moreno did not believe Di Natale would shoot, thus opting to position himself to block a potential pass. This decision opened a small window of opportunity for Di Natale in that instant. He struck a powerful shot. The ball zipped between the defender's legs, and Moreno felt a chilling breeze pass through, sending shivers down his spine. Then, he realized something was amiss, for he heard the resounding clang of the post. Had it been deflected? In despair, he soon heard the thunderous roar of jubilation. Di Natale's fierce strike had whizzed past Moreno's legs, and Sevilla's goalkeeper Beto was caught unprepared. His instinctive save was futile as the ball struck the inside of the post and rebounded into the net. Gulul, Di Natale. The Udinese captain had also found the back of the net. This marked his 9th goal in the Europa League this season. 3-1. Udinese had gone completely berserk. Sevilla's earlier goal had done nothing to alleviate their slump, and now the Spanish side trailed by 2 goals once more. Martin Taylor exclaimed, "Look at the expressions on Sevilla's players. They appeared utterly bewildered, as if asking, what just happened?" Chapter 136. Double Champions. Chapter 136. Double Champions. Observing the confusion on Sevilla's players' faces, Martin Taylor shook his head and declared, "The match is over. There is no suspense left, and there will be no further suspense. although 30 minutes remained in the match and Udinese led Sevilla 3-1. It was evident from the performance on the field that Sevilla could not possibly stage a comeback against Udinese. Incredible, unbelievable, truly unexpected. Rise commentator, Gerardo Benigni, shook his head, pondering who could have imagined that this was Udinese's first appearance in a European final in the club's 118-year history and that they stood on the brink of claiming the championship. In recent seasons, Udinese had performed admirably in Serie A but had been mere pushovers in European competitions, their best result being a round of 16 finish in the Europa League 2 years prior. As Udinese embarked on their European journey this season, many likely assumed they would replicate the stories of the previous 2 seasons. Who would have thought they would triumph through the ranks and reach the Europa League final? Now poised to lift the trophy and claim their place at the pinnacle of European football. In front of their televisions, numerous fans nodded vigorously. Udinese is a seasoned team with a long-standing presence in Serie A, yet their management style has made it challenging for them to achieve outstanding results. From their honor room, one can discern a mere 3 Serie B championship trophies, which paints a rather disheartening picture. For a club boasting a rich history of 118 years and a long-standing presence in Italy's top league, such a meager collection of accolades is indeed a rarity. However, to everyone's surprise, Udinese's performance this season has been unexpectedly stellar. Not only have they outperformed the illustrious Milan duo, Napoli, and Fiorentina to secure a commendable 3rd place in Serie A, but they have also, for the first time in history, lifted the Coppa Italia trophy, marking their inaugural major tournament victory in a century. Furthermore, they are now poised to clinch the UEFA Europa League title, potentially reaching the pinnacle of European football. At this moment on the pitch, the goal scorer Di Natale runs towards the sidelines with arms wide open, embracing Bruno. Although the assist for this goal came from the team's left-back, Silva, it was Bruno who played a pivotal role. Positioned centrally, Bruno had the opportunity to shoot, perhaps even score, but he selflessly allowed the ball to slip past him, gifting Di Natale the chance to find the net. For the soon-to-be 37-year-old veteran, this season has been nothing short of a dream. Not only has he secured the Coppa Italia, but he now stands on the brink of winning the Europa League, a feat he could scarcely have imagined. The architect of this success is none other than Bruno, the young Portuguese player, who seems to be an angel for Udinese, bringing forth the coveted championship trophy. The other players of Udinese gathered around to celebrate, their excitement palpable. Sevilla had just scored to narrow the gap, but Udinese quickly restored their advantage, delivering a heavy blow to Sevilla's morale. They harbored no doubts about the outcome, believing there was no room for a miraculous turnaround from the Spanish side. The championship was theirs for the taking. The Udinese players celebrated for so long that referee Brych had to intervene. Remarkably, Sevilla's players did not protest, indicating their psychological collapse and lack of fighting spirit. Indeed, in the ensuing half-hour, Sevilla failed to mount any serious threats, and by the time the match reached the 90th minute, the score remained 1-3. In this match, Udinese was designated as the away team. The staff raised the electronic board indicating 4 minutes of stoppage time. Udinese fans expressed mixed reactions. Some booed in dissatisfaction at the lengthy stoppage, while others cheered, jubilantly anticipating the imminent victory in the Europa League. At this juncture, Guidolin used his final substitution, bringing on Udinese's vice-captain, Basta, in place of the young Cancelo. Throughout this dream season, the newly joined Bruno and several other young talents have excelled, limiting the Swiss player's appearances. Yet he has consistently fulfilled his responsibilities when called upon. This marked only the 2nd trophy for the soon-to-be 30-year-old veteran in 5 years. As the stoppage time dwindled, the Udinese players instinctively glanced towards the referee, eagerly awaiting the final whistle. On the sidelines, the players, coaches, and staff had risen from their seats, shoulder to shoulder, counting down to the end of the match. Guidolin, surrounded by his players and assistants, stole a glance at the electronic scoreboard. His expression appeared calm, yet his hands betrayed a nervous fidget, revealing his inner excitement. The referee checked his watch. Observing this, the Udinese supporters grew increasingly animated, with some raising their arms in anticipation of the celebration. Bruno looked ahead, contemplating whether to pass forward or across the midfield when the whistle blew. The sound echoed, signifying the end of the match. At that moment, the Allianz Stadium in Turin erupted with the jubilant cheers of Udinese fans, who leapt into the air with open arms. Bruno struck the ball high into the air with a powerful kick, and as he spread his arms in celebration, more players joined in the jubilant sprint. While those on the bench rushed onto the field, exuberantly shouting, the match concluded. Rai Television's commentator, Gerardo Benigni, elongated his announcement. 3-1. Udinese emerged victorious. Bruno Fernandes netted a brace, and Antonio Di Natale scored once, leading them to triumph over Sevilla. Congratulations to Udinese, champions of the UEFA Europa League for the 2013-2014 season. 500 kilometers away in Udine, countless fans rejoiced, raising their beer mugs high, embracing and celebrating. Once again, we extend our congratulations to Udinese for becoming the season's double champions, clinching both the Coppa Italia and the Europa League. For this small club from the northeastern Italian town of Udine, securing their first major tournament title in 118 years and achieving double championship status is indeed a dreamlike season. The Udinese players exchanged congratulations and offered solace to the dejected Sevilla players. During the match, they were adversaries, but now, with the game concluded, they extended gestures of comfort. Bruno engaged in dialogue with Sevilla players, feeling a strange sentiment, having delivered a blow to Sevilla before they could establish their own Europa League dynasty. One wonders if they will ever ascend to the throne of the Europa League. Moreover, can Emery continue his magical run in the tournament? On the sidelines, Udinese's coach celebrated exuberantly, accepting embraces and congratulations from those around him, only to be surrounded by journalists. Guidolin had to navigate through the throng of reporters to shake hands with Sevilla's coach, Emery. Congratulations, Emery remarked expressionlessly. Thank you, Guidolin nodded. After exchanging pleasantries with his rival coach, Guidolin began fielding questions from the media. Coach Guidolin, congratulations on winning the Europa League, becoming the season's double champions. Can you share your feelings at this moment? Naturally, I am overjoyed. We can proudly declare this season a success. Coach Guidolin, what do you have to say about the players' performances? I am very satisfied. I must thank them. Guidolin, there are rumors that Arsenal's Mr. Wenger has taken an interest in Bruno Fernandes. What are your thoughts on this? Outstanding players always attract attention. Mr. Wenger is not the first to notice Bruno, nor will he be the last. Will Bruno Fernandes leave Udinese this summer? I'm afraid transfer matters are beyond my purview. You have mistaken the right person to ask. On such a splendid day, to be besieged with such disheartening questions left Guidolin in a rather unpleasant mood. The Europa League trophy presentation was conducted by UEFA President Platini himself. As Bruno ascended the podium, Platini greeted him with a smile and a handshake. Congratulations, young man. You have had a remarkable season. Platini, in good spirits, chatted with Bruno, expressing his surprise at such a young player achieving such excellence. Thank you, Bruno replied with a smile. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you, Platini encouraged, patting Bruno on the shoulder. Bruno remained unfazed by the praise. Taking compliments from such prominent figures seriously would be foolish. However, one thing was clear. Platini bore no ill will towards him and seemed genuinely fond of the young talent, given their lack of prior interaction or conflict. Platini adorned Bruno with the gold medal, offering another handshake to convey his congratulations. Following Bruno's medal presentation, it was time for the last recipient, Udinese captain, Antonio Di Natale, to take the stage. As Di Natale approached, the Allianz Stadium erupted in cheers and whistles, and Udinese fans at home could not contain their enthusiasm. Platini placed the gold medal around Di Natale's neck and shook hands, exchanging a few pleasantries. However, it was evident that Di Natale's gaze was fixated on the trophy. Platini chuckled heartily, grasping the trophy with both hands and presenting it to Di Natale. Congratulations, Antonio. You are European champions. Thank you, Mr. President, Di Natale replied as he received the trophy. He glanced at his teammates, who immediately began to chant, 3, 2, 1. We are the champions. Everyone joined in unison. Simultaneously, team captain Di Natale raised the trophy high above his head. In that moment, countless black and white confetti erupted from behind the podium, and black and white streamers cascaded from the ceiling of the Allianz Stadium. As Queens, we are the champions resonated triumphantly throughout the arena. We are the champions. We are the champions. We are the kings of Europe. Amidst the resounding strains of triumphant music, Bruno lifted his gaze. Captivated by the cascading confetti, the colorful streamers gliding down from the apex of the stadium, and the fireworks that erupted in the sky above the field. Turning to his side, he beheld the exuberant faces of his teammates. Cancelo had seized the trophy from Di Natale, Muriel was exuberantly shouting, Mahrez wore a broad smile, and Kanté looked on with palpable envy. The following afternoon, the chartered plane carrying the Udinese players touched down at Udine Airport. On the tarmac awaited a vibrant sea of fans, with hundreds of supporters and dozens of journalists eagerly anticipating their arrival. Bruno and team captain Di Natale, both cradling their championship trophies, descended the steps behind their coach, Guidolin. Bruno held the Coppa Italia trophy, while Di Natale proudly bore the freshly acquired UEFA Europa League trophy. The journalists, having waited with bated breath, swarmed around them, capturing the moment with a flurry of flashes. Guidolin delivered a speech at the airport, flanked by his captain Di Natale on the left and Bruno on the right, each still clutching their respective trophies. Subsequently, the entire Udinese squad paraded triumphantly along the main thoroughfare of Udine. Just 11 days prior, after clinching the Coppa Italia title, the team had refrained from exuberant celebrations, partly due to an imminent Serie A match less than 48 hours later, and also in anticipation of the Europa League final for a grander celebration. The double-decker parade bus made its way from the airport to the town hall, where they received congratulations from municipal dignitaries and celebrities before proceeding to the Friuli Stadium, where the true revelry would commence. It was a night of jubilation, however. For the Udinese players, the final match still bore a vital mission: to secure victory and earn qualification for the next season's Champions League. On May 18th, the Serie A witnessed the culmination of the 2013 to 2014 season. 2 matches drew considerable attention. Juventus at home against Cagliari, and Udinese hosting Sampdoria. Juventus took the field first, and in a match that commenced at 3 p.m. local time, they triumphed over Cagliari with a decisive 3-0 victory, thanks to first-half goals from Pirlo, Llorente, and Marchisio, culminating in a season total of 102 points, surpassing both Barcelona and Real Madrid to set a new record for points in a single season across Europe's top 5 leagues. Udinese's match began at 8:45 p.m. With a 2-point lead over Napoli in the standings, albeit trailing by 16 in goal difference. Udinese understood that their only path to Champions League qualification lay in securing victory in this match. There was no room for error, as they could not rely on Napoli to falter at home. In the 10th minute, Gabbiadini delivered a deft pass, allowing Okaka to head the ball into the net, giving the visiting Sampdoria an early lead. In the 26th minute, Di Natale executed a free kick that found its mark in the near corner, leveling the score, prompting Udinese coach Guidolin to celebrate by polishing Di Natale's shoes. By the 32nd minute, Bruno's midfield pass set McSweel up for a cross, which Di Natale converted with a backheeled shot, propelling Udinese ahead 2-1. However, in the 53rd minute, a direct pass from Okaka enabled Eder to score, equalizing at 2-2. Merely 2 minutes later, Okaka assisted Soriano, whose angled shot restored Sampdoria's lead. Sensing the urgency, Guidolin promptly made substitutions, introducing forward Nico Lopez for defender Bubanasai and replacing Allen with Badu, both moves aimed at bolstering their offensive efforts. It was evident that Guidolin was committed to an all-out assault for victory at home. His gamble soon bore fruit. Gulawulul, Bruno Fernandes scored, marking his 18th league goal of the season. This achievement elevated him above Palacio and Higuain in the Serie A scoring charts, placing him 5th overall, trailing only Di Natale, Immobile, Toni, and Tevez. The score stood at 3-3. Udinese had equalized, rekindling their hopes for Champions League participation next season. With renewed vigor, Udinese unleashed a fervent assault on Sampdoria's goal. Yet, the score stubbornly remained unchanged as time dwindled. The specter of a draw loomed, and fans braced for the prospect of Europa League qualification. Udinese finally found the net. This marked the captain's 6th goal in the last 3 Serie A matches, bringing his season total to an impressive 29 goals, significantly ahead of second-placed Immobile with 22, third-placed Toni with 20, and fourth-placed Tevez with 19. In the grand scheme of Europe's top leagues, Di Natale's 29 goals were remarkable, trailing only behind Cristiano Ronaldo and Suarez, who netted 31 each. Furthermore, in the annals of Serie A history, Di Natale equaled Baggio, ascending to 6th place on the all-time scoring list. The stadium erupted in euphoria at this final goal of the match. Thanks to Di Natale's hat-trick and Bruno's contribution, Udinese secured a hard-fought 4-3 victory over Sampdoria, solidifying their 3rd position in the standings. Although Napoli triumphed 5-1 at home against the formidable Verona, it proved inconsequential. As the final whistles blew across 6 matches, the curtain fell on the 2013 to 2014 Serie A season. Juventus, with a record-setting 102 points, reigned supreme atop the Serie A table, boasting a record of 33 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses. Roma, despite a sensational start to the season, faltered in the latter stages, ultimately finishing second with 24 wins. 8 draws and 6 losses, amassing 80 points. Udinese, having closely trailed Juventus for second place before the winter break, struggled in the second half of the season, exiting the title race early due to a depleted squad. Their final record stood at 23 wins, 7 draws, and 8 losses, totaling 76 points. Nonetheless, their performance set numerous club records. The 76 points represented their highest ever tally, surpassing their second-place finish in the 1954-1955 season. Notably, the season's 74 goals marked the most in Udinese history, while the 23 victories established a new club record for a single season. These 3 clubs earned qualification for the next season's Champions League, with Juventus and Roma advancing directly to the group stages, while Udinese would face the preliminary rounds. Following them, Napoli secured 4th place, Fiorentina 5th, and Inter Milan 6th. According to the allocation principles for European competition, the top 3 in the standings qualified for the Champions League, while the 4th, 5th, and Coppa Italia champion entered the Europa League. However, since Udinese, as the Coppa Italia champion, had already secured a Champions League spot, the qualification was passed on to Inter Milan, who finished 6th. Thus, the 6 Italian teams destined for European competition were finalized. As the season drew to a close, the 3 relegated teams were also confirmed. Catania, Bologna, and Bruno's former club Novara faced the unfortunate fate of relegation, while Sassuolo managed to secure their status with crucial victories over Fiorentina and Genoa in the final 3 rounds. Chievo, too, ensured their survival by triumphing over Cagliari and Inter Milan in their last 2 matches. Bruno's former club finished the season at the bottom of the Serie A table, achieving only 6 victories, alongside 7 draws, but suffering 25 losses, the highest in the league, making them the sole relegated club among the 3 promoted teams from the previous season. Sassuolo and Verona retained their Serie A status, with Verona even briefly ranking in the top 7 before ultimately finishing 10th, truly a remarkable underdog story. Chapter 138. Missed opportunity for the Brazil World Cup as European leagues approach their conclusion. The countdown to the World Cup drew ever closer. Entering May, the 32 teams gradually unveiled their final 23-man rosters for the tournament on May 19, the day after the Serie A season concluded. Portuguese head coach Paulo Bento announced the final 23-man squad for the World Cup, featuring stars such as Cristiano Ronaldo, Pepe, and Nani. Yet the exclusion of Quaresma, who had made the 30-man shortlist, and Udinese midfield linchpin Bruno Fernandes sparked disappointment. While many Portuguese fans had anticipated this outcome, the announcement nonetheless stirred significant controversy within Portugal. In early March, the Portuguese national team played a friendly against the Cameroon national team, often referred to as the Lions of Africa. That roster was considered the last before Bento would unveil the World Cup squad. In that lineup, even with the inclusion of 2 newcomers from the U21 squad, Bruno was notably absent. Just a week prior, on May 13, the Portuguese Football Federation had released a 30-man preliminary roster in preparation for the World Cup. This time, Bruno has indeed been selected, yet it is well understood that this is merely the preliminary list, from which 7 individuals must ultimately be eliminated. Nevertheless, Portuguese fans naively believe that, given Bruno's performance this season at Udinese, securing a final place in the 23-man squad should pose no issue. Especially after, just a day later, Bruno exhibited a spectacular performance in the Europa League final, scoring twice, earning the title of top scorer, assist leader, and the match's MVP, while simultaneously leading Udinese to triumph in the Europa League for the 2013-2014 season. Reaching the pinnacle of European football, Portuguese supporters felt that such an outstanding display by Bruno should be compelling enough to persuade Paulo Bento to set aside personal grievances for the sake of the national team. Moreover, Bruno has never expressed any animosity towards Paulo Bento. The discord lies between Bento and the head coach of Bruno's club. It is well known that conflicts often arise between club managers and national team coaches. How many have managed to avoid such tensions? Crucially, among the previously announced 30-man shortlist, the other 7 midfielders, Ender Gomez, João Emilio, Moutinho, Veloso, Miralles, Amorim, and William Carvalho, have significantly underperformed compared to Bruno Fernandes. If personal performance were the criterion, it would be unreasonable for Bruno Fernandes to be ousted from this group. However, when the final results were announced, the Portuguese public realized they had underestimated Paulo Bento's stubbornness. In an instant, Portuguese media outlets began to voice their bewilderment regarding Bento's decision. Thanks to his performances over the past year at Udinese, Bruno's fame has soared within Portugal, and his influence has surged dramatically. This has been accrued through match after match, goal after goal, and assist after assist. In the 2013 to 2014 season, Bruno represented Udinese in Serie A, the Europa League, and the Coppa Italia, participating in a total of 56 matches and achieving a remarkable tally of 32 goals and 35 assists, directly contributing to 67 goals, the highest in all of Europe, even surpassing the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. In the previous 2013 to 2014 season, Ronaldo played 47 matches for Real Madrid in La Liga, the Champions League, and the Copa del Rey, scoring 52 goals and providing 13 assists, totaling 65 contributions. Meanwhile, Messi appeared in 46 matches for Barcelona across all competitions, netting 41 goals and assisting 14 times, resulting in 55 contributions. In Serie A, Bruno played 36 matches, scoring 18 goals and providing 23 assists, ranking 5th in the league scoring chart and 1st in assists. Furthermore, Bruno's 23 assists in a single season set a new record for Serie A, far surpassing the previous benchmark. This record, once held by the legendary Diego Maradona, who had 16 assists in the 1987 to 1988 season, stood for 24 years until Bruno Fernandes shattered it. Additionally, Bruno's performances in European competitions have been equally impressive. He participated in 16 matches across the Europa League playoffs, group stage and knockout rounds, scoring 13 goals and providing 9 assists, claiming both the Golden Boot and the assist title for this season's Europa League. Such a comprehensive and exceptional display has established Bruno as one of the finest attacking midfielders in contemporary European football. It is precisely Bruno's extraordinary playmaking ability that has led countless Portuguese fans to daydream about a potential attacking partnership between Bruno and Ronaldo, envisioning how magnificent it could be, even expressing hopes for this combination to achieve a dream that generations of Portuguese have yet to realize on the World Cup stage. However, this dream has been extinguished before the World Cup has even commenced. Yet, Bruno had anticipated this outcome, as he possesses a fair understanding of Paulo Bento's character. Born in 1969, Paulo Bento is somewhat associated with the golden generation of Figo, Rui Costa, Bahia, and Pauleta, yet his fame and prowess are evidently not on par with those illustrious figures. As a player, Bento represented Portugal in the 2002 World Cup and took charge of the national team after the 2010 World Cup. At only 41 years of age, he had merely 4 years of coaching experience at Sporting Lisbon, which did not inspire confidence. Bento's iron-fisted approach became apparent when Carvalho expressed dissatisfaction over being benched in 2011, leading Bento to dismiss Carvalho from the national team, prompting the latter to announce his retirement in November of the same year. Chelsea's Bozingua also severed ties with Bento, declaring that he would not represent Portugal as long as Bento remained at the helm. Nevertheless, Bento's strict management yielded results. Although Portugal advanced to the European Championship through a playoff against Bosnia, his team garnered respect after navigating a group of death comprising the Netherlands, Denmark, and Germany, ultimately reaching the semi-finals before narrowly losing to the eventual champions, Spain, in a penalty shootout. Following the European Championship, the Portuguese Football Federation promptly extended Bento's contract until 2014, allowing him to continue leading the team into the Brazilian World Cup. Although Portugal's performance in the qualifiers was less than stellar, they managed to stumble their way into the final tournament, solidifying Bento's position as coach. Having witnessed the fates of Carvalho and Bozingua, Bruno understood that after Gus Hiddinck's tirade against Bento, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to gain recognition during Bento's tenure. In truth, even without Hiddinck's outburst, Bruno would have struggled to receive significant attention from Bento, as the coach's lineup had remained relatively fixed in recent years, leaving little opportunity for newcomers like him during qualifiers and friendlies, let alone in the World Cup. Bento would not treat the Brazilian World Cup as a mere training ground. Bruno was aware of Hiddinck's motivations for his actions. On one hand, he was indeed advocating for Bruno's plight within the national team, while on the other hand, he aimed to provoke Paulo Bento, effectively severing Bruno's path to international play. After all, Bento's temperament is well-known. As events unfolded, it became evident that his strategy had succeeded. Bruno was not summoned to the national team for subsequent international fixtures, affording him ample time to rest and laying the groundwork for Udinese's successful season. With the World Cup in Brazil no longer on his agenda, Bruno began to contemplate how to spend his holiday. Having traversed into this timeline for nearly 2 years, he had yet to enjoy a proper vacation. The previous summer, he had represented Portugal's U21 team in the Toulon tournament and the World U20 Championship, leaving him without a break throughout the summer. Following his transfer to Udinese, he faced yet another demanding season, participating in 56 matches over approximately 9 months, a considerable strain. However, just as Bruno was daydreaming about an idyllic holiday, he received an unexpected jolt from Hiddink.at Udinese team celebration dinner. Hiddink approached Bruno. "Hey, Bruno, what are your plans for your holiday?" Bruno was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Hiddink's intent. "Well, the coaching staff has devised a special training program for you that requires time to complete. This training is aimed at enhancing your physical attributes, including stamina and strength. We intend to utilize the holiday period for your training. But my fitness is already excellent. Look, I've hardly rested all season. And I'm not particularly tired." Bruno gestured with his hands. "Indeed, your fitness is commendable, but that does not imply there is no room for improvement. Furthermore, have you not noticed that your physical dueling remains somewhat lacking? Do you not wish to become even stronger?" Hiddink inquired. "Next season, we will be competing in the Champions League, which is an entirely different level of competition compared to the League and the Europa League. Do you aspire to perform well on the Champions League stage?" Hiddink played his trump card. Bruno found Hiddink's arguments difficult to decline and reluctantly agreed. Thus, while other Udinese players departed for their respective national teams to prepare for the World Cup in Brazil or embarked on leisurely holidays, Bruno commenced a rigorous 40-day training regimen at Udinese's tranquil training facility. In truth, Bruno did not harbor any aversion to specialized training, as he had dealt with such matters extensively since his arrival in this timeline. The training master system had ceaselessly conducted training sessions, even encroaching upon his sleep. However, previous specialized training had been orchestrated by the system itself. Now, with a human in charge, he was keen to experience the differences between system-led training and human-directed training. After all, the system's objective was to mold him into the strongest player in history. Although he was already formidable, he still had a considerable journey ahead to reach that goal, ensuring that his training regimen continued unabated. As Bruno began to undertake the Udinese coaching staff's specialized training, the major European leagues reached their conclusions, and the dust settled on various championships, leaving clubs with a mix of joy and sorrow. The globally celebrated UEFA Champions League ultimately culminated in a victory for Real Madrid, who triumphed over their city rivals, Atletico Madrid, in a fierce intra-league battle. Florentino Perez has finally realized his dream of 10 titles through Carlo Ancelotti, a pursuit that has spanned a lengthy 12 years. Conversely, Atletico Madrid's plight is rather disheartening, as they have reached the finals twice, only to emerge as the vanquished on both occasions. Though Cristiano Ronaldo has astonishingly netted 17 goals in 11 Champions League matches, he is still perceived as having merely coasted to victory, given that he scored only 1 goal in the final, rather inconsequential penalty during extra time. Meanwhile, Bruno remains focused on the Premier League, which bears little distinction from his memories of it. The first Premier League title post-Ferguson has been seized by their city adversaries, Manchester City. Following his appointment at Old Trafford, Ferguson's Scottish compatriot failed to last even a single season. As for Manchester United, they have entered the darkest chapter of the Premier League era, finishing a tumultuous season in 7th place, amassing merely 64 points from 38 matches, and failing to secure even a spot in the UEFA Europa League. Subsequently, tales of bias from officials have spread across the globe. Look, they say, with the old man retired and no referees to favor them, Manchester United has revealed its true colors. Amidst the daily rigors of training, Bruno quietly wanders the internet, observing the bizarre commentary with a knowing smile. Indeed, the essence remains unchanged. While Bruno engages in specialized training and occasionally steals moments to explore the digital realm, his agent, Mendes, remains industrious in navigating the challenging negotiations for a contract renewal with the club. Mendes diligently updates Bruno on every development in the negotiations, whether through phone calls or emails, ensuring that Bruno comprehends the complexities behind the arduous process. The reason is quite simple. Mendes is a tenacious and principled agent. Initially, the proposition for a contract renewal originated from Udinese, following a season of unprecedented success, culminating in an extraordinary double triumph. Naturally, the club sought to reward its key contributors, thus expressing a desire to renew Bruno's contract. Although Bruno's initial contract with Udinese spanned 5 years, it included a release clause set at a mere €40 million. At that time, this figure might have seemed substantial to Bruno, but who could have anticipated that merely a season later, his market value would soar to €40 million? This valuation was insisted upon by Mendes after consulting with Bruno. Otherwise, Udinese would have readily entertained a higher figure, establishing the €40 million release clause, Both Bruno and Mendes accepted the maximum contract duration of 5 years. In the current context, the €40 million clause appears almost laughable. Should this information be divulged, Udinese transfer gates would undoubtedly be trampled. Who wouldn't want to snatch up a prodigious talent like Bruno, who has contributed a remarkable double 30 in a single season? For the waning Italian teams, €40 million may still seem astronomical, yet numerous clubs in wealthier leagues can effortlessly produce such a sum. Take the Premier League, for instance. On May 28, British media reported that Premier League clubs had just received their share of the broadcasting revenue for the 2013 to 2014 season, with Liverpool receiving the highest at £97.54 million, while Cardiff City earned a respectable £62.08 million. With the current exchange rate of €1.23 to the pound, this translates to approximately €120 million, allowing Cardiff City to pocket around €76 million. In fact, 7 clubs, including Liverpool, Manchester City, Chelsea, Arsenal, Tottenham, Manchester United, and Everton, surpassed the €100 million mark in their distributions, with Newcastle United trailing closely at €95 million. It is safe to assert that any of the 20 Premier League clubs could muster the transfer fee if they truly desired. Furthermore, other leagues also boast affluent clubs, such as the triumvirate of La Liga, Bayern Munich in the Bundesliga, and Paris Saint-Germain in Ligue 1. In the realm of Italian football, teams like Juventus, Inter Milan, and AC Milan are similarly capable of affording this transfer fee to acquire Bruno's services. To preempt such a scenario, the club promptly notified Bruno and Mendes after the season's conclusion of their intent to initiate contract renewal negotiations. In fact, as early as March, Udinese had hinted at their desire to renew. But Mendes had declined. When Mendes approached Bruno, he too deferred, opting to focus on his performance, suggesting that contract discussions could wait until the season's end. Now that the season has concluded, Udinese has once again reached out to Bruno, eager to commence negotiations for a new contract. At this juncture, both Bruno and Mendes believe the time is ripe for discussions with Udinese, prompting Mendes to engage in negotiations. Initially, the talks proceeded smoothly, reflecting Mendes' earlier assertions. Once the release clause became a point of ridicule, Udinese, eager to prevent Bruno from being poached for a pittance, would undoubtedly invest in him. However, the parties soon found themselves at an impasse over the release clause. Mendes contended that Udinese's proposed figure of €120 million was excessively high, advocating for a reduction to below €80 million, ideally having it to €60 million. During his inaugural season with Udinese, Bruno's market value had doubled, despite the club only competing in Serie A and the relatively low-profile Europa League. Next season, Udinese will participate in the Champions League, a competition regarded as the pinnacle of world football, attracting far greater attention than Serie A or the Europa League. Given Bruno's capabilities, it is highly probable that he will shine in the Champions League, consequently elevating his market value and garnering interest from a plethora of prestigious clubs. Should the release clause be set at €60 million, there is every chance that a wealthy club could directly procure Bruno this summer. The discussions surrounding the specific amount of the release clause dragged on for quite some time. Moreover, while the negotiations regarding the release clause were ongoing, Mendes introduced another contentious issue concerning image rights. He wished to retain the image rights for Bruno himself rather than ceding them to the club. Should Udinese wish to utilize Bruno's image rights, they would need to negotiate a suitable fee or revenue-sharing arrangement delineated clearly in the contract. However, Udinese was reluctant to comply, preferring that the player transfer all image rights to the club, thereby allowing the club to reap the financial benefits when Bruno's image rights became profitable. Having established himself as Udinese's star player following a stellar season, Bruno could also serve as a figurehead for the club's commercial endeavors. Premier clubs like Real Madrid demand control over players' image rights, as any player joining the esteemed club must relinquish these rights, allowing the club to generate substantial profits in the commercial sphere. For financially constrained Udinese, possessing a prodigious talent like Bruno is akin to having a cash cow. However, Mendes is unwilling to allow the club to benefit from this revenue. Retaining the image rights in Bruno's hands provides Mendes with greater incentive to secure lucrative endorsement deals for him. After all, he stands to earn a commission, and the more contracts Bruno secures, the greater the profit for both of them. Furthermore, retaining image rights is advantageous for the player, as many stars now find that their earnings from endorsements surpass their club salaries. Nevertheless, Udinese cannot acquiesce to Mendes' demands. Without control over Bruno's image rights, the club would have to pay a premium for his cooperation in commercial ventures. For a financially strapped club like Udinese, every penny saved is crucial. Thus, the negotiations dragged on, even as the World Cup loomed on the horizon, with no resolution in sight. Chapter 140. The first to depart, the renewal negotiations seemed to have reached an impasse. However, Mendes exuded confidence, assuring Bruno that there was no need to rush, and he should focus solely on his training, as a satisfactory contract would ultimately materialize. In addition to contract matters, Mendes brought Bruno some delightful news. A plethora of enterprises were lining up to collaborate with him, a testament to Bruno's outstanding performance in the previous season. While the Italian Football Federation's official awards for the best players would not be announced until the year's end, other media outlets had already recognized the best performers as the Serie A season drew to a close. Among the more representative instances is the selection made by Italy's foremost newspaper, Gazzetta dello Sport, which, based on the post-match ratings of all Serie A players during the 2013 to 2014 season, crowned the best player. And without surprise, it was Bruno. Throughout the entire 2013 to 2014 season, Bruno participated in 36 Serie A matches for Udinese, contributing 18 goals and 23 assists, making him the pivotal figure behind Udinese's impressive third-place finish. His extraordinary performance consistently earned him high scores in post-match evaluations. According to statistical results, Bruno's final season rating soared to an impressive 8.77, placing him far ahead of all other Serie A players. Furthermore, the renowned tactical analysis website Squawka also included Bruno without any doubt in their selection of the season's best lineup. According to the data provided by Squawka, Bruno scored 18 goals and assisted 23 times in 36 matches, delivering a remarkable total of 112 key passes, the only player to surpass the century mark, significantly outpacing Candreva and Janik, who were tied for second with 75 key passes each. With such outstanding performances, Bruno was crowned the assist king of Serie A, shattering the previous record of 16 assists with his remarkable tally of 23. Of course, the most significant impact on Bruno came from his performance in the UEFA Europa League. Although the Europa League does not carry the same prestige as the Champions League, it remains a prominent European competition with considerable influence in the football world. Last season, Bruno represented Udinese in 16 matches across the Europa League qualifying and group stages, achieving an impressive record of 13 goals and 9 assists, earning him both the Golden Boot and the title of Assist King in the tournament. Additionally, in the Europa League final, Bruno delivered a stellar performance, scoring twice and becoming the key contributor to Udinese's triumph, which also led to his selection as the finals best player. These accolades held a tangible significance for Bruno, as they would inevitably attract more sponsorship opportunities. With brands eager to secure endorsement contracts with him, Bruno was elated by this news, as it made the monotony of his rigorous training feel less burdensome. Although Bruno is not the type to be overly consumed by greed or to accept any offer without discernment, he certainly would not decline the prospect of earning more. However, he advised Mendes that any endorsement deal should be carefully considered, particularly avoiding brands associated with excessive controversy, regardless of their fame or lucrative offers. While he acknowledges the notion that sports transcend national boundaries is largely a Western construct, he emphasized the importance of steering clear of companies linked to negative issues such as racial or regional discrimination. Mendes was pleased with Bruno's perspective, as he feared that young individuals, when confronted with financial temptations, might indiscriminately agree to any partnership. Mendes informed Bruno that this was also the reason he had refrained from securing any endorsements for him over the past season. He aimed to cultivate Bruno's image carefully and secure a few high-quality endorsements, which would be far more advantageous than hastily signing with any brand. In addition to these endorsements, another crucial contract pertains to sports brand sponsorship, which is indispensable for any footballer. According to Mendes' feedback, the three most prominent sports brands, Nike, Adidas, and Puma, have all expressed interest in Bruno. Mendes is concurrently negotiating with these three companies to determine which offers the most compelling terms and conditions. Naturally, he also inquired about Bruno's brand preferences. Some individuals have a strong preference for Nike and consider it the only option, while others are partial to Adidas. However, Bruno expressed no particular inclination, which was good news for Mendes, as it allowed him to leverage his abilities fully to secure the best contract for Bruno. Despite dedicating himself to training in Udine, Bruno could not escape the pervasive atmosphere of the World Cup. Throughout the streets of Udine, advertisements for the Italian national team were ubiquitous, and passers-by donned the national team's jerseys. At that moment, there was no Udinese. Only the Italian national team existed, as a professional player. Observing high-level matches is also a means of accumulating experience. Nevertheless, Bruno's primary focus remained on Portugal, as that was the team most relevant to him. As for the Chinese team, there was no need for discussion, as their chances of qualifying for the World Cup were virtually non-existent. However, Portugal's performance in Brazil, as a former colonial power, was disheartening. In Group G. Alongside Germany, the United States, and Ghana, Portugal suffered a humiliating defeat in their opening match, losing 4-0 to Germany, leaving the team utterly powerless. Bruno's parents informed him that the match had significant repercussions in Portugal, with media outlets clamoring for the dismissal of coach Paulo Bento. Many reports speculated that had Bruno been called up, the situation might have been different. Numerous observers believed that Bruno's exceptional passing and assisting capabilities, coupled with his scoring prowess, would bolster Portugal's strength. While they might still succumb to Germany, at the very least, they would not face such a dismal defeat. In response to these speculations, Bruno merely smiled. Conjecture about unrealized events holds no merit. Indeed, facing such a catastrophic outcome, Bruno felt that even his presence would have been futile. Fortunately, in their second match against the United States, a direct rival for advancement, the Portuguese team performed decently, securing a draw that preserved a glimmer of hope for progression. However, Bruno understood that this marked the end of Paulo Bento's favorable days. Once the final group match concluded, Portugal would likely exit the tournament, and calls for Bento's resignation would reach a fever pitch. In an alternate reality, Bento would have persisted until September, but due to the current circumstances, he would likely face dismissal 2 months earlier. Bruno's predictions proved accurate. Despite Portugal's victory over Ghana in the third round of group matches, they ultimately faced elimination, marking their second consecutive exit at the group stage since 2002. The outcry for Bento's dismissal in Portugal had reached a boiling point. However, the Portuguese Football Federation did not immediately announce a new head coach, indicating they were actively assessing candidates and would soon determine a successor. Bruno knew that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Fernando Santos, currently at the helm of the Greek national team, would likely be appointed as Portugal's next coach. As July approached, the summer transfer window in international football officially opened, heralding the onset of a new transfer peak. With the World Cup coinciding this year, the summer transfer window was destined to be anything but tranquil. Udinese, renowned in European football as a bustling hub of player transactions, was expected to engage in numerous transfers during this window. Given Udinese's stellar performance last season, many players were likely to attract interest from other clubs, prompting potential departures. Bruno was acutely aware that when the new season commenced, several familiar faces would be absent, while new ones would join the squad. However, he did not anticipate that the first departure would be Riyad Mahrez, a player with whom he shared a close bond. On July 1, the moment the summer transfer window opened, Udinese officially announced Mahrez's transfer to newly promoted Premier League side Leicester City, expressing gratitude for his contributions during the past season and wishing him success in his future endeavors. This news took Bruno by surprise, prompting him to reach out to Mahrez, who was still competing in the World Cup in Brazil. Algeria had performed remarkably in the tournament, advancing to the knockout stage as the second-place team in Group H, ahead of Russia and South Korea. However, in the round of 16, they faced Germany, the team that had previously decimated Portugal in the group stage. In the recently concluded match, both teams ended regular time at 0-0. But Algeria succumbed 1-2 to the German machine in extra time, concluding their World Cup journey. Although Mahrez participated in the match, he did not contribute any goals or assists. After conversing with Mahrez, Bruno learned that the impetus behind Mahrez's transfer lay in the substantial offer presented by Leicester City, a newly promoted Premier League club. Their primary objective for the upcoming season was to avoid relegation, as remaining in the Premier League would yield significant financial rewards. Consequently, they were eager to bolster their squad during the summer transfer window to secure their position in the league. Leicester City had set their sights on Mahrez, who had excelled in the previous season with Udinese, making him a key target. In the subsequent chapter, the completion of contract renewals unfolded. Last summer, Udinese acquired the Algerian player for a mere €300,000, but he quickly evolved into a regular starter for the team during the recent Dream season. He participated in a total of 36 matches across Serie A, the Europa League, and the Coppa Italia, contributing 7 goals and 8 assists. Thanks to his outstanding performances with Udinese, the 23-year-old Algerian earned a spot on the national team and secured a starting position, participating in the matches of the Brazilian World Cup finals. When alongside Bruno, Kanté, and Cancelo, he certainly reveled in showcasing his prowess. Faced with this fellow's ostentation, Bruno and the others could only seethe in frustration. occasionally resorting to physically reprimanding the lad to vent their pent-up emotions. Now, it is surprising that this individual has become the first among the quartet to depart Udinese. What has made Bruno green with envy is Leicester City's offer for Mahrez's salary, a staggering 20,000 per week. Converted into euros, this amounts to an annual salary of approximately 1.28 million, surpassing his own, which remains unsigned. In contrast, Mahrez's salary at Udinese was a mere 200,000, barely a fraction of what Leicester City proposed. Initially, Mendes was negotiating contract renewals for Mahrez and the other three with Udinese. However, this was merely ancillary, as Bruno's renewal was the primary focus. Evidently, the protracted negotiations regarding Bruno's contract hindered the renewal discussions for Mahrez and the others. Ultimately, the external force of Leicester City emerged, leveraging financial power to sway both Udinese and Mahrez, culminating in this transfer. According to Mendes's disclosure to Bruno, Leicester City shelled out a hefty 10 million in transfer fees to secure Mahrez, equating to roughly 12.3 million. Within a year, Udinese's investment yielded an astonishing 40-fold return. The notorious black market of European football indeed lives up to its reputation. According to Mendes, his facilitation of Mahrez's transfer was intended to exert pressure on Udinese, compelling them to concede in the negotiations for Bruno's renewal. After all, given Bruno's performance over the past season, should he be available for just 40 million, other clubs would likely scramble for his signature. Nonetheless, this transfer has resulted in a win-win situation for all parties involved. For Udinese, although somewhat coerced by Mendes, the transfer has netted them a substantial 12 million in cash, yielding a remarkable profit over the course of a year, a deal that is simply too advantageous to pass up. For Leicester City, they have acquired a formidable player, crucial for their survival in the forthcoming season. For Mahrez, it signifies a significant leap in his income, securing tangible benefits. As for Mendes, through this transfer, he not only earns a commission but also demonstrates his resolve to Udinese, thereby advancing the negotiations for Bruno's renewal. Shortly after Mahrez's transfer was finalized, Udinese finally opted to relent, facilitating Bruno's contract renewal. Prior to the commencement of the new season, he was afforded a week's respite. However, this leisurely interlude was cut short when he received a call from Mendes, informing him that his renewal contract had finally been settled. Despite the tumultuous journey, a satisfactory agreement was reached, aligned with Mendes's desires. Naturally, Mendes made some concessions, allowing Udinese to elevate the buyout clause to 100 million. This was also the reason Mendes broached the subject of image rights before the buyout clause was solidified. He was strategically focused on this aspect, appearing to prioritize the buyout clause while actually valuing the image rights more. The buyout clause thus became a stepping stone for Udinese to step back, allowing both parties to find common ground. Mendes leveraged the buyout clause to secure more favorable terms for himself and Bruno, seemingly a concession on Mendes's part, yet significantly advancing the negotiations. Under the new terms, Udinese must compensate Bruno whenever they utilize his image rights, and any sales of jerseys bearing Bruno's name and number will require profit sharing with him. Provided Bruno's jerseys sell well, he could potentially earn upwards of €1 million annually from this alone. With the specifics of the contract established, I will send a copy of the agreement to your email. Feel free to reach out to me with any questions. If everything is satisfactory, we can arrange a time to finalize the signing. Mendes stated over the phone. Bruno nodded in response. All right, Jorge. Thank you for your hard work. No need for thanks. I will be profiting from your earnings, so serving you is also a means of earning for me. Mendes chuckled. By the way, regarding the profit sharing, do I need to deduct from my salary to give you? Bruno inquired. Oh, that's unnecessary. Ha, Mendes laughed. Your money is your own. My commission comes from the club. The club? Bruno was somewhat taken aback, as he had always assumed that agents extracted their fees from the players' salaries. Unaware that it was actually the club footing the bill, it then dawned on Bruno that Udinese had been paying him directly according to his salary level, deducting taxes before transferring the funds. Indeed, my commission is 10% of your salary, which is quite modest. This amount is not deducted from your earnings. Rather, Udinese allocates a separate sum based on your salary for me. Mendes clarified. Bruno's previous annual salary was 1.2 million, meaning 10% amounts to 120,000. For Mendes, who represents a plethora of high-profile athletes, this is indeed a negligible sum. As for the arrangement of the agent's fee being covered by the club, Bruno was unsure why such a stipulation existed, but he had no qualms as long as he wasn't required to pay out of pocket. After hanging up, Bruno began to check his emails and reviewed the contract. The duration was set for 4 years, a year less than his previous 5-year agreement. This means that the new contract effectively does not extend his tenure at Udinese. The annual salary is set at €3 million before tax, which is more than double his initial contract. With this new agreement, Bruno's salary has become the highest within Udinese's squad, establishing him as a unique presence. This, of course, corresponds with his on-field performance. Beyond salary, bonuses are also a crucial component of a player's annual income at the club. Unlike Chinese clubs, European clubs do not offer win bonuses for individual matches. Instead, they set target bonuses prior to the season, such as for league championships or UEFA Champions League qualifications. Should the team ultimately clinch the league title or secure a Champions League spot, all players will receive bonuses in varying amounts based on their significance to the team. Generally, the more prominent the player, the larger the bonus, so negotiating these bonus distribution ratios is an essential task for agents in the contracts with clubs. Given that Udinese finished third in Serie A last season and was a strong contender for the title, Bruno's contract includes a clause for a championship bonus that, of course, the likelihood of receiving this bonus is nearly non-existent. With the genuine hope resting on the Champions League qualification bonus, Bruno's share of the bonus distribution is also the highest among all players, even surpassing that of Captain Di Natale. Additionally, there are bonuses for goals scored and assists, which are particularly significant for Bruno, given his strong abilities in both areas. The amounts for these various bonuses had long been known to Bruno, and he had nodded in satisfaction before they appeared in the contract. Regarding the buyout clause, it has been set at 100 million, with a stipulation that it can only be activated when 1 year remains on the contract, preventing any activation prior to that time. Such limitations are naturally in place to avert scenarios where, in the second year of the contract, clubs could poach Bruno for the 100 million fee. It is worth noting that, in the current landscape of Italian football, 100 million is considered a substantial transfer fee. However, for elite clubs in La Liga and the Premier League, it is not an insurmountable sum. For instance, 5 years ago, Cristiano Ronaldo's transfer to Real Madrid neared the 100 million mark. Last summer, Gareth Bale's transfer to Real Madrid even surpassed 101 million. As for the future, Bruno is acutely aware that transfer fees will escalate to astonishing levels. The next 2 or 3 seasons are poised to witness a remarkable surge in transfer fees, particularly in the summer of 2016. Prior to that, only Bale had commanded a transfer fee exceeding 100 million in the world of football. However, starting from the summer of 2016, a 100 million transfer fee has seemingly become the threshold for what is deemed a significant transfer. Should a transfer fee fall below this mark, it is difficult to regard the player as a genuine superstar. This period has even seen the emergence of monumental transfers, such as Neymar's move to Paris Saint-Germain, which exceeded 200 million. It is simply mind-boggling. Bruno understands that by the time he executes this contract, he may very well have already transferred away from Udinese on one hand. As he matures and his on-field performance stabilizes and improves, an increasing number of elite clubs will undoubtedly set their sights on him. On the other hand, the platform provided by Udinese will soon become a constraint on Bruno's growth. To further his development, he must transcend this modest sphere. In fact, Bruno is already attracting attention from numerous prestigious clubs. However, due to his limited experience in top-tier leagues, these elite clubs harbor some reservations, which is why they have yet to make a substantial move for him. Chapter 142. The first endorsement. Bruno meticulously examined the contract's provisions and found no discrepancies. Consequently, he called Mendes to inform him that it was time to schedule a signing with the club. In addition to finalizing the club contract, an endorsement agreement awaited his attention. Bruno's remarkable performance during his inaugural season in Serie A, coupled with his consistently pristine personal image, free from any negative publicity, rendered him a coveted figure among numerous brands. Given the abundance of prospective partners, Bruno found himself with the luxury of choice, thereby elevating the standards for potential collaborations. He was disinclined to consider enterprises with mere local recognition in Udinese. Instead, he sought partners with at least a notable presence in Italy or across Europe. Indeed, the Friuli-Venezia Giulia region, where Udinese is situated, ranks among Italy's top 3 in terms of economic prowess, renowned for its robust manufacturing sector. This area is home to numerous multinational corporations spanning various industries, including machinery, steel, software development, aerospace components, shipbuilding, furniture, wine, food, coffee, and tourism. Noteworthy entities include the appliance manufacturers Zanussi Electrolux, Italy's largest insurance firm, Generali, the renowned metallurgy equipment manufacturer Danieli Group, the world's largest shipbuilding company, Fincantieri, the leading furniture brand, Moroso, and the century-old furniture brand, Gervasoni, known as a creator of modern living, along with Illy, the world's largest coffee roaster. Bruno's contributions to Udinese, bringing home one of only 2 significant championship titles in the club's illustrious history, catapulted his local fame to unprecedented heights, making him a household name. Consequently, he was approached by numerous local enterprises, including many of the aforementioned multinational corporations. The sheer volume of interest from companies necessitated a considerable investment of time and effort from Mendes to sift through the options, which inevitably slowed the pace of endorsement negotiations. As of now, Mendes had successfully secured only one endorsement, that of Generali. This company sought Bruno due to his dazzling performance in European football last season, and the alignment of Bruno's personal brand with Generali's corporate identity solidified their determination to partner with him. Ultimately, the two parties finalized a 3-year agreement, wherein this top 10 global insurance company would compensate Bruno with €1 million annually, during which he would serve as Generali's global brand ambassador, under an exclusive contract. This exclusivity stipulation prohibited Bruno from endorsing any other insurance brands for the duration of the contract, with penalties for breach. Aside from the Generali endorsement, Mendes informed Bruno that discussions for other contracts remained ongoing. Despite the formidable strength of Mendes' Gestifude agency, the plethora of high-profile clients under his management made scheduling a challenge, necessitating a postponement of timelines. Among the potential lucrative opportunities for Bruno, endorsements from sports brands stood out prominently. The realm of sports branding is populated by many names, yet only a handful can be considered truly world-class, with Adidas and Nike reigning supreme. These two entities are fierce rivals in the football world, their long-standing animosities too intricate to unravel in mere hours. However, they were not the initial brands to express interest in Bruno. That distinction belonged to Udinese's kit sponsor, HS Football. HS Football, a nascent athletic brand established in 2011 with the slogan "Only for Football," was the first to sign a 5-year kit sponsorship contract with Udinese. Following Bruno's transfer to Udinese, HS Football sought to secure his endorsement. However, recognizing the brand's limited influence, Mendes advised Bruno against accepting their offer. As Bruno's performances continued to ascend, he garnered increasing attention, attracting the likes of giants such as Adidas, Nike, and Puma. Initially, Mendes aspired to incite a competitive bidding war among these three, hoping to reap the benefits of their rivalry. Yet, these corporations were not naive. They conducted thorough assessments of any emerging talent, evaluating current abilities and forecasting future potential. Such evaluations determined the commercial value a player could bring and the financial commitment warranted. Unlike the cases of established stars poached from competitors, signing young prodigies like Bruno felt akin to gambling for Nike, Adidas, and Puma. A successful wager could yield substantial returns, while a miscalculation would incur losses, albeit manageable for these colossal brands, yet still tinged with a sense of disappointment. Each corporation conducted its own evaluation of Bruno, which in turn influenced their willingness to invest in him. Bruno's inaugural season yielded exceptional results, substantiated by compelling statistics. This is precisely why Nike, Adidas, and Puma sought his endorsement. While media outlets and fans rallied to celebrate Bruno, the professional teams behind these brands remained level-headed, meticulously dissecting his attributes. Despite his on-field prowess, his lack of social engagement and unremarkable personal aesthetics presented significant drawbacks for brands seeking to maximize commercial appeal, ultimately suggesting limited marketability. Nevertheless, all three brands recognized Bruno's immense potential within the realm of football, though they perceived his commercial viability as less compelling. Consequently, their offers fell short of Mendes' expectations for Bruno's market positioning. Amidst the deliberations of these three titans, an unexpected contender emerged: the Spanish sports fashion brand Joma. This development was intrinsically linked to Udinese's trajectory. Last season, Udinese had also enjoyed considerable success, clinching both the Coppa Italia and the UEFA Europa League, thus prompting them to reconsider their sponsorship agreement with HS Football. With only 2 years remaining on their contract, Udinese sought to renegotiate terms, including an increase in sponsorship fees. However, HS Football, a mere 3-year-old brand, was reluctant to comply, perceiving Udinese's demands as an attempt to extort higher payments. Unable to reach an agreement, Udinese swiftly pivoted to Joma, who was eager to expand its business. From the upcoming season onward, Joma would become Udinese's new kit sponsor. Recognizing Bruno's potential, Joma approached Mendes, eager to secure his endorsement and offering terms far superior to those presented by the aforementioned giants, demonstrating considerable earnestness. This development presented Bruno and Mendes with a fresh dilemma. They meticulously analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of aligning with each brand, akin to the decisions faced by players contemplating transfers. When given the choice between a prestigious club and a mid-tier team, the majority would unhesitatingly opt for the former. Even among those who might initially hesitate, many ultimately succumb to the allure of a prominent club. The prospect of joining a prestigious team, regardless of the challenges it may entail, such as limited playing time or increased pressure, remains irresistible to most players. As it intertwines with aspirations of grandeur and financial incentives, to be associated with a powerhouse signifies that one is of elite caliber, even if merely as a substitute. Such opportunities not only enhance exposure but significantly elevate commercial value, thereby increasing the likelihood of securing additional endorsements. Thus, the allure of prestigious clubs is unparalleled, with many players willing to sever ties with their current teams or even invest their own resources to facilitate a transfer. These actions, while contentious, are not without merit. After all, one naturally seeks to ascend in their endeavors. Ultimately, these choices reflect individual values. Each person's perspective shapes their decisions, leading to vastly different outcomes. Some may find fulfillment in being a substitute for a club like Barcelona, driven by ambition or the prestige associated with such an esteemed institution. However, some individuals opt to be a head of a chicken rather than a tail of a phoenix. Bruno embodies this philosophy when selecting his team. Otherwise, he would already be playing for a prestigious club. It could have been Arsenal, Borussia Dortmund, or even Real Madrid. It is worth noting that last summer, Real Madrid made a bid of €20 million to Novara, eager to bring him to the Bernabeu. Yet, Bruno declined Arsenal, rejected Borussia Dortmund, and even turned down the invitation from Real Madrid because he understood precisely what he desired. It was not the hollow vanity of joining a grand club that he sought, but rather the most advantageous choice for his career. Udinese, which offered him a commitment to a starting position and demonstrated genuine sincerity in the transfer fee, was evidently the most astute choice. The experiences of the past season have validated Bruno's initial decision. Chapter 143. Bruno's secret at life's crossroads. People are easily lured by the allure of distant, beautiful landscapes, impulsively choosing that direction. Yet, when they finally arrive at these sites, they discover that they are merely colossal outdoor billboards. Capturing your gaze and attention is the purpose of these advertisements, yet the cost you pay on this path is not something they contemplate or take responsibility for. The alternate route may appear less appealing, even somewhat bleak, but if you persist, you may reap genuine rewards and encounter more authentic beauty. Bruno's ability to remain relatively rational stems from a prior experience in a different space-time continuum. Initially, Bruno chose a prestigious club, and although luck favored him when the final scores were revealed, allowing him to board the vehicle to the top-tier university, he soon found that life at a renowned institution was fraught with challenges. Once the star child of others, basking in accolades and applause, he became what he once dismissed as an academic underachiever, facing immense psychological and real-world pressures that led him to question his very existence. Now, akin to his earlier university decisions, Bruno stands before another choice: Nike, Adidas, Puma, or the seemingly obscure Joma. Although the terms proposed by Nike, Adidas, and Puma did not meet the expectations of Bruno and Mendes, they were still undeniably substantial, considered astronomical for an ordinary player. However, apart from financial incentives, they offered no detailed, convincing plans for image enhancement. In contrast, Joma not only presented a more lucrative offer, but also had a sincere strategy to cultivate Bruno's image. For Bruno, choosing Joma bore an additional advantage. The number of endorsed stars under Joma was significantly lower than that of Nike, Adidas, and Puma. Many might find this perplexing, deeming it a weakness, yet for Bruno, it signified that Joma could allocate more resources to him. Unlike the larger brands, which boasted an excess of athletes and only provided ample resources to the elite few, Joma had not signed top-tier stars for some time. Historically, Joma had once secured contracts with several prominent players from Real Madrid and Barcelona, including Butrego, Martin Vizquez, Miguel Sola, Begiristain, and Alfonso. In the first decade of the new millennium, they also featured influential stars such as Morientes and Alguacil. However, by the 2010s, Joma lacked any noteworthy athletes. Bruno's emergence conveniently filled this void, as Joma promised that upon signing, he would become their flagship ambassador. Thus, both parties swiftly reached an agreement. Subsequently, Bruno was to sign 3 contracts. He first detoured to Madrid, Spain, before heading to a small town called Portillo in Toledo province, home to Joma's headquarters. Joma organized a signing ceremony for Bruno, inviting numerous European media reporters. Following his contract with Puma, Bruno was to immediately participate in the filming of his first print advertisement arranged by Joma. The location was set at an indoor football field within Joma's headquarters in Portillo, where a photography studio was assembled. Before the cameras and lights, Bruno showcased his footwork. As an individual trained through a master system to perfect his juggling skills. Bruno's performance was nothing short of artistic. The filming proceeded smoothly, and within half a day, he completed all necessary shots before departing Spain. According to Joma's plan, these images would grace every Joma store worldwide and appear on outdoor billboards in various cities before the new season commenced. On July 10th, Bruno, accompanied by his agent Mendes, entered the office of the club's general manager, Jaretta. Jaretta expressed his delight at Bruno's decision to renew his contract with the club, conveying that the entire organization held high hopes for him. Bruno smiled, appearing unperturbed, perhaps perceiving it as a matter of course. After a brief exchange, they proceeded to a small auditorium designated for signing, where over 50 reporters awaited them. Among them, Bruno was taken aback to spot an East Asian figure with black hair and yellow skin. However, considering that CCTV was currently broadcasting Serie A matches, and he was a significant star in the league, it was plausible that someone from home had come to witness this contract renewal. Little did that individual know that the focal point of attention housed an Eastern soul within. Subsequently, Bruno and Jaretta sat before the reporters, took up their pens, and inscribed their names on their respective contracts. From the moment they appeared, the reporters' fingers had not ceased to click the shutter, filling the room with a cacophony of camera sounds, rendering the existing lights pale by comparison, as the signatures were finalized. Jaretta addressed the reporters, stating that Bruno's renewal was of paramount importance to the club. Udinese is a team adept at nurturing and utilizing young talent, and I am thrilled that Bruno continues this tradition. His outstanding performance last season attests to his promising future, and we are excited to advance together. Jaretta spoke with a smile, alternating his gaze between Bruno and the reporters. When it was Bruno's turn to speak, he stated, "I am pleased to renew my contract with Udinese. It is profoundly significant for me. I hope to continue delivering exceptional performances post-renewal." His words were understated, devoid of grandiose proclamations, which aligned well with Bruno's character. He was not one to rouse fervor with stirring rhetoric. Nevertheless, the feats he accomplished on the pitch had repeatedly ignited excitement among the thousands of spectators in the Friuli Stadium last season. Finally, the two exchanged contracts, beaming at the cameras, allowing the reporters to capture this moment. With Bruno's renewal settled, both Guidolin and Jaretta could finally exhale. Meanwhile, Bruno hurriedly made his way to Trieste, a port city on Italy's northeastern border, the headquarters of Generali Insurance. This visit was merely to finalize the contract. Filming for the advertisement would necessitate a separate arrangement. However, the proximity of Trieste to Udinese, less than an hour's drive, meant Bruno could easily return. After several busy days, only one day remained before the Udinese players were to gather. Bruno informed Mendes that no activities should be scheduled for that day. Mendes acknowledged understood. "You indeed need some time to rest." Bruno shook his head. "No, it's not rest. I have made plans with someone." "Plans with someone?" Mendes, with his professional intuition, immediately associated this with a business-related meeting. Bruno, however, quickly clarified, "It's just a friend. We're having dinner, chatting. It can be seen as a vacation. Oh, well, I hope you have a great time, by the way." "May I ask, is it a male or female?" Mendes inquired with a smile. Aware of the somewhat clandestine nature of his relationship with Vanessa, Bruno refrained from divulging anything, denying once more, "What are you thinking?" Mendes, clearly disappointed, remarked, "Bruno, I believe you should consider finding a girlfriend." Bruno promptly interrupted, "All right, let us not discuss that for now. I just want to focus on playing football." Upon returning to Udine, Mendes continued his endeavors concerning Conte and Cancelo's contract renewals with Udinese, while Bruno discreetly purchased a train ticket from Udine to Milan, embarking on a nocturnal journey to the city. This had become a habitual undertaking for him over the past 2 to 3 months. As he would frequently make such trips weekly, Bruno had also suggested to Vanessa that she relocate to Udine, which would facilitate their meetings. However, Vanessa declined, expressing concerns that her presence in Udine might inadvertently expose their relationship, thereby amplifying the potential negative ramifications for Bruno. In light of this, Bruno felt quite helpless. Perhaps this matter could only be entrusted to the passage of time, the great healer, to mitigate its impact. As for the notion of Vanessa issuing a public apology via her social media account, Bruno had never entertained such an idea, as he did not perceive any fault in her previous statements. Why should she apologize? Consequently, Bruno could only silently curse the malevolent American empire in his heart. He began contemplating whether he should take the time to master the Italian driving license, for such proficiency would significantly ease his travels between the two cities. The distance of 400 kilometers, entirely on the highway, would only require around 3 hours of driving. On July 13, 2014, all Udinese players returned to Udine to commence their summer training. Nestled at the southern foothills of the Alps, Udine enjoys a generally pleasant climate, and given the club's financial constraints, their summer training typically takes place at the team's training base. With the onset of summer training coinciding with the conclusion of the World Cup, the summer transfer window in international football surged into full swing. As a veritable transfer hub, Udinese witnessed a continuous influx and exodus of players. Overall, Udinese adhered to the principle of buying low and selling high, as evidenced by the fact that the prices for outgoing players were significantly higher than those for incoming ones. Indeed, most of the players joining the squad were either free transfers or loans. Following Udinese's commendable performance in the previous season, nearly all of their key players garnered interest from other clubs. After Mahrez transferred to Premier League side Leicester City for $12.3 million, Italian midfielder Roberto Pereira swiftly followed suit, moving to Juventus for $15 million, while the team's vice-captain, Basta, transferred to Lazio for $12 million. Though the 23-year-old Argentine midfielder was not a definitive starter for Udinese last season, he made a substantial number of appearances, featuring in 36 matches across all competitions and contributing with 9 goals and 8 assists, his overall performance rivaling that of Mahrez and arguably exhibiting greater stability. Conversely, the 30-year-old vice-captain Basta, having lost his primary attacking midfielder position due to Bruno's arrival, nevertheless proved to be a versatile player, securing 30 appearances last season with a tally of 4 goals and 5 assists. Despite head coach Giddelin's fervent attempts to retain this vice-captain, the Serbian was disinclined to continue with the team, fully aware that, given Bruno's performance, he would remain relegated to a substitute role. Moreover, with the emergence of players like Cancelo, Kant, and Allen, his opportunities would undoubtedly diminish further this season. Additionally, the promising player Mike Sewer, who had performed commendably for the team last season, also departed, bringing Udinese an income of $12 million. After the consecutive sales of 4 key players from last season, Guidolin could no longer contain his frustration, compelling Udinese to close the transfer window for outgoing players. On the recruitment front, Udinese initially expressed interest in 2-season Premier League veterans, Evra and Ashley Cole, but ultimately failed to meet their minimum salary demands of $3.5 million per annum, resulting in one signing with Juventus and the other with Roma. Eventually, Giarrateta presented Guidolin with a plethora of free agent veterans and affordable young talents. Ultimately, Udinese's sole acquisition exceeding $1 million during this summer was the $3 million buyout of Allen. Although the Brazilian midfielder had spent the past 2 seasons with Udinese, he belonged to Udinese's satellite club, Granada. Following a remarkable haul of $51 million from player sales, Udinese finally allocated $3 million to secure his official transfer. For last season's mainstays, all of whom had surpassed 40 appearances across competitions, this truly represented a bargain. However, Granada felt powerless, given their status as Udinese's satellite club, leaving them with no room for negotiation in this matter. Ultimately, after approximately $6 million in recruitment expenditures, Udinese promptly announced the closure of their transfer window. Concerning the transfer dealings, Bruno did not pay much attention, as he held no decision-making power in this regard and preferred to refrain from further involvement. However, among the young talents Udinese acquired, one bore a connection to Bruno. At his suggestion, Giarrateta secured the loan of young Harry Maguire from Sheffield United, a deal that included a $5 million buyout clause. This clause enabled Udinese to outmaneuver the Premier League club Hull City, who had also shown interest in Maguire, thus obtaining ownership of the English centre-back. The arrival of this tall English defender served to address Udinese's defensive height deficiency, as, following Naldo's departure at the end of last season, Udinese lacked even a single player exceeding 1.9 meters in height, with the 1.88-meter Bubinicic being the tallest in the defensive line. Following a 3-week training camp, Udinese engaged in 2 friendly matches against lower-tier teams in the Friuli-Venezia Giulia region, culminating in their first genuine warm-up match of the summer, the prestigious UEFA Super Cup against Real Madrid. The match was scheduled for August 12 at 19:45 45 GMT.in. The days leading up to the match, Udinese also captured a family portrait of the team for the upcoming season. On the evening of August 12, 2014, at the Cardiff City Stadium, the 2014 UEFA Super Cup was set to commence, featuring a clash between last season's UEFA Champions League champions, Real Madrid, and the UEFA Europa League champions, Udinese. Real Madrid undoubtedly represented the most coveted team in the global football arena, boasting a roster of illustrious stars, while Udinese appeared comparatively dim in the spotlight. Among the stars of Real Madrid, the most renowned was undoubtedly Bruno's compatriot, Cristiano Ronaldo. Bruno had long admired CR7, though their interactions were limited to 2 national team trips the previous year. Despite the controversy surrounding Portugal's leading star, he undeniably stood out as one of the most exceptional athletes in the realm of football, at least in Bruno's eyes. During a pre-match media interview, when reporters brought up CR7, Bruno's immediate response was, "I grew up watching CR7 play." Bruno expressed his respect for Ronaldo, asserting that he considered him a magnificent player and felt honored to compete alongside such a talent. Upon seeing Ronaldo at Cardiff City Stadium, he could only declare, "Udinese is the champion." Perhaps due to Bruno's respectful remarks leading up to the match, Ronaldo, during his own media interview, stated, "Bruno is already an outstanding professional player. I hope he doesn't perform too well, as we aim to defeat them in the match." In stark contrast to the amicable rapport between the two stars, the atmosphere between the Italian coaches, Guidolin and Ancelotti, was fraught with tension in a media interview. Udinese's coach proclaimed, "Bruno is the best player in the world, despite being only 20. Ancelotti countered, "I don't know much about Bruno. Rather, I believe Ronaldo is superior to anyone else." However, Guidolin quickly added, "Ronaldo? He is indeed strong. But I am more concerned about Bale and Modric. Those two pose the greatest threat to Real Madrid." Ancelotti further asserted that he would not devise specific defensive strategies targeting Bruno. "Some teams might do so, but we prefer a collective defense. We won't alter our game plan for one player, even if that player is Bruno." As the main referee sounded the bell for the second time, Di Natale, accompanied by his Udinese teammates, leisurely emerged from the home team's dressing room. Bruno brought up the rear of the procession. Upon reaching the players' tunnel, they discovered that the players from Real Madrid had already formed a line. Athletes from both teams hailed from various corners of the globe. Despite their unfamiliarity, they exchanged polite greetings. The European football scene, particularly the top 4 leagues, is neither vast nor minuscule. One never knows when they might find themselves transferred to become teammates. Hence the courteous interactions off the pitch. Pepe, the Portuguese center-back for Real Madrid, had met Bruno last year while Bruno was warming the bench for the national team. Though they were not well acquainted, they shared mutual friends and topics, which sparked a conversation between them. Shortly thereafter, Bruno encountered Cristiano Ronaldo. "Be careful tonight, lad," Cristiano said with a grin. From the outset of the match, Real Madrid launched a vigorous assault on Udinese. While Udinese primarily focused on defense, Ancelotti deployed a dual-holding midfield partnership of Modric and Kroos, with the World Cup Golden Boot winner James Rodriguez positioned further up the field. Modric and Kroos did not disappoint Ancelotti, firmly stifling Real Madrid's offensive efforts as the game commenced. Unable to penetrate Udinese's defense, Real Madrid resorted to frequent long-range shots from the periphery. In the first 10 minutes, they managed 3 to 4 opportunities for long-range attempts, taken by Cristiano, Chris, and James, yet none posed a significant threat, with all 3 shots veering off target. Notably, James's attempt in the 8th minute soared directly into the stands. However, after weathering Real Madrid's initial onslaught, Udinese gradually steadied themselves and began to contemplate a counterattack. Chapter 145. The first battle against Real Madrid. Right from the start, Real Madrid's players unleashed a frenzied attack on Udinese, frequently creating dangerous opportunities. Udinese's goalkeeper, Carini, became the busiest player on the defensive line. Nevertheless, with Allen, Kanté, and Bruno stationed at the edge of the penalty area, Real Madrid found themselves forced to rely primarily on long-range shots to exert pressure. Although Udinese's defense and Carini made no errors, an air of vulnerability still lingered. Particularly during one Real Madrid offensive from the left flank, Bale lofted the ball into the penalty area. Carini swiftly abandoned his goal, intercepting it before Benzema could, causing everyone to break out in a cold sweat. Subsequently, Carini had no time to contemplate. He sent the ball flying forward with a powerful kick. He aimed to pass it directly to Bruno. Yet at that moment, Bruno was still in his own half and unable to catch up. The ball sailed out of bounds, resulting in a throw-in for Real Madrid. This was a blunder on Udinese's part, In his haste, Carini made an error that, while not resulting in immediate loss, relinquished possession. The Italian goalkeeper raised his left hand high, apologizing to his teammates. The tactical acumen of Italian coaches is often unpredictable. Who can truly fathom their intentions? Ancelotti stood on the sidelines from the opening whistle. When the esteemed Italian manager witnessed Carini's clearance go out of bounds, he couldn't help but applaud vigorously, exclaiming, "Brilliant! This is precisely how it should be. Keep applying pressure." After his exclamation, he turned and approached the visiting team's bench. Guidolin evidently anticipated their aggressive approach, hence they started off relatively steady. Assistant coach Hierro, clutching a notebook filled with various notes, remarked to Ancelotti, "The midfield trio of Allan, Kanté, and Bruno is performing remarkably well. This midfield is certainly on par with Juventus and can be deemed top tier in Europe." Ancelotti nodded in agreement, having observed the solidity and resilience of Udinese's midfield. Indeed, Hierro concurred. "Paolo," Ancelotti addressed another assistant nearby, "it's been nearly 10 minutes. Do you think they can sustain this?" Paulo Clement, Real Madrid's fitness coach, had played a pivotal role in the team's recent performances in La Liga, and he, along with Hierro, was one of Ancelotti's most trusted aides. "I believe they can hold on for at least another 5. Perhaps even 10 minutes, Clement replied. Ancelotti nodded and turned back to observe the field. In his pre-match strategy, he had identified Di Natale and Bruno as Udinese's most threatening players. 1. A striker, though not particularly tall, possessed exceptional skills with no glaring weaknesses, playing a crucial role in the front line, especially in his synergy with Bruno, which had grown increasingly harmonious. As for Bruno, he was undeniably Udinese's most formidable attacking weapon. A player who had emerged as one of Europe's most feared assassins in recent years, exceptionally talented and versatile, capable of creating lethal opportunities from any position on the field. Despite Ancelotti's pre-match assertion that he would not devise specific defensive tactics against Bruno, it was evident to all that this was hardly feasible. How could one contain Udinese's offense without neutralizing Bruno? Ancelotti's strategy involved utilizing Modric, Kroos, and left-back Coentrão as instruments to restrict Bruno, and from the match's commencement, they had been effective in doing just that, denying Bruno any chances. "If we continue playing like this, victory is surely ours," Ancelotti declared, brimming with confidence. In a defensive sequence, Bale, the Welsh winger, lost possession, allowing Bruno to swiftly intercept the ball, sidestepping Bale's attempt to regain it and advancing laterally towards the center. Kroos was close behind, rushing in for a challenge. Over the past 2 to 3 years, Bruno had been training with a master system that simulated the sudden appearance of defenders. So when he noticed Kroos closing in, he deftly maneuvered towards the center, successfully evading Kroos's challenge. After shaking off 2 defenders, Bruno abruptly changed direction, driving towards the goal. Yet, at that moment, Real Madrid's other holding midfielder, Modric, as well as centre-back Pepe and Kroos, who had just been eluded, quickly surrounded him, enveloping him in a tight circle. Although Udinese's attack failed to generate a threat, Bruno's series of dribbling breakthroughs garnered a round of enthusiastic applause from the stands. Clearly indicating the fans' satisfaction with his performance, he was acutely aware that he was being closely marked by Real Madrid. The defensive strategies employed by the Italian coach were indeed a source of frustration, particularly when they were so specifically targeted. After evading Bale, Kroos's timely challenge was pivotal. Had it been just a second slower, Bruno could have easily altered his trajectory, not cutting in horizontally but rather darting diagonally forward. The distinction between lateral movement and diagonal penetration is substantial, at the very least. After moving laterally, Bruno would have had to alter his direction again to drive forward. One must concede that Real Madrid's defense was exceptionally meticulous. Bruno glanced over at the portly figure in the visiting team's technical area. Ancelotti appeared to be in high spirits, smiling smugly after witnessing his team thwart yet another Udinese attack. Surely, he was reveling in the success of his targeted defensive strategy. Bruno mused. Bruno could sense that Real Madrid's defensive focus was squarely on him and Di Natale, and they were managing this quite effectively, which had directly contributed to Udinese's passive start. What to do? If this continued, should Real Madrid score first, Udinese would find themselves in a precarious position. A strategy to breach their defense was imperative. Bruno desperately sought an opportunity. Soon, Real Madrid launched another wave of attacks. Cristiano unleashed a threatening long-range shot that narrowly grazed the post, startling all the Udinese fans. It was a near miss. Bruno soon found himself with an opportunity. This time, he appeared on the left side of the midfield. receiving the ball and swiftly charging forward, beating Cruz to deliver a precise through ball to Di Natale. However, as the Udinese captain attempted to shoot, he was thwarted by the interference of Pepe and Modric, causing him to misfire, sending the ball wide and rather absurdly so. Di Natale appeared quite frustrated. Having been sandwiched between the two defenders, he quickly spotted Bruno. After a somewhat defensive opening, Udinese's attacking engine had dropped back, leaving the central positions devoid of players during counterattacks. If either Bruno or Alan could surge forward swiftly with their long-range capabilities. Having collaborated for a year, Bruno had frequently provided Di Natale with passes. And Di Natale had often assisted Bruno, creating a mutual understanding between them. With a subtle nod, Di Natale indicated his intentions, and after a moment's hesitation, Bruno acquiesced. When Udinese regained possession and launched a counterattack, Bruno received the ball on the left flank, only to find the Welsh winger standing directly in his path, with Carvajal looming just beyond. With just a fleeting glance, Bruno was able to surmise that breaching the right flank defense of the two players alone would be an insurmountable challenge, especially with the ever-watchful Cruz lurking nearby. However, this time, Bruno's intention was to draw attention. Upon receiving the ball, he swiftly surged forward, driving directly towards Bale, compelling Real Madrid's defense to retreat progressively. As he approached the 30-meter mark, Bruno feigned a breakthrough, only to deftly change direction and cut inward with the ball. Cruz rushed in to intercept, but Bruno was quicker. With a deft touch of his right foot, he sent the ball into the center. A flash of realization struck the German midfielder. Oh no, they've fallen into the trap. Chapter 146. The unexpected Udinese. When Kant and Alan witnessed Bruno charging towards Bale, they instantly grasped his intent. This time, it was Alan, positioned perfectly, who made a rapid advance towards the edge of the penalty area. He had unwavering faith in Bruno's ability to deliver the ball. This confidence stemmed from their year-long partnership. Indeed, Bruno seldom disappointed. As Alan burst into the 30-meter zone, he saw Bruno shake off Bale, outmaneuvering Cruz to deliver the ball right in front of him. Had it been anyone else, one might have exclaimed in frustration, "Why not pass it closer?" But in the heat of the match, Alan had no time for such thoughts. He pursued the ball with all his might. Trusting Bruno's skill, he understood that this pass was not merely routine. As Alan caught up to the ball, he suddenly comprehended Bruno's reasoning behind the pass. At that moment, he had created just enough distance from Modric. Meanwhile, Pepe and Ramos were preoccupied with Di Natale, leaving a clear path through Real Madrid's central defense. After stopping the ball with his right foot, Alan swiftly closed in and unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. The stadium reverberated with a resounding thud. And before anyone could react, the ball rocketed past the Real Madrid goalkeeper Casillas. The keeper scarcely had time to respond, bending slightly as the ball found the net. Goal, Alan. The goal has been scored. 1-0. A rapid counterattack from Udinese, with Bruno assisting Alan in finding the back of the net. A spectacular long-range shot from 20 meters out. As the Brazilian struck the ball, an overwhelming sense of certainty washed over him. He knew it was in. Upon witnessing the ball soar into Real Madrid's goal, he dashed towards the left, sprinting to embrace his young teammate Bruno in jubilation, carrying him towards the sidelines to celebrate this momentous goal, the first of the season for Udinese, and against none other than Real Madrid. Alan was utterly elated. The rest of the Udinese players quickly gathered around Bruno and Alan, celebrating this pivotal midfield goal that would significantly alleviate the pressure on their team. With his strategy bearing fruit, Bruno's confidence soared as he rallied his teammates. "They will focus on me. I'll draw their defense, and you all run. This is our game plan. Let us take them down." His teammates nodded in agreement, recognizing the opportunity at hand. The primary reason lay in the fact that Real Madrid had pushed too far forward. A goal conceded. Ancelotti's expression darkened in the opening 10 minutes. Real Madrid had dominated the field, yet they were caught off guard by a sudden goal. If they had been facing other teams, such as Barcelona or the defensively formidable Chelsea, Ancelotti might have opted for a more conservative approach. However, today, Real Madrid's opponent was Udinese, a team that, in Ancelotti's view, did not warrant a conservative strategy. He had meticulously studied Udinese, a team renowned for its attacking prowess but lamentably weak in defense. Facing such an opponent, Ancelotti felt confident that they could gain the upper hand in an offensive skirmish. With the formidable BBC trio and the World Cup Golden Boot winner, how could Udinese's offensive capabilities possibly compare? The Real Madrid players, clearly incensed by the conceded goal, were determined to retaliate. Having dominated possession and come close to scoring multiple times, they found it intolerable to have fallen behind to Udinese. Thus, their coach did not restrain them. They launched a more frenzied counteroffensive. The match unfolded with palpable intensity. Fans were thoroughly entertained, and before they knew it, 15 minutes had elapsed with the score still at 1 o'clock. However, the total number of shots taken by both teams had already reached 11, 7 from Real Madrid and 4 from Udinese. The foul count soared to 13, with Udinese committing 7 and Real Madrid 6. Further underscoring the match's intensity, Udinese had taken the lead, yet they could have opted for a more cautious and defensive approach in the ensuing minutes. Nevertheless, Guidolin chose to maintain an aggressive stance. Mirroring Real Madrid's offensive fervor, he aspired for victory, yearned for the championship, and desired for his team to emerge triumphant from this unyielding contest. Udinese was a young team, and a team's style and confidence are forged through experience. Lacking a storied history or glorious accolades, they possessed a squad brimming with talent. As a superclub boasting one of the most luxurious lineups in contemporary football, Real Madrid could not afford to adopt a conservative approach against the relatively obscure Udinese. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of the fans in the stands. Indeed, for the romantic supporters of Real Madrid, failing to secure a win against an underdog, especially without flair, would surely incite their ire. Oh, my God, this is undoubtedly the most exhilarating Super Cup match in recent years. The two teams collectively produced 27 shots, resulting in 3 goals. Truly spectacular. I am astonished by Udinese. I always believed I understood them and Coach Guidolin well. Yet even now, I find it hard to believe that in the attacking duel against Real Madrid, Udinese has held their own so resolutely. I eagerly anticipate their performance in the new season of the Champions League. Another commentator added, "Indeed, Udinese's performance has been remarkably surprising. They could be the biggest surprise of this season's Champions League." As the commentators discussed these developments, the first half concluded, and the electronic scoreboard at Cardiff City Stadium displayed the score, 2-1. In the 30th minute, Bale delivered a cross from the left, and Cristiano Ronaldo, lurking at the back post, slotted it home, equalizing the score at 1-1. However, merely 10 minutes later, with Di Natale assisting Bruno, the score was reversed. 2-1. This was the final score of the first half. In the press box, discussions erupted as Udinese's performance astonished everyone. Many believe that Udinese and Real Madrid belong to entirely different tiers. Without any external factors, the La Liga giants could easily vanquish Udinese. Yet, the 2-1 halftime score and the 12-15 shot ratio told a different story. Udinese not only led in score but also held their ground impressively against Real Madrid. Furthermore, the displays of the two young midfielders, Kant and Allen, both just 23, astounded many, as they formed a formidable barrier in front of Udinese's penalty area. It could be said that without the tenacious interceptions of Kant and Allen, Udinese might have been thoroughly overwhelmed. A journalist from Marca remarked, "In this match, those two midfielders from Udinese truly shone. It is said that one cost Udinese €500,000, while the other merely €3 million. Yet their performances rivaled that of Modric and Kroos. In contrast, Modric and Kroos together cost Real Madrid €65 million. Truly unbelievable." During halftime, Guidolin praised his players' performances. Whether in terms of Udinese's play on the pitch or the scoreline, he felt he could not demand more. "Well done. Let us continue this way in the second half." Before the second half commenced, Guidolin offered Kant some advice in the players' tunnel. "N'Golo, you took on too much of the defensive responsibility in the first half. Real Madrid will lose their vigilance towards your offensive threats. In the second half, when the opportunity arises, feel free to push closer to their penalty area. If a chance presents itself, do attempt a long-range shot. It might yield results." Guidolin patted the French midfielder's shoulder. Kant nodded, but inwardly he was skeptical. Did he truly believe that having scored an unexpected long-range goal last season made him a long-range shooting expert? However, whatever the coach says, he simply nods and listens. Following the commencement of the second half, Udinese maintained a formidable offensive stance, boldly engaging in a shootout with Real Madrid. The midfield trio for Real Madrid today consisted of the Croatian maestro Luka Modric, the Brazilian World Cup Golden Boot winner James Rodriguez, and the German World Cup champion midfield linchpin Toni Kroos up front. They boasted the world-renowned BBC trio of Bale, Benzema, and Cristiano Ronaldo. On paper, these 6 individuals are illustrious star players. Yet Guidolin swiftly discerned the primary issue plaguing this Real Madrid squad. Their midfield defense was alarmingly feeble. Most critically, they lacked depth. Neither Modric nor Kroos are the type of tenacious defensive midfielders. And with James Rodriguez, whose defensive prowess is virtually non-existent, this midfield combination proved wholly inadequate to thwart Udinese's onslaught. In fact, Ancelotti was well aware of this predicament, yet he possessed his own confidence. Rooted in Real Madrid's world-class defensive line, the central defensive partnership of Pepe and Ramos could compensate for the midfield's defensive deficiencies. Moreover, in this match, offense was paramount, with the BBC trio leading the attack. And the likes of Rodriguez, Modric, and Kroos in midfield, it would be folly for Real Madrid to engage in a defensive battle with Udinese. The Galacticos unleashed their full offensive might against Udinese. Ancelotti furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Something is not right. Ancelotti had deployed a daring lineup signaling a strong attacking intent, aiming to engage Udinese in a shootout, as attacking was Real Madrid's forte. His objective was achieved. Indeed, when he observed Udinese fearlessly trading blows with Real Madrid, Ancelotti felt a sense of pride. That old rascal Guidolin thinks he can challenge me, however, he now realized that the outcome diverged from his expectations. The multitude of errors was the most unfavorable indication. When Udinese faltered, their young players, like eager calves, energetically pressed for the ball, entangling with their opponents, thereby delaying Real Madrid's counterattacks. In contrast, once Real Madrid lost possession, although their players would attempt to regain it, their efforts often appeared more performative than earnest. Furthermore, one could hardly expect Modric and Kroos, those two celebrated stars, to exert themselves in ball retrieval like the industrious Kant and Allen. In the 61st minute, Guidolin made a substitution, replacing the somewhat fatigued team captain Di Natale with Muriel. Although Di Natale did not participate in the World Cup in Brazil with Italy, he was nearing the age of 37 and could now only manage 60 to 70 minutes of play. Meanwhile, Ancelotti swiftly made his own substitution, taking off the recently arrived World Cup Golden Boot winner Rodriguez and bringing on Isco. Both sides opted for adjustments on the attacking front. Guidolin stood on the sidelines, fixated on the pitch. His emotions soared. This was a genuine confrontation with Real Madrid, and the outcome of this match would significantly influence Udinese's morale for the new season. Successfully withstanding Real Madrid's might would serve as a baptism for Udinese's spirit and mindset. Yet, Guidolin could not entirely dismiss a sense of trepidation, for in comparison to Real Madrid's depth, the cards at his disposal were limited. Despite Udinese's first-team roster appearing to encompass nearly 30 players, the truly usable individuals were few. Currently, only Weidmont, Taylor, and Pingy on the bench seemed capable of making an impact. The former was swift and agile, possessing a degree of explosiveness, while the latter was tenacious and could be called upon for defensive duties. The player in between had only recently joined in the summer, and his capabilities remained untested. In stark contrast, Real Madrid's bench boasted attacking talents such as Di Maria, Xabi Alonso, and the promising youth Gs. Guidolin mused. While Real Madrid's lineup was indeed superior to Udinese, it did not appear overwhelmingly so. Moreover, he was aware of the numerous transfer rumors surrounding Di Maria and Alonso, uncertain if they would ultimately remain. However, Guidolin's confidence swelled as he genuinely sensed this iteration of Real Madrid might not be as formidable as anticipated. The substitute Muriel was exceptionally lively, with the Colombian's speed causing Modric considerable distress. Indeed, Guidolin seized upon Modric's vulnerability and launched a relentless assault. The 29-year-old Croatian was being put to the test. For a footballer, 29 is already on the cusp of veteran status. Although Modric's form remained commendable, he had participated in the World Cup in Brazil, where his team was eliminated in the group stage, leaving him without ample rest that summer. Now, Guidolin instructed several fervent youngsters to bombard him, a burden difficult to bear. First, Muriel utilized his speed to directly confront Modric, prompting the Croatian to resort to a pulling foul to halt his advance. Udinese earned a set-piece opportunity, but Bruno's free kick sailed over the crossbar. Shortly after, Kant surged forward with the ball, forcefully breaking through the center. Kroos attempted to intercept, but Kant delivered a pass to the left flank, where Guilherme advanced. As he progressed, he drew Carvajal's challenge, suddenly stopping, cutting inside, feigning a shot to attract Modric's intervention, then deftly flicking the ball past the Croatian midfielder, swiftly accelerating to the opposite side. A brilliant display of separation. Modric was left in disarray. Then, spectators witnessed a figure in black and white racing forward. Bruno Fernandes, without a touch, unleashed a powerful strike. Initially, Cruz, who was marking Bruno, was caught off guard by the latter's elusive movement and did not foresee that Guilherme, after a series of successful dribbles, would perform a backheel flick. Indeed, every Brazilian on the field possesses the potential to execute the unimaginable. Casillas, undoubtedly one of the finest goalkeepers in contemporary football, demonstrated remarkable reflexes, diving to make a save, successfully getting a hand to the ball. However, the strike's power was immense. The ball deflected off Casillas' left palm, losing some velocity but not halting its trajectory, curving toward the right post and into the net. Goal, Bruno Fernandes. The Portuguese player scored a spectacular long-range shot, marking his second goal of the match. Following his goal, Bruno was ecstatic, turning and sprinting toward the stands, waving his arms and shouting. Cardiff City Stadium, a modest venue with a capacity of just over 26,000, was somewhat distant from Italy, resulting in a modest turnout of Udinese supporters. Yet they offered Bruno the warmest applause. In the 69th minute, Bruno completed his brace, propelling Udinese to a 3-1 lead. For Real Madrid to stage a comeback, they would need to net 3 more goals in the remaining time. It must be said, the attacking prowess of this Real Madrid squad was indeed formidable. In the 82nd minute, Cruz and Benzema exchanged passes, and Cristiano Ronaldo burst into the left side of the box, unleashing a powerful left-footed shot. Udinese goalkeeper Canizares managed to deflect the ball, yet it still found its way into the net. Following Bruno's brace, another Portuguese player on the pitch also achieved a double of his own. This match had evolved into a showdown between two Portuguese stars. In fact, both teams featured Portuguese players playing pivotal roles. In Real Madrid's lineup, alongside Ronaldo, were Pepe and Cointreau as starters. On the Udinese side, Cancelo also started, albeit positioned as a left-back due to the injury of Brazilian left-back Silva during training, rendering him unable to participate. This was poised to be one of the most thrilling European Super Cup matches in recent years, remarked Martin Tyler. There was still time, still an opportunity, the Madrid commentator exclaimed. Just 2 goals needed. There was time left, 2 goals could turn the tide. We can do it. We are Real Madrid. This moment. The match had entered the 83rd minute, accounting for potential stoppage time. Approximately 10 minutes remained. Scoring 2 goals in 10 minutes might be a daunting task for other teams, but for Real Madrid, it seemed far from impossible. Thus, the Madrid commentator expressed hopeful anticipation, voicing his excitement. Meanwhile, Ancelotti was actively orchestrating his substitutions to bolster the offensive effort. Di Maria and Marcelo were brought onto the pitch, while Modric and Cointreau were withdrawn. It was evident that Ancelotti was determined to go all out. In a Udinese attack, Bruno had just traversed the halfway line with the ball when Cruz brought him down. The referee blew the whistle, awarding Udinese a free kick in the attacking zone. As Udinese swiftly executed a free kick, Cani sent the ball forth, and Muriel cleverly headed it on. Guilherme, who was initially expected to roam the left flank, unexpectedly switched to the right, charging directly towards Cruz. With a deft flick of his left foot, Guilherme accelerated, halted abruptly, and flicked the ball again, darting forward once more. His successive sudden stops left Cruz gasping for breath, and as Guilherme launched himself for a third time. Cruz could only watch helplessly as Guilherme surged away with the ball. The 24-year-old German midfielder, who had once lifted the World Cup with the national team in Brazil, had transferred to Real Madrid and had barely found rest throughout the summer. After nearly 90 minutes of play, his stamina was all but depleted, struggling to keep pace. Just moments ago, he had fouled Bruno out of sheer inability to match Bruno's advancing steps. Guilherme charged forward with the ball. He deftly evaded the pursuits of Isco and Marcelo, drawing Ramos into the fray to intercept before delivering a lateral pass. Muriel, facing the onrushing Casillas, did not hesitate for a moment, unselfishly passing to the better-positioned Bruno, who, at the edge of the penalty area, executed a low shot into the bottom right corner of the net. 4-2, Bruno netted Udinese's 4th goal of the match, altering the scoreline to 4-2. While simultaneously completing his hat-trick. 4-2, Udinese had surged ahead once more. The goalscorer was Udinese's number 8, Bruno Fernandes, who had performed a hat-trick in this match. An unbelievable game. An astonishing Bruno Fernandes. An incredible Udinese. In the media area of Cardiff City Stadium, commentators from around the globe erupted in various languages. If last season Udinese's triumph in both the Coppa Italia and the Europa League, coupled with their 3rd-place finish in Serie A, had merely drawn the world's attention to them as dark horses, Then today's legitimate clash against the supergiant Real Madrid, where Udinese scored 4 goals. Leading by 2, undeniably turned heads. I have long asserted that Udinese should not be viewed merely as a dark horse. The team, meticulously crafted by coach Guidolin over 4 years, possesses the capability to astonish all. In the previous 3 seasons, they had consistently ranked among the top in Serie A. The arrival of Bruno Fernandes last summer filled the most crucial gap for Udinese, transforming them from mere disruptors into a championship contender. I must commend Muriel. The Colombian truly exemplified selflessness. He could have taken a solo shot, yet he chose to pass to the better positioned Bruno Fernandes, embodying the spirit of Udinese and the ethos of coach Guidolin's squad. Where camaraderie thrives, the camera zoomed in on Bruno embracing Muriel, expressing gratitude for his Colombian partner's unselfish assist. The cheers from the stands of Cardiff City Stadium reverberated from the moment Bruno completed his hat trick until the final whistle. Subsequently, Guidolin substituted Guilherme and Vidmont with Badu and Pizzella to bolster defensive strength. In contrast to the more offensively inclined Guilherme and Vidmont, Badu and Pizzella brought greater match experience, enhancing defensive solidity. With victory nearly secured, Guidolin prudently opted to wind down the game. Although Serie A would not commence until the last day of August, and the Italian Super Cup was not held before the season, Udinese's season officially began today. In the ensuing 2 weeks, preceding the new season, Udinese must compete in 2 Champions League qualifying matches against Athletic Bilbao, last season's 4th-place team in La Liga, a notoriously tough opponent. Udinese must triumph over Athletic Bilbao to advance to the main stage of the Champions League. Ancelotti shouted instructions from the sidelines as Real Madrid sought every possible means to score. Although it was merely a preparatory European Super Cup match, a defeat to Udinese would inevitably invite significant criticism and pressure upon his team. Nevertheless, Real Madrid could not breach Udinese's defense until the final whistle, resignedly accepting a 2-4 outcome. When the referee blew the final whistle, the cheers at Cardiff City Stadium were thunderous, as over 10,000 Udinese fans rejoiced, embraced, and shouted in ecstatic celebration. In a match against the illustrious Real Madrid, Udinese triumphed with a score of 4-2. Could one have believed such a scenario in times past? Yet this spectacle unfolded before the eyes of the world. On August 12, 2014, Udinese defeated Real Madrid 4-2 in the European Super Cup, achieving a stunning upset and lifting the 2014 European Super Cup trophy. This marked Udinese's 3rd championship in 2014. Cristiano Ronaldo stood before Bruno, his expression stern as he extended his hand. "Congratulations? You won." Bruno smiled, about to speak, but Cristiano waved him off. "No need for consolation. I don't require insincere sympathy." Bruno was at a loss for words. Cristiano was indeed a peculiar character. He had intended to offer a few comforting words. Never mind. Since Cristiano had articulated his stance, Bruno acquiesced, saying sincerely, "I understand. I know the feeling of standing on the runner-up podium." Cristiano chuckled bitterly, detesting silver medals and 2nd place, believing that only champions should receive trophies and gold medals, deeming the distribution of silver medals to runners-up as akin to rubbing salt in the wound, a public humiliation once more. At that moment, Cristiano held this sentiment. Regardless, Bruno's demeanor satisfied Cristiano. The young man did not gloat after victory. This had always been his character. Last year, when he was selected for the Portuguese national team, he had been exceedingly polite to every veteran. As Cristiano pondered this, Cancelo inquired of Bruno, "Bruno, when did you ever finish as a runner-up?" Since the Toulon tournament last summer, the two had been on the same team, and he could not recall Bruno ever finishing 2nd. "Never." Bruno shook his head. "Then where do you draw your feelings of being a runner-up from?" Cancelo pressed. Bruno replied earnestly, "I watch the awards ceremonies on television. I empathize deeply." After a pause, Bruno added, "Imagine yourself as that forlorn figure receiving the silver medal, and you will yearn even more intensely for victory, cherishing every opportunity before the final whistle." Cancelo, moved by Bruno's words, found them profoundly insightful, and then he asked, "What if we lose to Real Madrid and only finish as runners-up?" Failure is the mother of success. Even in defeat, life must go on. Bruno nonchalantly clapped his hands, dismissing the concern. The players of Real Madrid were the first to receive their medals. Bruno conversed with Ramos, the captain of Real Madrid, who was awaiting his turn to be awarded. Having risen through Sevilla's youth academy and having spent 2 seasons with the first team, he reflected, 3 months ago, I watched from the stands as Sevilla was defeated by you in the Europa League. Now, I experienced the taste of defeat on the pitch. Yes, all right. You will grow accustomed to it, Bruno jested. You're really asking for it, Ramos retorted with annoyance. Bruno burst into laughter, feeling extraordinarily buoyant. To be able to jest with the captain of Real Madrid felt like a triumph in itself. Welcome to the world of revenge, Bruno chuckled. Tio Ramos. This smile appeared rather infuriating, reminiscent of Cristiano and Pepe, making him wonder if all Portuguese were so irksome. After the entire Real Madrid team received their silver medals, it was Udinese's turn to ascend the stage. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Bruno, UEFA President Platini said, shaking Bruno's hand, visibly pleased. Your performance was exceptional, a hat trick. You deserve the victory and the trophy. The two exchanged pleasantries. The pinnacle moment arrived as Udinese captain Antonio Di Natale received the European Super Cup trophy from UEFA President Platini. And amidst the countdown of 3, 2, 1 from his teammates, he raised the trophy high in that instant. Black and white confetti rained down from above the podium. The players dashed forward, chasing and embracing the trophy, repeatedly lifting it high, inciting thunderous cheers from the fans. Chapter 149. Not for sale. Witnessing Real Madrid's defeat by Udinese and their subsequent lifting of the championship trophy, Florentino, seated in the executive box, wore a somber expression. Observing over 10,000 Udinese fans chanting the name of that young player, a particular thought surged strongly within Florentino. In his memory, Real Madrid had been very close to acquiring that young talent last summer. However, Udinese emerged as the ultimate victor, their bid surpassing that of Real Madrid. Over the past year, the young talent has excelled in Serie A, aiding Udinese in securing a commendable third place, as well as triumphing in both the Coppa Italia and the UEFA Europa League, ultimately culminating in the acquisition of the UEFA Super Cup. Florentino is left to ponder whether, had Real Madrid invested a few million euros more last summer to bring this young prodigy to the Bernabeu, they could have vanquished Atletico Madrid and thus claimed the La Liga, Copa del Rey, and UEFA Champions League titles. Furthermore, it seems plausible that Real Madrid could emerge victorious in today's match, potentially making them quadruple champions if, in the near future, Real Madrid manages to defeat Atletico Madrid in the Spanish Super Cup, alongside the Club World Cup at year's end. Could they not also aspire to become the six-time champions of 2014? Setting aside past considerations, the current match alone casts a shadow over the performances of Toni Kroos, acquired for 30 million, and James Rodriguez, brought in for 80 million, both of whom seem pale in comparison to this young star. The thought of acquiring this young talent has been ignited in Florentino's mind, who is contemplating the feasibility of such a notion. This summer, despite Real Madrid having already spent nearly 120 million on transfers, they find themselves in a somewhat precarious financial situation. However, after offloading a few players, they might still manage to secure a sum sufficient to acquire this prodigy. With this in mind, Florentino turns to Udinese's owner, Gianpaolo Pozzo, and states, Gianpaolo, sell me that young lad. Gianpaolo Pozzo, who had been joyfully watching the Udinese players celebrate their victory, momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehended Florentino's intent and responded, I'm afraid, Mr. Pires, that Bruno is not for sale. That a frown crossed Florentino's face. Does Udinese truly possess the luxury of declaring someone as non-transferable? 60 million. Florentino proposed a figure. Pozzo shook his head, reiterating, as I mentioned, Mr. Pires, Bruno is our non-transferable asset. Florentino, now visibly displeased, raised his offer once more, 80 million. Pozzo was taken aback. This man truly was astonishingly affluent. Real Madrid had already shelled out nearly 120 million this summer, and now he was casually proposing 80 million, a staggering total of 200 million. Udinese, after all these years, might not have amassed such wealth. Truth be told, Pozzo was indeed tempted. Though Udinese is often dubbed Europe's black market, they typically engage in low-cost acquisitions followed by profitable sales, with only a handful of players exceeding the 10 million mark. The sale of Bruno would yield an immediate 80 million, equivalent to several years' worth of revenue. Even after deducting the 25 million spent on acquiring Bruno last summer, Udinese would still net a profit of 55 million, a net gain of 55 million in just 1 year, alongside 3 championship trophies. What a lucrative deal. For a fleeting moment, Pozzo genuinely contemplated acquiescing. Yet, he resisted the temptation, regretfully stating, Mr. Pires, Bruno truly is not for sale. Florentino's displeasure grew. He couldn't fathom that Udinese, notorious for their dealings, could genuinely have any non-transferable players. If someone were to purchase the entire Udinese club, should the offer be right, this Italian businessman would undoubtedly sell without hesitation. Let alone a single player. He restrained his frustration and inquired, "What would it take for you to part with that lad?" Gianpaolo Pozzo gritted his teeth and replied, "We recently renewed Bruno's contract, which includes a buyout clause of 120 million. Florentino could hardly contain his expletives. FK, why don't you go rob a bank?" Last summer, Real Madrid had acquired the two-time PFA Player of the Year, Gareth Bale, for merely 100 million. And now this Italian fellow was insisting on 120 million for a mere 20-year-old? Admittedly, the young man's recent performance has been nothing short of phenomenal, finishing 5th in the Serie A scoring charts, leading in assists, and emerging as the prime candidate for Serie A's Player of the Year, not to mention being the top scorer and assist provider in the Europa League finals, along with the finals MVP title. However, even so, 120 million seemed excessive. Florentino vowed never to engage in negotiations with that avaricious Italian businessman again. Guido Lin, in a post-match press conference, remarked on the game, "He is an extraordinary player. It's hard to believe he will only turn 20 next month. Yet, he has already led our team to victory against Real Madrid with a hat-trick." Securing the UEFA Super Cup. Of course, this achievement is not solely his doing. Every member of our team has worked diligently, and this victory is a testament to our collective effort, which we all take pride in. He is the leader of our team, and the role of a leader is paramount for any squad. Losing a leader signifies a regression in competitiveness, a reality no one wishes to confront. Therefore, we shall exert every effort to persuade him to stay, though the professional league is ever evolving. This was interpreted by the media as an acknowledgement from Guido Lin that retaining Bruno would be a formidable challenge, especially after tonight's match, where Bruno's hat-trick is certain to captivate European football. Any clubs that previously harbored doubts about his capabilities can now rest assured. This will undoubtedly amplify the speculation surrounding Bruno's potential departure. Despite his recent contract renewal with Udinese, Guido Lin has grown accustomed to this reality. After all, it is well understood that a talent like Bruno cannot remain at Udinese indefinitely. As the head coach, Guido Lin knows he cannot guarantee the permanence of any player, as every team member is susceptible to being poached should the price be right. Regarding a match against a team like Real Madrid, Guido Lin believes that adopting a purely defensive strategy is misguided. The team must prioritize offense, much like Udinese did tonight. In fact, we had opportunities to secure a larger margin of victory. We had 2 golden chances during the match, but regrettably, we squandered them, which is something we must address. In stark contrast to Guido Lin's elation following the victory, Real Madrid's coach, Ancelotti, found himself under fire from the media, facing criticism and scrutiny. Ancelotti asserted that the team's 2-4 defeat in the UEFA Super Cup was not the end of the world, as it was merely a pre-season match. "We have made significant strides in the summer transfer market, and I am confident we will experience a resurgence in the new season." Ancelotti further noted that Udinese is not the weak team that outsiders portray, but rather a highly competitive squad. Especially Bruno, who no longer needs to prove his worth to anyone. Now, when football fans discuss their favorite players, Bruno is undoubtedly among them, having delivered a phenomenal performance at Cardiff City Stadium tonight. He possesses the ability to score, along with exceptional assist capabilities and remarkable, consistent dribbling skills. These are his greatest assets, as he is the type of player who can completely alter the course of a match in mere seconds. Regrettably, despite our defenders' best efforts tonight, they were unable to withstand Bruno's formidable offense. Regarding the speculation that Bruno may transfer to Real Madrid this summer, Ancelotti expressed his welcome. Spain's football style suits him perfectly, and Real Madrid is the finest platform in the world, boasting an assembly of the globe's most exceptional stars. I believe he will become one of the greatest players in the world here. However, Ancelotti quickly shifted his tone, stating that while Bruno is the dream player of every coach, unfortunately, he currently belongs to Udinese. Yet, all the media present disregarded his final courteous remark, focusing instead on his earlier statement. Many journalists had already begun to envision headlines. Real Madrid's coach raises both hands in welcome for Bruno's arrival at the Galacticos. The Super Cup hero conquers Real Madrid with a hat-trick. To everyone's mind, Bruno's transfer to Real Madrid seemed inevitable, especially since Ancelotti had publicly expressed his welcome for Bruno. Coupled with tonight's hat-trick in the UEFA Super Cup, Bruno's move to the Galacticos appeared to be a foregone conclusion. What the audience remains unaware of, however, is that within the suite at Cardiff City Stadium, Udinese's owner has already declined Real Madrid's overtures in an entirely different manner. This marks Udinese's second foray into the UEFA Champions League group stage in its history. The previous instance occurring 9 years ago during the 2005 to 2006 season, when they advanced through the qualifying rounds as the fourth-place team in Serie A. At long last, this year, they have the opportunity to participate in the prestigious tournament for the second time in their history. Consequently, all 32 teams for this season's Champions League are finalized, eagerly awaiting the impending group draw. Due to the failure of traditional powerhouses Manchester United, AC Milan, and Inter Milan to secure qualification for this season's Champions League, Porto has ascended to the status of a top-seeded team, while Manchester City and Zenit St. Petersburg have been designated as second-seeded teams. The 8 first-seeded teams consist of Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Chelsea, Benfica, Atletico Madrid, Arsenal, and Porto. The 8 second-seeded teams include Schalke 04, Borussia Dortmund, Juventus, Paris Saint-Germain, Shakhtar Donetsk, Basel, Zenit, and Manchester City. Although Udinese triumphed in the Europa League last season, their historically poor performance relegates them to the third-seed tier. Alongside Bayer Leverkusen, Olympiacos, CSKA Moscow, Ajax, Liverpool, Sporting Lisbon, and Galatasaray. The remaining 8 teams, Anderlecht, Roma, AEK Athens, Bate Borisov, Ludogorets, Maribor, Monaco, and Malmo, automatically fall into the fourth-seed category. The UEFA group draw ceremony is scheduled for midday on August 28, following the conclusion of the draw. The UEFA Best Male and Female Player Awards from the previous season will be presented. For Udinese, this is a relatively favorable draw. Apart from Real Madrid, their other 2 opponents, Basel and Ludogorets, are considered to be of lesser strength. Thus, Udinese has a substantial chance of contesting for the second spot in the group. Of particular interest to the media is the prospect of Bruno challenging Real Madrid at the Bernabeu, where the 2 Portuguese stars, Cristiano Ronaldo and Bruno, may come face-to-face in the Champions League arena. Current circumstances suggest this is a highly likely scenario, especially since Real Madrid recently sold Di Maria to Premier League giants Manchester United for €75 million, and negotiations for Xabi Alonso's transfer to Bayern Munich are underway. These moves are viewed as preparations by Real Madrid for a last-minute signing of Bruno, as they gather funds and create space for his arrival. After the conclusion of the Champions League group draw, the UEFA Best Female and Male Player Awards for the 2013 to 2014 season were announced. The 3 candidates for Best Female Player hailed from Bundesliga's Wolfsburg, with Nadine Kessler ultimately triumphing over her teammates Emler and Fischer. The award for Best Male Player went to Cristiano Ronaldo, who outperformed Bayern's Neuer and Robben. Last season, Ronaldo propelled Real Madrid to significant progress, culminating in the conquest of both the Champions League and the Copa del Rey. Real Madrid achieved the remarkable feat of 10 Champions League titles, while Ronaldo himself secured the Champions League Golden Boot, setting a new record with 17 goals in a single season. Previously, scoring 10 goals in a season was often sufficient for claiming the Golden Boot, and the record of 14 goals set by AC Milan legend Altafini had stood for 51 years. However, since the onset of the Messi-Ronaldo era, Messi equaled this record in 2012, and now Ronaldo has eclipsed it by 3 goals. Moreover, the record Ronaldo established was accomplished not through sheer appearances, but in just 11 Champions League matches, averaging an astonishing 1.55 goals per game. Such accomplishments have made Ronaldo the frontrunner for the 2014 FIFA Ballon d'Or, even in a World Cup year. This is, of course, significantly influenced by the fact that the victorious German squad lacked a true superstar among its ranks, with the most notable player being goalkeeper Neuer. As the last weekend of August 2014 arrived, Serie A officially commenced. In the opening match on the afternoon of the 30th, reigning champions Juventus secured a 1-0 away victory against Chievo, marking a successful start. Shortly thereafter, Roma triumphed in a high-stakes encounter at home against Fiorentina. On the afternoon of the 31st, AC Milan also celebrated a resounding 3-1 home victory over Lazio, while last season's dark horse, Verona, ended in a goalless draw against Atalanta away from home. The remaining 6 matches kicked off simultaneously at 8:45 p.m. on the 31st, with Udinese facing newly promoted Empoli. For Udinese, this was a favorable arrangement. However, the second-place team from Serie B last season proved to be quite tenacious at the Friuli Stadium, as Udinese struggled to breach their defense in the first half, only breaking the deadlock in the 57th minute. A swift counterattack saw Bruno orchestrate a midfield pass to Muriel, who then assisted Di Natale, allowing the Udinese captain to score into an empty net. Once the initial hurdle was overcome, it took just 5 minutes for Udinese to secure their second goal. A brilliant assist from Bruno set up Di Natale, whose long-range shot found the bottom right corner, marking a brace for him and extending Udinese's lead to 2 goals. This ultimately became the final scoreline. With the 2-goal victory, Udinese positioned themselves third in the standings, trailing only AC Milan and Roma, who also had a goal difference of 2, with AC Milan having scored 3 goals and Roma benefiting from alphabetic precedence. In this encounter between Udinese and Empoli, Portugal's newly appointed head coach Fernando Santos was present in the stands at the Friuli Stadium. Clearly, he was there to scout Bruno. In August, the Portuguese Football Federation announced Santos as the new head coach of the national team. Following his success with the Greek national team, leading them to the knockout stage of the World Cup in Brazil, where they were ultimately defeated by the tournament's surprise package, Costa Rica, in the round of 16. In fact, Santos had attended Udinese's last 3 matches, including the UEFA Super Cup against Real Madrid and 2 Champions League qualifiers against Athletic Bilbao. He was thoroughly pleased with Bruno's performances across these 4 matches, which naturally correlates with Bruno's exceptional display in the UEFA Super Cup against Real Madrid. Bruno netted a hat-trick and assisted another goal, almost single-handedly guiding his team to a 4-2 victory over the Galacticos, eclipsing even Portugal's top star, Cristiano Ronaldo, in the limelight. Nevertheless, Guidolin has no intention of appointing a third captain. Given Bruno's remarkable consistency, coupled with the veteran prowess of Di Natale, it is rare for both to be absent from the pitch simultaneously. In the opening round of Serie A, while Bruno only recorded 1 assist, his impact was far beyond what mere statistics could convey, evidenced by him being awarded the man of the match title instead of Di Natale, who scored twice. From his midfield position, he exhibited formidable control, and alongside Kant and Allen, they completely subdued Empoli, ensuring that the newly promoted side posed no threat to Udinese's goal throughout the match. As the first round of Serie A concluded, it heralded the arrival of the first international break of the new season. On the afternoon of September 1 St. local time in Portugal, the new national team roster was announced, with Bruno prominently featured. Not only that, but his fellow Portuguese teammate Cancelo from Udinese also made the cut. Clearly, Santos was assessing Bruno while simultaneously observing Cancelo's performance. Chapter 151. The true debut of the Portuguese national team on the evening of September 1, 2014, local European time, the summer transfer window across various countries in Europe closed. However, the much-hyped transfer of Bruno to Real Madrid, which had been speculated throughout the summer by the media, remained unconfirmed. At this moment, fans realized they had been misled by these unscrupulous media outlets for an entire summer. Nonetheless, Udinese supporters were elated, as they would enjoy Bruno for another season. During this international break, Portugal had only 1 match scheduled, the first round of the qualifying group for the 2016 European Championship, where Portugal would host Albania. According to the previous draw, Portugal was grouped with Albania, Denmark, Serbia, and Armenia in Group I, the only group among the 9 that consisted of only 5 teams. Due to the restructuring of the European Championship, the final tournament expanded from 16 to 24 teams, leading to significant changes in the qualification rules. The top 2 teams from each of the 9 groups, along with the best third-place team, would qualify directly for the final tournament. The remaining 8 third-place teams would face off in a 2-leg knockout round, with 4 victors advancing. For Portugal, the sole objective was to secure the top spot in the group. Although the national team's FIFA ranking dropped from 4th to 11th following a dismal World Cup performance, they remained the highest-ranked team in Group I, a testament to their superiority over their opponents. Nevertheless, the other 4 teams in the group were no pushovers. Denmark is ranked 26th, Serbia holds the 31st position, Armenia is at 36th, while Albania's ranking is relatively low at 70th. Regarding this edition of the European Championship, Bruno initially paid attention to the matches in the final round, recalling how Portugal, under a peculiar tournament format, almost effortlessly advanced to the finals. This led to many critics mockingly suggesting that Cristiano Ronaldo merely stumbled into the finals, and even strolled his way to the championship as he played very little time in the final due to injury. However, concerning the qualifiers, Bruno was uncertain about the situation. Nevertheless, given Portugal's overwhelming superiority, it was reasonable to expect them to secure the top spot in their group without much difficulty. For the Portuguese, the bad news was that their star player, Cristiano Ronaldo, would miss this match due to injury. The silver lining was that Santos had included Bruno, who had been performing exceptionally well in Serie A, in the squad and unhesitatingly granted him a starting position, relegating the former first-choice attacking midfielder, Moutinho, To the bench.it is often said that a new ruler brings in new ministers. Although Santos's latest Portuguese lineup did not differ significantly from Binto's in terms of the squad list, the starting 11 saw multiple changes, with the midfield trio entirely replaced by players all born in the 1990s. William Carvalho from 1992, Ender Gomes from 1993, and the last being Bruno from 1994. For Bruno, this was an extraordinarily special day. The match commenced at 7:45 p.m. local time on September 7, just over 4 hours before his 20th birthday. Thus, the outcome of this match would serve as a birthday gift to himself. However, as the game began, Bruno sensed that something was amiss. This Portuguese team felt utterly unfamiliar to him. The only somewhat familiar face was Ender Gomes, with whom he had been teammates during last summer's Toulon tournament and the U20 World Cup. Additionally, he had faced Pepe and Cointreau in the European Super Cup the previous month. The rest of the players were merely acquaintances from a brief 2-day training session prior to the match, leaving Bruno entirely unaware of their playing styles, resulting in a distinct lack of synergy on the field. In contrast, Albania exhibited a commendable sense of cohesion. Fortunately, their limited capabilities and relatively simplistic style allowed Portugal to quickly regain composure, thwarting several attempts by their opponents to exploit the spaces behind. The Portuguese players engaged in extensive movement and pressing in the midfield and attack, which left the Albanian team struggling to adapt, leading to frequent errors. The most critical mistake occurred in the 12th minute, following a series of passes between Bruno and Nani. Nani's shot from just outside the penalty area was magnificently saved by the opposing goalkeeper. However, 9 minutes later, a defensive lapse from Portugal allowed the Albanian team to seize an opportunity, but they squandered a clear chance by failing to control the ball properly. The first half concluded with a score of 0-0. During halftime, head coach Fernando Santos acknowledged the team's performance in the first half but encouraged them to strive for greater effort, asserting that Portugal's individual talents surpassed those of Albania, thus presenting a significant opportunity for victory. Before the start of the second half, Santos replaced the underperforming winger, Vieirinha, with the young Cavaleiro, hoping to see a change in dynamics. However, Albania adjusted their tactics in the second half, actively pressing the midfield and capitalizing on Portugal's passing errors, leading to a series of mistakes from the already unfamiliar Portuguese players. In the 51st minute, Roche broke through on the right flank, delivering a cross that saw Balaj evade Pepe's defense to volley the ball into the net. 0-1, Portugal found themselves trailing on home soil. At this point, Fernando Santos could no longer remain passive. He swiftly substituted Ricardo Oliveira for the error-prone William Carvalho to bolster the attack. Throughout the match, Bruno faced intense marking from the Albanian side. It was evident that Albania recognized Bruno's capabilities and were wary of him, consciously enhancing their defensive focus on him. Yet, considering Albania's FIFA ranking of 70th, Bruno perceived ample gaps in their defense, making it relatively easy for him to exploit them. In the first half, Bruno had delivered several promising passes, but his teammates either failed to grasp his intentions or could not capitalize on the opportunities, resulting in no goals. His teammates were equally unfamiliar with Bruno's playing style, causing their passes to him to frequently go awry. With this in mind, a thought crossed Bruno's mind. Since Albania was so focused on him, he could take on the role of drawing defensive attention, thereby creating opportunities for his teammates. After shifting his approach, Bruno continued to run vigorously, consistently positioning himself in the spaces left open by the defense, drawing attention before passing to teammates in less guarded areas. This transformation in Bruno's play immediately altered the dynamics on the pitch for Portugal. As the saying goes, a person's name reflects their shadow. The Portuguese media extensively covered Bruno's achievements at Udinese, and his teammates expressed great admiration for this younger player. This admiration inclined them to pass the ball to Bruno. Following his role change, Bruno revitalized the Portuguese attack in the midfield and forward positions. When the game reached the 60th minute, Bruno suddenly found himself in an open space on the left flank. Nani promptly passed the ball to him, and Bruno deftly controlled it before turning to pursue the ball. This unexpected move startled the Albanian defenders, causing 3 of them to converge on him, leaving Nani unmarked on the right. At that moment, Bruno executed a precise through ball, sending the ball directly into Nani's path. Initially hesitating about whether to make a run, Nani was taken by surprise at the pass and quickly sprinted after the ball. As he closed in, he was elated to find himself surrounded by no defenders, with teammates already positioned within the penalty area. 1. Just 3 minutes after conceding, Portugal swiftly equalized. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause. The goal scorer, Duer, rushed towards Nani, embracing his teammate vigorously, while the rest of the Portuguese players joined in the celebration. This goal was immensely significant for the Portuguese team, as they were acutely aware of the pressure they would face had they lost to the Group S weakest team. Albania, at home. Following Portugal's equalizer, Albania grew anxious and committed more resources to their offense. However, Portugal excelled at counterattacking, and given Albania's simplistic attacking approach, defending against them proved manageable. With their defense solidified, Portugal began to effectively execute counterattacks. In the 68th minute, right-back Pereira surged forward to assist in the attack, and once again, Bruno raised his hand for the ball. After controlling it, he took a couple of lateral steps and delivered a diagonal pass to the left flank, where Nani, unmarked, wasted no time in unleashing a powerful strike. The ball found its way into the Albanian net once more. 2-1. Portugal had taken the lead. If Bruno's contribution had been less apparent in the first goal, it became abundantly clear in Nani's goal, particularly through his vision and passing ability, which enabled the team to swiftly transition the ball from the right to the left flank, catching their opponents off guard. 3-1. When Bruno sent the ball into the Albanian net, the entire Stadio de Luz erupted in euphoria. 60,000 home fans erupted in a deafening cheer, making the stadium feel as though it had experienced an earthquake. In this match, with Cristiano Ronaldo sidelined due to injury, the Portuguese fans' greatest anticipation centered on Bruno's performance. In the first half, Bruno's lack of synergy with his teammates led to an average display. But in the second half, he took command of the match. After Portugal initially fell behind, he contributed a goal and an assist, as well as instigating another, playing a pivotal role in all three of Portugal's goals. A performance that could only be described as flawless. The elated Portuguese fans expressed their exuberance by celebrating Bruno's first goal for the national team with fervor. Meanwhile, viewers at home noticed that the cameras panned to the stands, where fans held up a sign reading "Happy Birthday, Bruno." Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the sign was being held by a young girl. If Bruno were to catch sight of the sign, he would discover that the girl was none other than his girlfriend, Anna. As a high-achieving student, she had been accepted into the prestigious University of Lisbon, currently in her third year. The University of Lisbon is one of Portugal's renowned institutions, holding a status comparable to that of Tsinghua and Peking University in China. This was also one of the reasons Anna's proposal to drop out and move to Italy to be with him had been met with Bruno's refusal. At that moment, Bruno found himself uncertain about how to navigate his relationship with his girlfriend. Furthermore, given that Anna was attending one of the premier institutions in Portugal, she managed to dissuade him from pursuing any other thoughts after a brief hesitation. However, unbeknownst to Bruno, who was currently basking in the adoration of 60,000 fans, there was a girl in one corner of the stands sending him birthday wishes. Anna, too, remained oblivious to the fact that Bruno had already entered into a new relationship, a detail kept under wraps for various reasons. The final score of the match was 3-1, with Portugal triumphing over Albania on home soil. Earlier, in another match within the same group, Denmark had secured a 2-1 victory against Armenia. Consequently, Portugal was able to claim the top position in the group, edging out Denmark on goal difference. Denmark ranked second, while Serbia, who had a bye this round, held third place, followed by Armenia in fourth and Albania in fifth, aligning well with their respective world rankings. After the match, Santos, accompanied by Portugal's on-field captain Nani and the standout performer Bruno, attended the post-match press conference. Bruno received an overwhelming amount of attention from media reporters worldwide, which left both Santos and Nani somewhat overshadowed. Nevertheless, Santos remained unperturbed, maintaining a cheerful demeanor throughout, as it was indeed a joyous occasion to achieve a significant victory in his first game as the head coach of the Portuguese national team. Nani also felt elated, having contributed a goal and an assist, both directly linked to Bruno's play. The post-match celebration turned into a birthday feast thrown by his teammates, and as the cream pie landed on his face. Time slipped into September 8th in Portugal, marking Bruno's official entrance into his 20s. On September 8th, the entirety of Portugal was abuzz with reports of Bruno's stellar performance in his first starting role for the national team. Discussions flourished across the nation regarding what might have been if Paulo Bento had not so stubbornly excluded Bruno from the squad heading to the World Cup in Brazil. Many speculated that had Bruno secured a starting position, Portugal could have at least advanced to the knockout stages, with some fans even believing that they could have emulated the success of the German team from 8 years prior, reaching the semi-finals. However, no one openly asserted that Bruno's participation would have guaranteed Portugal lifting the trophy. Regardless, Bruno had undeniably become a sensation within Portugal. Although he had previously aided Portugal in securing titles at the U20 World Cup and the Toulon tournament, those events garnered significantly less attention. His performances in Italy, too, had attracted only the interest of a select few professionals. Now, however, the narrative had shifted. He was leading Portugal as a core player to a resounding victory in a European Championship qualifier, marking a triumphant start to the season, and he had delivered dazzling individual statistics, earning him recognition as a key architect of the victory. While the entirety of Portugal was engaged in discussions about Bruno, he himself was already aboard a flight from Lisbon to Milan. Given that Portugal had only one match scheduled during this international break, the national team disbanded shortly after the game. Upon his arrival at Milan International Airport, Bruno was discreetly picked up by Vanessa. However, he did not linger in Milan for long. After a delightful night, he boarded a high-speed train to Udine the following morning. Due to the Champions League commitments, Udinese's schedule for the new season had become exceedingly packed. In the month between two international breaks, Udinese was set to play 5 Serie A matches and 2 group stage matches in the Champions League. The team faced a grueling fixture list right from the outset of the season, with their first challenge being against Serie A giants Juventus on September 13th at 8:45 p.m. local time. Udinese visited the Allianz Stadium in Turin for the second round of Serie A, anticipating their upcoming Champions League group stage opener against Ludogorets at home. Just 3 days later, Guidolin made some rotations to the starting lineup. Though 2 key players, Bruno and Di Natale, remained in the starting 11. It was evident that Guidolin was determined not to concede defeat without a fight against Juventus. Despite Udinese's historical struggles against Juventus, they were the only Serie A team to have triumphed at the Allianz Stadium the previous season, while the other 18 teams had tasted defeat there. Juventus, too, regarded Udinese with seriousness, as Conte made 3 adjustments to the lineup from the first round. Pereira replaced the injured Vidal, while Evra made his Serie A debut in place of Asamoah, and Llorente, returning from illness, took the spot of Koeman, having scored against Udinese in both encounters last season. Juventus took the lead at 1-0. After gaining the advantage, Juventus did not rush to extend their lead, which allowed Udinese's attempts to retaliate to go unrewarded. The first half concluded without further goals. Just 3 minutes into the second half, Udinese equalized. Guilherme's pass found Di Natale, who headed the ball into Bruno's path. Positioned just before the 6-yard box, Bruno's shot evaded Marquisio's interception and found the back of Juventus's net. 1-1. The match then evolved into a back-and-forth contest. In the 66th minute, Udinese surged ahead through a corner kick. Bruno delivered a low ball into the box, reaching Danilo near the penalty spot. The Brazilian centre-back unleashed a shot that nestled into the net. Juventus raised complaints that Udinese defender Bubanasai had interfered with Buffon from an offside position, but the referee remained unresponsive, and the score shifted to 1-2. With the home team trailing, Juventus launched a relentless counterattack, while Udinese seized opportunities to strike back. Both sides had their chances, yet neither could breach the other's defenses. Observing Udinese becoming increasingly defensive, Guidolin began making substitutions. Veteran Pinzi replaced Guilherme, and Tero took over the captaincy from Di Natale, handing the armband to Bruno. Although both substitutions were tactical, they also aimed to bolster defensive strength. However, despite their efforts, Udinese struggled to maintain their lead against Juventus's full-on assault. With Juventus coming close to victory in the second minute of stoppage time, Koeman made a lateral pass to Marquisio, who threaded a pass to Morata just 12 meters from goal. In a critical moment, Udinese's Greek goalkeeper Karnizes preserved the scoreline with a world-class save, denying Morata's attempt. Subsequently, Karnizes collected Juventus's ensuing corner kick. As Udinese Tero sent Bruno's pass into the stands, the referee blew the final whistle. The match ended in a 2-2 draw, with Udinese holding Juventus to a stalemate at the Allianz Stadium. Following victories for AC Milan and Roma, and Inter Milan's resounding 7:00 win over Sassuolo, Udinese slipped to 4th place, while Juventus found themselves in 6th. Chapter 153. No weak teams in the Champions League on September 16th at 8:45 p.m. local time. A pivotal clash in Group B of the 2014 to 2015 UEFA Champions League unfolded at the Friuli Stadium, where Udinese hosted Bulgaria's Ludogorets. In the home team's dressing room, Guidolin was delivering a pre-match pep talk. "I have but one request for this match," he declared, raising a finger. "Win. This is our first Champions League match in 9 years. We must not only win but strive for a resounding victory," Guidolin exclaimed with fervor. Captain Di Natale chuckled. "This match won't be easy, Coach, Ludogorets may be a fourth-seed team, yet we are merely a third seed ourselves, and we are fatigued and out of form. Such matches are the most challenging. The players erupted in laughter at Di Natale's remark. Over the past few days, Guidolin had consistently portrayed Udinese as newcomers to the Champions League, emphasizing that their participation was primarily for learning. As for advancing to the knockout stage, that was not something Udinese should concern themselves with at this stage, given the presence of footballing giants like Real Madrid and the experienced Swiss side Basel in their group. Additionally, having just battled Juventus, the players were physically drained, and facing what was widely regarded as the weakest team in the group, Ludogorets, did not guarantee an easy victory. There had been discussions among the players, with a consensus that the coach was taking a humble approach to alleviate pressure on the team. After all, Udinese players, aside from Di Natale, had little to no experience in competitive Champions League matches, leading to significant anxiety among the squad. However, after hearing such remarks repeatedly, one cannot help but feel a twinge of discomfort. We are undeniably a team that has ranked in the top 4 of Serie A for several consecutive years. Yet our participation in the Champions League is merely for the sake of gaining experience. Such a notion is rather disheartening. Who uttered such words? Guidolin shot a glare at Di Natale. We are a formidable Serie A team, aiming to advance into the knockout stages of the Champions League. Is it too much to expect resounding victory against a Bulgarian team? Initially, the locker room fell silent, only to erupt with fervor moments later. Not at all excessive, of course, it is not. Coach, just wait and see. Yes, yes, yes. All the players were brimming with excitement. Although they were unsure why the coach had ceased using the term gaining experience, it mattered little. The coach had boldly declared the goal of progressing to the knockout stage, igniting enthusiasm among all. The players, in high spirits, gathered in the players' tunnel, while the substitutes merrily took their places on the bench. At the Friuli Stadium, Udinese faced Ludogorets in their Champions League debut after 9 long years. The match commenced, and after nearly 40 minutes of intense play, Udinese, playing at home, showcased a vigorous offensive. However, Ludogorets, well aware of their role, focused on a defensive counterattack, considering a draw as a victory. If they could manage a surprise win, it would be a divine gift. For Ludogorets, advancing from the group stage seemed a daunting task. Yet this Bulgarian team dared to dream. Their coach, Georgi Dermenzev, viewed Udinese as the most direct opponent in their pursuit of progression. Ultimately, it was a matter of watching the clash between Udinese and Real Madrid unfold. Who claims that a salted fish cannot dream? Georgi Dermenzev dared to dream and act. According to the odds released by bookmakers before the match, although Udinese was favored, the advantage was not substantial. Just last Sunday, they had battled to a draw against Juventus in Serie A. While Udinese managed to hold the reigning champions, the toll on their stamina was evident, raising concerns among Italian media regarding their physical condition. Meanwhile, Ludogorets had been dominating the Bulgarian league, and the Bulgarian Football Association had even adjusted the league schedule, postponing matches that were supposed to occur last weekend to ensure Ludogorets would be in peak physical condition for their encounter with Udinese. Georgi Dermenzev meticulously analyzed Udinese's match footage, particularly their previous league match against Juventus. His conclusion was that Udinese's strength indeed surpassed that of Ludogorets, especially with the presence of Bruno Fernandes, a current superstar in European football, whose prowess posed a significant threat. However, Ludogorets possessed an advantage in terms of stamina. Having conserved their energy, they were in far better shape than Udinese, who had just endured a grueling battle against Juventus. It is often said that a flurry of punches can overwhelm a seasoned fighter. While Ludogorets may lack the hard power of Udinese, their superior stamina could allow them to land unforeseen blows. At the very least, the match seemed evenly poised. Moreover, what delighted Georgi Dermenzev was the realization that his assessment was correct. Just 3 days after a fierce contest against Juventus, Udinese players were clearly not in optimal condition. Thus, Ludogorets' objective was clear: prevent Udinese from scoring while maintaining parity in the first half, when Udinese still had some energy. If they could accomplish this, then when Udinese's stamina waned in the second half, opportunities for Ludogorets would arise. As for Bruno, Georgi Dermenzev had a plan. He deduced that the key to containing Bruno did not lie solely with him, but rather with stifling the performance of other Udinese players. By limiting the entire team's effectiveness, Bruno's threat would diminish significantly. In terms of offense, or rather counterattacking, Ludogorets' coach had his own strategy. Udinese's starting center-backs, Maguire and Bubanjic, were both tall and imposing, while Ludogorets' attacking players, though shorter, were agile and quick, presenting opportunities to exploit gaps behind Udinese's defense. Particularly Maguire, making his debut for Udinese, displayed a lack of synergy with Bubanjic, and his inexperience posed a chance for Ludogorets. Guidolin's brow furrowed. During warm-ups before the match, Danilo sustained a muscle strain, forcing him to field Maguire, whose performance left much to be desired. Ludogorets' limited counterattacks were often aimed at exploiting Maguire's weaknesses, leaving the Englishman somewhat beleaguered. As the match approached the 43rd minute, Udinese earned a corner. Bruno executed a tactical corner, with Di Natale moving outside the box to receive, attempting to bypass Ludogorets' defender Minov, but was intercepted by the opposing captain, Diakov. After falling to the ground, he spread his arms in protest to the referee, who paid him no mind as Ludogorets immediately launched a counterattack. They pushed forward with remarkable speed, advancing past the halfway line in mere moments. As Ludogorets forward Bezikov surged forward, Maguire recklessly attempted to tackle him but was deftly evaded. Bubanjic stepped in, but Bezikov passed to the advancing Ludogorets midfielder Masijan, who executed a clever dummy, leading to the sight of Ludogorets forward Nastiv delivering a low shot. Udinese goalkeeper Kanizis managed a touch, but it was insufficient to prevent the ball from finding the net. 0-1. In the 44th minute of the first half, Udinese boasted a staggering 70% possession, with 13 attempts on goal yet failing to score. Meanwhile, Ludogorets, with only 2 counterattacks and 2 shots, had taken the lead. Witnessing Ludogorets players embracing an ecstatic celebration, the Friuli Stadium erupted with boos. 0-1. The away team Ludogorets had taken the lead with a splendid counterattack. Maguire was easily outmaneuvered, and Udinese's defense had been torn apart. 0-1. Udinese trailed. The Bulgarian team celebrated wildly at the Friuli Stadium, and their coach Georgi Dermindzeev had stated before the match that they arrived with a plan. Now his team had dealt Udinese a stunning blow. In this encounter between 2 Champions League newcomers, Ludogorets had seized the initiative. This served as a stark reminder to Udinese that there are no weak opponents in the Champions League. Regardless of the adversary, a momentary lapse could lead to defeat. The camera captured Ludogorets coach Georgi Dermindzeev in a frenzy of celebration. The Bulgarian team's manager leapt 3 feet into the air and then sprinted past Udinese coach Guidolin. Faced with the rival coach's exuberant celebration, Udinese's head coach wore a grim expression. Chapter 154. The tiger reveals its fangs. The camera then shifted to the Udinese players on the field, focusing on Bruno, who appeared somewhat fatigued. Clearly, the recent battle against Juventus had taken a toll on him. A mere 3 days of rest was insufficient for him to regain peak form. In the tactical area by the sidelines, Ludogorets coach Georgi Dermindzeev glanced at Bruno, feeling confident with this goal in hand. Even with Bruno on the field, he felt unperturbed. He refused to believe that a weary Bruno, who had just endured a grueling 90 minutes against Serie A's Titans, could pose a threat to Ludogorets. Georgi Dermindzeev vigorously pumped his fist, a broad smile on his face, reveling in the feeling of having everything under control. Soon, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half. With Udinese trailing 0-1 to Ludogorets at their home ground, the Friuli Stadium. Far in the east, Shinlong Sports was also broadcasting this match, featuring renowned commentators Jean Jun and Zhang-Lu He. Guidolin is furious. Zhang-Lu remarked, "If I were Guidolin, I too would be furious," Jean Jun replied. Udinese played atrociously in the first half. Their offense appeared fierce, yet genuine threats to Ludogorets' goal were few and far between. While they were caught off guard by a swift counterattack from Ludogorets, if one were to grade Udinese players based on their first half performance, who would receive the lowest score? Zhang-Lu posed to his partner. Di Natale, Jean Jun answered without hesitation. In fact, the esteemed commentator had spent the entire first half critiquing Di Natale. It was not that Di Natale lacked effort. Indeed, this soon-to-be 37-year-old veteran's running distance was on par with Udinese's average. However, Jean Jun was dissatisfied with Di Natale's tendency to fall at the slightest contact. As the captain of Udinese, Di Natale stands out as the sole player in the squad with experience in the UEFA Champions League. As the team's primary striker, he participated in all 10 Champions League matches during the 2005-2006 season, netting 4 goals and delivering a commendable performance. In light of this, Guidolin did not hesitate to place Di Natale in the starting lineup, flanked by the dynamic young players, Guilherme and Widmer, to support him on either side. As the only pivot in Udinese's attacking front, Guidolin hoped Di Natale would hold his ground, serving as the cornerstone of the team's offensive efforts. However, Di Natale's tendency to crumble under physical duress from opposing players became evident. often resulting in scenes where he would fall to the ground, gesturing in frustration while the referee remained indifferent. Perhaps Di Natale's intentions were noble, aiming to win free kick opportunities for his team, yet it was clear that the referee was lenient that day, disregarding such physical confrontations. Despite this, Di Natale continued to succumb to the slightest contact, a behavior unbecoming of an experienced veteran. Initially, when he fell and complained to the referee, the official offered a brief explanation, but eventually, he merely gestured for Di Natale to rise and turned away, ignoring the captain entirely. This state of play from Di Natale rendered Udinese's attack stagnant whenever they reached him, contributing to the team's struggles in the first half. Observing this, Guilherme, Widmer, and Bruno resorted to taking matters into their own hands, attempting to create offensive opportunities through individual efforts. In the home dressing room at the Friuli Stadium, Di Natale confronted Widmer and Guilherme, exclaiming, "Hey, why did you stop passing to me?" Bruno's expression darkened, sensing that Di Natale was not in his right state today, but out of respect, he refrained from reprimanding him. Widmer shrugged, implying, "Captain, do you not realize your own situation?" Guilherme, being straightforward, remarked, "I passed to you, but you couldn't hold onto the ball." Di Natale bristled at this comment, ready to retort, but was interrupted by Bruno. Enough talking, the coach is coming. Guidolin began by assessing the team's first half performance, pinpointing various issues before swiftly implementing a substitution. "Antonio, you'll rest in the second half," Guidolin stated, disregarding Di Natale's incredulous expression. He then instructed the French striker, Taro, recently acquired on loan from Chievo, to warm up for the second half. Taro, who also possessed Champions League experience from his time at Steaua Bucharest during the 2006-2007 season, was significantly more robust at 189 centimeters compared to Di Natale's 177 centimeter. Although Taro's goal-scoring rate was not particularly high during his 4 seasons at Chievo, his role as a focal point in attack was evident. Udinese's decision to loan this 31-year-old French forward was a strategic move for their Champions League campaign, with the understanding that he would serve as Di Natale's backup. Guidolin was acutely aware that Di Natale, who would soon turn 37, could no longer withstand the dual demands of Serie A and the Champions League. "All right, coach." The tall Taro nodded in acknowledgement. After Ludogorets scored, Taro was prepared to make his entrance in the second half, though he was surprised by Guidolin's decisive action to substitute the captain. Although the Udinese players were initially taken aback by Guidolin's adjustment, they soon understood. Di Natale's performance had been lackluster, possibly due to fatigue from the recent match against Juventus or other underlying issues. Continuing in his current form could jeopardize the team's prospects. Di Natale seemed unprepared for being substituted at half-time. Yet despite several attempts to voice his discontent, he ultimately remained silent. During this transition, he passed the captain's armband to Bruno, saying, "It's up to you in the second half," before falling quiet. Bruno patted Di Natale on the shoulder, unsure of how to comfort the captain. As the second half commenced, Ludogorets coach, Georgi Dermenzev, was taken aback by Guidolin's decision to substitute the captain so early in the match. Yet, a swell of pride surged within him, knowing his team had left Udinese in disarray, forcing such a change. Nonetheless, he signaled to his players to closely mark the newly introduced towering forward, Taro, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball comfortably. If they could neutralize this aerial threat, the remaining fatigued Bruno would be akin to a toothless tiger, posing little threat. The second half quickly unfolded and a foul by Ludogorets saw Bruno taken down, and as he rose, he swiftly took a free kick. Distributing the ball to the left, Guilherme surged forward, drawing attention before executing a sudden cross to Allen in the center, who then sent the ball to the right. Bruno, positioned at the edge of the penalty arc, skillfully retained possession while fending off Ludogorets defender Minov, successfully executing a turn. Alarmed, Minov advanced to challenge, with another Ludogorets player, Ivanov, joining the fray, creating a tight defensive squeeze around Bruno. Faced with 2 well-coordinated defenders, Bruno adeptly maintained control of the ball, remaining poised amidst the pressure. Widmer and Guilherme approached from the flanks, while Taro made a quick run to receive the pass. As Ivanov and Minov committed to their defensive maneuvers, Bruno spotted an opening within the encirclement. Without hesitation, he executed a beautiful arc, the ball sailing between Minov and Ivanov, driving straight into the far corner. Ludogorets goalkeeper Bozidar was rendered motionless, his neck awkwardly twisting as he helplessly watched the ball ripple the net. 1-1. Within 2 minutes of the second half, Bruno had equalized for Udinese. The goalkeeper Bozidar was caught completely off guard by Bruno's sudden shot. Lacking any time to react as he could only watch the ball enter the net behind him, Gulawal, the DJ at the Friuli Stadium, roared with exhilaration. Bruno had leveled the score for Udinese. He had scored his first ever goal in a Champions League match. Beautiful, Bruno. Magnificent. The footwork was exquisite. The shot was splendid. The defensive duo from Ludogorets could not thwart his goal. The commentators' cheers echoed as Bruno dashed towards the corner flag, celebrating his inaugural Champions League goal. Although he had netted 3 goals in the preceding qualifying matches, those would not count towards the official Champions League tally, nor in the historical records. Nonetheless, those 3 goals contributed to his overall European tally, which now stood at 17, comprising 13 in the UEFA Europa League, 3 in the qualifying rounds, and 1 in the Champions League proper. Bruno Fernandes' shot, executed without any preparatory leg movement, was utterly surprising and brimming with creativity. A testament to his extraordinary talent, marveled Jean Jun He. This goal dealt Ludogorets a heavy blow. It sends a clear message. This is Friuli Stadium, Jean-Lu proclaimed. After celebrating, Bruno's teammates rushed to embrace him, joining in the jubilation. Above them, the ecstatic Udinese fans erupted in cheers, filling the Friuli Stadium with resounding applause. The home supporters, previously burdened by the team's poor first-half performance, were now liberated in this moment, reinforcing their belief. As long as Bruno was present, there was nothing to fear. Ludogorets coach Georgi Dermindzev wore a grim expression, perplexed as to how they had conceded a goal despite Minov and Ivanov's solid defense. This is utterly infuriating. On the sidelines, Guidolin clapped, surprised yet pleased with Bruno's rapid contribution to equalizing the score. Bruno's goal was timely, a stabilizing force for the team. Guidolin even pondered whether a longer stoppage time in the first half might have allowed Udinese to enter the break with a draw. On the substitute bench, Di Natale gazed at Bruno's figure, his expression tinged with complexity. Bruno's goal was a significant blow to the confidence of Ludogorets players. In the first half, they had performed admirably and even taken the lead, instilling within them a sense of assurance. Udinese's strength was not formidable, and they harbored a substantial hope of departing from Friuli with a victory. Indeed, their coach, Georgi Dermindzev, had been incessantly instilling this belief in victory during halftime. However, this conviction began to waver in the face of Bruno's goal. One goal was insufficient. We must swiftly regain the lead, Bruno declared to his teammates who had gathered to celebrate. He was absolutely correct. This is Friuli Stadium. Let them experience our might. The Udinese players echoed in agreement. The fans and spectators soon noticed that Udinese in the second half seemed like an entirely different team compared to the first. Their attacks were methodical and far more threatening. The towering forward, Taro, was positioned at the forefront, with Guilherme and Vedmund occupying the flanks, alongside Bruno, who frequently surged forward to orchestrate the offense. Udinese's attacking combination left Ludogorets in a state of disarray. Under the relentless tide of Udinese's assault, the second goal came swiftly. Allen seized the ball in midfield and passed it to Bruno. After feigning a pass to the flank, Ludogorets midfielder Yakov shifted his weight, preparing to intercept Guilherme. Yet, Bruno deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, then advanced with his left, slicing through the center. Yakov was caught unprepared, helplessly watching as Bruno surged forward with the ball. The Ludogorets players hastily organized a second line of defense while Udinese attackers pressed forward. Taro, Guilherme, Vedmund, and Bruno, in 4 distinct lines, raced towards 4 different points. This movement momentarily fragmented Ludogorets' defense. Faced with the advancing Ivanov, Bruno slowed down, then with a flick of his ankle, he sent the ball to the left flank. The recovering Kekala attempted a slide tackle to disrupt the pass, but Guilherme reacted quicker, circumventing him to receive the ball just before Kekala's challenge. Kekala's tackle, such a reckless and erroneous choice, Jean Jun sighed in disappointment. Now sprawled on the ground, Kekala lost his defensive position, leaving ample space for Guilherme to sprint into. Guilherme advanced rapidly, and as the hurried Ludogorets center-back Morty approached, he abruptly halted, feinted, then forcefully cut inside. Subsequently, Guilherme swept the ball into the central area of the penalty box. Taro made a sliding attempt at the near post but failed to make contact. Yet he did momentarily disorient the defenders in the ensuing chaos. Minov instinctively cleared the ball clumsily, which rolled directly to Vedmund at the back post. Without the slightest hesitation, Vedmund struck with his right foot, sending the ball towards the penalty spot. Ludogorets defender Andrei Alexandrov rushed towards the ball, prepared to clear it. However, a figure surged in, stealing ahead of Alexandrov, and with a deft touch, nudged the ball. Ludogorets goalkeeper Bojan dove in an attempt to save. However, lowering one's center of gravity quickly requires time, and Bruno's flick was well concealed and swift. As the ball skimmed the grass and sped into the net before Bojan could react, "It's a goal." "A brace!" Jean June exclaimed with excitement. "The ball is in." In less than 9 minutes, the score transformed from 0-1 to 2-1. This is Bruno. This is the prowess of the European Golden Boy. All of Ludogorets' efforts dissipated swiftly in the wake of his eruption. Zhang Lu also expressed his excitement. 2-1. Udinese has turned the tide at home. At this rate, Bruno and Udinese might score again. Ludogorets defender Andrei Alexandrov watched as Bruno celebrated his goal, feeling a mix of helplessness and dejection. Alexandrov believed his reaction had been swift enough. He was the closest to the ball, ready to clear it. Yet he had not anticipated that this Portuguese player would be so rapid, overtaking him. Not only was he fast, but Bruno had also skillfully angled his body just enough to obstruct Alexandrov's attempt to intervene. Executing a decisive flick with remarkable speed, Alexandrov felt a sense of impotence. Had he merely been slow or insufficiently diligent in preventing the opposing shot, he would have only regretted it, however. It was precisely because he had exerted all his effort yet still failed to thwart Bruno that he felt a profound frustration and an overwhelming sense of helplessness against an opponent he could not contend with. The coach had remarked that the gap between them and Udinese was minimal, and the first half had convinced Ludogorets players of this belief. Little did they expect that after a mere 15-minute halftime, Udinese would transform into a team that felt unfamiliar and overwhelmingly powerful. And all this change stemmed solely from that Portuguese player. Does a player truly exist in this world who can single-handedly alter the course of a match? The reversal of the score ignited a surge of confidence among Udinese players, who seemed invincible, leaving Ludogorets utterly bewildered. In the 71st minute, Udinese was awarded a free kick in the attacking third. Bruno, donning the captain's armband after Di Natale's substitution, took the free kick with tremendous force, which was parried by Ludogorets goalkeeper Bojan, hitting the crossbar. Udinese earned a corner kick, and Bruno executed a tactical corner. After a brief exchange, the ball was sent into the box, where Taro flicked it on with his head at the near post, and Macwheel headed it towards goal. The ball was deflected by Bojan, landing in front of the net, where Vedman surged in, carrying both ball and body into the net. 3-1. This goal shattered Ludogorets' morale completely. Their coach Georgi Dermenziev buried his face in his hands. At this juncture, he had no choice but to accept defeat early. A Udinese team boasting a super talent like Bruno was beyond the reach of his Ludogorets. Throughout the second half, Ludogorets was entirely passive. The Bulgarian team that had managed to contend with Udinese in the first half and even take the lead failed to secure a single shot on goal in the entire second half, merely striving to stave off further humiliation. In the 77th minute, Bruno received the ball just outside the penalty area, feigning a pass to the flank for Vedman, only to unexpectedly execute a backheel pass. The ball sailing precisely over the defenders and into the box. Then, a tall figure soared into the air, connecting with a header that passed beneath the outstretched arm of Ludogorets goalkeeper Bojan, finding the net. 4-1. Chapter 156. A resounding victory. Once again, a resounding triumph. The substitute French forward Taro scored. This striker, on loan from Chievo, made a splendid impact after coming off the bench. With him, Udinese's attack found a focal point. However, the lion's share of the credit for this goal must go to Bruno Fernandes. He delivered this imaginative pass almost with his back turned to the direction of the attack. This is the fabled no-look pass, a signature move of Bruno, who has executed such astonishing passes multiple times in matches. The Udinese of the second half was simply unbelievable. They were bursting with passion and their attacks were incisive. All of this stemmed from Bruno's outstanding performance. He has certainly earned the title of phenomenon. Just look at coach Georgi Dermenziev's expression, as pale as death. He claimed his team arrived at Friuli Stadium with a plan. Perhaps that was true in the first half, but in the second half, Bruno Fernandes single-handedly transformed everything. With 2 goals and 1 assist, orchestrating Udinese's third goal, Bruno Fernandes' performance in the second half was nothing short of extraordinary. In the media area of Friuli Stadium, journalists from around the world were abuzz with excitement. Bruno. The air above Friuli Stadium resonated with the cheers of tens of thousands of fans chanting his name in unison. The fervor of this collective roar sent shivers down the spines of reporters from all corners of the globe. This atmosphere of universal acclaim for one individual was simply electrifying. Heh heh heh. The outcome of the match was no longer in question. In the Shenyang sports studio, Zhang Lu remarked that the only remaining suspense was whether Udinese would score again. With a 3-goal lead, Udinese gradually eased their offensive efforts, opting to control possession to run down the clock. Nevertheless, the over 40,000 Udinese fans in Friuli Stadium showed no signs of discontent. They sang joyfully, even engaging in waves of celebration in the stands. However, just as it seemed the match would conclude with the current score, an unexpected goal occurred, in the 3rd minute of stoppage time, just as the referee was glancing at his watch, poised to halt the match at any moment. Udinese launched yet another offensive. Allen delivered a pass from midfield, and Tyro skillfully controlled the ball at the near post. After enduring the tug of an opposing defender and awaiting the arrival of his teammates, he deftly laid the ball off to Bruno. Bruno executed a splendid through ball, enabling Guilherme to evade the offside trap and penetrate the penalty area. In a moment of miscalculation, Bolian's attempt to intervene resulted in a foul on Guilherme. The referee hesitated for a brief moment but ultimately awarded Udinese a penalty. The designated penalty taker, Captain Di Natale, was absent, thus Bruno, donning the captain's armband, stepped up to take the shot. Facing Bolian, the audacious Bruno executed a delicate lob, sending the ball soaring into the net. The score was now 5-1. The Friuli Stadium erupted with euphoria as over 40,000 fans leapt from their seats to celebrate Bruno's hat-trick. In a remarkable turnaround, Udinese triumphed 5-1 against Ludogorets after trailing 0-1 at halftime, marking a resounding victory in their first Champions League appearance in 9 years. In a concurrent match in Group B, Real Madrid also secured a 5-1 victory over Basel at home. Unlike Udinese, whose triumph was largely attributed to Bruno's exceptional performance, Real Madrid showcased their comprehensive strength, with 5 goals scored by 4 different players, including an own goal by their opponents. The Galacticos' all-encompassing display finally earned them the applause of the Bernabeu crowd, rather than the waving of white handkerchiefs. This was the true essence of Real Madrid. The new season had seen Real Madrid persistently subjected to criticism. In their first encounter of the season, the UEFA Super Cup, they suffered a shocking defeat to Udinese, setting a rather unfortunate tone. Even before the season truly commenced, Real Madrid had relinquished 2 championship trophies. This was merely the beginning, as their performance in La Liga would become the primary reason for the proud Madrid supporters to brandish white handkerchiefs in discontent. In the initial 3 matches of the league, apart from a win against a newly promoted team, Real Madrid faced 2 consecutive defeats, suffering a 2-4 loss to Real Sociedad away and a 1-2 defeat at home to city rivals Atletico Madrid. With 1 win and 2 losses in 3 rounds, they found themselves 6 points adrift of Barcelona, who had secured 3 wins as September unfolded. During the summer transfer window, Real Madrid splashed $120 million on World Cup winning German midfielder Toni Kroos and World Cup Golden Boot winner James Rodriguez. However, as the new season commenced, their attacking prowess failed to manifest as anticipated. In the Champions League clash against Basel this evening, Real Madrid's offensive potential was finally unleashed, with J. Rodriguez, Cristiano Ronaldo, Benzema, and Bale each netting a goal, alongside an own goal from the opposition. Coupled with the stellar performances of Kroos and Modri in midfield, spectators finally witnessed the astonishing attacking capabilities of Real Madrid. Post-match, Spanish media bestowed high praise upon the team, citing their offensive organization and ultimate outcome as deserving of a perfect score. Group B, since the first round, had established a clear hierarchy, with Real Madrid and Udinese evidently stronger than Basel and Ludogorets. Previously, Gitalin's assertion that Udinese's goal was merely to gain experience was but a smokescreen, intended to alleviate pressure on his players. After defeating Real Madrid in the UEFA Super Cup, no one dared to claim that Real Madrid could easily dominate Udinese and secure the top spot in Group B. A resounding victory allowed them to regain the audience's approval, alleviating the internal conflicts and issues within the team. Winning is indeed the most effective remedy for all problems, a statement that rings true. Ronaldo's spirits were lifted. Although he had scored a penalty in the previous La Liga match, which ended in a 1-2 loss to Atletico, the media's criticism still loomed large. Some argued that Real Madrid had failed to display dominion in such a crucial match, while others criticized their transfer strategy, lamenting the $80 million spent on a player who proved to be all style and no substance. Had that sum been invested in Bruno, who was excelling in Serie A, the team's fortunes might have been vastly different. Though such criticisms were not directed at him, they still cast a shadow over Ronaldo's mood. Now, having scored in the match against Basel and led his team to a resounding victory, he played with great joy, dispelling the previous gloom. Suddenly, Ronaldo recalled the match between Udinese and Ludogorets, turning to the ever-informed Benzema. "Karim, do you know the score from the Udinese match? Udinese also won 5-1. Benzema replied, "That's impressive," Ronaldo exclaimed, genuinely surprised. Following the UEFA Super Cup encounter, while he acknowledged Udinese's strength, he had not anticipated their own 5-1 victory. By the way, Fernandes scored 3 goals, Benzema added. Knowing that Ronaldo and Bruno shared the same agent and were close, he assumed Ronaldo would appreciate the good news about Bruno. However, to Benzema's surprise, he noticed the smile fade from Ronaldo's face. Ronaldo nodded at Benzema and quickly walked away. Despite their shared agency and his respect for Bruno's talent, Ronaldo possessed a pride and conviction on the field. He was the undisputed number one, the rightful king of football. Benzema called out from behind, "Hey, Cristiano, weren't we supposed to hang out?" "Not anymore," Ronaldo waved dismissively. Benzema scratched his head in confusion and shrugged at Marcelo. "He always does this, suddenly gets angry." Marcelo shot Benzema a disapproving glance, but opted not to respond, instead hastening to catch up with Ronaldo. After the match, in the press conference, Ludogorets coach Georgi Derminzev expressed both regret and disappointment, stating, "We played exceptionally well in the first half. Had the match ended there, we could have left the Friuli Stadium with our heads held high. However, unfortunately, football is played over 90 minutes, and everything changed in the second half. It felt as though we were battling an unstoppable force." Derminzev lauded Bruno, asserting that his team had not merely lost to Udinese, but to Bruno himself. Conversely, Udinese coach Guidolin, while praising Bruno's performance, emphasized that the victory was a collective achievement, with Bruno acting as the catalyst for the team's chemistry. Guidolin was adept at navigating the media. He praised Bruno while also acknowledging the efforts of the entire squad, ensuring that Bruno did not appear too exceptional. Although there may not be a direct equivalent to the ancient adage about the tall tree attracting the wind, the principle remains the same. At just 20 years old, Bruno was still youthful, and his journey was just beginning. Guidolin was keen to prevent his prodigious talent from becoming too complacent. Chapter 157. A symphony of success following their triumphant opening in the Champions League. Udinese continued to tread the path of victory. On the afternoon of September 21, in their third round of Serie A, Udinese hosted Napoli. In the 70th minute, Bruno executed a free kick from the attacking half, opting to deliver the ball into the penalty area. Defender Danilo capitalized on the opportunity, striking from close range to score. Udinese edged past Napoli with a narrow 1 win. 3 days later, on the evening of September 24, the Serie A fourth round commenced, with Udinese traveling to Rome to face Lazio at the Stadio Olimpico. The consecutive matches necessitated significant rotation from Guidolin, yet Bruno remained a fixture in the starting lineup. In the 22nd minute, Lazio's goalkeeper Marchetti collided with Muriel, allowing the young Colombian forward to quickly recover and attempt a left-footed shot at an open goal, only to be thwarted by Novare's last-ditch clearance on the goal line. In the 26th minute, Bruno distributed the ball to the right flank, enabling Widmer to deliver a low cross, which Tyro met with a powerful left-footed strike that found the net, granting Udinese a 1 lead. Despite Lazio dominating possession with 71 and registering 22 attempts on goal, they were ultimately unable to breach Udinese's resolute defense. However, Juventus's convincing 3 victory over Cesena allowed them to surpass Udinese on goal difference, placing Udinese in third position as both teams boasted identical records of 3 wins and 1 draw. As September drew to a close, the fifth round of Serie A commenced. With a crucial match against Basel on the horizon, Guidolin continued to implement his rotation strategy. Yet, at home, the winning Udinese side delivered another resounding performance. In the 22nd minute, the visitors struck first, with young Mauri scoring for Parma after receiving a through ball from Cassano, putting Udinese at a 0-1 disadvantage. However, just 6 minutes later, Di Natale equalized with a right-footed shot, following a header assist from Badu. In the 45th minute, Bruno delivered a pass, enabling Di Natale to score his second goal, allowing Udinese to take the lead. By the 58th minute, Bruno, receiving a cross from Widmer, struck with his right foot, extending Udinese's lead to 3-2. In the 77th minute, Muriel, who had just come on as a substitute for Di Natale, was maliciously fouled by Aqua in the backfield, prompting the referee to issue a direct red card to the latter. In the 84th minute, Bruno executed a precise through ball, allowing Cancelo to score with his right foot, marking his first goal in Serie A and sealing the score at 4-2 for Udinese. On October 1 Udinese traveled to Basel, Switzerland, to challenge the reigning champions of the Swiss Super League in the second round of the UEFA Champions League group stage at the St. Jacob Park Stadium. The venue, with a capacity of 42,500, was filled to capacity as Basel fans passionately rallied to support their team in this crucial match. Basel's fanbase has consistently been regarded as one of the most loyal in Europe, with attendance rates typically exceeding 70, which is commendable. Among the spectators was a notable fan, tennis legend Roger Federer, a devoted supporter from Basel. The match commenced under the officiating of Slovenian referee Skamina. As the game began, Basel launched a vigorous assault on Udinese's goal, buoyed by the fervent cheers of their home supporters. However, their attempts to breach Udinese's defense were thwarted, inadvertently granting Udinese an opportunity. In a dream start just 2 minutes into the match, Kanté intercepted a pass from Basel, and Udinese executed a swift counterattack. Bruno deftly maneuvered past defenders before threading a clever through ball behind Basel's backline, allowing Di Natale to evade the offside trap and slot the ball home with ease. Coach Guidolin placed his faith in the veteran captain Di Natale, who did not disappoint, scoring within the first 2 minutes to grant Udinese the lead. Facing an early deficit, Basel quickly adjusted their tactics, implementing tight marking on Bruno. Wherever he moved, a Basel defender was immediately on him. At the 8-minute mark, Bruno received a pass from Allen, controlled it with his chest, and was met with a fierce challenge from Basel's centre-back Fabian Schr, who sent him crashing to the ground. This resulted in a free kick for Udinese, allowing them to regroup. Bruno skillfully evaded Fabian free and swept the ball towards the flank. However, Seferovic seemed well informed about Widmer's attributes and had already positioned himself to intercept. Kanté came to support, passing directly to Bruno. Bruno, with his back to goal, was closely guarded by Seferovic, who had swiftly transitioned to mark him after defending against Widmer. Bruno prepared to take on Seferovic, but Elneny stealthily approached from the side to assist in defending against Bruno. As Bruno focused on Schr, Elneny reached in to sweep the ball away. Seferovic grinned, and Elneny, feeling a thrill from stealing the ball from the European golden boy, was equally exhilarated. The relentless double marking on Bruno was part of Basel's newly devised defensive strategy. Bruno caught a glimpse of the advancing Elneny out of the corner of his eye, anticipating his intentions but feigning ignorance. Naturally familiar with the Basel midfielder who later joined Arsenal, Bruno remained unfazed. When Elneny lunged to tackle, Bruno leaned back, bracing against Seferovic, and deftly pulled the ball towards his body, flicking it up slightly with his toe. Elneny missed completely, losing his balance and nearly falling as he overcommit. In that moment, Bruno seized the opportunity, lifting his left foot to attempt to regain possession of the ball. At that instant, Seferovic, initially startled, soon delighted at the prospect of stealing the ball. His and Elneny's coordinated defense aimed to pressure Bruno, with Elneny creating a distraction while Seferovic prepared for the follow-up. This double-layered defense was executed flawlessly. In the center circle, Basel's striker Streller was elated, envisioning Bruno losing possession, raising his hand to signal for a quick counterattack. With Udinese pushing forward significantly, the backline was vulnerable, presenting an ideal opportunity for a counter. However, just as Seferovic prepared to seize the ball, he was stunned to find it had vanished. Unbeknownst to him, while he attempted to intercept, Bruno had subtly nudged the ball with his left foot, shifting it to his right. Following that, Bruno executed a smooth feint, skillfully evading Seferovic's attempts to snatch it from behind, the entire maneuver appearing as if he had anticipated Seferovic's actions all along. Swiftly, Bruno used one hand to shield against Seferovic while pulling the ball with the inside of his right foot, pivoting his body deftly in the direction of the ball. Seferovic was taken aback. He had not expected Bruno to exhibit such finesse under pressure, especially not to complete a turn. Aware of Bruno's formidable skills, which had been demonstrated through the failures of multiple teams, including Real Madrid, Seferovic understood the critical nature of preventing Bruno from escaping. Should they concede a second goal so soon, Basel's chances would diminish significantly. In a moment of desperation, Seferovic grasped Bruno's jersey. "Foul!" exclaimed BBC commentator John Motson. Bruno had successfully turned, but Seferovic clung to him, preventing him from advancing. Just as referee Skamina prepared to blow the whistle, Bruno abruptly halted his forward momentum, leaning back and colliding with Seferovic. The latter, caught off balance by Bruno's sudden shift, stumbled forward. Upon colliding with Bruno's back, both players were jolted apart. In that moment of imbalance, Seferovic instinctively released his grip on Bruno's jersey, attempting to steady himself by placing a hand on Bruno's back. Seizing this opportunity, Bruno lunged forward, breaking free from Seferovic's grasp. With newfound freedom, Bruno surged into Basil's penalty area. Inside the box, Basil's centre-back Susi was taken aback, unable to fathom how Bruno had eluded the double marking and sidestepped Seferovic's foul play. Charging forward with the ball, Susi rushed to confront him. Bruno galloped with the ball. He executed a swift change of direction, effortlessly bypassing the reckless challenge of the Basel defender. What a splendid maneuver! A clear shot! The media in the press box erupted in astonishment. Meanwhile, another Basel centre-back was engaged in a tussle with Di Natale, who was demonstrating remarkable resilience against the towering Fabian Shr. Preventing the Swiss international from intervening, Basil's goalkeeper Vaclik readied himself to intercept as Susi approached, hesitating momentarily as he hoped the American defender would halt Bruno. However, witnessing Bruno glide past the last defender, Vaclik knew he could no longer afford to hesitate and charged forward. As Bruno faced the onrushing Vaclik, he slowed his pace, preparing to unleash his right leg. This must be a feint, Vaclik reasoned. Refraining from committing to a save then, he widened his eyes in disbelief as Bruno's leg swung down, unambiguously striking the ball. Thud! The sound echoed as Bruno's right foot connected with the soccer ball, filling Vaclik with despair as he realized he had misjudged the situation. The football soared through the air with a thunderous roar, arriving before Vaclik in an instant. The Basel goalkeeper had no time to react. He instinctively raised his hand, only to see the ball was past him, accompanied by a gust of wind. Almost immediately, he heard the ball crash into the net with immense force, its momentum unabated, producing a rustling sound as it collided with the netting. The goal was scored, Gulul. In the 9th minute of the match, Bruno elegantly maneuvered out of a double team, penetrating the penalty area, and after evading another defender, unleashed a powerful shot that once again breached Basil's goal. The Udinese fans in the away stand at St. Jacob Park erupted in jubilant cheers. The moment the ball nestled into the net, Bruno excitedly sprinted off the field towards the stands where the away supporters were gathered, celebrating his goal. With such a swift 2-goal lead, this match seemed secure for Udinese. The other players from Udinese swiftly joined him. The goal had been scored. Udinese's counterattack had been successful. The scorer was Bruno Fernandes. Merely 9 minutes into the game, Udinese had established a 2-goal advantage on Basil's home turf. This Udinese side was in phenomenal form. Oh, what a truly exquisite and splendid goal! After evading the tackles of Seferovic and Elneny, Bruno successfully broke into the penalty area, and despite Seferovic's foul attempt to pull him down, he continued forward. Bruno then deftly maneuvered past another defender and, facing the advancing goalkeeper, struck the ball into the net, a shot that Vaclik had no chance of saving. Witnessing Bruno's magnificent goal, Udinese's coach Guidolin leaped from the bench, raising his arms in jubilant celebration. It was indeed a beautiful and crucial goal. Basel, as the dominant force in the Swiss Super League, was by no means a weak opponent, especially at St. Jacob Park, where they displayed considerable tenacity. In the previous 2 seasons, both Manchester United and Chelsea had faltered here, failing to progress in the Champions League knockout stages. For Udinese, seizing the initiative and scoring first was paramount. AS Udinese celebrated their goal. The Basel players gathered around a teammate lying on the ground in the penalty area. It was Seferovic, the left-back, who had fallen after being outmaneuvered by Bruno. Soon, a Basel player gestured for the team doctor to enter the field. It turned out that after Bruno had evaded Seferovic's grasp, the Swedish defender lost his balance and fell without finding a point of support, twisting his ankle in the process. The moment Bruno dashed away to score. Seferovic was left on the ground, pain etched across his face. His anguish stemmed not only from the physical injury but also from the psychological blow of being outplayed by Bruno. AS Udinese reveled in their goal. The Basel players, aware of the situation, called for medical assistance. Following the doctor's assessment, Seferovic's injury appeared grave. That twisted ankle might have resulted in a fracture of his fibula. Consequently, a stretcher was summoned. The medical team swiftly stabilized Seferovic's leg before lifting him onto the stretcher. Observing the huddle of Basel players, Udinese initially assumed they were appealing to the referee, but upon noticing the stretcher and medical staff, they realized the situation was far more serious. One of Basel's players had sustained an injury. Thus, The Udinese players approached to inquire about the circumstances. Upon learning that Seferovic might have fractured his leg, they were taken aback, astonished by the intensity of the confrontation between Bruno and Seferovic. They had underestimated Bruno's prowess, viewing him now with newfound respect. Bruno, too, felt a sense of sympathy. It was unfortunate for Seferovic that he lost his balance and sustained such a severe injury. He approached Seferovic to express his apologies, which left Seferovic feeling both touched and somewhat embarrassed. After all, his injury was not Bruno's fault. It was merely a part of the natural physical contest on the field. Meanwhile, Elneny was visibly disheartened. Their attempt to double-team Bruno had not only resulted in a goal against them, but also in the injury of a teammate. Who could they turn to for answers? Once the match resumed, Basel's morale was evidently affected. On one hand, conceding 2 goals within the first 10 minutes was far worse than their prior encounter against Real Madrid at the Bernabeu. On the other hand, witnessing a teammate suffer a serious injury instilled a sense of melancholy among them. Thus, the players' fighting spirit visibly waned. Conversely, Udinese, having established an early 2-goal lead, felt a sense of relief. Consequently, their subsequent attacks lacked the fervor of earlier efforts. The first half continued in a relatively tranquil fashion, concluding with Udinese leading 2-0 at halftime. As the second half commenced, Basel, reinvigorated, intensified their offensive efforts. However, Udinese, having enjoyed a comfortable lead, appeared to lose their rhythm. With their playmaker Bruno closely marked, Udinese adjusted their formation, with Canty dropping deeper and Allen moving slightly forward, compelling the Brazilian midfielder to assume some organizational responsibilities. Additionally, Allen, not particularly renowned for his physical attributes, struggled against Basel's robust challenges. Meanwhile, Basel, now 2 goals down, shed their anxiety, and coach Paulo Sousa promptly adjusted their tactics. They began to press forward. Although this aggressive strategy carried risks, Basel understood that they could not afford to lose this match. With the support of their home crowd, Basel commenced their assault on Udinese's goal. Ivorian international Dai maneuvered into the vicinity of the penalty area, deftly evading Cancelo's interception before attempting to loft the ball into the box. Allen, tasked with marking him, found himself at a disadvantage in the physical tussle and resorted to a tactical foul, bringing Dai down. Referee Scamana blew his whistle, issuing a verbal warning to Allen and awarding Basel a free kick just outside the penalty area. Near the sideline, Xhaka stood over the ball. His set-piece delivery found the towering striker Streller at the back post, who leapt to head the ball towards goal. Udinese goalkeeper Canizes charged forward, intent on claiming the ball. However, Canizes misjudged the flight of the ball, failing to catch it as it slipped past him. Streller, initially disheartened, believing the ball would be intercepted by the Udinese keeper, was taken by surprise when it struck his head and veered into the net. Oh! Streller with the header. It's a goal. Basel has scored. Goal. Streller's header found the back of the net, marking Basel's first genuine threat to Udinese's goal in this match. The goal had been scored. In the media zone at St. Jacob Park, journalists from around the globe erupted with excitement. The one-sided nature of the first half was the very scenario that these thrill-seeking reporters relished. They yearned for chaos on the pitch. Following the goal, Streller appeared exuberant, sprinting in celebration, casting a glance towards Bruno in the distance before dashing towards the stands, waving his arms vigorously at the Basel supporters. Canizes has made an unforgivable error, exclaimed the commentator from Italian Sky TV, sharply criticizing the goalkeeper for his poor aerial ability, which had been glaringly exposed at that moment. In the East, sports commentator Jean June remarked, the quality of Basel's free kick was rather mediocre. The ball was not struck with velocity, and Canizes should have easily controlled it, yet he let it slip. Udinese's vulnerability to aerial threats had been unmasked. Jean June nodded. Now the match has become interesting. Allen passed the ball to Widmer. Bruno raised his hand, calling for the ball, which Widmer delivered. Bruno feigned an attempt to receive it, but as 2 Basel defenders, Xhaka and Suzy, closed in on him, he executed a half-turn while simultaneously receiving the ball. Deftly evading their tight marking, with a precise push of his foot, he sent the ball slicing through the gap between Xhaka and Suzy, a pass as sharp as a scalpel. What a brilliant pass. Jean June marveled at Bruno's incisive through ball tore through Basel's defense, allowing Guilherme to surge down the flank. After advancing along the touchline, he cut inside and unleashed a shot. Basel's midfielder Fabian Free extended his leg to block, but the ball ricocheted off his calf, changing direction and continuing towards the goal. Guilherme, a shot, deflected, It's saved, Jean-June exclaimed rapidly. And it's not over yet, Bruno Fernandes. The follow-up. The ball is in. Václav's desperate attempt to save did not push the ball far enough. Bruno surged forward almost simultaneously with the Ivorian midfielder Sir, his explosive power allowing him to reach the ball ahead of Dai. Without a moment's hesitation, Bruno unleashed a powerful strike, sending the football soaring into the net, causing the net to ripple dramatically. 3-1. Just 5 minutes after Basel narrowed the score to 1-2, Bruno cleverly seized the opportunity in the penalty area, helping Udinese once again extend their lead to 2 goals. The Udinese players erupted into jubilant celebration. The scene was exhilarating. On the sidelines, Guidolin, applauding the goal, felt a mix of joy and frustration. Although Udinese's successful attack validated his tactical adjustments, he remained dissatisfied with the performance of the midfield. As the season progressed, Guidolin began to realize the squad's lack of depth, particularly in midfield. Allen and Kanté still needed to improve, while Bruno's performance pleased him. However, the glaring issue was the absence of suitable substitutes for these 3 players on the bench. The midfield configuration of Udinese was aging, with Piatti's condition declining day by day. Badu and Halberdi were barely reliable, and Widmer and Guilherme could only play on the flanks. Thus, if any of Bruno or his companions were sidelined, the midfield strength of Udinese would suffer significantly. This was the lament of a small club like Udinese. Despite last season's impressive performance and a summer transfer window profit exceeding €40 million, securing players as they did last summer for Bruno at €25 million was virtually impossible now. Not to mention spending 20 or 30 million on a single player. Even acquiring a star valued over 10 million would not receive the owner's support. This summer, Udinese could only secure 1 player on a free transfer, another on loan, and add a few lottery-like signings to fill the squad. However, such recruitment strategies are unlikely to yield immediate results. Truth be told, Guidolin had become somewhat infatuated with high-profile signings. Although the funds were ample, the outcomes were also remarkable. With Bruno's arrival, Udinese's scoring ability had significantly improved compared to before. With a super organizer and scorer like Bruno, Udinese's goal-scoring prowess was indeed impressive. Guidolin began to ponder whether the team could bolster its midfield during the winter transfer window. As he contemplated the upcoming winter transfer matters, the expression on Basel's coach Paulo Sousa's face turned grim. He had just received news from another venue. Ludogorets was locked in a 1-1 draw with Real Madrid. The match's developments were unexpected. Ludogorets had scored early, while Real Madrid had only equalized through a penalty from Cristiano Ronaldo in the first half. After 15 minutes into the second half, despite dominating the attack, Real Madrid was unable to find the back of the net, leaving the score unchanged. This situation made Paulo Sousa increasingly anxious in the group featuring Udinese and Real Madrid. Basel assessed the standings believing that Real Madrid was likely to finish first, leaving Basel to vie with Udinese for the second spot. However, as the match reached the hour mark, Basel found themselves trailing 1-3 against Udinese, dangerously close to their psychological limits. If they could not compete with Udinese, their baseline was to secure 3rd place and qualify for the Europa League knockout stage. Yet, the scoreline of Ludogorets versus Real Madrid instilled a sense of crisis in Basel. Securing 3rd place was not a guarantee. Paulo Sousa was deeply troubled. Simultaneously, Ludogorets' ability to hold Real Madrid in check sparked Sousa's competitive spirit. If Ludogorets could achieve this at home, why couldn't Basel? In this match, Basel had to give their all to secure victory. At the very least, ensuring they did not lose, Bruno Fernandes scored again, 3-1. Udinese had regained a 2-goal lead, Jean-June announced. Zhang Lu began to analyze, stating, "The entire sequence leading to the goal was spectacular. With Udinese's rapid advancement tearing through Basel's defense with ease, and Bruno's pass was the highlight. A perfectly timed through ball that dismantled Basel's backline, leading to Guilherme's shot being parried. Only for Bruno to follow up. Udinese's attack was multifaceted, layering pressure upon Basel's goal. Guidolin's transformation of Udinese was beginning to show results, as they were clearly on the right path. This was the 2nd goal for Bruno in this match and his 5th in this season's Champions League. In the opening match against Ludogorets, Bruno had scored a hat-trick, and now he had netted twice. The Portuguese had early established his goal-scoring account in his maiden Champions League season. Jean-June remarked, Bruno is truly a unique midfielder. During his time at Novara, he claimed the Serie B Golden Boot as a midfielder. Last season at Udinese, he again earned the Golden Boot as a midfield organizer in the Europa League. And now, It seems he is on track to win the Champions League Golden Boot. Zhang Lu chuckled. Meanwhile, in the stadium, after Bruno scored again, Basel's forward Streller felt a tinge of frustration. He had not anticipated that Bruno would respond so quickly after his own goal, leaving him feeling powerless and considering his previous boastful gesture toward Bruno rather childish. At that moment, Streller sought to gauge whether Bruno would acknowledge him, as he was convinced that Bruno had noticed his gaze post-goal. However, he did not witness the scene he had envisioned, deepening his sense of discontent and disappointment. As the clock ticked away, the score remained 1-3, with the home team Basel trailing. This left Paulo Sousa on the edge of his seat, eagerly awaiting the goal that never came. The match was intensely contested, with players from both sides engaging in fierce battles in midfield, resulting in chaotic scenes as neither team could establish smooth attacks. Particularly for Basel, their offense was met with staunch resistance from Udinese's two diminutive yet tenacious midfielders. Simultaneously, they had to be wary of Udinese's swift counterattacks, as the presence of Bruno made it likely that they could launch attacks in unpredictable ways. The anxiety was palpable. The only slight consolation for Paulo Sousa came in the 77th minute when news arrived from Bulgaria. Real Madrid had scored again, with French forward Benzema putting them ahead. Yet, this merely eased Sousa's tension momentarily. Even if both matches ended with the current scores, if Ludogorets lost, Basel would still find themselves at the bottom of Group B due to inferior goal difference. Reluctantly, as the match approached the 80-minute mark, Paulo Sousa opted to make another substitution. David Cara came on to replace the talented forward Embolo, intending to make a final push. The 17-year-old Embolo, having underperformed, appeared quite dejected as he left the pitch. David Cara, upon his introduction, unleashed a commendable long-range shot, forcing Canizes into a save shortly after entering the fray, resulting in a corner for Basel. Canizes charged out, attempting to punch the ball clear, but failed to clear it effectively, leading to chaos in Udinese's penalty area. Amidst the scramble, a figure leaped high, heading the ball towards goal. Watch out for Fry. The header. Udinese made an error in defending this aerial challenge, focusing their defensive efforts on Streller, Shell, and Suzy, neglecting to mark Fry. The Basel captain was astute, not jumping for the header from directly in front of the goal but rather from the outside. Generating enough power to outjump everyone, he executed a beautifully powerful header, yet fortune did not favor him, as his effort hit Canizes directly, bouncing back and was swiftly cleared by Danilo. The Basel fans in the stands clasped their heads in despair. Leaping in frustration, convinced that the goal was imminent, Guidolin was also startled, witnessing the clearance. He shouted from the sidelines, "Damn it! Why was no one marking that guy?" Fry had surged in from the outside to head the ball. That was not the issue. The real problem was that there was no one defending Basel's captain. Clearly, Udinese's defense exhibited significant flaws during this corner. Paul Sosa, with a look of regret, clenched his fists. Lamenting the missed opportunity to score at it was indeed a pity. Had that goal been converted, Basel's chances of securing points at home would have significantly increased, especially considering there were approximately 10 minutes left in the match. Including stoppage time. Udinese's goalkeeper, Carnizes, displayed a rather ordinary performance today, particularly struggling with aerial balls, which presented a golden opportunity for Basel. Bruno wore a somewhat grave expression. In pursuit of victory, the Red and Blue Brigade would undoubtedly battle fiercely against Udinese. They could not afford to remain passive. A counterattack was imperative to suppress the burgeoning offensive momentum of Basel. However, before Bruno could orchestrate Udinese's counter, Guidolin made a substitution, bringing on the towering defender Maguire, who was on loan from Sheffield United, in place of the veteran Dimitsi. Pizarro also entered the fray, replacing the underperforming Allen. Clearly, these were adjustments aimed at bolstering the defense. Guidolin hoped that Maguire's height and Pizarro's experience would help Udinese maintain their lead in the final minutes. In the 86th minute, Udinese earned a free kick in the attacking third. Captain Di Natale took charge of the set piece, but his attempt was thwarted by the wall, failing to breach it. Nevertheless, Bruno seized the loose ball, allowing Udinese to continue their offensive. Widmer's breakthrough on the right earned Udinese another promising free kick. Di Natale intended to take the shot, but Bruno interjected, "Captain, allow me." After a moment's consideration, Di Natale relinquished the ball to Bruno. AS Bruno positioned himself at the spot. Basel's defense tensed, and their fans in the stands appeared anxious. Bruno possessed a commendable free kick technique, having scored 3 direct free kicks last season, alongside numerous assists from set pieces. The referee, Scamina, blew his whistle. Bruno approached. Rather than opting for a direct shot, he lifted the ball into the box. Di Natale successfully made contact, nudging the ball into Basil's net from close range. 4-1, and Udinese had effectively sealed the match. Following Bruno's brace, Di Natale too celebrated his second goal. He appeared elated, never anticipating that entrusting the free kick to Bruno would yield a goal. What a remarkably profitable exchange. Ultimately, Udinese triumphed over Basel with a score of 4-1, achieving consecutive resounding victories. Udinese's investment of €25 million had procured a superstar. Jean June remarked that in his debut season in the Champions League, Bruno had delivered a stunning performance, netting 5 goals and providing 3 assists across 2 matches, a feat that most players would struggle to replicate throughout the entire Champions League season, yet Bruno accomplished it in just 2 games. Jean Lu further noted that Udinese, with their 2 consecutive victories, surpassed Real Madrid on goal difference, now standing at the top of their group. Meanwhile, on another pitch, the match concluded with Real Madrid edging past Ludogorets 2-1. Thanks to Benzema's second-half goal. However, despite also securing 2 victories, the Madrid Giants found themselves in second place due to a lesser goal difference compared to Udinese. The clash between Udinese and Basel became a focal point for media coverage post-match. Bruno's dual achievement of goals and assists garnered widespread acclaim. The Milan Sports Gazette reported, with 2 goals and 2 assists in a single match and 8 goals created across 2 games, Bruno has undeniably asserted his dominance. The Champions League is indeed his territory. The Turn Sports Gazette echoed this sentiment with astonishment. 5 goals and 3 assists in 2 matches, occupying the top spots in both the Champions League scoring and assist charts. Bruno Fernandes' performance in his debut season is nothing short of sensational. Group E has now transformed into a showdown between 2 Portuguese stars in the next round of the Champions League group stage. Udinese will host Real Madrid at the Friuli Stadium, and Bruno will once again face off against Cristiano Ronaldo following the European Super Cup, a match that promises to be as explosive and eagerly anticipated as a collision of celestial bodies. While Bruno's second direct encounter with Ronaldo awaits, he first embraces the opportunity to fight alongside him. In mid-October, the second international match day of the season arrives, with Portugal set to face 2 fixtures, a friendly against France and an away challenge against formidable group rivals Denmark in the European Championship qualifiers. Countless Portuguese players eagerly anticipate witnessing the perfect axis of Cristiano Ronaldo, Bruno, and Pepe grace the pitch together. However, after the announcement of the new national team roster, Bruno found himself representing Udinese in yet another match. On the afternoon of October 5, Udinese hosted Cesena at the Friuli Stadium in the 6th round of Serie A. In the 18th minute of the first half, Bruno assisted Di Natale in opening the scoring for Udinese. In the 62nd minute of the second half, Di Natale returned the favor, setting up Bruno for a goal. Ultimately, Udinese emerged victorious with a score of 2-1 at home, with 5 wins and 1 draw. They accumulated 16 points, claiming the top position in the Serie A standings. However, Udinese's reign at the summit was short-lived as Juventus snatched the top spot from them after a contentious 3-2 victory over Roma. A match that saw the referee brandish 2 red cards and 7 yellow cards, awarding Juventus 2 highly disputed penalties. Had it not been for these controversial decisions, Juventus might well have suffered a home defeat to Roma, ceding the top position to the Giallorossi. Chapter 161. Opponent France. According to the announcement, Portugal is set to assemble on the morning of October 7th, with 3 days of training before departing via charter flight to Paris on the evening of October 10th, where they will face France in a friendly at the Stade de France on the 11th. Following that, they will head north to Denmark for the second group match of the European Championship qualifiers on the evening of the 14th. The friendly against France has garnered immense attention within Portugal, not only due to the formidable nature of their opponents, but also because this match marks the first time Bruno and Ronaldo will join forces in the national team. The anticipation for this match extends beyond Portugal, resonating with countless fans worldwide. Historically, the Portuguese national team has struggled in major tournaments due to a lack of a proficient organizer in midfield. While Moutinho enjoys popularity among Portuguese fans, he is not a world-class playmaker. Bruno's emergence has instilled hope among the Portuguese populace. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Bruno has yet to secure his place in the national team. Following a managerial shake-up, Portugal has finally welcomed their midfield conductor. Bruno's true debut for the national team did not disappoint, as he contributed 1 goal and 1 assist in a 3-1 home victory over Albania. The only regret for Portuguese fans that day was Ronaldo's absence due to injury. After another month of anticipation, the long-awaited moment arrived in the friendly against France. For Portuguese fans, France undoubtedly represents a daunting adversary. The two teams have faced each other 22 times in history, with France claiming 16 victories, 1 draw, and 5 losses, scoring 46 goals while conceding 27. In friendly matches, they have met 19 times, with France winning 13, drawing 1, and losing 5, boasting a notable advantage on home soil with 10 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses from 13 encounters. Notably, since 1975, France has maintained an unbeaten record in their last 8 meetings. Compared to Portugal, which relies heavily on the trio of top stars, Ronaldo, Bruno, and Pepe, France boasts a constellation of talent across all positions. Deschamps placed significant importance on the friendly against Portugal, fielding nearly his entire starting lineup. This match features numerous intriguing storylines, such as the clash between Ronaldo and Benzema, the formidable strike partnership at Real Madrid, and the inaugural meeting between the two rising stars, Bruno and Pogba, in the national team context. Since their convergence at the Bernabeu in the summer of 2009, Ronaldo and Benzema have been the most reliable partnership in Real Madrid's attack. However, their direct confrontation on the pitch has yet to materialize. Likewise, the encounter between Pogba and Bruno, two luminaries of the new generation, has seen them face off in youth teams, Serie A, and the Europa League, but this marks their first meeting at the senior national team level. Given these circumstances, the anticipation for the fireworks this match may ignite is palpable. France initiated an offensive down the left flank. Pogba cut inside with the ball, tightly marked by Cedric, leaving him without options. Griezmann received the ball and crossed. At the far post, Benzema? The ball is in. Goal. Just 3 minutes into the match, Benzema scored a magnificent header from 8 meters out. Following his goal, Benzema exuberantly rushed out of the field. The entire Stade de France resonated with the fervent cheers of 81,000 fans, all unified in their exultant calls for Benzema's name. The scene was undeniably exhilarating. The players of the French national team surged towards Benzema, including Griezmann, who had been rumored to have discord with him, all coming together to celebrate Benzema's goal. Coach Deschamps, visibly animated, was seen gesticulating passionately from the sidelines. He clearly understood that this goal served to bolster the morale of the French team. 1-0. The French squad had achieved an impressive start. This goal epitomized the tactical synergy that has long characterized the French team. Indeed, in the initial 3 minutes of the match, France demonstrated a marked superiority in ball possession and overall play. Conversely, Portugal primarily focused on counterattacks, yet the Seleção did not adopt a conservative approach. Rather than retreating to defend near their penalty area as had been speculated, they engaged in proactive pressing to apply pressure. However, such an approach inevitably increased the likelihood of mistakes. During Griezmann's cross, Pepe evidently failed to adequately track his club teammate, which allowed Benzema to make a near-unmarked header into the goal. This was certainly a significant error. Had Pepe stayed close to Benzema, it is likely that the latter would have struggled to find an opportunity for a header. Nevertheless, the mistake had been made, and Portugal needed to exercise caution. The concerns he had prior to the match had come to fruition. A prolonged absence from play could dull a player's senses and diminish their sharpness. Yet, he did not regret his decision. For Carvalho had also been lacking match fitness, and he was even less familiar with Benzema. Thus he opted for Pepe. He believed that, as the match progressed, Pepe would gradually regain his rhythm. After conceding a goal, Bruno, visibly frustrated, clenched his teeth and exhaled heavily, forcing himself to remain calm and focused on the game. In fact, Portugal had not performed poorly since the match began. Bruno had made a precise through ball, and Nani delivered a cross from the right, yet Ronaldo could not connect, missing a scoring opportunity. Pogba had several chances to cut in from the left but found himself ensnared by the trio of Cedric, Thiago, and Gomez. Pogba was indeed formidable. Although many have claimed that he has not maintained his peak form from the previous season, this French midfielder still possesses remarkable abilities. Whenever the ball reaches his feet, he can retain possession even when 3 defenders converge upon him. He navigates past opponents with ease, rendering any defender before him ineffective. The recent goal, seemingly a product of Griezmann's cross, was actually preceded by Pogba's pass, which enabled Griezmann to evade Nani, executing the reception and cross simultaneously. This is the hallmark of a world-class superstar. However, in this match, he was determined to win. The desire to triumph intensified with Benzema's header. Following a series of adjustments by Santos, Portugal steadied themselves, containing the French team's left flank. Portugal had accomplished a significant portion of their defensive objectives. and with Elisu effectively neutralizing Valbuena on the right. The French wings were no longer able to roam freely. Once the backline had solidified, Santos promptly made further adjustments, pushing the entire defensive line higher up the pitch. This was a tactical approach that Portugal had practiced over the preceding days. As the French backline advanced past the halfway line, Portugal's defense strived to push out of their penalty area, resulting in both teams adopting a flattened formation, exposing considerable space behind the French defense. This was precisely the area Santos had emphasized in pre-match training as crucial for Portugal's counterattacks. In theory, executing this strategy is straightforward, but translating it onto the pitch proves to be quite challenging. The French team possesses exceptional passing and ball control skills, along with outstanding individual talents, all while enjoying the advantage of home ground, which inherently leaves Portugal with limited opportunities for counterattacks, particularly in the first half. Moreover, capitalizing on the few available opportunities to create a threat and execute a coordinated play is no simple task. Both Portugal and France implemented targeted tactics. On several occasions, Portugal's counterattacks reached near the front line. Although they managed to seize the first ball, they consistently failed to capitalize on the second. Cabai closely tracked Bruno, indicating Deschamps' keen focus on Bruno's containment. Of course, this was not unexpected by Santos. He had repeatedly cautioned his players that the first half would undoubtedly belong to the French team. With their stamina intact and playing on home soil, their attacking prowess would be formidable. If Portugal could maintain their defensive composure during the first half against the French, it would be deemed a success, while generating counterattacks would be left to chance. The team's true push would come in the second half. The match unfolded as Santos had anticipated. The sole misstep was Pepe's error in the 3rd minute, which led to the concession of a goal. Following that, Portugal fortified their defense, repelling several French offensives without conceding further. Although they afforded France 4 or 5 shooting opportunities, these were either long-range efforts or forced attempts, with no truly threatening shots on goal. Yet Portugal also paid the price with 2 yellow cards, one for Alves, who fouled Griezmann from behind, and another for Nani, who brought down Pogba in the 38th minute. Bruno found himself with a chance on the left flank, just as he was about to drive forward. Cabai decisively fouled him, earning a yellow card. Chapter 162. Understanding Chapter 162. Understanding Portugal swiftly executed a free kick from the front. Thiago delivered a ball to the near post, and Danny headed it just over the bar. This was Portugal's most threatening shot of the first half, created from a free kick opportunity generated by Bruno on the left flank, but Danny failed to seize the moment. France's goal kick. France continued to dominate possession. However, despite trailing by a goal, Portugal remained composed on the field, displaying a strong fighting spirit, especially after creating a threatening opportunity. At that moment, Portugal resembled a shark that had sensed blood. Poised to strike, Santos quickly made another round of adjustments. Consequently, the positioning of France's 3 midfielders resembled an inverted triangle, with Cabai trailing at the back. Simultaneously, Santos reassigned responsibilities for the team's midfield and defense. France was acutely aware that Bruno was the central figure in Portugal's midfield organization. Thus, during the first half, whenever Bruno received the ball, the French immediately closed in on him. This became the task for Cabai, Matuidi, and Pogba throughout the match. Santos noted this and made adjustments, instructing Thiago and Gomez to provide support for Bruno, attempting to control the ball in midfield and advance play to create opportunities for the forwards. The match quickly approached the 40th minute. Following consecutive adjustments, Portugal actively and patiently sought opportunities. Everyone understood that in a match against France, even a 0-1 defeat posed no significant consequence. But Bruno did not share this perspective. He was determined not to lose to Pogba. Equally resolute was Cristiano Ronaldo. At all times, the competitive Ronaldo despised losing, forever aspiring for his team to emerge victorious. Following the team's adjustments, Portugal's captain maintained his responsibilities on the left flank, spearheading the offensive, as Elisu was unable to provide him with support. However, this did not imply he faced Sagno one-on-one, as often the ball was not delivered to him. France had devised a targeted strategy for this. Throughout the first half, Ronaldo had limited opportunities to receive the ball. Clearly, this was France's tactic, ensuring Ronaldo could not receive the ball for a direct assault. With Matuidi pressing forward, Cabai assumed a more withdrawn role, allowing Ronaldo on the left flank to find more opportunities. Thus, without needing Santos' reminder, he proactively expanded his movement range. Portugal soon created another opportunity. The Atletico Madrid midfielder delivered a low pass directly into the front line. Gomez received the ball nearby, and the French players quickly closed in. The entire sequence was executed with a single touch, and when Bruno received the ball, he faced the attacking direction. Bruno spotted Ronaldo. Almost at the moment Bruno passed the ball, Ronaldo suddenly took off, sprinting past Sagna straight into the space behind the French defense. Bruno's pass was precise and low, zipping swiftly to Ronaldo. With a lift of his left foot, Ronaldo expertly controlled the ball as it landed on the grass and rebounded. Observing Mangala, Ronaldo saw the French centre-back attempting to intercept the ball, so he decisively struck, flicking the rebounding ball over Mangala's head, landing just behind him, and once again surged forward, darting past Mangala into the penalty area. Mangala reacted quickly, pivoting, yet his speed could not match that of Ronaldo. In the blink of an eye, Ronaldo had evaded Mangala, racing after the ball. Mandanda boldly advanced from his goal, but Ronaldo managed to reach the ball just a step ahead at the edge of the penalty area. A stunning display of skill. Ronaldo deftly flicked the ball past Mangala, creating a one-on-one opportunity. The French goalkeeper, Mandanda, rushed out of his goal. Ronaldo, magnificent. He slotted the ball into the empty net. It's a goal, Guu, after sending the ball into the open goal. Ronaldo continued his sprint, racing out of the field. He leapt into the air, arms outstretched, and let out a triumphant roar. Shoo! This is his signature goal celebration. All the Portuguese players were filled with astonishment, rushing towards him and encircling him in jubilation. Their excitement was palpable. Remarkably executed play. It can be said that this goal was pivotal for Portugal. It was the 44th minute of the match. Ronaldo's goal not only equalized the score for Portugal, but also significantly boosted the team's morale while striking a blow to the French side. Indeed, it was an astonishing goal. Sagna seemed somewhat complacent at that moment, but Ronaldo made a sudden, swift diagonal run behind him. It must be said that Bruno's pass was perfectly timed, landing right in Ronaldo's stride, allowing him to control the ball with his left foot and, without waiting for Mangala to close in, deftly flick it away. The two movements flowed seamlessly, like a graceful dance, truly spectacular. Mandanda's rush was somewhat hasty, but against Ronaldo, any goalkeeper would feel the pressure. Santos on the sidelines was equally animated, jumping with joy. This was undoubtedly a delightful surprise, as he had mentally prepared for a one-goal deficit at half-time. But Bruno and Ronaldo brought him such unexpected joy. That lad is playing brilliantly. Santos remarked with a smile. He always believed that Ronaldo was not merely fast or a potent scorer, but also possessed well-rounded technical skills. He admired Ronaldo's off-the-ball movement and his astute footballing intelligence, which often differed from others' thinking. Bruno's pass was also beautifully executed. Santos's assistant coach, Val, chuckled in agreement. Santos nodded. He could see that there were not many players in the team who could establish a rapport with Bruno, and Ronaldo was certainly one of them. This was largely due to Bruno joining the team relatively late, making him less familiar with the others. Such chemistry cannot be rushed. As for the synergy with Ronaldo, perhaps it is the resonance of top-tier talents, sharing similar thoughts. However, one cannot expect every player to be a top-tier genius in this Portuguese squad. Only Ronaldo and Bruno could be considered top talents. The majority were merely ordinary players. Therefore, he had to consider tactics suitable for average players and focus training accordingly. Santos was confident that, with the passage of time, Bruno would grow increasingly familiar with his teammates, and their understanding would develop, much like it did during Bruno's time at Udinese. Throughout the first half, aside from Pepe's early mistake, Portugal had hardly made any significant defensive errors, which left the French attack struggling to find direction. Much to Santos's satisfaction, on a tactical level, Portugal had effectively subdued the French team. Santos's tactics were spot on, thoroughly disrupting France's strategic deployment. Although the halftime score was 1-1, from a tactical perspective, France had suffered a complete defeat. Santos entered the locker room to arrange tactics for the second half. He shared his predictions about France's strategy for the second half. Typically, if a team is dominating on the pitch, they won't make drastic adjustments in the second half. Changing tactics can easily lead to losing control of the match, so they tend to avoid taking risks. Although the score is 1-1, France has been managing the situation. It was only in the final minutes of the first half that they encountered some issues, allowing us to score from a counterattack. Therefore, I suspect Deschamps will not make any adjustments, especially substitutions. While Santos was outlining his plans, all the Portuguese players, including Ronaldo and Bruno, listened attentively and nodded seriously. Chapter 163. Under Pressure. Chapter 163. Under pressure. First, we must apply quicker and more aggressive pressing. Putting pressure on the French center-backs, Mangala and Varane did not feel much pressure in the first half, so we must strengthen this aspect in the second half. That goal at the end of the first half was precisely because we played with speed. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Ronaldo, Pepe and others, smiling as if to say, "You've been praised." Santos was not one to easily commend players in the locker room. Being acknowledged by him was already a significant compliment. After conveying this, Santos had essentially covered everything he needed to address. Everyone, while a 1-1 halftime score may provide reason for satisfaction, we must not let our guard down. Remember, we are at the Stade de France, the home ground of the French team. You must understand that tonight you are facing the strongest team in Europe. Whether it is a draw or a one-goal lead, it is not enough to ensure our victory. Thus, we must concentrate all our energy and focus on playing each minute of the match well. As the captain, Ronaldo immediately stood up and nodded emphatically. The other players followed suit, standing up and either nodding or responding vocally. The second half commenced. The French team did not make significant changes, neither in personnel nor in tactics, which largely continued from the first half's performance, but Portugal clearly differed from the first half. Just 1 minute into the second half, Portugal began to apply intense pressure. Pogba fouled Bruno, granting Portugal a free kick opportunity in the attacking third. Ronaldo opted to shoot directly, but Mandanda was able to parry it. Averting a crisis, Griezmann and Valbuena's flanks had already been curtailed by Eliseu and Cedric in the first half, effectively severing France's two main attacking avenues, while the central attacks were thwarted by Thiago and Gomez. As for the two fullbacks, Sagna was tasked with marking Ronaldo, while Evra was restrained by Nani. One could say that the entirety of France's attack was suppressed by Portugal, with the first half failing to unlock any opportunities. The second half was even more challenging. 10 minutes later, he could no longer wait and made the first substitution of the match, bringing on Payet for Valbuena. Bruno sensed on the pitch that while the ball remained at France's feet, the control of the game was firmly in Portugal's hands. The essence of a possession-based style lies in creating threats. Mere possession without the capacity to pose danger can be perilous, leading to a shift in mindset for the controlling team, particularly since France is not adept in the possession game like Barcelona or Manchester City. Deschamps' team is inherently built for counterattacking, and today they were forced to engage in a possession game at home. After the second half began, the game became increasingly tense, with neither side creating opportunities, but the atmosphere grew ever more oppressive. Bruno understood that this was a test for both teams. Whoever faltered first or made an error would lose. Portugal remained steadfast in executing the coach's tactics, as they had proven effective in the 65th minute. France made their second substitution of the match. On the pitch, Bruno noticed the fourth official signaling for a substitution. He didn't even need to see who was coming on for whom to deduce that France was feeling anxious, and Deschamps was in disarray because Portugal had yet to make a single substitution. Substitutions serve one primary purpose: to alter the course of the match. Deschamps' consecutive substitutions without any reaction from the opposing side clearly indicated that Portugal held an advantage both tactically and psychologically. The key to this was Ronaldo's last-minute goal in the first half. Without that goal, France would not have felt such urgency. Deschamps replaced Pogba with the forward Gignac, a bold and desperate move. Santos was compelled to make adjustments. Thiago was instructed to drop back to better protect the defense. Portugal remained steadfast in not making substitutions. After the substitutions, France attempted to launch a fierce offensive. Yet they continually failed to find a way to breach Portugal's defense, revealing vulnerabilities of their own. In the 70th minute, French centre-back Varane, under pressure from Dani, was forced to pass back to the goalkeeper. Beep! Accompanied by a sharp whistle, the referee swiftly approached the French penalty area. This unexpected whistle momentarily stunned players from both sides on the field. Only Dani continued to press the French team. Yet at that moment, he wore a look of surprise, grinning as he spread his arms wide and made a funny face at his Portuguese teammates. Oh my heavens, what a blunder from Mandanda! A remarkably elementary mistake on his part. The live broadcast camera even zoomed in on the coaching bench, where Deschamps appeared utterly aggrieved. The entire Stade de France erupted in a chorus of boos, clearly expressing their dissatisfaction with the team's foolish error. Mandanda hung his head low, displaying a profound sense of dejection. The referee awarded an indirect free kick within the penalty area, presenting Portugal with an exceptional opportunity. Of course, the French team also had their chances, as this was a position on the right side of the penalty area, nearly perpendicular to the edge of the 6-yard box, and level with the penalty spot, albeit slightly skewed from the goal, making the shot quite challenging. According to the rules, an indirect free kick in the penalty area must be touched by 2 players twice or more. Every Portuguese player was filled with anticipation. Converging upon the French penalty area, the referee placed the ball, simultaneously signaling for the French team to position their wall at the edge of the 6-yard box. This position, slightly to the right, was undoubtedly within striking range. If executed properly, it could lead Portugal to a further goal, turning the tables on their opponents, which would be a devastating blow to the French team. However, scoring from this position remained a considerable challenge. "It's a tricky angle," Nani remarked, furrowing his brow. With the ball positioned to the right and the wall being relatively close, a direct shot would necessitate a curved trajectory, as attempting to circumvent the wall on either side would be futile. The only option was to attempt to loft the ball over. "That's quite a tall order," Danny mused, stroking his chin. Ronaldo nodded in agreement, stating, "The crucial factor is this angle. Right-footed player would likely only be able to aim for the near post. Look at Mandanda's positioning. It's clearly aimed at our near side. If we proceed this way, it's highly probable he'll save it." Ronaldo's observation was astute. Only a left-footed player could effectively execute the shot. Pepe concurred wholeheartedly. An indirect free kick within the penalty area appeared threatening, yet the difficulty remained substantial. "Bruno, what are your thoughts?" Ronaldo inquired, noticing Bruno's silence as he scrutinized the wall. "Nothing much. I think we might as well give it a go." Bruno replied with a chuckle. The Portuguese players brightened at Bruno's words. "Nani, can you handle it?" Bruno approached, smiling. Although Cristiano Ronaldo was the primary free-kick taker, his specialty lay in executing a knuckleball, which was not appropriate for this situation, thus leaving it to the others. Nani glanced at the setup and shook his head, saying, "If I were to take it, I'd need to be at the edge of the penalty area. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the confidence to clear the wall." All professional players, they were acutely aware of their capabilities. After hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Bruno. It was well known that he was proficient with both feet, nearly mastering his left foot to the same level as his right. Chapter 164. The brightest star among the constellation, Bruno felt the weight of his teammates' gazes and nodded resolutely, declaring, "Then I shall take it." The French team was quickly preparing their wall. Time was of the essence. With Bruno's assertion, there were no objections. "How do we coordinate?" Ronaldo asked, drawing the attention of the group. "You two with height should position yourselves on the left side, drawing their tall players over. Nani, you lurk just outside the penalty area. Ronaldo, pass to me gently. Ideally, stop it right in front of me, and I'll take the shot." There were no dissenting voices, and they promptly set about their tasks. Soon, Bruno and Ronaldo positioned themselves at the ball, both well aware that it was up to them to execute the play. Nani situated himself at the left side of the penalty arc, while Alves and Pepe, the towering defenders, stood on the left side of the goal. This was Bruno's strategy, to distract the French defenders. Everything unfolded in an instant. The French defenders would have no chance to react. This was indeed a golden opportunity for Portugal, albeit not without its challenges. A direct shot from this position posed significant risks. Perhaps passing to Nani or Pepe might yield a greater chance. Yet the French team was not oblivious. They were cautious in marking Nani and Pepe. But Bruno had a different mindset. Without the slightest hesitation, as Ronaldo gently nudged the ball, Bruno advanced quickly, planting his right foot and unleashing a beautifully curved shot with his left foot. The sound of impact resonated through the air. Not loud, but the collective breath of the fans at Stade de France made it distinctly audible. The ball swiftly arced from Bruno's foot, just clearing the wall, heading straight for the upper left corner of the goal. Mandanda reacted swiftly, leaping into the air and extending his right hand. The French goalkeeper was acutely aware that failing to save this shot would render him the scapegoat in the eyes of all. He exerted every ounce of strength, elongating his arm to its limits. Yet he never felt the reassuring touch of his glove against the ball. It was not until he landed heavily on the grass that the boos from the crowd reached his ears. The ball had found its way into the net behind him. Bruno dashed off the pitch in exhilaration. The ball is in. An absolute dead angle. Bruno executed a spectacular curved shot, landing it perfectly in the top left corner. A truly magnificent strike, executed with precision and flair. This shot undeniably showcased Bruno's exceptional shooting prowess. One can scarcely doubt his scoring ability and efficiency after witnessing such brilliance. Bruno sprinted, sliding on his knees in celebration at the sidelines. Despite the cacophony of jeers echoing through Stade de France, he felt no fear to him. It resembled a gathering of paper tigers, incapable of posing any real threat. At the moment the ball nestled in the net, he felt immense gratitude towards the system that had been training his feet since his arrival. Particularly, he had focused on honing his left foot, which had previously been a weakness at Stade de France. Against a French team that had not tasted victory over Portugal in nearly 40 years, he had helped Portugal to turn the tide. Bruno was suddenly overwhelmed with the urge to laugh out loud. This was simply exhilarating. The French team paid a heavy price for their own blunders. 1, 2, Portugal had turned the tables on France. This was undoubtedly a crushing blow for the French team, who had struggled to find their footing in attack. It affected not only their tactics but also their players' psyche. Mandanda bore the brunt of the blame for this goal, as his foolish mistake had gifted Portugal an indirect free kick within the penalty area, leading to the concession of the goal. Notably, Deschamps had already made 2 substitutions, yet the match had shown no signs of improvement. Thus far, Santos had refrained from making any changes, indicating his satisfaction with the state of play. Observing Bruno's ecstatic celebration as he dashed off the pitch, Pogba felt a profound sense of frustration. In stark contrast to Bruno's display of brilliance, he had appeared lackluster throughout most of the match. Aside from a few promising minutes at the outset, the entire French team seemed devoid of excitement. In the lead-up to the match, numerous French media outlets had high hopes for him. Le Parisien even suggested that tonight would be Pogba's night. Yet as the game progressed, it was more accurate to say it was Bruno's night. Or perhaps, it was a nightmarish evening for the French team. Pogba's discontent was not an isolated sentiment. It echoed the feelings of many French stars. They were all striving diligently to showcase their best performances, but under the weight of oppressive tactics, their options were severely limited. From the patterns of play observed on the field, the French team struggled to devise effective methods to alter the situation. In contrast, Portugal, having turned the tide with 2 goals, grew increasingly confident, solidifying their defense and biding their time for counterattacks. Meanwhile, the French team's mounting impatience continued to reveal vulnerabilities. Soon, Portugal seized another opportunity. The Portuguese midfield intercepted the ball, with Gomes making a crucial steal and passing to Nani. Nani advanced down the right flank, opting to carry the ball forward himself. Portugal launched a swift counterattack, committing players into the offensive. Ronaldo made a rapid diagonal run into the penalty area, creating space for Nani. As Nani reached the right side of the penalty area, he delivered a cross aimed at the near post for Ronaldo. Ronaldo headed the ball. Mandanda leapt to deflect it. However, the ball remained within the penalty area, and Nani managed to get to the first rebound, directing a header to the far post. During the rapid counterattack, Bruno had observed Nani's swift advance down the right flank and chose to hold back slightly. This was to draw the defenders away from the penalty area and create layers in the attack. Yet he was confident that if Nani opted for a cross to the far post, he would make a timely run to capitalize on it. Nani aimed for Ronaldo at the near post, but Ronaldo's header was thwarted by Mandanda. At that moment, Bruno noticed Nani and swiftly surged into the penalty area. Indeed, Nani, lacking a shooting opportunity, opted to head the ball towards the far post, where Bruno timely inserted himself, seizing a golden opportunity. Sagna closely followed Bruno, while Mangala continually retreated, assessing the ball's descent. The 2 players, one ahead and one behind, sandwiched Bruno in between, yet they could not match his leap. As for Sagna, he simply could not get off the ground. What was once perceived as Bruno's weakness, his heading ability, had been thoroughly refined after 2 years of systematic training. Now, his aerial prowess, perhaps not on par with the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo, was nonetheless remarkably impressive. In fact, his timing and judgment surpassed even Ronaldo's, though he lacked the latter's extraordinary leap and hang time. When Bruno leapt, the ball arrived perfectly before him. He quickly thrust his head forward, his forehead solidly connecting with the ball. The sphere changed direction, soaring directly into the French net. Oh my God! The ball has found the net again. Goodness, Bruno has scored his 2nd goal of the day. Moreover, it was with a header, his least favored method of scoring. This is simply unbelievable. It turns out Bruno's leap is quite commendable, surpassing Mangala by a full head. The French centre-back had no chance of contesting him and could only watch helplessly as Bruno's header found the goal. 3-1. Portugal has doubled their lead. The French team is facing a complete rout. This is undoubtedly a hard pill to swallow. Yet Portugal has indeed showcased a superior and more vigorous performance throughout the match, particularly Bruno, who netted 2 goals at the Stade de France. Deschamps ought to reflect deeply on his tactics, as both Pogba and Benzema were evidently stifled by Portugal during this match. However, as the head coach, neither Payet nor Gignac were able to alter the frontline offensive once they entered the fray. This is utterly unacceptable. From 1 o'clock to 1-3, the French team suffered a nightmarish turnaround, especially at the Stade de France. Fortunately, this was merely a friendly match, revealing the issues within the French squad, allowing Deschamps to address them in preparation for the upcoming European Championship qualifiers. In contrast, Santos's tactical acumen is indeed admirable, as his team maintained relentless pressure on the French side, with Bruno's inclusion significantly enhancing Portugal's attacking capabilities. Tonight, with 2 goals and an assist, he undoubtedly emerged as Portugal's standout performer. Chapter 165. Ronaldo's inner demons. This was indeed just a friendly match, aimed primarily at honing the team's skills, besides enhancing the understanding among the main players. It was crucial to allow more players to gain experience. After Bruno's brace expanded Portugal's lead to 2 goals, Santos promptly made personnel changes, substituting the 2 goal-scoring heroes, Bruno and Ronaldo, for the original Portuguese playmaker, Moutinho, and substitute forward Der. Not stopping there, Nani, Thiago, and Alves were also replaced, giving Ricardo Carvalho, William Carvalho, and Quaresma the chance to showcase their skills. Santos was unequivocally assessing his players. However, for Pogba, this goal brought him no joy. On one hand, it came too late to impact the outcome of the match, and on the other, the person he cared about most was no longer on the field. What significance did scoring hold in that context? Thus, he refrained from any celebration, neglecting to retrieve the ball from the net, and simply turned to walk back to the midfield. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 2-3, as Portugal triumphed over France at the Stade de France, ending their 39-year winless streak against the French team. In the post-match press conference, Santos expressed to the media, "This is a match worth remembering. I am exceedingly pleased with the players' performance. They played exceptionally well, trained diligently, and were wholly invested in winning this game. We all know that facing France is never easy, especially at the Stade de France, yet we executed our counterattacks brilliantly. I was thrilled to witness an omnipotent Bruno. He is a player I find no faults in, always the hardest worker in training and giving his all in matches. His performance tonight was remarkable. All 3 goals were connected to him. I believe he has considerable potential yet to be tapped. He is only 20 years old." Santos believes that defeating France is pivotal for boosting confidence, holding great significance for the upcoming European Championship qualifiers. However, he does not believe the team has secured their advancement just yet. In contrast to Santos's buoyant mood, Deschamps felt considerable regret over the loss. The French coach attributed the defeat to the team's overly cautious play after taking the lead, lacking the passion required for the match. Undoubtedly, Bruno was the key figure in this encounter, the most outstanding player on the pitch. We failed to devise an effective strategy to contain him, which resulted in our painful defeat. Meanwhile, while Portugal and France clashed fiercely at the Stade de France, the second round of the European Championship qualifiers was underway. In Group I, Armenia managed a 1-1 draw against Serbia at home, marking a moderately surprising result. However, the true shock came from another group match, where the underdogs Albania triumphed over Denmark with a score of 2-1 at home. Consequently, after 2 rounds of group matches, Portugal, Denmark, and Albania all secured 3 points, while Serbia and Armenia garnered 1 point each. Portugal maintained the top position due to superior goal difference, followed by Denmark in second, Albania in third, Serbia in fourth, and Armenia at the bottom. As Portugal prepared to head north to Denmark for the third round of matches, news from Serbia reported that due to fan riots, the match between Albania and Serbia was cancelled, with Serbia facing severe penalties, resulting in an automatic 0-3 loss. Suddenly, the dynamics of Group I became chaotic, with Albania, the perceived weakest link, astonishingly rising to the top of the group with 6 points. Although this lead may not be stable, their chances of advancing had suddenly become clearer on the evening of October 14th at 20:45 Central European Time. A pivotal match in Group I of the European Championship qualifiers commenced at the Parken Stadium in Copenhagen. Despite experiencing some knee issues during pre-match training, Portugal's captain, Ronaldo, insisted on participating in the 2012 European Championship group stage. During a match against Denmark, Danish fans had taunted Ronaldo by chanting Messi's name, causing the already frustrated captain to squander two clear scoring opportunities. Although Portugal ultimately won 3-2, it was a hard-fought victory. Post-match, Ronaldo expressed his dissatisfaction, though he maintained a defiant demeanor in interviews, stating, "Chanting Messi at me? Wasn't Messi's Argentina eliminated last year at this time during the Copa America? And on home soil, no less. That's far worse, isn't it? Chants directed at me have no effect." However, that experience remained etched in Ronaldo's memory. As the two teams faced off once more, Ronaldo yearned for an outstanding performance to vanquish Denmark and erase the humiliation of the past. Yet, the Portuguese team faced staunch resistance from the hosts at the Parkin Stadium. While Portugal launched a torrent of attacks on Denmark's goal under Bruno's orchestration, the Portuguese attacking trio of Ronaldo, Danny, and Nani struggled to convert opportunities. Both Danny and Nani inherently lacked finishing ability, with notably low scoring rates, while Ronaldo's knee injury hampered his performance. Furthermore, the Danish fans resumed their taunts, chanting Messi's name whenever he touched the ball, further aggravating Ronaldo's agitation. Particularly, in the 50th minute, Ronaldo squandered another golden opportunity. After Danny intercepted the ball and passed it to the left for Ronaldo, his shot was parried out by Danish goalkeeper Schmeichel. In that moment, thousands of Danish fans once again chanted Messi, Messi, causing the Portuguese captain's expression to darken. Despite the score remaining unchanged, Portugal exhibited a clear advantage on the field. Under the weight of Portugal's formidable offensive, Denmark's defense faced a harrowing moment in the 54th minute. Liverpool defender Ajer's desperate clearance inside the penalty area struck teammate Boylsson squarely in the face, rendering him unconscious. However, after treatment from the team doctor, he regained consciousness and was promptly replaced by Poulsen. Following the resumption of play, capitalizing on the psychological turmoil among the Danish players, Bruno surged forward and unleashed a long-range shot that breached Schmeichel's defenses. 1-0, Portugal took the lead away from home. Bruno's goal also alleviated the psychological burden on the Portuguese players, especially allowing Ronaldo to regain his composure. Chris Ronaldo, having regained his composure, swiftly restored his menacing presence on the field, culminating in a splendid header that found the back of the net. In the 75th minute, Bruno orchestrated a brilliant midfield distribution. Joe Rio, who had just been substituted in, delivered a precise cross from the right flank. Ronaldo soared majestically within the penalty area, executing a powerful header that extended Portugal's lead to 2 goals. In an exuberant display of emotion, Ronaldo sprinted wildly, roaring in jubilation before sliding to his knees in celebration. The vast expanse of the Parkin Stadium in Copenhagen seemed momentarily stunned by the exuberant celebrations of the Portuguese players, enveloped in an eerie silence. Particularly provocative was Ronaldo, who gestured in a taunting manner towards the Danish supporters. However, he was promptly pulled away by Bruno, narrowly avoiding the risk of incurring a yellow card from the referee. Ultimately, Portugal triumphed over their formidable adversary Denmark with a convincing 2-0 victory, bolstered by Bruno's long-range strike and Ronaldo's trademark powerful header. Given Serbia's current struggles, Denmark had emerged as Portugal's primary competitor for advancement. With this victory on Danish soil, Portugal effectively quelled any lingering threats posed by their rivals. As long as Portugal maintains a level-headed approach, they are well positioned to secure the top spot in their group. For Ronaldo, this marked his 45th goal in 44 appearances for both club and country in 2014, with 41 goals for Real Madrid and 4 for the national team. In contrast, Messi's performance in 2014 featured 51 matches and 41 goals. Ronaldo's tally, however, came at a significantly lower number of appearances. Spanish media once again rallied around the notion that, for the 2014 Ballon d'Or, none were more deserving than Ronaldo. Yet, at this juncture, Italian media seized the spotlight, with Gazzetta dello Sport proclaiming that Bruno was the standout performer of 2014. Statistics revealed that Bruno had participated in 45 matches for Udinese and the Portuguese national team, scoring 30 goals and providing 35 assists. Although his goal tally paled in comparison to Ronaldo and Messi, his combined contributions rendered him unparalleled. Nonetheless, Gazzetta dello Sport's assertions garnered little attention. While Bruno's performances were indeed commendable, the prospect of competing with Ronaldo and Messi for the FIFA Ballon d'Or seemed utterly implausible. Nevertheless, Bruno's candidacy for the impending announcement of the 23-man shortlist for the 2014 FIFA Ballon d'Or was met with considerable acclaim. and European bookmakers offered notably low odds on his inclusion. For a young player just past his 20th birthday, making it onto such a prestigious list was indeed a remarkable achievement. Returning to Serie A, Udinese triumphed over Torino with a score of 2-1 away from home. With Juventus having been held to a draw by Sassuolo, Udinese managed to level points with Juventus, yet remained second in the standings due to an inferior goal difference. Subsequently, the entire Udinese squad focused their energies on the forthcoming third round of the Champions League group stage. Meanwhile, in the coach's office at the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium, Carlo Ancelotti and 3 members of his coaching staff sat on the sofa, intently watching a television screen mounted on the opposite wall. The screen displayed highlights from the previous night's Serie A clash, where Udinese faced Torino. Ancelotti placed great importance on the upcoming match, where he would lead Real Madrid to challenge Udinese at the Friuli Stadium next Wednesday evening. Torino may not possess formidable strength, having managed to hold their ground for the first 30 minutes. But in the 33rd minute, Bruno created a dangerous opportunity on the right flank, assisting Di Natale with a header for the opening goal. Merely 8 minutes later, a through ball from Widmer found Bruno, who easily evaded the offside trap to score, making it 2-0. Despite Torino's relentless efforts to counterattack, they found it impossible to breach Udinese's defenses. Ultimately, Udinese secured a 2-1 victory over Torino, with Bruno contributing a goal and an assist, elevating his tally for the season in Serie A to 4 goals and an impressive 7 assists. However, the footage being analyzed by Real Madrid's coaching staff was not the standard match footage, but rather a meticulously edited compilation crafted by the club's video analysis team, tailored for a deeper understanding of Udinese's tactical characteristics. Among the various aspects, Ancelotti placed the utmost emphasis on Bruno, the linchpin of Udinese's attacking organization. With 4 goals and 7 assists across 7 matches, Bruno had orchestrated 11 goals this season, showcasing a performance that surpassed even his previous season's exploits. Such statistics left not only the media and fans astonished but also Ancelotti himself, who, as a coach emerging from Serie A, was acutely aware of the defensive prowess prevalent in the league. As the analysis progressed, the astonishment among the coaching staff only deepened. At merely 20 years of age, Bruno's displayed prowess on the pitch eclipsed that of many seasoned players and renowned stars. Within Real Madrid, only Ronaldo could boast such remarkable statistics. After absorbing insights from his assistants, Ancelotti remarked, "This player's mobility is exceptional, and his physical conditioning is outstanding. Now, with his strength in one-on-one duels, conventional defensive tactics may prove ineffective and could disrupt our defensive structure." Ancelotti dismissed the common approach adopted by many teams of assigning a dedicated marker to counter Bruno. The evidence had demonstrated that no one could effectively contain him in a one-on-one scenario. "I believe we should adhere to our established defensive system, tightening our formation while enhancing our central defense, particularly in the areas surrounding the penalty area and the flanks, as these are Bruno's most threatening zones." The upcoming European Super Cup match against Udinese had afforded Real Madrid's coaching staff a comprehensive understanding of Bruno's capabilities. However, this knowledge had been gained before the season commenced, and after several months of adaptation, Ancelotti was confident that Real Madrid could secure a win against Udinese, provided they first neutralized Bruno, their most formidable concern. Bruno is an astute, analytically minded player with a remarkable ability to adapt. We must prioritize our focus on him. While maintaining the stability of our overall defensive structure, we must emphasize our defensive strategies against him. In the next 2 days, we will devise a specialized training regimen aimed at completely neutralizing him at the Friuli Stadium. Ancelotti concluded. For this match, both teams were resolute in their ambitions, as their direct confrontation could ultimately determine the top position in the group stage. Given Real Madrid's global stature, this encounter garnered immense attention. On match day, the Friuli Stadium was filled to capacity, with a considerable number of away supporters present alongside Udinese fans. As both teams emerged from the players' tunnel and entered the field, the atmosphere was electric, with cheers and jeers intermingling in a cacophony of sound. Even the Udinese players were taken aback by the grandeur of the occasion, though they quickly recognized the significance of facing Real Madrid. In this match, both head coaches opted for a 4-2-3-1 formation. For the home side, Udinese featured Canizares in goal, with Cancelo, Danilo, Dimitri, and Pasquale forming the defensive line. Kanté and Allen operated as double pivots, while Widmer, Bruno, and Guilherme aligned in a trio behind lone striker Di Natale. For Real Madrid, Casillas donned the goalkeeper's gloves, with Arbeloa, Pepe, Varane, and Marcelo comprising the defense. Modric and Kroos partnered in midfield, with James Rodriguez, Isco, and Ronaldo forming an attacking trident, leaving Benzema as the central striker. However, as the match commenced, Real Madrid's formation appeared more akin to a 4-4-2, with Ronaldo and Benzema operating as twin forwards. Particularly striking was the manner in which Real Madrid's players, following Ancelotti's emphatic tactical instructions and drills, constructed an impenetrable fortress within their half, each player resembling a bar of iron in this formidable cage, and Bruno akin to a caged bird. While Ancelotti did not assign a specific marker to shadow Bruno, he implemented a zonal marking strategy to confine him, severing the connections between Bruno and his teammates in both the attacking and defensive lines. This targeted defensive tactic effectively stifled Bruno's influence from the outset, as he received the ball infrequently in the opening 10 minutes, leaving him with a sense of isolation from his team. Bruno quickly recognized this predicament and promptly expanded his movement range. Following Mourinho's tenure as Real Madrid's coach, which instilled a sense of rationality in this offensively oriented team and significantly improved their defensive capabilities, Ancelotti's leadership continued to enhance both offensive and defensive strategies. Whenever Bruno ventured into threatening areas in the final third, Real Madrid tightened their grip on the cage, which shifted in accordance with Bruno's movements. The further he distanced himself from the goal, the less threatening he became. Bruno had to concede that Real Madrid's defense was indeed commendable. It was not merely passive but characterized by proactive pressing through collective movement. This old chap truly possesses remarkable skills. Bruno mused as he glanced towards Ancelotti on the opposing bench, concealing a smile. But if he believes this can confine me, he has greatly underestimated my capabilities. In the opening 10 minutes, Bruno struggled to make an impact on the right flank, failing to generate any significant threats, much to Ancelotti's satisfaction. The assistant seated on the bench of the visiting team exhaled a sigh of relief as their targeted tactics proved effective. However, deep within Ancelotti's heart, a sense of melancholy lingered. Initially, he had paid little heed to Bruno, the Golden Boy Award winner and a young talent renowned across European football. After all, he had coached numerous exceptional players, including several Ballon d'Or recipients and FIFA World Players of the Year. Yet, the recent UEFA Super Cup had imparted to Ancelotti a realization of Bruno's uniqueness among Golden Boy laureates. What transpired on the pitch was almost beyond his belief. Was Bruno truly so easily subdued? Was he a player who could be contained so effortlessly? Just as this ominous thought crossed his mind, Ancelotti noticed Bruno glancing in his direction, wearing a half-smile that seemed to convey, "You underestimate me." This sudden revelation ignited a wave of intense unease within Ancelotti. Marcelo promptly chose to keep pace, yet his reaction fell a step short, his speed insufficient compared to Bruno's. By the time he reached Bruno's rear, Cancelo's pass had already found its way to Bruno. Consequently, the left-back of Real Madrid positioned himself behind Bruno. However, Bruno had anticipated this move, stepping forward with his left foot to halt the ball laterally. The football immediately slid to Bruno's right side, and he swiftly turned, side-on to Marcelo, driving the ball inward with remarkable agility. As the hurried opponent approached, Bruno feigned an incursion into the penalty area, prompting Kroos to commit to a block. Yet, Bruno had merely executed a clever feint, evading Kroos and cutting in with the ball. In that fleeting moment, he perceived a pathway leading to the goal. Between Modric's back and the two central defenders, the ball could traverse directly toward the left side of the net. Seizing this opening, Bruno felt an uncontrollable surge of desire. Almost instantaneously, he resolved to unleash a powerful shot with his left foot. The sound of impact echoed as the football rocketed from Bruno's foot, traveling at an almost imperceptible speed, curving gracefully, narrowly grazing the left post before crashing into the net behind the goal. Ghoul, a magnificent strike. Accompanied by the commentator's astonished exclamation, the entire Friuli Stadium erupted in fervor. Countless Udinese fans surged from the stands, rushing toward the barriers, chanting Bruno's name with exuberance. In the aftermath of his stunning shot, Bruno swiftly turned and sprinted towards the sidelines, extending his arms as if to embrace the thunderous applause cascading from the stands. My goodness. In the 19th minute, just 19 minutes into the match, Bruno cut in from the right and unleashed a world-class shot. This was undeniably a breathtaking long-range strike, a staggering 25 meters from the goal. Absolutely marvelous. This would undoubtedly be a goal that everyone would reminisce about. No one anticipated that Bruno would suddenly take a long-range shot of such exceptional quality. Within the tightly knit defense of Real Madrid, There existed only the slightest of openings, which Bruno seized upon with a breathtaking strike to score first. He had now netted goals in several consecutive matches. It appeared that the rumors circulating outside were indeed true. Bruno was fervently aspiring to become the top scorer in this season's Champions League. With this latest world-class goal, Bruno had elevated his tally to 6 goals in the Champions League proper this season. Upon reaching the sidelines, Bruno was overwhelmed with excitement. He could keenly sense his form was improving, his touch growing ever sharper and more intense, and he felt an almost mystical connection with everything transpiring on the pitch. Just moments ago, he had genuinely believed he could score that long-range shot. He had not contemplated whether it would be a world-class effort or even if it would find the net. He simply wanted to give it a try. Guidolin had previously informed him that he now possessed the liberty to take shots. As the team allowed him to choose his attacking approach based on the situation on the field, even opting to shoot directly. This was the special privilege granted to a core player. What a beautiful goal! My goodness, a world-class strike. Scored with his left foot, it left me feeling an impulse to pay homage. Absolutely extraordinary. His teammates converged around Bruno, showering him with questions about what he had been thinking at that moment. Bruno himself struggled to articulate his thoughts, so many ideas flashing through his mind in an instant as he decided to shoot. He simply felt that he could score, so he did. Bruno could only smile in explanation. Witnessing the ecstatic celebration of the Udinese players, Ancelotti's emotions became complex. He had to admit that Bruno's world-class strike was indeed splendid. The young man was progressing at an astonishing rate. To execute such a shot from over 20 meters out required not only skill but also precision and power. Showcasing a player's comprehensive abilities, Bruno's decisive strike reflected his burgeoning confidence, a trait that had grown alongside his increasing goal tally, which was an invaluable asset for any professional player on the pitch. Without confidence, even the strongest players could be rendered ineffective. Moreover, Bruno had demonstrated significant improvements in shooting, ball control, and strength. Though perturbed, Ancelotti quickly readjusted his team's defensive strategy. After the restart, Real Madrid continued to adopt a cautious counter-attacking approach, focusing on neutralizing the area where Bruno operated. Especially in light of Bruno's recent world-class strike, Madrid's players became increasingly vigilant, unwilling to afford him any opportunities. Bruno remained unperturbed, with 1 goal secured, patiently searching for openings. However, as the match reached the 33rd minute, Real Madrid launched a sudden counter-dash attack. An Udinese defender committed a foul on the right flank, granting their opponents a set-piece opportunity in the attacking half. When Real Madrid executed the free kick, it was delivered directly into the penalty area. Ronaldo outmuscled Danilo and headed the ball into the net from close range. The scoring Ronaldo provocatively glanced at Bruno, clearly communicating, "Little brother, if you can score, so can I." He then turned and sprinted towards the corner flag to celebrate, eliciting a chorus of boos from the Udinese fans, to which Ronaldo responded with another taunt. Placing a finger to his lips to shush them, Udinese players were left feeling quite frustrated by the conceded goal. It was undeniable that Real Madrid possessed significantly more strength, and given Udinese ongoing vulnerability to aerial threats, particularly due to the lack of height in their defensive line, this situation was compounded. During the free kick, Madrid had clearly targeted Danilo, the Brazilian center-back standing at only 1.83 meters tall, with Ronaldo leveraging his physicality to dominate Danilo. "It's all right, let's push harder and make a run before the half ends," Bruno consoled Danilo, suggesting that if they could finish the first half at 1-1, it would mitigate any potential impact on Udinese morale. Therefore, it was imperative that Udinese actively sought to attack before the half concluded. Numerous statistics indicated that the 10 minutes following a goal were peak periods for conceding or scoring again. Either the team that conceded would quickly equalize, or the scoring side would capitalize on their momentum to break their opponents. Bruno's proposal quickly garnered unanimous approval from his teammates. "Captain, I'll take the ball more up front. You pull out of the box to receive, and I'll make a run into the area," Bruno instructed. Di Natale nodded in agreement. "I'll block the center backs for you." The match resumed. Following the kickoff, Di Natale and Bruno swiftly launched an assault on Real Madrid's defense. The visiting team, buoyed by their equalizer, began to retreat, biding their time for a counterattack. However, the tightening defense of Real Madrid was not to be underestimated, especially with the likes of Ronaldo possessing remarkable speed. Their rapid counterattacks could be immensely threatening, compelling Bruno, while orchestrating the offense, to refrain from rushing or attempting risky passes. For for such actions could lead to losing possession and allowing Madrid to execute a dangerous counterattack. Consequently, Bruno found it challenging to seize immediate opportunities, instead opting for a methodical build-up, patiently awaiting the right moment to strike. After regaining possession, Bruno once again cut in swiftly, continuing to draw the attention of multiple players from Madrid's midfield and defense. Yet this time, he chose not to go solo. Instead, he swiftly passed the ball to Widmer. Upon receiving a pass from Bruno, Weidmann instinctively sent the ball forward with precision, placing it perfectly at the feet of Di Natale. The Udinese captain skillfully shielded the ball from Real Madrid's center-back Varane, and with a deft touch of his right foot, he nudged the ball gently between Real Madrid's other center-back Pepe and left-back Marcelo. The two Real Madrid defenders promptly reacted, but just as they sought to intercept, a figure suddenly emerged, seizing the opportunity with remarkable speed. Closing in on the ball, he took long strides forward in that moment. The entire Friuli Stadium erupted in astonishment. Marcelo desperately attempted to catch up, yet he was merely a step behind, helplessly watching as the player clad in Udinese's black and white number 8 surged into the penalty area. Bruno swiftly advanced into the box, creating a one-on-one opportunity. Unmarked, Bruno unleashed a shot. The ball found the net. Galuul. In the 43rd minute, Bruno, positioned to the right of the penalty spot, executed a precise push shot with his right foot, driving the ball into the lower right corner of the goal. 2-1. Udinese once again surged ahead in the scoreline. Bruno's performance in this match appeared nothing short of exceptional as he celebrated a brace. Notably, he had recently delivered a spectacular strike, showcasing the pin-up energy he possessed. Despite Real Madrid's relentless marking, they ultimately could not thwart Bruno. Marcelo's speed was no match for Bruno's, leaving him to watch as Bruno entered the box and scored. When the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, a deafening cheer resonated throughout the Friuli Stadium. Thanks to Bruno's brace, Udinese held a 2-1 lead over Real Madrid. Chapter 168, Breakthrough of Chung Yao-jin. As the second half commenced, the trailing Real Madrid exhibited a markedly more aggressive playstyle, posing a greater threat in the offensive third. Merely 4 minutes into the half, Real Madrid orchestrated a significant attacking move. Modric executed a direct pass through the center, and upon receiving the ball, Cruz, making a late run, delivered a delightful backheeled pass from the left side of the box. Benzema, positioned close to the small box, headed the ball into the net, leveling the score for Real Madrid. This goal ignited a fierce offensive fervor within the team, as they continued to bombard Udinese's goal. In the 55th minute, Real Madrid earned a corner. James Rodriguez took the corner, and amidst the ensuing chaos, Pepe controlled the ball and poked it through to Benzema, who scored from close range. 3-2. Real Madrid took the lead. Within a mere 6 minutes, they had netted 2 goals. The Friuli Stadium fell into a profound silence. If the first half had seen Real Madrid dominate possession yet fall victim to Bruno's 2 goals, the opening minutes of the second half demonstrated to Udinese precisely why Real Madrid was regarded as a footballing superpower. Real Madrid's superior strength allowed them to maintain control of the match, leaving Udinese with scant opportunities. In a matter of minutes, the score shifted from 2-1 to 2-3, plunging Udinese from the heights of euphoria into the depths of despair. The Udinese players appeared dispirited and lacking in vigor. This was hardly surprising. Experiencing such a rapid shift from leading to trailing would dishearten any team, and Bruno was no exception. However, he understood that the team's morale must not falter if they allowed their spirit to wane. The second half would truly become insurmountable. Seizing the opportunity while Real Madrid celebrated their goal, Bruno gathered his teammates, rallying their spirits. "Everyone, lift your heads. We are far from defeated." Bruno's words rang true. The immediate priority was to stabilize their defense. Captain Di Natale rose to encourage his teammates. Real Madrid favored direct attacks into their penalty area, a strategy evident in the first half, aimed at creating better shooting opportunities within the box, with players like Cristiano Ronaldo, Benzema, and Isco excelling in this regard. Thus, they needed to compact their defense, particularly in the central area, ensuring they held firm at the edge of the penalty box. N'Golo, Alan, you need to cover more ground. Furthermore, during offensive plays, their flanks must apply additional pressure on the opponents. Weidmann and Guilherme must be more active, pressing the adversaries and creating opportunities on their side. Upon hearing this, the team nodded in agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a war of attrition against Real Madrid, the strongest team in contemporary European football. We may be at a disadvantage in terms of strength, which necessitates our unity and collaboration. In the forthcoming minutes, we must hold our ground. The longer we endure, the greater our chances. As the match resumed, Udinese adopted a more resolute, compact defensive strategy. Within 4 minutes, Real Madrid created a chance yet again, with a cross from the flank leading to Benzema's header, narrowly missing the far post. The French striker had already enjoyed numerous heading opportunities in this match. Had he possessed greater proficiency in this regard, Udinese would have been thoroughly overwhelmed. Real Madrid continued to assert control over the game, frequently generating opportunities. However, Udinese's compact defense made it increasingly difficult for Real Madrid to penetrate the box. Yet, Udinese's attempts to counterattack were hampered by their own fatigue. Having previously been stretched thin on the pitch, in light of this, Guidolin opted for a substitution. Udinese made a change, substituting the right midfielder Weidmann for the centre-back Makweel. This was a notably conservative substitution. Weidmann, an attacking midfielder, was replaced by a centre-back in a trailing situation, a decidedly cautious adjustment. However, the specifics of Udinese's strategy would soon reveal themselves on the field. Bruno, upon noticing the substitution being signaled from the sidelines, felt a twinge of surprise. At this juncture in the match, replacing an attacking midfielder with a centre-back? While Makweel could bolster the team's aerial defense, particularly against Benzema and Ronaldo, the decision to substitute Weidmann warranted consideration. Bruno, Antonio, during a stoppage in play, both Bruno and Di Natale were called to the sidelines. We need to contain their 2 forwards. After Makweel comes on, we'll adopt a 5-defender formation, but the 2 fullbacks can push forward. Especially Cancelo on the right, who should increase his overlapping runs. Bruno's eyes lit up at this prospect. A 3 center-back formation against 2 forwards was a viable adjustment. Makweel would mark Benzema, while Danilo and Dimisic possessed considerable mobility and impressive ball-handling skills, capable of performing well even as wingbacks. Remember to inform Cancelo and Pasquale that we'll entrust the flanks to them. This substitution, though somewhat cautious, did not diminish Udinese's fighting spirit. Bruno began to enjoy greater freedom, no longer confined to the center, but roaming any position in the attacking third. Wherever there was space, he would be there. Di Natale served as the focal point in the front line, anchoring the attack. Despite his unassuming physical presence, the versatile Udinese captain had no evident weaknesses, proving to be a formidable challenge. With an additional center-back behind him, the 2 fullbacks found some liberation, and midfielders Allen and Guilherme began to display increased activity. In fact, Udinese's newfound vigor could, in some sense, reflect Real Madrid's gradual decline in performance. This was characteristic of Real Madrid, often becoming complacent when victory seemed assured. The match approached the 77th minute. Udinese executed another swift counterattack. Cancelo surged down the right flank, advancing into Real Madrid's 30-meter zone. Spotting Bruno on the right, drawing the defense away, he opted to cut in towards the center. This demonstrated their impressive synergy. Modric quickly closed in on Cancelo, who promptly passed to the right flank. Bruno, composed, controlled the ball, while Marcelo, wary of him, closely marked his every move. After passing, Cancelo dashed forward to receive the ball in an open space. In that fleeting moment, Marcelo hesitated, torn between marking Cancelo or Bruno. Yet that hesitation cost him dearly, allowing Bruno to slip past him. Cancelo, understanding the situation, passed the ball to the byline, in a race against time. Bruno outpaced Marcelo, who was not well suited for such speed. After catching up to the ball, Bruno executed a precise curling cross with his right foot, delivering a perfectly arched ball. Di Natale, positioned at the near post, shielded Carraz and, facing the incoming pass, launched a powerful header towards the goal. Iker Casillas' reaction speed was nothing short of remarkable. He anticipated the angle of Di Natale's strike and made a swift dive to deflect the close-range header from the Udinese captain. However, the ball did not travel far, and lurking just behind was Guilherme, who managed to outpace Pepe and Varane, unleashing a powerful long-range shot that found its way into the net of Real Madrid. The Brazilian midfielder, exhilarated by his goal, let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. This marked his inaugural goal since joining Udinese, and the fact that it came against Real Madrid only heightened his elation. Last year, Guilherme had showcased his talents at the Brazilian powerhouse Corinthians before transferring to Granada during the summer transfer window. Yet, that was merely a fade, as Udinese had set their sights on this Brazilian midfielder, who was subsequently loaned to the club. With Udinese having lost key midfielders like Mahrez and Basta over the summer, this versatile player quickly ascended to prominence. Notably, In the UEFA Super Cup match against Real Madrid, Guilherme delivered 2 assists, drawing significant attention. Little did anyone expect that in yet another match against Real Madrid, he would score his debut goal for Udinese. His teammates rushed towards him, celebrating the momentous occasion, with Bruno also joining in for an enthusiastic embrace. The Brazilian, who had only recently joined Udinese, had indeed become a nemesis for Real Madrid. Having played around 10 matches for Udinese, he had accumulated a mere 1 goal and 2 assists, all of which were against Real Madrid. A truly astonishing feat. Perhaps this player thrives particularly well against elite teams like Real Madrid. Chapter 169. The expedition to Bernabeu. Guilherme's goal was the final one of the match. Despite both coaches making substitutions thereafter, neither side managed to score again. Ultimately, this highly anticipated UEFA Champions League group stage match concluded at the Friuli Stadium with a score of 3-3 to Udinese, thanks to their superior goal difference. Maintained their position at the top of Group B, although it was merely a draw. When the final whistle blew, the Udinese fans at the Friuli Stadium rejoiced as if they had secured a victory. After the match, Ancelotti once again praised Bruno, highlighting his exceptional performance that evening, where he netted 2 goals and orchestrated Udinese's 3rd goal. Without Bruno, Real Madrid would undoubtedly have suffered a heavy defeat at the Friuli Stadium. Ancelotti specifically remarked on Bruno's first goal, stating, "That was an incredible strike. To adopt such a tactic at that moment requires immense courage, and for Bruno to make such a decision and score is indeed remarkable." Guidolin echoed Ancelotti's sentiments, asserting that Bruno had already established himself as a top European star. He is a player that no coach would refuse, as he consistently prioritizes the team's interests above his own. He is, in my experience, the most ethically grounded player I have encountered, and I take great pride in coaching someone like him. As the weekend arrived, Serie A's 8th round continued, with Udinese triumphing 2-0 at home against Atalanta. Keeping pace with Juventus in the league standings. In this match, Bruno did not score or assist, halting his streak of 7 consecutive matches with goals across all competitions. During the midweek fixture, Serie A entered its 9th round, with Udinese visiting Florence on the evening of October 29. At the Stadio Artemio Franchi, Udinese engaged in a goal-laden battle against the home team. In the 23rd minute, Bruno delivered a precise through ball, allowing Di Natale to open the scoring for Udinese, taking the lead against Fiorentina. However, the hosts equalized just before halftime. In the 44th minute, Borja Valero, a product of Real Madrid's youth academy, had a close-range shot that was parried by Canizares, allowing the Senegalese forward Babacar, known as Little Drogba, to score. Shortly after the second half commenced, Udinese struck back, with Bruno once again putting them ahead. Yet, Fiorentina turned the tide, with Babacar and Borja scoring in the 68th and 81st minutes, respectively, to take a 3-2 lead. In the 2nd minute of stoppage time, a foul on substitute Teoro by a Fiorentina defender resulted in a penalty for Udinese, which Bruno converted, netting his 2nd goal and equalizing the match once more. Meanwhile, in another concurrent Serie A match, Juventus suffered a surprising 1-0 defeat to Genoa, allowing Udinese to ascend to the pinnacle of the league table with 23 points. Furthermore, with Sampdoria also falling 0-1 to Inter Milan at the San Siro, Udinese stood as the sole unbeaten team among the 20 Serie A clubs. However, Udinese's reign at the top was short-lived, as they relinquished their position in their first match of November. On the afternoon of November 1st, Udinese faced Genoa in the 10th round of Serie A at home. With a crucial upcoming match against Real Madrid at the Bernabeu in 3 days, Guidolin made some rotations in the starting lineup. Yet Bruno and Di Natale remained on the field. At the Friuli Stadium, Udinese enjoyed a dream start, taking the lead just 22 seconds in when Di Natale converted a brilliant assist from Bruno. This marked Di Natale's 8th goal of the Serie A season, bringing his career tally to 213 goals, now just 3 shy of the legendary Altafini and Miazza. However, after 20 minutes, Genoa struck back with 2 goals in quick succession to take the lead. In the 21st minute, Marquis fired a volley from the edge of the area to equalize. Then, in the 24th minute, Iago Falk scored from 6 meters, marking his debut goal in Serie A and putting Genoa ahead 2-1. In the 54th minute, Iago Falk provided an assist to Matri, whose shot hit the inside of the post and bounced in, extending Genoa's lead over Udinese. Although Bruno managed to equalize in the 78th minute, Cuca's long-range effort in the 87th minute sealed a dramatic victory for Genoa, who had now defeated both league leaders in consecutive matches, thereby ending both Juventus and Udinese's unbeaten runs in Serie A. This made them the ultimate giant killers. The loss saw Udinese slip behind Juventus in the standings, relegating them to second place. AS Italian media fervently reported and speculated on Genoa's consecutive victories over top teams. Guidolin had already led the entire Udinese squad away from Udine, embarking on their journey to the Spanish capital, Madrid. This was the fourth round of the 2014 to 2015 UEFA Champions League group stage. Group B. Following Udinese's 3-3 draw against Real Madrid in the third round, they temporarily held the upper hand in the standings due to goal difference. Thus, this match was poised to be crucial in determining who would emerge as the leader of Group B. Given the rules governing the draw for the knockout stage, securing first place in the group was of paramount importance. After all, no team wishes to encounter a formidable opponent in the early rounds of the knockout stage, as it would complicate their journey. Arsenal, for instance, has often found themselves in perilous situations due to poor performances in the group stage, leading them to face tough adversaries in the first knockout round and subsequently being eliminated. In the 2010 to 2011 season, Arsenal unexpectedly finished second in a group filled with weaker teams, only to meet a formidable Barcelona in the round of 16 and face elimination. Similarly, in the 2012 to 2013 season, Arsenal's lackluster group stage performance relegated them to second place behind Schalke 04, resulting in a daunting encounter with a resurgent Bayern in the knockout stage, where they were once again ousted. Last season, Arsenal's demise came in a group of death, where their own failure to secure a draw in the final round against Benitez's Napoli led to their elimination, making them the first team in history to be eliminated with 12 points. While also finishing second in the group and facing another tragic exit against Bayern in the round of 1/6, it is evident that Arsenal's early eliminations in those 3 seasons were largely attributable to their own shortcomings. Under normal circumstances, the teams they faced, such as Shakhtar Donetsk, Braga, and Red Star Belgrade in the 2010 to 2011 season, or Schalke 04, Olympiacos, and Montpellier in the 2012 to 2013 season, posed little threat to Arsenal. Only last season, with the likes of Borussia Dortmund, Napoli, and Marseille did they encounter some danger. In fact, even last season, before the final round, Arsenal had been in a commanding position. They needed only a draw at the Stadio San Paolo to secure first place. Yet, they faltered, suffering a 0-2 defeat, resulting in their fourth consecutive elimination in the first round of the UEFA Champions League knockout stage. With these past lessons in mind, Real Madrid, aiming to become the first team to defend the UEFA Champions League title since its reformation in 1992, naturally wished to avoid a home defeat against Udinese, which would leave them second in the group and facing a strong opponent in the round of 16. This heightened the anticipation surrounding this particular clash. In Madrid, the media has been stirring up the notion of revenge. 3 months prior, Udinese triumphed over Real Madrid in the UEFA Super Cup, a fact that some outlets have seized upon to fan the flames of anticipation. The sentiment among Madrid's media and Real Madrid regarding this Champions League group stage encounter with Udinese is unequivocal. They aim to eliminate Udinese and establish a solid foundation for topping their group. If there are any ulterior motives, they are certainly present. An article from AS provides a thorough analysis. One point raised is that Udinese, having vanquished Sevilla, secured the Europa League title last season, and this season, they advanced to the Champions League group stage by eliminating Athletic Bilbao in the playoff round. Sevilla is aligned with Bar A, and Athletic Bilbao has historically posed a challenge to Real Madrid, fostering a contentious relationship. Thus, Real Madrid seeks to deliver a lesson to Udinese, not merely to avenge Sevilla and Athletic Bilbao, but to subtly humiliate these two long-standing rivals. Furthermore, Udinese has been riding a wave of success, which may irk the seasoned giants of football. Thus, delivering a swift lesson to this exuberant underdog could serve to remind them of the Champions League's harsh realities, compelling them to approach European competition with a more cautious mindset. Real Madrid would be more than willing to perform this small act of benevolence. Perhaps, the people of Udinese should even express their gratitude. This article from AS has resonated well with certain Real Madrid supporters, as statistics indicate that the fans' interest and anticipation for this match are exceptionally high. It is conservatively estimated that over 70,000 spectators will flood into the Bernabeu, a remarkable turnout that can only be rivaled during the Spanish El Clásico against Barcelona or the Madrid Derby against Atlético Madrid. On the evening of November 3, 2014, the entire Udinese squad arrived in Madrid, ready for the fourth round of the Champions League group stage match against Real Madrid. On the morning of November 4th, Real Madrid's head coach Ancelotti and Udinese coach Guidolin attended a pre-match press conference together. Udinese is a team deserving of respect, yet for Real Madrid, victory is the sole objective, as Ancelotti plainly stated. Real Madrid is one of the greatest teams in Spain and Europe. Playing at the Bernabeu is a marvelous experience, and the club boasts numerous great players, with Mr. Ancelotti being a highly successful champion coach. Upon hearing Gitalin's remarks, the Madrid journalists smiled and nodded, as this aligns with their expectations. Such statements are customary for visiting coaches, especially from smaller teams, as playing at the Bernabeu is akin to a pilgrimage. However, they were taken aback when Guidolin paused and suddenly shifted his tone. I admire Real Madrid. 3 months ago, we defeated Real Madrid to win the UEFA Super Cup. 2 weeks ago, we also drew against Real Madrid at home. This gives me confidence. We are not here merely to pay homage. We hope to have a wonderful experience at the Bernabeu. You referring to winning against Real Madrid at the Bernabeu? A reporter immediately inquired. No one would reject victory, nor would anyone concede defeat. Guidolin smiled and nodded. I relish victory. At 8:40 p.m. local time in Madrid on November 4, the atmosphere in the Bernabeu was electric as the players entered the field. At that moment, the stadium's large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. The home team, Real Madrid, featured goalkeeper Iker Casillas, defense Alvaro Arbeloa, Rafael Varane, Sergio Ramos, Marcelo, midfield Toni Kroos, Luka Modric, James Rodriguez, forwards Isco, Cristiano Ronaldo, Karim Benzema. The visiting team, Udinese, included goalkeeper Orestes Carnezes, defense Pires, Danilo, Dimitri, Cancelo, midfield Kanté, Allen, Bruno Fernandes, Guilherme, Widmer, forward Antonio Di Natale. Udinese captain Di Natale won the coin toss against Casillas, granting Udinese the choice of sides, while Real Madrid would kick off. The players took their positions according to their formations as the match referee and his assistants confirmed the time before blowing the whistle to signal the start of the match. The fourth round of the 2014 to 2015 UEFA Champions League group stage between Real Madrid and Udinese officially commenced. Guidolin meticulously analyzed Real Madrid's recent performances and considered the current roster situation, concluding that Portuguese centre-back Pepe was injured. Thus, the likely pairing in central defense would be Ramos and young Frenchman Varane. In terms of fullback selection, the right back would probably be the veteran Arbeloa, while the left back could be the Brazilian Marcelo. Real Madrid's defense has never been particularly robust, and given this defensive lineup, both the right and left flanks could be vulnerable. Arbeloa's advancing age coupled with Marcelo's offensive focus could be exploited, especially with Udinese Guilherme on the left and Widmer on the right, both capable of delivering potent strikes. Tio put it plainly, Guidolin assessed that preventing Real Madrid from scoring would be a formidable task. And with confidence in his team's attacking prowess, he resolved to engage in a direct contest with Real Madrid. The media largely favored Real Madrid, but only Guidolin truly understood the significant potential and capabilities of the team he had built. Additionally, he recognized that this was merely a group stage match. Udinese's primary objective was to advance from the group. While Guidolin aspired to finish first, he acknowledged that failing to do so would not be a catastrophe. For Udinese, reaching the knockout stage would be a commendable achievement, and concerns about facing a strong opponent in the first knockout round were not matters for Udinese to dwell upon. The most pressing concerns rested with Real Madrid. Not Udinese or Guidolin, for Udinese is the underdog. Did you not notice how he framed the pre-match narrative? It was a decisive clash between a mountain bike and an Audi A8. Guilherme, beautiful. He has passed Arbeloa. Cancelo, switching positions, pass. Antonio Di Natale, a spectacular save. Casillas delivers a world-class stop. Following the save, an irate Casillas shouted at his defensive stalwart Varane, berating him for his sluggish movement that failed to keep pace with Di Natale's surging run. Guidolin applauded from the sidelines, cheering for his team's offensive effort as Guilherme and Cancelo relentlessly pressured on the left flank, a task Arbeloa was ill-equipped to withstand. This was also Guidolin's rationale for repositioning Cancelo to the left side, concentrating his forces to exploit Real Madrid's vulnerabilities. Indeed, in Guidolin's eyes, the former Liverpool veteran Arbeloa represented a chink in Real Madrid's armor. Udinese earned a corner. Guilherme took the corner, sending the ball into the box. But Di Natale's header lacked power under Varane's pressure, allowing Casillas to collect it mid-air. Immediately, the Real Madrid captain dashed to the edge of the penalty area, launching a quick throw-in to initiate a counterattack. James Rodriguez received the ball and passed it to Kroos, who deftly evaded Bruno's challenge before distributing it to Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo, brimming with exuberance, commenced his display. What a move from Cristiano Ronaldo! He executed a beautiful step over to bypass Guilherme. Despite Isco's pleas for a pass, Ronaldo continued down the wing. Allen moved in to challenge Ronaldo. Simultaneously, Udinese left center-back Dimitri was forced to shift over to cover the gap left by Cancelo's forward foray. Pass, pass. Ancelotti gestured fervently from the sidelines, his voice booming. This moment, Udinese defense heavily tilted to the left flank, leaving opportunities on the opposite side. Should Ronaldo deliver the ball, a scoring chance would arise. Finally, after Isco's arm was nearly exhausted from waving, and after Ronaldo's myriad of feints and turns, he realized he could no longer penetrate and released the ball. Isco was poised to receive it when suddenly a blue figure surged in. Intercepting the pass to it was Candy. A brilliantly executed tackle, prompting even the commentator to exclaim, "Candy. When did he appear there?" A magnificent interception. This is Canty, unassuming yet indispensable, performing the most crucial tasks. AS Bruno advanced with the ball at high speed. He effortlessly brushed aside the approaching challenge from James Rodriguez before delivering a precise through ball to Di Natale. Di Natale showcased his exquisite ball control as he attempted to maneuver past Cruz, simultaneously drawing out a center-back from Real Madrid to create an opportunity for the advancing Weidman on the right flank. With a graceful transition from his left foot to his right, he executed a deft change of direction, yet Cruz remained vigilant, managing to poke the ball away with a trailing foot, causing it to bounce upward. Nevertheless, Udinese's offensive onslaught was far from over. Di Natale, who had just celebrated his 37th birthday last month, reacted swiftly, taking a small step forward and delicately flicking the ball with his right foot in an artful motion. He then half-turned, positioning himself between Cruz and the ball, and passed it to the supporting Weidman. Receiving the ball, Weidman surged forward on the right, as Varane stepped up to challenge. The French defender attempted to close in on Weidman, but with a mere change of pace. Weidman eluded Varane. He had broken through. Varane was easily bypassed, and amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, the subsequent play unfolded seamlessly. Weidman delivered a straightforward pass to Bruno Fernandes, clad in the blue number 8 jersey. Bruno surged forward like a tiger descending from the mountain, forcefully pushing aside the hastily retreating fullback, Arbeloa, just in time to intercept before Ramos could intervene. With a fierce strike, he unleashed a shot that flew towards the goal with the velocity of a cannonball. Casillas, facing this powerful effort, exerted every ounce of strength to make the save, but as he launched himself into the air, the ball zipped past him and crashed into the net. Glul. What a magnificent goal by Bruno Fernandes. What a powerful shot. The ball violently shook the net, causing it to tremble. Standing before the goal, Bruno clenched his fist and let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. Beneath his feet lay Iker Casillas, universally acknowledged as one of the finest goalkeepers in the world, vanquished by his strike. Chapter 171. Plans are no match for change as Guido raised his arms in jubilation from the coaching bench. Witnessing Weidman effortlessly maneuver past Varane and provide the assist for Bruno's thunderous shot into Real Madrid's net, he had been eagerly anticipating this moment of celebration. In stark contrast, Real Madrid's head coach, Ancelotti, furiously waved his arm, muttering curses under his breath. His frustration was not directed at any particular player. It was merely an emotional outburst following the conceding of a goal. "Carlo, should we make adjustments?" his assistant coach inquired. Ancelotti shook his head. "It's too early for changes now. The match had only just commenced, and our tactics were sound. Udinese's aggressive approach aligned with my expectations." Ancelotti expressed his primary concern that Udinese would revert to a defensive stance after taking the lead. Not merely a concern, Ancelotti was almost certain that Udinese would adopt the counter-attacking strategy, given that they were leading 1-0 at the Santiago Bernabeu. This was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. "Should we counter-attack?" Udinese's assistant coach asked Guido. Guido shook his head. "Did you notice? Marcelo seems to be struggling, and Varane appears quite flustered." "Indeed," Guido replied with enthusiasm, "this is our opportunity. Let us exploit this weakness in Real Madrid." With that, Guido approached the sidelines and called out Kant's name. He instructed Bruno to focus the attack on Real Madrid's left side, particularly targeting the area between Varane and Marcelo. Kant was somewhat taken aback. Why was the coach relaying this tactical adjustment through him instead of addressing team captain Di Natale or Bruno directly? Meanwhile, on the Real Madrid bench, Ancelotti's countenance darkened as he observed Guido conferring with Kant. He scoffed. A team that plays conservatively after taking the lead is a coward. The match resumed. Isco's dribbling remained exceptional as he first sidestepped the pressing Di Natale, then continued his advance, only to be intercepted by Weidman, who was deftly evaded by Isco's skillful footwork. Isco. He's gone past two defenders. Ancelotti nodded in approval, appreciating Isco's determination and performance against Udinese's compact defense. Isco's technique and ability to break through would provide vital support in their offensive endeavors. Allen stepped up to challenge. Facing Allen's interception, Isco attempted to force his way through, but the Brazilian pushed Isco slightly, causing him to lose his balance and fall. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Allen, awarding Real Madrid a free kick in the attacking third. Positioned too far from the penalty area for a direct shot, Cruz stood at the set piece. Following the referee's signal, Cruz struck the free kick towards the penalty area. Benzema leapt to contest the header, but under the defensive pressure from Modric, the French forward could not direct his header with precision. Udinese goalkeeper, Canizes, sought to catch the ball, but he underestimated the force of Benzema's header. As soon as he made contact, he realized the impending danger and instinctively parried the ball away. Ronaldo leapt, beating Modric to the ball and flicking it towards James Rodriguez. The Colombian midfielder controlled the ball with his chest, then half-turned to unleash a shot. The ball soared towards the goal but was blocked by Udinese's fullback, Pires, before Kant intercepted it ahead of the Real Madrid players and passed to the supporting Allen. James Rodriguez immediately raised his hand, vociferously claiming that his shot had been deflected by a Udinese handball, insisting it should warrant a penalty. Ronaldo also gestured, slapping his left hand against his right, indicating a handball in the penalty area. The referee crossed his arms, signaling no penalty, before swiftly turning to chase play as Udinese initiated a counterattack. Handball? No handball. No penalty. The commentator exclaimed, a counterattack? Udinese counterattack, a splendid long pass. Allen received Kant's pass and executed a diagonal long ball towards the left flank, where Guilherme was making a rapid advance. That was a handball. Absolutely a handball. Damn it. Ancelotti erupted from the home team's coaching area, unleashing his frustration towards the fourth official, only to be met with a chorus of boos from the Bernabéu. Turning his attention, he witnessed Udinese's swift counterattack unfolding. Damn it. Guilherme was blazing forward. After a sudden change of direction, he evaded the desperately pressing Isco and continued his advance. Arbeloa rushed in to intercept Guilherme. Guilherme feigned a pass to the supporting Bruno, prompting Arbeloa to shift his weight inward. Preparing to intercept, Guilherme had anticipated this moment, and as Arbeloa leaned to intercept, he deftly flicked the ball past him. Guilherme felt a surge of joy. He never expected to bypass the veteran Real Madrid defender so easily. However, in the next moment, Guilherme realized he had celebrated prematurely, noticing Arbeloa's trailing foot, which inadvertently blocked the ball. Clearly, the seasoned Real Madrid veteran had been prepared. Damn it. What a wasted counterattack opportunity, Guilherme lamented, that moment. An unexpected turn of events occurred. Arbeloa attempted to swiftly turn and regain control of the ball, but he underestimated his age. His agility in turning was far from what it had been in his youth. He had turned halfway, but his trailing leg lagged behind. An awkward yet amusing scene unfolded as the ball came to a halt between the two players. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. And Guilherme, filled with surprise, poked the ball away with his toe before accelerating past Arbeloa. Arbeloa had been outmaneuvered. He was now in the penalty area. The Bernabéu erupted in boos. Guido, finally recovering from his earlier anxiety, had not clearly seen whether Pires had committed a handball. However, he was concerned. This was Real Madrid's home ground, and if Udinese were indeed penalized with a spot kick, there would be little he could do. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of home field bias before the match. As Guilherme penetrated the penalty area, he faced Ramos's challenge and pushed the ball laterally. The camera followed the rolling ball, revealing Bruno sprinting towards it, with a somewhat frantic Marcelo in tow. "Where's Varane?" the commentator shouted. And no sooner had he spoken than Bruno executed a left-footed touch to evade Marcelo's attempted interception, and as he prepared to unleash a shot with his right foot, he suddenly lost his balance and tumbled within Real Madrid's penalty area, just as the imposing figure of the French centre-back loomed over him. Bruno has fallen to the ground in the penalty area. Is it a penalty or a dive? The commentator exclaimed loudly. The referee's whistle pierced through the deafening boos at the Bernabéu stadium as he sprinted towards the penalty area, pointing decisively at the penalty spot. Penalty! The referee has awarded a penalty. The commentator had to raise his voice, for the cacophony of boos was overwhelming, almost shattering eardrums. Real Madrid's coach, Ancelotti, was livid, roaring infuriated. Udinese's coach, Guidolin, was momentarily taken aback, then clenched his fists and leapt into the air, raising his arms 3 times before landing and applauding, acknowledging the referee's keen observation. At that moment, the Bernabeu resembled a pot of boiling oil into which a bucket of water had been thrown. Erupting with noise, Varane, upon hearing the whistle, turned to look at the referee, initially believing he would call a dive on Bruno, only to see the referee point to the penalty spot. The French centre-back immediately erupted in anger, ready to charge at the referee. Fortunately, team captain Casillas reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around Varane to prevent a certain yellow card. While Casillas restrained Varane, Ramos dashed towards the referee, contesting the decision. He pointed at Bruno, who was already celebrating the penalty with his teammates, shouting, "That kid dived! That kid dived!" Observing Ramos's continued insistence, Casillas hastily released Varane and rushed over to separate Ramos, entrusting him to Ronaldo's care. Then gesturing for the other agitated teammates to disperse, as captain, it was his duty to engage the referee. Regardless of what Casillas said, the referee shook his head, ultimately signaling for the Real Madrid captain to step away, then positioned himself by the penalty spot, gesturing for others to vacate the area and allowing the Udinese players to prepare for the penalty kick. Chapter 172. The wrath of Real Madrid on the sidelines. Ancelotti continued to rage at the 4th official. First, there was no call for handball in the opponent's penalty area, and now you've awarded a penalty for a dive by an Udinese player. What is going on? The 4th official, with a stern demeanor, replied, "Mr. Ancelotti, please calm down and trust in the referee's impartiality." Impartial? That is certainly not what I have observed. Ancelotti retorted, seething with indignation. The 4th official's expression shifted. Warning, Mr. Ancelotti, please watch your language. If this continues, I will summon the referee. Taken aback, Ancelotti, realizing he had spoken out of turn, huffed a couple of times and walked away. The 4th official, seeing Ancelotti depart, refrained from reporting him to the referee. Understanding the coach's current state of mind, especially given the circumstances at the Bernabeu, where he felt compelled to grant Ancelotti some leeway. Meanwhile, the uproar online erupted. Scammers. Shameless frauds. Thankfully, such a character wasn't transferred to Real Madrid. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the team. Haha, do the Portuguese have a tradition of diving? Go away, foolish fans. How dare the La Masia Academy call others out? The Yellow Dogs are furious. Get lost. This is not a place for foolish fans. Ha ha ha. Bale is mercilessly tormenting Ilena. Look at the quality of this poisoned Messi. Regardless of Ancelotti's dissatisfaction or the fury of Real Madrid fans, the referee's penalty decision stood firm. Originally, the primary penalty taker for Udinese was Di Natale, but due to a prior miss, Bruno had now assumed that role. Furthermore, since Bruno was the one who earned the penalty, no one contested his right to take it. Standing at the penalty spot, Bruno awaited the referee's whistle. With a sharp blow of the whistle, Bruno took his run-up, 1 step, 2 steps, shot, goal, Bruno Fernandes. He converted the penalty he had created himself. 2-0. It was utterly astonishing. Bruno Fernandes scored his 2nd goal of the day, putting Udinese ahead 2 o'clock against Real Madrid. This was a situation no one had anticipated. The match had only just reached the 19th minute, and Udinese was leading by 2 goals at the Bernabeu. The crowd in the stands erupted in a chorus of boos, perhaps directed at the referee's decision, or perhaps an expression of their profound dissatisfaction with their own team. "Damn it," Ancelotti muttered, visibly displeased. The renowned Italian coach was discontented with the current state of affairs, trailing Udinese by 2 goals at home, and with less than 20 minutes into the match, this was a scenario Ancelotti had never envisioned. Not only that, but he also felt a bit dazed, as he had not considered a contingency plan for such a situation. First, James Rodriguez's shot was thwarted. Gerard's attempt flew toward the goal, but Pires deflected the ball. Slow-motion replays revealed that the ball initially struck Pires's knee before ricocheting off his right hand. In such circumstances, it fell to the referee's discretion. He could deem it a deliberate handball and award a penalty, or he could argue that the ball merely struck the hand, thus no foul occurred. Given the Bernabeu's atmosphere, one would typically expect the referee to blow for a penalty in favor of the home team. This, however, was not a case of the referee favoring Real Madrid. It was merely home advantage, although sometimes referees are inclined to favor the stronger teams. Yet, on this occasion, the referee deemed there was no handball, and thus no penalty was awarded. Subsequently, Udinese swiftly launched a counterattack. Guilherme broke through and delivered a brilliant pass. Bruno controlled the ball, evading Marcelo's challenge, but as he prepared to shoot, he was brought down by Varane in the penalty area. Multiple slow-motion replays failed to clarify whether Varane made contact with the ball first or if it was a foul on the player, leading to further controversy. The referee could have ruled Varane's tackle as fair, potentially issuing Bruno a yellow card for diving, or he could have deemed it a foul and awarded a penalty. The same incident could be interpreted in two entirely different ways, both of which could be justified. Ultimately, the referee rendered a decision unfavorable to Real Madrid, calling a foul on Varane, granting Udinese a penalty, which Bruno subsequently converted. Journalists in the media area gasped in disbelief. This was at the Bernabeu. After all, where Real Madrid would be fortunate not to receive preferential treatment, let alone suffer such an injustice. With less than 20 minutes into the match, Udinese found themselves 2 goals ahead against Real Madrid, a scenario that had caught everyone off guard, particularly the second goal, stemming from the controversial penalty decision, along with the earlier incident where Gerrard's shot was blocked by Pires, with the referee dismissing the handball claim from Udinese. These consecutive unfavorable calls against Real Madrid further fueled the discontent among the star players, which was a significant blow to their morale. As the match resumed, it was evident that Real Madrid's players were playing with a chip on their shoulders. To Bruno, it appeared as though the faces of Real Madrid stars bore labels reading "Baby is unhappy" and "Baby has little emotions," and all he and Udinese needed to do was to add fuel to the fire. Under Bruno's leadership, Udinese suddenly intensified their pressing in the midfield. When physically dominant, they could afford to engage in more vigorous challenges. When at a disadvantage, subtle tactics emerged. These actions were neither malicious nor harmful, but rather infuriating, such as discreetly tugging at an opponent's jersey as they accelerated, then quickly letting go, or feigning a jump while holding their ground during aerial duels, only to release their strength at the moment of the jump, sending the opponent tumbling. The pitch became increasingly chaotic, resulting in more verbal altercations between the players. As the game approached the 40th minute, Pires brought down Cristiano Ronaldo for the 3rd time. As Ronaldo rose, he charged toward the Paraguayan defender. Bruno rushed in to separate the two, aiming to provoke the Real Madrid players, inciting their tempers, ultimately affecting their gameplay, leading to rushed technical actions and potential yellow cards. However, such tactics are a double-edged sword. While players' tempers can be inflamed, they must also manage their own frustrations. Given Pires' notorious temper, Bruno was mindful to avoid inadvertently causing him to receive a card. Ronaldo, agitated, pushed Bruno aside, intent on confronting Pires. Fortunately, Danilo held Pires back. Otherwise, the Paraguayan defender's temper would have undoubtedly flared, escalating the situation with Ronaldo. At this moment, both teams' players quickly gathered, shoving and exchanging unpleasantries. The referee's whistle pierced the air. As he swiftly approached, vociferously shouting and gesturing to separate the players from both sides, a yellow card was promptly issued to the emotionally volatile Cristiano Ronaldo, the instigator of the provocation, followed by a verbal warning directed at Pires. This decision incited vehement discontent among the Real Madrid players, with Captain Casillas raising 3 fingers to signify that it was Pires' 3rd foul and thus warranted a card. In response, the referee issued a yellow card to calm the Real Madrid captain. Ultimately, as the first half drew to a close, the score remained at 0-2, with the visiting Udinese enjoying a 2-goal lead over the home team, Real Madrid. When the referee signaled the end of the first half, a cacophony of boos erupted throughout the Bernabeu. The cameras captured the moment, revealing the pale countenance of Real Madrid president Florentino amidst the chorus of jeers in the home team's dressing room. Ancelotti entered to find the players engaged in heated discussions, or rather a vehement denunciation of the referee's perceived injustices. It was evident that if not for the referee's unfavorable calls, they believed they would be the ones leading. Ancelotti furrowed his brow. The team captain Casillas was quietly conversing with Pepe, who had not played that day, and upon noticing Ancelotti's entrance, they continued their dialogue, unperturbed. Previously, Mourinho had been dismissed due to his discord with Casillas. But since Ancelotti's appointment, he had restored Casillas' stature within Real Madrid, fostering a close relationship over the course of the season. However, as Ancelotti repeatedly opted for Navas as the starter, relegating Casillas to the bench, the captain felt marginalized, creating a delicate tension between the two. Despite both speaking favorably of one another to the media, the rift between the Real Madrid captain and coach was not something that a few kind words could mend. It wasn't until Ancelotti rapped on the table that some players hushed, while others continued their chatter. Casillas rose, calling for silence, and gradually, the room quieted down. Chapter 173. Early qualification. Ancelotti's expression was grim as he gestured for his assistant to display the tactical board. Then commenced his address. I am aware that many are dissatisfied with the referees officiating in the first half. I share that frustration. However, one thing must be said. The referees' decisions do not excuse our 0-2 deficit. He continued passionately, we are Real Madrid, the greatest team on this planet. This white jersey carries immense weight. The referees' unjust calls, they are insignificant. We must rise to the occasion in the second half and demonstrate to the world why the greatest team can overcome any obstacle. Even the referee. Ancelotti's fervent words, long conceived in his mind, resonated deeply, even moving him. He glanced at the players, noting a positive effect, particularly on Casillas, whose expression softened. Despite their strained relationship, Ancelotti had to acknowledge that Casillas was the emblem of Real Madrid. As long as this man stood among them, even if Ancelotti found it difficult to like him, he had to recognize Casillas' unwavering commitment to the club. The atmosphere was charged. In critical moments, both could temporarily set aside their differences. Achieving a fragile consensus, Ancelotti began to outline tactical adjustments for the second half. Our flanks were entirely ineffective in the first half. Udinese posed a significant threat down the wings. Only by revitalizing our own flanks can we stifle their offensive maneuvers. Marcelo, feeling the weight of the challenge against Bruno, Widmer, and Pires, found himself at a loss but resolutely replied, Coach, I understand. I will perform well in the second half. Observing Marcelo's determined fist, Ancelotti nodded in approval. James! Ancelotti called out to Rodriguez, you need to accelerate your pace. Galualol. Amidst the jubilant cries of the Bernabeu's DJ, Benzema celebrated his goal, embracing Marcelo, while the ecstatic Real Madrid fans erupted in cheers. A mere 5 minutes into the second half, Real Madrid had scored, with Rodriguez threading a diagonal pass that split the Udinese defense, finding Pires behind them. The astute positioning allowed for a cut-in, a feint shot, and a subtle poke, as Benzema held off Udinese's central defender, Domic, turning and firing a shot into the net. 1-2. The Bernabeu roared with approval, and the journalists in the press box applauded. Now this is more like it. This is Real Madrid. As the first half concluded, these reporters gazed incredulously at the scoreboard, witnessing the grinning Udinese players depart. The Udinese captain, Di Natale, gathered his teammates. He urged, stay calm. We still lead by a goal. To be ahead 2 o'clock at halftime against Real Madrid is quite an achievement. Di Natale's authority reassured his teammates, as the early goal against a formidable opponent could easily unsettle them. At this moment Bruno chimed in, everyone, don't panic. It's just 1 goal conceded. Did you think we could shut out Real Madrid entirely? Let us not be overly proud. Encouraged by Bruno's words, the Udinese players relaxed. Indeed, facing Real Madrid, did they truly expect to keep a clean sheet at the Bernabeu? The priority now was to score again and widen the gap. Following Benzema's goal, Ancelotti swiftly made a substitution, bringing on Welsh star Bale for Rodriguez. Having recently recovered from injury, Bale's return signified the reformation of the formidable BBC trio. Guidolin understood Ancelotti's intent, to exploit Bale's dribbling and cutting capabilities to bolster their right flank. This, however, meant that Udinese's left side would face increased pressure, prompting Guidolin to ponder whether to fortify their defense or engage in a shootout with Real Madrid. Just then, a pivotal moment unfolded. Isco attempted to link up with Arbeloa, but Allen's sudden interception disrupted the play. Subsequently, a diagonal pass sent the ball to the left flank, where Widmer advanced rapidly. His forward momentum drew Kroos forward, but Widmer halted abruptly, feigning a lateral move, enticing Kroos to intercept, only to push the ball forward. Udinese's right back, Pires, surged forward with remarkable speed. Bruno, running in support, raised his hand to signal for a pass. Pires glanced at Bruno, poised to make a decisive play. Ramos, ever alert, advanced not to intercept but to create an offside trap. With Ramos' sudden push forward, Bruno found himself in an offside position. That moment, Pires delivered a diagonal ball, offside. Ramos shouted. Yet, the referee's whistle remained silent, as the linesman also kept pace. Not offside. Varane is behind, exclaimed the commentator from Italian Sky Sports, rising in excitement. Antonio Di Natale emerged on the left, sprinting past the momentarily slow Varane, reaching the ball before it rolled away. A chorus of boos erupted from the Bernabeu as Di Natale, with a clear path, struck a low shot that slipped past Casillas' left foot, rolling into the net. Goal. 3-1. 3-1. Udinese has extended their lead to 3 goals at the Bernabeu. Guidolin, standing on the sidelines, watched intently as Pires made the pass. With his hands in his pockets, he observed the unfolding drama. Perez' diagonal pass, Ramos' offside trap, Bruno's positioning, and Varane lagging behind, before witnessing Di Natale bypass Varane to score. Guidolin's hands shot out of his pockets, arms raised in triumph as he sprinted to celebrate. Well done, Di Natale, Di Natale, Di Natale. The 37-year-old captain of Udinese had netted his team's 3rd goal and his 5th in the Champions League this season. Di Natale raced in celebration, overwhelmed with joy. To breach the Real Madrid's goal at the Bernabeu feels nothing short of a dream. Yet, the deafening jeers from the stands serve as a stark reminder. This is indeed reality. The sprinting Di Natale is intercepted by his teammates, who embrace him before playfully toppling him in celebration. With a score of 3-1 and a 2-goal lead, Udinese now possesses the leverage to maneuver with agility. Today, luck was not on Real Madrid's side. Witnessing their own shots denied by the goalpost, the hearts of Madrid's fans sank, evoking a sense of divine abandonment. This was the closest Real Madrid came to their 2nd goal in the match. Although, during the final 20 minutes, the Galacticos pressed Udinese fiercely in their half, the attacking trio led by BBC failed to secure a 2nd goal. Ultimately, the illustrious Real Madrid succumbed to Udinese with a score of 3-1, marking the most shocking upset of this round in the Champions League group stage. After 4 rounds, the landscape of Group B has become quite clear. Udinese, with 3 wins and 1 draw, leads the group with 10 points, while Real Madrid, with 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, stands second with 7 points. Basel and Ludogorets both languish with 1 win and 3 losses, accumulating 3 points. Udinese has advanced to the knockout stage 2 rounds early. Another upset in this round saw Arsenal, after leading 2-0 at halftime, ultimately draw 3-3 with Anderlecht. With a deficit of 5 points behind Dortmund, their hopes of finishing first in the group appear bleak. It seems Arsenal continues to tread further down the path of self-destruction this season. Chapter 174. The benefits of the Champions League. The Udinese players departed the Bernabeu amidst a cacophony of boos. Objectively speaking, the majority of the jeers from Real Madrid's fans were directed at the officiating crew, as the referee's blatant favoritism towards Udinese was difficult for them to accept. After all, when has Real Madrid ever endured such injustice? Following the match, Real Madrid's captain, Casillas, confronted the referee, visibly agitated and expressing his indignation. The referee maintained a serious demeanor, initially offering explanations before hastily departing with his team. Witnessing this scene, the boos escalated, accompanied by a flurry of white handkerchiefs waved in discontent. Amidst the uproar, coins, lighters, and various small trinkets rained down from the stands, clearly to be noted by the 4th official, suggesting potential repercussions for the Bernabeu. A coin narrowly missed Bruno, causing him to jump and flee in fright. In the post-match press conference, Real Madrid's coach, Ancelotti, vehemently criticized the referee's performance. From my perspective, we had a penalty unjustly denied. The penalty awarded against us was also non-existent. Faced with incomprehensible decisions, the players' mentality became unbalanced. I empathize with their anger, which significantly impacted the outcome of the match. Ancelotti's implication was unmistakable. Real Madrid did not lose to the small club Udinese, but rather to the referee's unjust officiating. Meanwhile, Guidolin, with a beaming smile, remarked to the reporters, "I am extremely satisfied with the players' performance. Our opponents were Real Madrid, and to secure a victory at the Bernabeu deserves all accolades. What is your opinion on the referee's decisions today?" A reporter from his inquired. The journalists exchanged glances, questioning the audacity of such a statement. Ancelotti, unable to contain his frustration, retorted, "I never claimed that." Guidolin smiled, choosing not to engage further with an irate elder. A journalist from Marca interjected, "Do you not believe that the referee's decisions favored Udinese?" Guidolin shook his head, asserting, "I do not see it that way. I trust that the referee's decisions were based on principles of fairness and impartiality. Those who know me are aware of the utmost respect I hold for officials." Well said, a Madrid journalist quipped sarcastically, expecting the Udinese coach to feel shame. Instead, Guidolin graciously responded with a smile. Thank you, Bruno, attending the press conference alongside Guidolin, nearly lost his composure upon hearing his coach's remarks, realizing this Italian elder possessed a sense of humor far more engaging than that of his counterpart from Real Madrid. Advancing to the knockout stage of the Champions League not only significantly enhances a team's reputation, but also brings substantial financial benefits. According to the prize distribution plan published by UEFA 2 months prior to the start of this season's Champions League, the total prize pool amounts to €900 million, with the champion potentially receiving up to €37.4 million. The allocation comprises a fixed portion of €500.7 million and a variable portion of €409.6 million. The fixed portion is distributed based on the performances of the 32 participating teams, while the latter depends on the team's share of broadcasting revenues. The Champions League represents a lucrative opportunity, with each of the 32 teams in the group stage guaranteed a minimum prize of €8.6 million. Each victory in the group stage earns a team €1 million, while a draw yields €500,000. If a team successfully advances from the group stage to the round of 16, they receive an additional €3.5 million, progressing to the quarterfinals nets €3.9 million, and reaching the semifinals increases the reward of €4.9 million. Should a team clinch the Champions League title, they will also receive a bonus of €10.5 million, while the runners-up earn €6.5 million. As for Udinese, they have already secured the guaranteed €8.6 million, along with €3.5 million for match bonuses and another €3.5 million for advancing to the round of 16. This means they are assured of an income of €15.6 million, even if they were to lose all their remaining group matches and exit in the round of 16. This figure does not even include their share of broadcasting revenues. Among the 32 teams, Udinese may not be a marquee club, yet their Serie A heritage ensures they are no strangers to the spotlight. Furthermore, being one of the first 2 teams to advance to the knockout stage this season significantly elevates their visibility. Under such circumstances, it is reasonable to expect that Udinese could secure several million from the variable bonuses of €409.6 million. Consequently, Udinese stands to gain at least €25 million from their Champions League campaign. This is a substantial sum for Udinese. To put it into perspective, last season, after winning the Europa League, their total earnings amounted to only €8.5 million in bonuses and €4.5 million in variable earnings, totaling just €13 million. Beyond the direct financial rewards, Udinese stands to benefit from numerous intangible gains through the Champions League, such as enhanced brand recognition and increased commercial partnerships. For Udinese players, this represents an unprecedented opportunity. The Pozzo family, known for their frugal management style, rarely allocates funds for player rewards. Even after Udinese's triumph in the Coppa Italia last season, they merely offered a token sum of €500,000, and it was only after clinching the Europa League that they provided a bonus of €1 million. This victory not only brings immense financial benefits to Udinese, but also profoundly impacts Bruno himself. On October 28, FIFA announced the 23-man shortlist for the 2014 Ballon d'Or, and Bruno's unexpected inclusion raised eyebrows. His selection is surprising, as players not participating in the World Cup typically face an uphill battle for recognition. Among the 23-man list, only 3 players, including Bruno, made the cut without having played in the World Cup, the other 2 being global superstars Ibrahimovic and Bale. Both Ibrahimovic and Bale missed the Brazilian World Cup due to the limitations of their national teams. Given their stature, it would indeed be perplexing if they were omitted from this prestigious list. Despite Bruno's impressive performance in Serie A last season, his absence from the World Cup significantly hindered his prospects, and it would not have been surprising had he not made the list. Even after his inclusion, he found himself among the lowest odds in betting markets across Europe. However, following his remarkable brace against Real Madrid in both Champions League group matches, the world witnessed Bruno's prowess, leading to a shift in his odds, gradually placing him within the top 20. On November 9, Udinese faced Palermo in the 11th round of Serie A. In this match, Guidolin implemented significant rotation in the starting lineup, yet the physically fit Bruno remained a starter. After all, this match came just 4.5 days after their previous encounter against Real Madrid, allowing Bruno ample time to recover his stamina. At the Barbera Stadium, Udinese commenced their match with a dreamlike start. In the 5th minute, Bruno executed a free kick, from which Danilo's shot was parried by Sorrentino. Taking advantage of the opportunity presented by Di Natale's rest, the French striker Tyler, who was granted a starting position, scored with a follow-up effort. By the 42nd minute, Badu fouled Barreto from behind, allowing Dybala to equalize with a penalty. In the 54th minute, Palermo nearly took the lead. Dybala's incisive run was halted by a foul from Guilherme, resulting in another penalty for Palermo. This time, Vazquez took charge but was thwarted by Carnezes. With a score of 2-1, Bruno celebrated his 8th goal of the Serie A season, matching his teammate Di Natale atop the scoring charts, while also boasting 9 assists, placing him far ahead in the assist rankings. After solidifying Udinese's second-place position in Serie A by defeating Palermo, Bruno departed Italy, as the upcoming fortnight heralded the international fixture period. During this time, Portugal was set to engage in 2 matches. The first was a home encounter against Armenia in the 4th round of the European Championship qualifiers. Following this, Portugal would journey north to England to face Argentina at the iconic Old Trafford. Although the match carried little intrinsic value being a friendly, the clash between Messi and Ronaldo imbued it with a unique significance. The match against Armenia commenced at 7:45 p.m. local time on November 14th. In this encounter, veteran Bozingua returned to international duty after 4 years, while fellow fullback Guerreiro made his debut for the national team. The central defensive duo was revamped with Pepe partnering Carvalho. In midfield, Bruno continued his starting role alongside André Gomes and William Carvalho as the double pivot. The attacking trident comprised Ronaldo, Dani, and Postiga. Portugal pressed their opponents from the outset but squandered several goal-scoring opportunities. Dani's shot went wide, Thiago's header from Bruno's free kick sailed over the bar, and Ronaldo's 25-yard free kick was blocked. Armenia, however, seized the initiative in the 15th minute when Mkhitaryan's breakthrough led to Carvalho's foul just outside the box, earning him a yellow card. The Dortmund midfielder's subsequent free kick pierced through the wall, heading for the bottom left corner, only to be heroically saved by Patricio. The match continued, with Portugal dominating possession. Yet Armenia's counterattacks proved perilous, particularly with Mkhitaryan's exemplary performance. Nevertheless, it was Bruno who broke the deadlock. In the 43rd minute, he unleashed a long-range strike from the edge of the box, breaching Armenia's defenses and giving Portugal a 1-o'clock lead at halftime. Significantly alleviating their pressure, as the second half commenced, Portugal continued to apply pressure on Armenia's goal but struggled to extend their advantage. After the 60-minute mark, Santos made a series of substitutions, introducing Eder for Postiga and Quaresma for Dani. With Ronaldo shifting to a central role, Portugal doubled their lead in the 71st minute. Bruno delivered a penetrating pass into the channel, where Quaresma's shot from a tight angle was parried by Belyazov. But the follow-up from Bruno saw Ronaldo score from close range. Eder squandered further opportunities, yet Portugal ultimately triumphed 2-o'clock against Armenia, marking their 3rd consecutive win in the group stage and maintaining their lead in the standings. Following their victory over Armenia, the Portuguese squad traveled north to England. Upon their arrival in Manchester, they were met with a warm reception akin to home, largely due to Ronaldo's presence. Despite having departed Manchester United 5 years prior, the Red Devils fans still held deep affection for their former star. Each time Ronaldo touched the ball at Old Trafford, the crowd erupted in cheers. In contrast, Messi was met with hostility, a sentiment stemming from the rivalry between Manchester United and Barcelona over the years. He faced jeers every time he received possession. However, neither Ronaldo nor Messi emerged as the focal point of the match, both failing to score, and their inaugural international clash saw them play only a half each. The true protagonist of the encounter was Bruno, a player aspiring to become the king of Old Trafford. As Santos envisioned him as Portugal's midfield orchestrator, he was afforded ample playing time to forge chemistry with his teammates. In this match, Bruno was one of the few players to complete the full 90 minutes. He did not disappoint Santos, quickly acclimating to the game and adapting to his teammates' styles. Thanks to Bruno's orchestrations in midfield, Portugal held their ground against Argentina, even exerting pressure in the second half. However, the nature of the friendly match led to constant changes in personnel, resulting in both teams' attacks lacking fluidity, and the scoreline remained unchanged. It wasn't until the 81st minute that the stalemate was broken. Bruno and substitute Nani executed a brilliant give-and-go in the attacking third, culminating in Bruno's precise shot from just inside the 6-yard box. This goal was met with thunderous applause from the Old Trafford crowd, not only for the exquisite nature of the build-up, but also due to Nani's involvement. Although he had transferred from Manchester United, Nani remained a beloved figure among the fans. In the first minute of stoppage time, Bruno distributed the ball centrally, allowing Quaresma to cross from the right side of the box, where Guerreiro headed home from inside the 6-yard area. Ultimately, Portugal triumphed 2-o'clock over Argentina, ending Argentina's 42-year unbeaten streak against Portugal and securing their fifth consecutive victory. In the first half, Di Natale helped Udinese take the lead in the 45th minute, only for Radovanovic to equalize with a powerful strike in the 74th minute. Despite Udinese's relentless assault on Chivo's goal, they were unable to find the net again. As Udinese's performances improved, so too did the number of national team players in their ranks, making the FIFA virus's impact increasingly evident. In the second minute of stoppage time, with just 1 minute remaining in the match, Udinese was awarded a free kick in the attacking third. At that moment, the cameras in the Friuli Stadium silently focused on Bruno. Yet, Bruno exhibited no signs of anxiety. He slowly retreated, gazing intently ahead as he patiently searched for that elusive sensation. All eyes in the stadium were fixed upon him, attentive to his every move. The referee set the scene. Chivo, recognizing the distance, failed to establish a solid wall, evidently more concerned about Udinese's potential indirect free kick and prioritizing the marking of other Udinese players. The Udinese players supported Bruno to the best of their abilities. As the referee blew the whistle, the Udinese players sprang into action, drawing defensive attention. Bruno took a deep breath, surged forward, and struck the ball with his right foot. The roar of the Udinese fans filled the stadium, yet a distinct sound rang out. Bruno's direct free kick. The ball shot from beneath Bruno's foot with remarkable speed, indicating he had poured every ounce of energy into this strike. The trajectory remained low, sailing just over the head of the nearest Chivo player. The Chivo goalkeeper, sensing the urgency, sprang into action, fully aware of the potential threat. The ball was fast, urgent, and its path unwavering, a free kick of exceptional quality. The Chivo goalkeeper quickly assessed the situation, acknowledging Bruno's proficiency in taking free kicks. Alas, I must save this. The keeper felt confident, believing the distance would afford him ample time to react. As a goalkeeper, he possessed a keen instinct, diving towards the ball with his hands together, confident in his ability to either catch or deflect it. Yet, just as he was certain of his success, the seemingly stable ball underwent a sudden change, as if an unseen force had pressed down upon it, causing it to dip unexpectedly. Even the slightest alteration, a seemingly trivial difference, rendered the goalkeeper alarmed. His hands were not large enough. After leaping, if the ball deviated even slightly, it would lead to a critical misjudgment, transforming a certain save into a blunder. Nevertheless, being an experienced veteran, he quickly reacted, attempting to adjust his hands to intervene, but ultimately found himself powerless. The ball slipped through his grasp, and he fell to the ground. It went in. It went in. My God. A direct free kick from a full 33 meters has found the net. Bruno. A long-range missile from Bruno has breached Chivo's defenses. The entire crowd was left in a state of astonishment, only to erupt moments later into a thunderous cheer. Bruno himself could hardly believe what had just occurred. The only certainty he had was the exceptional feeling he experienced while taking the free kick. In that fleeting instant, as he glanced up, he saw the Chivo goalkeeper leaping to the side, but whether he had touched the ball or not remained unclear. It was only when he noticed that the fallen Chivo goalkeeper was cradling nothing but air that the realization struck him. It was in. It truly went in. Overcome with elation, Bruno dashed off the field, gliding along the sidelines in a jubilant sprint. The more than 40,000 Udinese fans chanted his name in unison, celebrating this spectacular free kick goal, a staggering distance of 33 meters. It is often said that one cannot be considered a master unless they have successfully converted a free kick from beyond 30 meters. Now, Bruno felt that with this successful strike, he could justifiably claim to be a master, albeit by a narrow margin. Chapter 176. A perspective from the bench following a narrow victory over Chivo. The entire Udinese squad flew to Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria, in preparation for their fifth round of the Champions League group stage against Ludogorets. Due to the inadequacy of Ludogorets' home ground, the Ludogorets Arena, which accommodates only 8,000 spectators and does not meet the requirements for Champions League matches, their home ground for this competition was relocated to the Vasilevsky National Stadium in Sofia. As Udinese had already secured advancement 2 rounds prior, Guidolin did not place great emphasis on this group match, opting to implement significant rotations within the starting lineup, resulting in Captain Di Natale not traveling with the team to Bulgaria. Although Bruno accompanied the squad, it was highly likely he would find himself seated on the bench. On the evening of the match, Udinese convened for a pre-match meeting, during which Guidolin announced his starting lineup. The goalkeeper was Scuffet, with a defensive line consisting of Erdo, Maguire, Bubanjic, and Pyrrhus. The midfield featured Kanti in a deeper role, with Badu and Piani positioned centrally, while the forward line comprised Muriel, Teo, and Aguirre. Bruno remained on the bench. With his participation dependent on the flow of the match, likely to occur in the second half, on the day of the match, after breakfast, Udinese held a tactical meeting primarily focused on the offensive and defensive aspects of free kicks, with Giddelin's preparations extending to the specific roles of each player. Following the meeting, the team engaged in light recovery training at a nearby park adjacent to the hotel. After lunch, rest, and afternoon tea, they prepared to depart. In the locker room, they organized their belongings and soon followed the coaching staff and UEFA officials onto the field for the final warm-up session before the match. The Vasil-Levski National Stadium boasts a capacity of over 43,000, comparable to that of the Friuli Stadium. However, attendance was notably low, as it is located a considerable 350 kilometers from Razgrad, the home of Ludogorets, a town with a modest population and limited amenities. Bruno observed that only about half of the stands were occupied. Guidolin entered the locker room to deliver a pre-match rallying speech. "All right, everyone." The team rose to their feet in unison. "I shall refrain from unnecessary words. We have prepared thoroughly for this moment." Everyone nodded in agreement, their posture straighter, determination etched on their faces. "Nonetheless, do not succumb to pressure. Enjoy the match to the fullest. We must give our all without leaving any regrets. That alone will suffice." With that, Guidolin embraced each of the warriors poised to take the field, as the players from both teams emerged from the tunnel under the watchful eye of the referee. Viewers at home prepared for the imminent clash of the 2014 to 2015 UEFA Champions League group stage, Matchday 5. We can now clearly see the starting lineups for both teams. Allow me to introduce the Udinese starting 11, Scuffet in goal, with the defensive line from left to right being Erdo, Bubanjic, Maguire, and Pyrrhus. The midfield consists of Badu, Kanti, and Piani, while the forward trio includes Muriel, Teo, and Aguirre. It is evident that, having already qualified 2 rounds early, Guidolin has opted for a comprehensive rotation of the Udinese squad, with only Kanti, the holding midfielder, retaining his place in the starting lineup. The midfield linchpin, Bruno, remains on the bench, while the attacking talisman, Captain Di Natale, has not even made the matchday squad. On the other hand, the home team fields nearly their entire first-choice lineup, as Ludogorets is merely 4 points behind Real Madrid and still harbors hopes of advancing from the group stage. They still have a chance to contend with Basel for 3rd place and a spot in the Europa League. The goalkeeper is Stoyanov, with the defensive quartet comprising Kayakar, Modi, Tsvetkov, and Minov. The midfield includes Masijan, Dikov, Espinho, and Mikhail Alexandrov, while the forward line features Marcelinho and Abelo. With the referee's whistle, Udinese took the first kick. From the very first minute, Udinese intentionally compacted their defensive line, maintaining a tight formation without retreating too far. They resolved to adopt a counter-attacking strategy in this away match, as even a draw would be acceptable for Udinese. Ludogorets controlled possession but only found a gap in the 3rd minute, when Espinho delivered a precise through ball into the box. Abelo attempted to chase it down, but Scuffet, the Udinese goalkeeper, decisively rushed out to claim the ball at the feet of his opponent. Badu swiftly took a free kick, yet Stoyanov, the Ludogorets goalkeeper, managed to snatch the ball before it could reach the danger zone. Seated on the bench, Bruno remained focused on the unfolding action on the pitch. Ludogorets' defense exhibited remarkable elasticity. When the home team launched an attack, midfielders 18 and 7 advanced aggressively, while midfielder 93 held back, and midfielder 8 maintained a position at the attacking midfield. This tactical arrangement created a diamond formation in Ludogorets' midfield, with the front line pressing high. Each time Udinese managed to advance the ball, they were met with 2 solid lines of defense from Ludogorets, transforming their counterattacks into a grueling battle for possession, making offensive maneuvers exceedingly challenging. Beyond the midfield, the 2 flanks also presented intriguing dynamics. The left side player, number 25, was quite active, pushing forward whenever possible, while the right side player, number 80, played a more conservative role, primarily remaining in defense. This arrangement ensured that Ludogorets had 3 defenders at the back, and upon regaining possession, they would promptly launch long balls in search of their forwards. The 2 forwards' movements were also fairly predictable, with number 84 often contesting headers while number 17 roamed the periphery, vying for second balls. Having spent over a year at Udinese, Bruno had become deeply influenced by their style of play. He found Ludogorets' approach excessively cautious, Yet he could not deny that this pragmatic style had been instrumental in their progression to the Champions League. Essentially, Ludogorets' tactical style aligned closely with the pre-match expectations of the Udinese coaching staff, and their pressing strategy predominantly focused on the midfield line, retreating only to the 30-meter zone when necessary. This tactical approach seemed to be a deliberate strategy devised by Ludogorets' coach following a thorough analysis. Udinese, on the other hand, played with greater dynamism, actively seeking to exploit space behind the defense. In the opening 15 minutes, Teo, Muriel, and Pyrrhus each found themselves in offside positions. Unfortunately, Teo was unable to capitalize on his opportunity, getting caught in a tight squeeze with two defenders. Subsequently, Udinese sought to exploit both flanks. In the 29th minute, Pyrrhus made a determined run down the left, receiving a pass from Piani before charging towards the byline. Shortly thereafter, Ludogorets launched a counterattack. The final opportunity of the first half arose when Piani surged into the box on the right, only to be brought down by the Ludogorets goalkeeper. The assistant referee had already raised his flag, indicating that both Piani and Teo were in offside positions. The first half concluded with both teams locked in a scoreless draw. Upon hearing the referee's whistle, Bruno quickly rose from his seat and made his way to the sidelines. Players from both teams gradually exited the field, each one visibly exhausted and breathless. Bruno and his teammates remained on the pitch, continuing their warm-up. The first half had been rather dull, with neither side creating significant scoring opportunities, and both teams adopting a conservative approach. While Ludogorets' intentions were clear, Udinese also aimed to safeguard their defense. Guidolin was acutely aware of the fragility of his backline. Although Udinese had already secured advancement, they still wished to contend for the top spot in the group. Consequently, he consistently instructed Heitinga and Maguire to maintain their positions, while encouraging Badu and Piani to refrain from pushing too far forward. In contrast, the flanks appeared more lively, with Erdo and Pyrrhus demonstrating greater enthusiasm. Chapter 177. An unexpected delight as the second half commenced, both teams continued to grapple in midfield. With approximately 60 minutes gone, Udinese head coach Guidolin made the first substitution, bringing on Bruno for the veteran Piani. This clearly signaled an intention to bolster their offensive efforts, as Guidolin seemed dissatisfied with merely securing a point from the away match. Now, the focus shifted to how the home team would respond. Guidolin replaced Bruno to bolster the offensive efforts. Meanwhile, Ludogorets head coach, Georgi Dermenziv, took nearly 10 minutes to respond, eventually opting to send wingers Queschada and midfielder Vanderson to warm up. The introduction of either Queschada or Vanderson signified two distinct approaches for Ludogorets. Guidolin noted the changes on Ludogorets' bench. Bringing on Queschada indicated the home team's dissatisfaction with the 0-0 scoreline, implying that Ludogorets sought to attack further. Conversely, substituting Vanderson would suggest a strengthening of midfield defense, signaling contentment with the current stalemate. As the match progressed into the 69th minute, Ludogorets coach Georgi Dermenziv finally made a substitution, replacing the forward, Mikhail Alexandrov, with the defensively robust Vanderson. This shift clearly demonstrated an intent to safeguard the draw. Observing Ludogorets' adjustment, Guidolin took a moment to contemplate before countering with a substitution of his own, bringing on the swift and impactful Weidman for the fatigued Aguirre, thereby intensifying the offensive pressure. Standing on the sidelines, Georgi Dermenziv wore a serious expression, his gaze fixed on the field as he deliberated. With Guidolin actively reinforcing his attack, Dermenziv weighed whether to further adjust his defensive strategy or adapt to the changing dynamics by enhancing his offensive stance, aiming to exploit any gaps left by Udinese advances. It was a pivotal decision, to play conservatively and accept a draw or to gamble for victory. A cacophony of boos erupted from the Vasil Levski National Stadium as Ludogorets fans derided Weidman. Yet deep down, they were anxious. Although the shot had soared high, it left them in a cold sweat. It was this exquisite attacking interplay from Udinese that compelled Georgi Dermenziv to make a decisive choice. He would not gamble. A point was satisfactory, better to secure a draw than to risk defeat. Without hesitation, Dermenziv made another substitution, bringing on Hamza for the 34-year-old veteran Minov. Faced with the fresh legs and speed of Weidman, Minov, who had played nearly 80 minutes, was struggling. Guidolin clasped his hands tightly, his brow furrowed, as Ludogorets fortified their defense, presenting a formidable challenge akin to striking an armored opponent. Every attempt thwarted. Guidolin pondered his next move. The stands erupted in boos. He looked up, clenched his fists, and leaned forward as a louder uproar mingled with cheers swept across the stadium. Guido Lin leapt in excitement, realizing he no longer needed to fret. The Udinese players had alleviated his concerns. It was Kant's interception in the attacking third that ignited a rapid counterattack. Weidmann surged forward with the ball, evading Van der Sun's sliding challenge with deft agility, lifting the ball just in time to evade the tackle before passing to Taro. Taro, receiving the ball with his back to the defender, held off the challenge and deftly nudged it forward. Bruno charged in, blocked the shot, shouted Ludogorets goalkeeper Stoyanov. Modi rushed in to intercept, but as he did, he noticed that Bruno, originally poised to shoot, altered his foot's angle, delicately flicking the ball with the outside of his foot, sending it skimming past Ludogorets' defense. All eyes were on Erdo, who made a late run from the left flank, receiving the ball and cutting inside. Faced with the hasty challenge of defender Kaisera, Udinese Erdo wasted no time. Unleashing a powerful shot, Erdo, accompanied by the commentators' ecstatic cries, Erdo struck the ball fiercely, sending it soaring toward Ludogorets' goal. Stoyanov stretched his arms to make the save, but the shot's immense power and upward trajectory allowed it to slip swiftly between his hands. Cascading into the net. Gulul, Erdo. He has scored for Udinese. 1-0. Udinese takes the lead away from home. Following a swift counterattack initiated by Kant, the collaborative efforts of Weidmann, Taro, Bruno, and Erdo culminated in this magnificent goal. As the match reached the 81st minute, Udinese led Ludogorets 1-0. Following the goal, Erdo radiated excitement, turning to point at Bruno, who opened his arms, laughing heartily as he embraced the approaching Erdo. Other Udinese players joined in the celebration, reveling in their triumph. This was a crucial goal. With over 10 minutes remaining, including stoppage time, Udinese's 1-0 lead was significant. If they could secure the win, it would hold great importance for the team as they navigated a challenging schedule. Having successfully passed the first hurdle, while Udinese players celebrated exuberantly, Ludogorets players wore expressions of dismay, bordering on frustration. Additionally, the substitutions of Van der Sun and Hamza by Georgi Dermendzeev clearly indicated a desire to maintain the 0-0 scoreline. Confronted by a formidable Udinese side, settling for a point at home would undoubtedly leave Ludogorets players feeling uneasy. Yet, with the coach's strategy firmly in place, they had no choice but to comply, even if they were dissatisfied. Under such circumstances, securing a point would have been acceptable, but now, with Udinese scoring, Ludogorets found themselves trailing. If they were to lose the match in such a conservative and seemingly timid manner, it would be utterly disheartening. Georgi Dermendzeev has exhibited excessive caution at home, remarked a Bulgarian commentator. It is timidity. His partner, the renowned Bulgarian star Berbatov, added more bluntly. The contrast between Dermendzeev's timidity and Guido Lin's resolute determination to win away from home perhaps elucidated why Udinese had taken the lead. When your mindset has already accepted a draw, hoping to conclude the match level, you are, in fact, harboring fear of losing. Yet what you fear will inevitably come to pass, Berbatov criticized sharply. 0-1, that was indeed the final score. Following the concession of the goal, Georgi Dermendzeev, as if awakening from a dream, hastily substituted Queschada for Misaidayan to enhance his attacking options. In response, Guido Lin promptly replaced Taro with Allen to bolster midfield defense. Ultimately, Ludogorets' desperate late surge bore no fruit, and as the referee's final whistle echoed across the stadium, the score remained unchanged. Udinese triumphed 1-0 over Ludogorets, securing a hard-fought 3 points. In the post-match press conference, Guido Lin refrained from modesty, lavishly praising his players. As he extolled his team's virtues, some reporters appeared weary, while others nodded in approval, their expressions animated. Those from Ludogorets media appeared unimpressed, while Udinese and other international outlets were more receptive. The outcome of this match had genuinely caught Guido Lin by surprise. At the moment of deciding to field a substitute lineup, he had mentally prepared for a potential defeat. Although a victory in the Champions League could yield substantial financial rewards, with qualification already secured, shifting focus to Serie A was undoubtedly prudent, especially with Udinese facing back-to-back away matches against the Milan Giants in the forthcoming 2 rounds. While the Milan teams had experienced lackluster performances in recent seasons, Guido Lin remained vigilant, knowing full well the historical prowess of these clubs. Currently, Udinese ranked second, but the gap to Roma was not substantial, and they were closely trailing Juventus. Should Udinese perform well in these 2 away matches, They might just ascend to the top of the standings, or at the very least, avoid being surpassed by Roma. However, a misstep at the San Siro could see Udinese slip to third or even lower. By defeating Ludogorets away from home, Udinese had come remarkably close to securing the top spot in their group. While this was not their primary objective, who would refuse the prospect of finishing first? Chapter 178. Against AC Milan. Chapter 178. Against AC Milan on the afternoon of November 30, local Italian time, at the San Siro Stadium. From the very outset, Udinese, playing away, took the initiative, launching a sustained offensive against AC Milan. Frequently applying pressure around the pivotal figure of Shone in midfield, it appears that AC Milan was ill-prepared for the encounter, failing to anticipate that Udinese would adopt such an assertive and aggressive approach against them. Furthermore, they were not adequately ready for Udinese's concentrated offensive strategy targeting Shone, which left the latter somewhat overwhelmed. Consequently, Van Sinkel and Bonaventura had to intervene to provide assistance, resulting in AC Milan's midfield becoming passive. Fatigued by the defensive responsibilities and unable to support the forwards, upon witnessing Udinese's proactive offensive play from the outset, Inzaghi was initially taken aback. He had expected Udinese to adopt a more conservative stance at the San Siro. However, to his delight, it seemed that Udinese was determined to press forward. With this mindset, even as Udinese targeted Shone, and AC Milan found themselves on the back foot, Inzaghi remained unfazed, confident that once they weathered this storm, AC Milan would deliver a lesson to Udinese. Shone, positioned as a solitary defensive midfielder, was under considerable pressure. Should he be breached, it could spell danger. This compelled both Van Sinkel and Bonaventura to lend their support. As AC Milan's midfield struggled to cope with Udinese's high-intensity pressing tactics, the ball was intercepted. Under pressure from Allen, Shone opted to pass to Bonaventura, but Widmer had anticipated this move, swiftly intercepting the ball. Kant then seized control before Van Sinkel could recover, quickly distributing the ball to Allen. Allen dribbled, made an adjustment, and surveyed the field ahead. A piercing pass from Allen. Guilherme, speed, speed, speed. An explosive burst of pace. The ball was shifted wide, and Cancelo delivered a cross. Mexes, he cleared it, but it was poorly executed. Di Natale Gulul. Antonio Di Natale has scored. 1-0. Udinese leads AC Milan 1 o'clock away from home, with the goal belonging to Di Natale. In the 13th round of the league, Di Natale nets his 10th goal, approaching an average of 1 goal per match. Accompanied by the commentator's fervent shout, Di Natale opened his arms and raced toward the corner flag. Followed by his ecstatic Udinese teammates, Udinese took the lead thanks to Di Natale's goal. Inzaghi furrowed his brows. This concession displeased him. However, he had to concede that Udinese's goal was splendid, commencing with Allen's pressing, followed by Widmer's successful interception and culminating in a rapid counterattack. An impressive display that left AC Milan's defense struggling to cope. Inzaghi recognized the source of his team's issues. The attack stemmed from the moment Shone was pressured and the ball was intercepted. Shone, as a sole defensive midfielder, faces immense pressure, remarked Inzaghi's assistant. I am aware. Inzaghi nodded. He could not be oblivious. In fact, when selecting this lineup, he anticipated that Shone would likely be the focal point of Udinese's assault. Nevertheless, he persisted with this tactical approach because, in this match, the priority was not defense. The assistant glanced at Inzaghi, understanding his intent. They aimed to engage Udinese in a full-scale offensive battle, prioritizing scoring. Shone, adept at both attack and defense, was being besieged by Udinese, and while the defensive aspect might prove challenging, the Ghanaians should be able to contribute significantly in the offensive realm. The team needed to press forward, using their offensive prowess to stifle Udinese's advances. Inzaghi made his assessment. However, he did not foresee the rapid arrival of AC Milan's second concession. In the 31st minute, Allen delivered a long ball, and Guilherme advanced into the penalty area, feigning a long-range shot, which caused Colombian defender Emilio to react, only to pass the ball instead. Di Natale, who had managed to hold off Bonera, half-turned and fired a shot that Diego Lopez managed to deflect slightly. But Bruno rushed in ahead of Mexes to complete the follow-up, sending the ball crashing into the net. Goal, Bruno Fernandes, 2-0. Udinese now leads AC Milan by 2 goals. The commentator exclaimed, "This is madness." AC Milan seems utterly helpless against Udinese's onslaught. Their defense has been torn apart once more, while their offense remains lackluster. The star players of AC Milan, including El Shaarawy, Menez, Honda, Van Sinkel, and Bonaventura appeared as if they were in a daze. Indeed, the commentator was not mistaken. The AC Milan stars, including El Shaarawy, Honda, and Menez, were unable to pose any significant threat to Udinese's goal due to the lack of midfield support. As Widmer, Guilherme, and other Udinese players celebrated their goal, the young El Shaarawy stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at the turf, while Honda spat disdainfully on the ground, and Menez shook his head in resignation not far away as the first half drew to a close. The score stood at 0-2. According to international convention, the home team led. Throughout the first half, Udinese had almost completely dominated the match, registering 8 attempts on goal, while AC Milan managed only 3. Such statistics vividly reflected the state of play in the first half, leaving journalists in the media box astonished. This was AC Milan, after all, and at the San Siro. How could they be so thoroughly outclassed by Udinese? The issue lay squarely with Eschen. As the commentator noted, the Ghanaian is the primary target for Udinese's offensive strategy, leaving AC Milan in a defensive crisis that inevitably impacts their attacking prowess. During halftime, Guidolin praised the players. However, after the commendation, he reminded them, a football match lasts 90 minutes. A 2 o'clock lead at halftime means nothing and does not guarantee victory. We must be cautious of AC Milan's resurgence in the second half. Our tactics were successful in the first half. We must continue in the same vein. Guidolin circled Eschen's name on the tactical board, and everyone understood the coach's intent. After a brief pause, Guidolin continued. However, it's clear that Inzaghi is also aware of his team's shortcomings, so we should expect adjustments in the second half. AC Milan might make one of 2 changes. Either substitute Eschen for Montalivo or replace Bonaventura with Montalivo. Regardless of which option they choose, remember, Guidolin tapped the small blackboard. AC Milan's adjustment from a sole defensive midfielder to a double pivot means our tactics must shift to focus on neutralizing Montalivo. Montalivo is AC Milan's brain. Stifling him will cripple half of their offensive capabilities. Guidolin looked intently at the players, emphasizing, remember, this is crucial. AC Milan had caught them off guard in the first half. And under such circumstances, if Inzaghi were not obstinate, he would certainly make adjustments. Furthermore, as a prestigious club, AC Milan stars are seasoned professionals. After a 15-minute halftime break, they would likely regain their rhythm in this context. Udinese needed to be wary of AC Milan's offensive threats. Containing Montalivo would be pivotal to stifling AC Milan's attack. Guidolin clearly outlined the key to the second half's proceedings. Yet, when AC Milan scored shortly after the second half commenced, Guidolin realized he had underestimated Montalivo and AC Milan. Just before the second half began, AC Milan made a substitution, with Van Sinkel replaced by Montalivo. Inzaghi's adjustment proved to be instantly effective in the 51st minute. Montalivo delivered a brilliant pass, maneuvering the ball past the convergence of Allen and Guilherme. Just outside the penalty area, El Shaarawy received the ball, evaded Maguire, then suddenly accelerated. Approaching Cancelo, he abruptly halted, changing direction. AS Cancelo rushed to intercept. El Shaarawy exploited the momentary lapse to pass to Menez. Menez struck decisively, sending the ball arcing toward the upper left corner of the goal. Despite Connie's desperate leap and touch, he could not alter the ball's trajectory, which nestled into the net. Goal. This was the AC Milan we envisioned. Menez erupted once more, and following half-time, the team had returned to form. Meanwhile, in the stands of the San Siro, the Rossoneri supporters erupted in jubilant celebration for Menez's goal. Menez, a player signed on a free transfer during the summer window, was a former French prodigy who had endured a dismal season at Paris Saint-Germain before being released early. In the depths of life struggles, AC Milan extended a hand of friendship to the French prodigy, welcoming him into their ranks. It has proven to be a commendable transaction. Within Inzaghi's squad, Men has showcased his worth, contributing 5 goals and 3 assists in the first 12 rounds of the Serie A, emerging as a rare beacon of hope for the once mighty club. Consequently, Men has become a beloved figure at the San Siro, greeted with resounding applause from the home crowd upon each appearance. Guidolin, standing on the sidelines, waved his hand in frustration. Although angry about the conceded goal, he refrained from losing his temper. Montalivo's pass was indeed exquisite, despite having instructed his players to be wary of Montalivo. Guidolin realized he had underestimated the Milan captain's prowess. His defensive arrangements were merely routine, clearly insufficient. The team required specialized defensive strategies specifically targeting Montalivo. Furthermore, Men's goal was undoubtedly spectacular. Yet, while commentators lauded Min's strike and El Shaarawy's assist, Guidolin remained steadfast in his belief that Montalivo posed the greatest threat to AC Milan. It was Montalivo's presence that invigorated the entire Milan side. Guidolin promptly made adjustments, instructing Guilherme to withdraw his position, forming a trio of defensive midfielders alongside Allen and Kant. Guilherme, adept in both offense and defense, was capable of fulfilling almost any role in the midfield, except for that of a center forward. Inzaghi glanced at the opposing bench, a smile creeping across his face. Cautious, he perceived Guidolin's response to the conceded goal as fear, an apprehension of AC Milan's attacking force, prompting a retreat into defense. However, maintaining a slender lead against an already beleaguered AC Milan was no simple task. Prior to this round, the Rossoneri had endured 5 winless games, placing immense pressure on both Inzaghi and every player in the red and black. Thus, in this match, victory was their sole option. Inzaghi signaled for an intensified offensive. "Mauro, the storm is about to commence," he remarked to Tassati. Tassati nodded, admiring Inzaghi's unwavering confidence, a trait befitting a great coach. 2 minutes later, the hero of the match, Min, found himself on the ground as the AC Milan medical staff rushed to attend to him. Inzaghi observed as the medic gestured for a substitution. Min could no longer continue, and the medical team insisted on a change. The Udinese defensive midfielder had committed no malicious foul. It was merely a routine challenge, thus not placing blame on the Udinese player. Inzaghi hastily called for Pazzini to warm up on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Guidolin made an immediate gesture for offense. Before Pazzini could enter the fray, AC Milan was left to contend with just 10 players, presenting Udinese with a prime opportunity to capitalize. The allure of football lies in its unpredictability. A minor mishap can drastically alter the course of a match. Min's goal had initially lifted AC Milan's spirits, but his sudden injury sparked a momentary disarray within the team, allowing Udinese to accelerate their efforts. Pazzini stood on the sidelines, poised to seize the opportunity for a substitution as the match reached the 62nd minute. Under pressure from Udinese forwards, AC Milan made a defensive error. Veteran Bonera faltered under the relentless pursuit of Weidmont, misplacing a pass that was intercepted by Bruno. Immediately, Bruno surged toward the penalty area in a moment of panic. AC Milan's left-back, Emilio, made the gravest of choices, bringing down the ball-carrying Bruno from behind just outside the box. The referee's whistle pierced the air as he approached, ready to issue a card. AC Milan's players hurried to surround him, anticipating the color of the card. Emilio was the last offender, and a red card seemed inevitable. "Ref, that guy Dove," shouted an AC Milan player, refusing to acknowledge Emilio's foul, instead accusing Bruno of simulation. "Indeed, that lad dived," Bonera chimed in, attempting to absolve Emilio while deflecting blame for his earlier mistake. What a blatant push. The players from both sides erupted in a heated exchange, each staunchly defending their position. A common occurrence in such scenarios. The referee admonished both teams, urging calm, and separated the players before approaching Emilio to deliver his verdict, a red card. Emilio was sent off for bringing down Bruno, who was poised to take a clear shot on goal. Such an act warranted dismissal, and the referee enforced it accordingly. The Colombian's habitual fouling had surfaced once more. During this defensive play, he had appeared composed, and even allowing Bruno to enter the box for a shot might have been manageable with Lopez still available. However, being sent off while trailing in the score was a grave miscalculation. With Emilio's expulsion, the previously planned substitution of Pazzini now required reconsideration. "Let us proceed with the change." Mauro Tassati was about to halt the substitution when Inzaghi interjected, glancing at Min, who sat on the bench with an ice pack on his leg, and nodded in understanding. Thus, despite Min's injury, Inzaghi executed the planned substitution and made an impromptu positional adjustment. Pazzini replaced Min, while Honda and Montalivo formed a double pivot in midfield, with Eschen taking up the left-back position to cover for Emilio's absence. Objectively speaking, after Min's departure and Emilio's red card, Inzaghi harbored an ominous premonition. This match might slip away from them. Yet, he refused to concede defeat, for AC Milan trailed by only a single goal, and there remained a glimmer of hope for an equalizer or even a turnaround. Inzaghi did not witness a second goal for AC Milan. Instead, he was met with Udinese's third in the 72nd minute. Udinese capitalized on AC Milan's aggressive push, launching a swift counterattack that culminated in Di Natale's header assisting Weidmont's goal. The score now stood at 3-1, as Udinese extended their lead to 2 goals. This strike shattered Inzaghi's dreams of a comeback on home soil, prompting him to recognize the urgent need for reinforced defense to prevent further damage. Consequently, AC Milan swiftly made their third substitution, bringing on midfielder Pali to replace the Japanese Honda. This change signified Inzaghi's acceptance of the situation, relinquishing the hope of defeating Udinese at home. Although this substitution fortified AC Milan's defense and prevented further goals in the remaining time, it sparked discontent among the home supporters. "We are the great AC Milan. How can we play so conservatively against Udinese?" The San Siro echoed with boos, interspersed with calls for Inzaghi's dismissal. At that moment, the aura of his former glories offered little solace. Ultimately, when the referee's final whistle sounded, the score remained fixed at 1-3. Udinese triumphed over AC Milan away, achieving a remarkable third consecutive victory against the Rossoneri in Serie A. Coupled with their previous conquest of AC Milan in the Italian Cup, Udinese had now secured 4 victories against them. The last time AC Milan bested Udinese was in February 2013. With this defeat, AC Milan's points stagnated at 18, plummeting to 9th place in the standings. However, a slight comfort for AC Milan supporters emerged when news arrived that their city rivals had also succumbed to defeat hours later, losing 2-4 to Roma at the Olympic Stadium, leaving the Nerazzurri in 11th place by a mere point. Coincidentally, Inter's next opponent would be Udinese, with the match set to take place at the same venue. Albeit referred to as the Miazza Stadium, Bruno felt a twinge of sympathy for the Milanese giants, as both illustrious clubs had, in recent seasons, found themselves in dire straits akin to his beloved Manchester United. Nonetheless, this did not deter Bruno from seizing the opportunity to take advantage of their plight. If they were destined to fall, he might as well use them as stepping stones. Chapter 180. A missed place in the Ballon d'Or top 10 as the Serie A season approached its one-third mark. The title race became increasingly clear. Much like the previous season, it remained a contest between Juventus, Udinese, and Roma. After 13 rounds, Juventus stood at the top with 10 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, scoring 30 goals while conceding 7, amassing 32 points. Udinese mirrored this record with 10 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, netting 29 goals and conceding 16, also with 32 points, but placed second due to a lesser goal difference. Roma followed closely with 10 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses, scoring 25 and conceding 9, accumulating 31 points, ranking third. In contrast, the gap widened significantly from the 4th place onward. The 4th position is occupied by Napoli, where Benitez's squad has achieved 6 victories, 5 draws, and 2 losses in the first 13 rounds, scoring 24 goals while conceding 16, thus accumulating 23 points. Genoa, the sole team to have triumphed over Udinese this season, ranks 5th. They share the same record as 4th-placed Napoli, with 6 wins, 5 draws, and 2 losses, yet they find themselves in 5th place due to a disadvantage in goal difference. It is evident that the top 3 teams in the standings enjoy a distinct advantage, with Roma leading Napoli by 8 points, averaging 0.6 points more per match, a gap that can only be described as a chasm. Consequently, Italian media have exclaimed that the battle for the Serie A championship this season remains fiercely contested among Juventus, Udinese, and Roma. Indeed, the competition among these 3 teams this season promises to be even more intense than last season. At the 13th round of the previous season, Juventus had amassed 34 points, while both Roma and Udinese were at 30 points. With Juventus having established a commanding lead, Udinese's remarkable performance is inextricably linked to the stellar contributions of 2 key players, Bruno Fernandes and Di Natale. Throughout these 13 league matches, both Bruno and Di Natale have netted 10 goals each, sharing the top spot on the Serie A scoring chart. Given that Udinese has only scored 29 goals in total, the combined tally of Bruno and Di Natale accounts for over 2/3 of Udinese's goals. This underscores the critical importance of Bruno and Di Natale to Udinese's success. Beyond scoring, Bruno has also provided 9 assists, directly contributing to 19 goals. This indicates that only 10 of Udinese's league goals are not directly associated with Bruno. Di Natale has also excelled in assists, recording 4 in the 13 rounds, placing him among the top 5 in the assist rankings. The partnership between Bruno and Di Natale can be deemed a golden offensive duo, with 3 of Di Natale's assists being for Bruno and 6 of Di Natale's 10 goals being set up by Bruno. Their exceptional synergy has ensured Udinese's impressive results. Many Italian media outlets share the view that the moment one of Bruno or Di Natale suffers an injury or a dip in form, Udinese's performance would experience a significant decline. Fortunately, such a scenario has yet to materialize this season, as Bruno has maintained his health and form. Bruno's brilliance extends far beyond Serie A in the UEFA Champions League. His performance has been nothing short of exceptional. In the 5 group stage matches that have transpired, Bruno has scored 9 goals and provided 4 assists, directly contributing to 13 goals, placing him at the pinnacle of both the scoring and assist charts in the Champions League. Truly a marvel across Europe. It can be said that Bruno has almost single-handedly propelled Udinese to advance to the knockout stage of the Champions League with 2 rounds to spare and is poised to potentially outshine the famed Real Madrid. Emerging as the group leader, the season has unfolded over the past 4 months. Bruno has represented Udinese in 21 matches across both Serie A and European competitions, netting 25 goals and assisting 15 times, averaging nearly 2 goal involvements per match. During this same time frame, only Cristiano Ronaldo in Europe has surpassed Bruno in terms of goals scored, as Real Madrid's star has been in spectacular form this season, scoring 20 goals in 13 La Liga matches, along with an additional 7 goals across various competitions including the Champions League, Copa del Rey, UEFA Super Cup, and Spanish Super Cup. However, when it comes to assists, Ronaldo pales in comparison, with only 5 to his name, merely a third of Bruno's tally. Furthermore, Bruno has also excelled for the Portugal national team, recording 6 goals and 3 assists in 5 matches, leading both the scoring and assist charts for the national team in the new season. In summary, since the beginning of this season, Bruno has amassed an astonishing 31 goals and 18 assists in 26 matches, directly contributing to 49 goals, an achievement unparalleled by any other player during this period. On December 2 at 1:00 p.m. Central European Time, FIFA announced the final 3 nominees for the 2014 Ballon d'Or: Portuguese superstar Cristiano Ronaldo, Argentine prodigy Lionel Messi, and German goalkeeper Manuel Neuer. Following the unveiling of the final 3, German media, particularly Bild, fervently rallied in support of Neuer, declaring him the only player worthy of claiming the prestigious award. Hoping he would become the second German, after Lothar Matthäus in 1991, to seize the Ballon d'Or, Bild asserted that, based on individual performance, Messi clearly lacked the qualifications to be among the top 3. Conversely, Neuer and Ronaldo have both showcased exceptional prowess in their respective positions, epitomizing the best representatives of their roles. However, compared to Ronaldo, Neuer's greatest advantage lies in his collective honors. In 2014, Neuer led his team to victory in the League, Domestic Cup, and the World Cup. In contrast, Ronaldo's accolades are limited to that of the Champions League, and his Portuguese national team suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Neuer's German squad during the World Cup. The Portuguese media scoffed at the German claims, asserting that only Ronaldo deserved the 2014 Ballon d'Or. Moreover, they contended that had Bruno not missed the Brazil World Cup due to special circumstances, he would have undoubtedly been another contender for the final 3. The Portuguese media even speculated that had Bruno participated in the Brazil World Cup, Portugal might have had a legitimate chance to lift the trophy for the first time in history. These assertions were met with ridicule from other national media, not because they denied Bruno's outstanding performance, but rather because they mocked the Portuguese media's delusions of grandeur regarding a World Cup victory. While Bruno was undoubtedly one of the standout performers in world football in 2014, the notion that he could single-handedly alter Portugal's fate in the World Cup group stage elimination was somewhat presumptuous. The announcement of the final 3 nominees for the 2014 Ballon d'Or did not significantly impact Bruno, as he was fully aware that, given his current influence, merely being included in the 23-man shortlist would be a fortunate occurrence. He had not even entertained the thought of making it to the final 3. He believed that ranking among the top 10 in the final voting was an impossibility. According to various leaked sources, his final ranking is expected to be 13th, still some way from the top 10. However, these are merely media speculations, as FIFA has not disclosed the final voting results. Bruno, accompanied by Vanessa, was at the computer reviewing the FIFA announcement. With Udinese's next match not scheduled until the following weekend, Guidolin granted the entire team a 3-day break, resuming training only on Thursday. The recent match schedule for Udinese had been exceedingly demanding, with nearly a match every week. Although Guidolin attempted to rotate the squad as much as possible, the players were visibly fatigued. He specifically advised Bruno to take full advantage of this short break to rest. As the core player and the only one to have participated in all matches for Udinese this season, Bruno had played the full duration of 18 out of 21 matches, with only 1 as a substitute and 2 being cut short. Additionally, Bruno was also required to participate in national team matches for Portugal, and even as a vibrant young man just past 20, he occasionally found himself feeling quite exhausted. Unlike his teammates who indulged in leisure activities, Bruno chose to quietly travel to Milan, enjoying a serene world with Vanessa. He had indeed developed a fondness for this mature Italian beauty. Vanessa's allure was not solely attributable to her striking figure, exquisite beauty and captivating charm, but also to her tranquil demeanor. Perhaps having witnessed the harsh realities of life and endured society's trials, this woman, approaching her 27th birthday, had shed the unrestrained audacity of her youth, adopting a demeanor that radiated calm elegance. Being with her provided Bruno with a sense of peace and stability in an otherwise tumultuous world. Upon realizing that Bruno was unlikely to make the top 10 for this year's Ballon d'Or, Vanessa comforted him, urging him not to be disheartened. Little did she know that beneath his youthful exterior lay the soul of an adult who remained indifferent to such vanities. Unless a day came when he genuinely aspired to lift the Ballon d'Or or claim the title of World Player of the Year, he would hardly pay any heed to such accolades. As a gesture of encouragement, Vanessa promised to prepare a meat sandwich for Bruno, which filled him with excitement. He would once again witness the enchanting side of this Italian beauty. Amidst the clamor of the evening, where many fans were engaged in heated online disputes, Bruno found his time exceedingly fulfilling. Chapter 181. First conquer Milan, then face International. As Vanessa awoke naturally after a restful sleep, radiant and full of vitality, Bruno had already departed, leaving a prepared breakfast on the table for her to heat in the microwave. Upon opening the villa's door, Vanessa was greeted by a middle-aged Caucasian male. To speak candidly, this gentleman possesses an intriguing appearance. His long hair cascades past his shoulders, meticulously maintained to exude a lustrous sheen. His face, slightly gaunt, is adorned with strikingly handsome features, high cheekbones, a prominent nose, and thin lips. Most remarkable are his eyes, elongated and sharp at the corners, emanating a cold yet captivating intensity. Collectively, these attributes create an indescribable uniqueness. In essence, he is a strikingly unforgettable Caucasian man. He dons a refined sky-blue suit, accentuated only by a modest sterling silver tie clip and a black silk tie, which together elegantly reflect the opulent lineage of a family steeped in countless generations of history. His countenance bears a benign and harmless smile, seemingly longing for the friendship and trust of others. However, the deep-seated pride and grandeur etched into his very essence evoke a sense of self-consciousness in those who encounter him, instinctively prompting them to maintain a respectful distance. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Vanessa momentarily froze before stiffly declaring, "What brings you here? You are not welcome." A hint of embarrassment washed over the Caucasian gentleman's face as he replied, "Vanessa, my dear daughter, are you still upset with your father?" Vanessa, maintaining a stern expression, retorted, "How could I dare to be angry with you? You possess the power of life and death over every aspect of my existence." "Ah, yet you claim you're not upset with me," the man chuckled, inquiring, "What? Am I not allowed to enter?" Vanessa hesitated briefly, then stepped aside and said, "Come in." Upon entering the living room, the man glanced around with a hint of suspicion and asked, "Vanessa, have you taken up with another boyfriend?" Vanessa, clearly displeased, responded, "What? Am I not entitled to the freedom of dating? Are you planning to have me locked away in a CIA cell?" The man disregarded Vanessa's sarcasm and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Vanessa, please refrain from speaking in such a manner. I am merely concerned for you. I do not wish for you to associate with dubious individuals, as it would not serve you well." His words only deepened Vanessa's displeasure, and she replied with a furrowed brow, "Dubious individuals? Is it only those who align with your American interests that are deemed respectable? Are all others to be considered unworthy?" The man's composure faltered at her words, and with a furious glare, he demanded, "Tell me, who is this scoundrel?" Vanessa retreated to the sofa, ignoring her father's presence. Ancient wisdom states that diligence begets excellence while idleness leads to decay. Though his skills had grown remarkably with the aid of the system, training remained imperative. The time spent with Vanessa was undeniably delightful, enveloping him in a profound sense of peace and warmth. They harmonized beautifully together. Yet, at this moment, what he needed most was to strive forward, to continue progressing. He was not yet in a position to shield Vanessa from life's storms. Should their relationship be exposed, the outcomes would likely be dire. Either he would be compelled to relinquish their bond, or he would have to forsake his career. Despite the Western world's incessant proclamations of freedom of speech, the reality is far more deceptive. Otherwise, Vanessa would not find herself in such a precarious situation. Within the changing room of the Udinese training facility, a freshly printed league standings chart had been affixed by an unknown hand. As players entered, the first sight that greeted them was 1. Juventus, 32 points, 2. Udinese, 32 points, 3. Roma, 31 points, 4. Napoli, 23 points. The sight of this table was utterly delightful, setting a positive tone for the day. Cancelo, brimming with joy, turned to ask, "Boss, did you create this chart?" Bruno shook his head, equally curious, yet had to concede that the chart was indeed uplifting and a brilliant idea. "It must be Antonio who did it," Marcelo suggested. "Not I," replied Udinese captain Antonio Di Natale, shaking his head. The team was soon intrigued. If it wasn't the captain or the vice-captain, then who could it be? Nevertheless, the players soon lost interest in the matter, recognizing that regardless of who had posted the standings, it was merely a ranking chart. No need to overthink it. After all, when you eat an egg, do you feel compelled to ascertain which hen laid it? Triumphing over the prestigious AC Milan away from home and leveling the points with the formidable Juventus, if they could defeat Inter Milan in the next match and ascend the standings, that would truly be perfection. With these thoughts, the Udinese players were in high spirits, the atmosphere in the dressing room vibrant. Some listened to music, others dried their hair, while others recited poetry or danced. The staff at Udinese Club were enjoying a pleasant period, thanks to the team's stellar performance, which kept the club executive smiling. Naturally, Gianpaolo Pozzo was elated. Udinese's remarkable results had propelled them to match Juventus in the standings, and they were poised to secure the top position in their Champions League group, which in turn spurred the Pozzo family's stock prices upward. The afternoon sun bathed the scene in warmth. Gianpaolo Pozzo reclined in a lounge chair, squinting his eyes as he began to dream of the illustrious achievements Udinese might attain this season. Serie A champions? Champions of the Champions League? Perhaps securing both titles. Perhaps he was indulging in fanciful thoughts. Udinese would undoubtedly become a premier asset, passed down through generations, earning the adoration of fans. Should the team's home ground be renamed Gianpaolo Stadium, Pozzo Stadium, or perhaps the grand title of Gianpaolo Pozzo Stadium? Which would sound more appealing? The Udinese players remained oblivious to their owner's musings as they diligently prepared for the impending match under the guidance of head coach Guido Lin. In just 3 days, Udinese would once again venture to Milan to face Inter Milan in the 14th round of Serie A. Following their victory over AC Milan in the previous round, Italian media had begun buzzing with anticipation for the upcoming clash between Inter Milan and Udinese. This match was undeniably the focal point of Serie A. Now, Udinese stood as the litmus test. Napoli, Lazio, Torino, and AC Milan had all fallen to Udinese, with only Juventus and Fiorentina managing to draw against Udinese on their home turf. The giant slayer Genoa had triumphed over Udinese at the Friuli Stadium. Now, as Udinese prepared to visit the San Siro, the true test for the Nerazzurri was upon them. La Gazzetta dello Sport and Tuttosport were even more direct. Didn't Inter Milan mock AC Milan for losing to Udinese? Now that Udinese has arrived, well, everyone is eager to see how you will handle them. Located between Milan and Como, the town of Appiano Gentile was once unremarkable but gained fame for housing Inter Milan's training facility. Pintined on the training grounds, Inter Milan's head coach Roberto Mancini sat in a chair, sporting sunglasses as he observed his assistant directing the team's practice. Initially, Mancini appreciated the pleasant sunshine, but as time passed, the rays became overwhelming, leaving him feeling slightly dizzy and irritable. Mancini was well acquainted with this training facility, having returned for a second tenure as the head coach of Inter Milan. However, his experience leading the team had proven quite challenging. If the first match, though not a resounding success, could be considered acceptable, the second match, where the Nerazzurri suffered a humiliating 2-4 defeat to Roma at the Stadio Olimpico, left Mancini feeling utterly disgraced. He even began to hear scattered calls for his resignation from the stands, coming from die-hard supporters of Inter Milan during only his second match in charge. Under such circumstances, the upcoming league match against Udinese was critical for both Mancini and the team, as neither could afford another loss. After 13 rounds, Inter Milan had accumulated a mere 17 points, placing them 11th in the standings, only 7 points above the relegation zone, and lagging a staggering 15 points behind the leaders, Juventus and Udinese. With just 1/3 of the season gone, Inter Milan had already bid farewell to any hopes of capturing the league title. Should they falter against Udinese, it would not only bolster Udinese's standing but also plunge Inter Milan further toward relegation. Chapter 182. For defensive midfielders, the match between Udinese and Inter Milan at the San Siro was set to commence at 8:45 p.m. local time on December 6th, half an hour before the kickoff. The expansive San Siro was already filled with numerous spectators. Dayon, who do you favor? Inquired the newly contracted beautiful commentator Dalida Liotta from Sky Italia, smiling at her guest for today's commentary. At just 23 years old, Dalida had studied law in university, but after graduating, she took a position as a weather forecaster before eventually becoming a football commentator for Sky Italia. Today marks her inaugural commentary on a match, featuring the much-anticipated clash between Inter Milan and Udinese, underscoring the significant Sky television places on this event. The esteemed commentator, Dejan Stankovic, a legendary figure in Inter Milan's history, remarked, "In truth, the weight of expectation rests heavily on Inter Milan's shoulders. They cannot afford to suffer a third consecutive defeat to the same team. However, securing a victory against Udinese is no simple feat, as coach Guidolin has skillfully molded this squad into a well-balanced team with both tactical acumen and youthful vigor." As the commentators engaged in a lively exchange, time swiftly passed, and soon the players emerged onto the pitch. When the broadcaster announced the names of the Inter Milan players, a wave of cheers erupted above the Miazza. The applause reached a crescendo upon the mention of the team's captain, Ranocchia, as a symbol of Inter Milan. Ranocchia is deeply cherished by the fans, which led to him inheriting the captain's armband from the legendary Zanetti upon his retirement. Let us now examine the starting lineups. The broadcast displayed the lineups for both teams. Inter Milan's formation, 4-3-3, included goalkeeper, 1 Handanovic, defense, 55 Nagatomo, 23 Ranocchia, 5 Juan Jesus, 22 D'Ambrosio, midfield, 13 Guarin, 18 Medel, 17 Kuzmanovic, 10 Kovacic, forwards, 8 Palacio, 9 Icardi. The starting lineup of Inter Milan. Liotta paused, seemingly pondering the right words to convey his thoughts. "This is a lineup poised to devour Udinese whole." Stankovic interjected, "This is indeed a remarkably aggressive and risky starting configuration. Mancini must be driven to the brink of madness by the Inter Milan supporters." Guidolin turned to his assistant, raising the paper in his hand. "Look here, Kovacic is playing on the flank, effectively creating a trio of forwards. No, if we include Guarin, it could even be considered a 4-forward setup." Meanwhile, in midfield, Medel and Kuzmanovic serve as dual defensive midfielders, yet neither is particularly adept at pure defensive roles. This is excessive confidence. "Or perhaps a sign of underestimating us?" Guidolin remarked, shaking his head. "I sense you are rather pleased at the moment." His assistant chuckled. "The starting lineup is merely the first step in our tactical showdown." "Fortunately, I was prepared for this," Guidolin replied with a sense of triumph, eagerly anticipating Mancini's reaction upon seeing Udinese's starting lineup. Now, let us turn our attention to Udinese's starting formation, 4-5-1 goalkeeper, 31 Carnezes. Defense, 89 Pires, 75 Hertox, 5 Danilo, 2 Cancelo. Midfield, 27 Widmer, 4 Kanté, 6 Allen, 8 Bruno Fernandes, 19 Guilherme. Forward, 10 Di Natale. 3 defensive midfielders. "I did not anticipate this," Stankovic remarked, shaking his head. "Coach Guidolin's arrangement has taken me by surprise." Cancelo is positioned as left back, while Kanté, Allen, and Guilherme form the trio in midfield. In reality, it resembles a 4-4-1-1 formation, with Widmer and Guilherme equally proficient in both attack and defense, fully capable of retreating to join Kanté and Allen, thus creating a 4-man defensive shield, while Bruno supports Di Natale by supplying ammunition. Liotta added. Stankovic remained silent. Last season, Widmer played as a forward, but as his appearances increased, Coach Guidolin has unearthed the defensive potential within this Swiss talent, leading to a more withdrawn position on the field. A similar trajectory can be observed with Guilherme. During the European Super Cup against Real Madrid earlier in the season, he excelled as Udinese's left winger. But as the season progressed, his role has gradually shifted deeper into midfield, an outrageous 4-man defensive midfield. This is a regression in artistic football. Only Guidolin could devise such a maddeningly conservative formation in pursuit of victory. The Milan television commentator scoffed, witnessing Guidolin's astonishing 4-man midfield setup, with Kanté and Allen centrally positioned, Guilherme on the left, and Widmer on the right, effectively stifled the flow of the midfield. leaving Mancini utterly astonished. Having never encountered such extreme conservatism from a coach, Mancini felt the urge to unleash a torrent of expletives. Damn it! That individual confidently proclaimed in the pre-match press conference that he would engage in a goal-scoring contest with Inter Milan. Yet he presents us with this starting lineup. It is commonplace for coaches to deploy smokescreens before matches, but while others merely utilize ruses, this individual has unleashed a toxic gas. A four-man midfield won't prevent us from scoring. The Milan commentator shouted. Inter Milan is bound to encounter difficulties, in contrast to the Milan television commentator. Stankovic furrowed his brow and said, Udinese is renowned for their tenacity in intercepting and tackling. Now, with Guidolin stockpiling four defensive midfielders, Kuzmanovic and Medel will find themselves in a tight spot, struggling to deliver a standout performance. The former Inter Milan star now expressed concern over the unfolding match. Kovacic and Guarin, stationed on the left and right. I hope they can exploit the flanks of Udinese, Stankovic continued, only to shake his head in resignation. Clearly, Guidolin had prepared meticulously for this encounter, to counter Guarin on the right flank. Today Udinese's left-back is not the veteran Demizzi, but the young Cancelo, who has previously excelled in a left-back role. He possesses commendable speed and technical ability, making it uncertain whether Guarin can gain the upper hand against him. Soon, the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the first half. Amid the resounding cheers in the stands of Miazza, the focal battle of the 2014-2015 Serie A season's 14th round officially commenced. With Udinese, currently in second place in the standings, facing off against the Serie A powerhouse, Inter Milan. The jeers from the Miazza crowd grew, deafening once more. Canty extended a friendly hand towards Medel, attempting to assist him up, but the latter blatantly disregarded Canty's gesture, rising on his own and shooting a fierce glare at him. The referee raised two fingers at Canty, indicating this was a second offense. Canty, feeling innocent, defended himself by claiming he merely brushed against Medel, but upon seeing the referee's disapproving expression, he wisely fell silent. At this juncture, 20 minutes had elapsed in the first half, and the players of Inter Milan, along with their supporters in the stands, had accumulated a great deal of frustration. That fellow has committed a foul. This is the second time. Medel, now on his feet, shouted at the referee, it's time for a card. The referee's expression shifted sharply as he pointed at Medel, sternly warning him to remain quiet, stating that further complaints would result in a card being issued to him. Ranocchia hurried over to separate Medel and then approached the referee to express his grievances. Ranocchia protested not only against Canty's foul on Medel, but also against the series of minor infractions committed by Udinese defenders since the match began. The referee acknowledged Ranocchia's protest but instructed him to be silent. Let us observe that Udinese players employ subtle tactics in their defensive play. Such minor infractions are harmless and discreet, Liotta commented. The referee faces great difficulty in spotting them promptly, and even if he does, they might not warrant a card. Inter Milan has completely fallen into Udinese's trap as both teams engage in a fierce tussle in midfield, precisely as Guidolin had envisioned. Ever since the match commenced, the quartet of Widmer, Canty, Allen, and Guilherme has formed an impenetrable wall in front of the defense, making it exceedingly challenging for Kuzmanovic and Medel to find passing lanes, to the extent that even receiving the ball comfortably has become a struggle. Guidolin has assigned a simple and clear task to his four defensive midfielders: prevent Inter Milan's midfield players from receiving the ball comfortably and deny them the opportunity to orchestrate attacks. In short, their mission is to incapacitate Inter Milan's midfield organization by any means necessary. Canty and his trio have executed Guidolin's instructions flawlessly, employing their intimate knowledge of how to neutralize Inter Milan's star players through stealthy yet effective maneuvers, utilizing physicality to disrupt their opponents, and tactically fouling at opportune moments without incurring cards. Faced with Udinese's formidable four-man midfield, both Medel and Kuzmanovic, as well as Guarin and the young Kovacic, find themselves at a loss, struggling under relentless pressure. Particularly for Guarin, the physicality of the encounters proves daunting. The Colombian midfielder appears hesitant, seemingly fearful of injury, as he instinctively dodges when Canty charges toward him. Chapter 183. A most melodious voice. Mancini paced anxiously along the sidelines, his agitation palpable. He had not anticipated that Udinese, typically celebrated for their attacking football in Serie A, would adopt such a conservative approach. Mancini initially anticipated that Guidolin would maintain his previous tactical approach for this match. In preparation for the encounter, Mancini was thoroughly equipped and well-versed in the art of engaging in an attacking duel against Udinese. However, he was taken aback when Guidolin exhibited a rather timid demeanor this time. Faced with Udinese's almost unscrupulous conservative playing style, neither Mancini nor Inter Milan found a viable solution. As the match progressed past 30 minutes, the combined number of shots from both teams barely reached 5. With Udinese managing a solitary attempt, while Inter Milan registered 4, predominantly from long-range efforts, underscoring the lack of offensive creativity in the game. Mancini communicated to his assistant that a goal was imperative in the first half. Otherwise, the second half would prove increasingly challenging. His assistant nodded in agreement, recognizing that Udinese's conservative tactics indicated their aim was merely to secure a point away from home. Should the first half conclude with a score of 0-0, it would likely embolden Guidolin to continue with his tedious defensive strategy. Mancini's call for a goal was soon answered, in the 37th minute. A breakthrough finally occurred, but it was Udinese who found the net. With their second shot of the match, they shattered the deadlock. Goal, Bruno Fernandes, a splendid long-range effort. This was a quintessential goal from Bruno. The exuberant female commentator, Leota, exclaimed with delight. As the Udinese players celebrated, Bruno sprinted towards the away fans, gesturing animatedly to incite their fervor, before being engulfed by his teammates. A cacophony of boos erupted from the Miazza Stadium, as Inter Milan supporters showed their disdain for Bruno and Udinese. Amidst the jeers, Bruno jubilantly leaped and clapped on the sidelines, clearly aggravating the Inter fans further. While there was no evidence to suggest that Bruno was deliberately provoking the Inter supporters, his celebratory antics were evidently unwelcome at the Miazza. Leota shook her head, commenting, "Perhaps it was the 1-0 lead, or the impending conclusion of the first half," but Udinese players appeared to relax as the match approached the 44th minute. Inter Milan was awarded a free kick in the attacking half. Medel took the set piece, delivering it into the box, where Guarin flicked it on with a header, allowing Icardi to evade the offside trap successfully and push the ball into the near corner with his left foot from the edge of the small box. As Guarin leaped, his defender Danilo remained firmly planted, watching helplessly as Guarin's assist found its mark. When Icardi struck, he was unchallenged, with the nearest defender, Erdo, merely raising his hand to signal for offside. Bruno observed clearly that when Guarin headed the ball, Icardi was indeed onside, yet this did not deter him from protesting to the referee. What if the referee was swayed? There was no what if, as the referee ruled that Icardi was not offside. And Inter's goal was deemed valid. The equalizer invigorated Inter Milan's spirits in the final moments of the first half. Udinese opted for staunch defense against Inter's onslaught. The remaining minutes of the half devolved into a stalemate. Ultimately, neither side could find the net again, and the first half concluded with a score of 1-1. As the referee signaled the end of the half, the players made their way to the locker room, with Bruno still engaged in discussion with the referee, emphasizing the offside suspicion of the goal. The referee assured Bruno that he had seen it clearly. There was no offside. "Are you certain?" Bruno queried. His face a picture of confusion. "I am certain," the referee replied solemnly. Bruno nodded and said, "Very well. I trust you." It was well known that he was an exceptionally capable and trustworthy referee. Upon hearing this, the referee, who had initially felt irked, broke into a smile. This Portuguese lad not only played well but also exhibited a commendable attitude on the pitch. His eloquence made him quite endearing. "What are you all thinking? Have your wits been stolen by a dog?" Guidolin glared at his players, his voice booming. "Why are you laughing? I am serious. Focus." Yet, he too could not suppress a hearty laugh. This moment of levity dissipated the tension in the locker room. Guidolin rapped on the table and said, "All right, back to business. We need to scrutinize that conceded goal. Our defense clearly lacked concentration." After reprimanding his players, Guidolin began to outline the tactical approach for the second half. He addressed the Udinese players, stating, "A score of 1-1 is unsatisfactory for us, and even more so for Inter Milan. Therefore, in the second half, they will undoubtedly ramp up their offensive efforts. Our strategy remains to fortify our defense first and then strike back against Inter Milan." He emphasized Medel's name on the tactical board, circling it emphatically and repeatedly tapping it before declaring, "Press him. Exploit him." Guidolin had conducted extensive research on Inter Milan, with a particular focus on Medel. The Inter Milan midfielder, Medel, was a versatile player, excelling in both offensive and defensive roles. Despite his lack of height, Medel possessed a robust physique and boundless stamina, reminiscent of the Italian player Gattuso. thus earning him the monikers Chilean Gattuso and the Bull. As a defensive midfielder, Medel demonstrated exceptional ball-blocking abilities. Coupled with his stamina and strength, he had previously succeeded in marking peak Messi effectively. On the offensive front, Medel boasted a powerful shot, commendable heading ability, and exquisite passing skills. He understood the significance of delivering precise passes to his teammates and was also capable of threading through balls that could tear apart the opponent's defense. We must not grant him any easy opportunities to receive the ball. Guidolin instructed, "No player is truly perfect, least of all Medel." While he possessed numerous strengths, he also exhibited evident weaknesses. Guidolin noted that Medel's shortcomings included average shooting skills, mediocre ball protection, slow decision-making, and poor positioning. Furthermore, and most crucially, his volatile temperament often led to inconsistent performances, carelessness resulting in frequent passing errors and turnovers. After finalizing the tactical arrangements, Guidolin smiled and proclaimed, "If we defeat Inter Milan, we will ascend to the top of the table." Prior to this match, Juventus had already been held to a 0-0 draw by Fiorentina away, placing Udinese just 1 point behind Juventus despite having played one less match. In such circumstances, should Udinese triumph at the Meazza Stadium, they would lead the standings by 2 points. It had been far too long since Udinese had found themselves atop the table at the conclusion of a match. Guidolin's expression turned serious as he stated, "Of course, if victory proves elusive, a draw would suffice. However, I absolutely will not accept a loss. We are in contention with Juventus for the top spot, and being defeated by a lower-ranked team is simply unacceptable." Laughter erupted throughout the locker room. As the second half commenced, Inter Milan indeed took the initiative in attack, but faced with the Udinese defense bolstered by 4 exceptional sweepers in midfield, their offensive efforts were swiftly stifled. Mancini cast an agitated glance at Guidolin from afar. This old strategist's tactics were exceedingly conservative. Was he genuinely content with a 1-1 scoreline, showing no inclination to counterattack? Regardless of Mancini's discontent, the reality was that Udinese played with remarkable caution, and Guidolin appeared genuinely intent on securing a 1-1 draw. Guidolin and Udinese were satisfied to walk away from the Meazza with a point. Stankovic remarked that, given Juventus's draw against Fiorentina yesterday, even if Udinese could only manage a stalemate today, they would still remain in close pursuit of Juventus in the standings. That moment, the camera panned to the stands, capturing a blonde female fan, voluptuous and yawning widely, nearly succumbing to slumber. The match was indeed monotonous, with fans on the verge of dozing off. Leota shook her head, noting, "This match is being broadcast live in nearly 80 countries and regions worldwide. But the dull proceedings may leave fans disappointed." While the game dragged on, Guidolin sat in utter contentment, reveling in Inter Milan's repeated failures, particularly when Kanté thwarted another Inter attack, prompting him to nod in approval. A look of satisfaction on his face. The director provided a close-up, undoubtedly aggravating the Inter Milan supporters even further. Chapter 184. The key player Kanté as the match reached the 60-minute mark. The score remained 1-1. Among the commentators from various countries covering the match, some had begun to criticize Guidolin's conservatism. Guidolin, however, was oblivious to these critiques. Even if he had heard them, he would not have paid them any mind. His primary responsibility was to lead Udinese forward, achieve victory, and accumulate points, not to appease media pundits and commentators. Having coached Udinese for nearly 5 years, Guidolin had come to understand the coaching environment profoundly. One simply could not entertain the cacophony of external opinions. For a football coach, the only cardinal sin was poor results. If your coaching performance is subpar, even the most aesthetically pleasing play from your team will invite relentless criticism. Conversely, should your coaching yield remarkable results, those who once criticized you will eventually come to praise you, transforming into your fervent admirers, even if they secretly harbor thoughts of one day undermining you. After an hour of play, the time had come. With this thought, Guidolin rose from the bench and stepped to the sidelines. Blowing his whistle, it was as if the starting gun had fired, prompting Udinese to suddenly intensify their midfield pressing. Moments later, Kanté and Wiedmann combined to intercept a pass from Medel, initiating a swift counterattack for Udinese. Wiedmann delivered a through ball to Bruno, who then crossed into the penalty area. Di Natale leapt for a header, but Handanovi made a stunning save. Nevertheless, the ball remained in the danger zone, and Ranocchia's clearance was insufficiently far, allowing Pyrrhus to unleash a long-range shot that skimmed the post, sending a shiver down the spines of Inter Milan fans. Leota remarked with a smile, "Udinese's counterattack is clearly premeditated. They have intensified their pressing in hopes of seizing a counter opportunity. Metal occasionally displayed lapses in concentration on the pitch, a flaw Udinese had evidently recognized, coming perilously close to exploiting it. Stankovic, still shaken, noted the atmosphere in the stands, where the boos echoed throughout Piazza, reflecting the dissatisfaction of Inter Milan's supporters with the current state of the match. The game felt stagnant, with the score at 1-1, and fans perceived no advantage or likelihood of a goal from Inter, leading to a growing impatience. Of course, the jeers could also be interpreted as a strong discontent with Udinese's conservative tactics. On the pitch, Wiedmann once again engaged Metal in a tussle, both players tumbling to the ground point. One could not help but admire Wiedmann, the clever Swiss player. Before hitting the ground, he managed to poke the ball free, allowing Kanté to seize it. Both Metal and Wiedmann appealed to the referee for a foul, but the official merely gestured for them to rise, indicating that no infringement had occurred, and the game continued. Counterattack, counterattack, Udinese has a chance, exclaimed the beautiful commentator Liata. After receiving a pass from Wiedmann, Kanté, instead of distributing to Bruno or other teammates as usual, chose to surge forward with the ball. This unexpected maneuver caught Inter Milan's midfield off guard. Kanté charged ahead with the ball, and Guidolin, witnessing the scene from the sidelines, became animated, clapping his hands and murmuring, "Charge! Charge! Charge!" In Udinese's tactical training, Guidolin occasionally instructed Kanté to make sudden forward runs, as he seldom pressed upfield. Such unexpected movements could yield surprising results. The timing of this advance was Kanté's own judgment and choice. As Kanté advanced with the ball, Inter Milan's midfield failed to intercept him. Kuzminovic rushed in to challenge him. "Kuzminovic is attempting to intercept," shouted Liata, raising her fist. Kuzminovic's effort seemed more symbolic than effective. Kanté deftly maneuvered the ball past him, accelerating forward. Kuzminovic abandoned his pursuit of Kanté to mark Bruno instead. Stankovic observed this shift, knowing from experience that Kanté would likely pass, with Bruno being the closest and thus a potential threat. Guidolin clenched his fists, lips pressed tight, his gaze fixed on the field, eyes seemingly sparkling with anticipation. Kanté feigned a pass to Di Natale, a choice that appeared prudent to all, as everyone recognized Kanté's strength in tackling rather than dribbling or shooting. Frankly, the fact that he had managed to break through such distance, bypassing Kuzminovic, had left many in awe. Ranocchia quickly attempted to block Kanté's pass, but to his surprise, Kanté maneuvered the ball forward, suddenly accelerating, using his formidable physicality to outmuscle Ranocchia and continue his advance. Alarmed, Ranocchia turned to give chase. In the meantime, Bruno and Wiedmann sprinted forward. "Pass it," Guidolin shouted, his fist raised, urging action on the field. At that moment, Bruno drew the attention of Kuzminovic and Dodo, leaving Wiedmann unmarked. "Cover! Cover!" Handanovic bellowed as Little Juan dashed toward Wiedmann. "Pass it! Is Kanté going to shoot?" Liata's eyes widened in disbelief as she observed Kanté lift his right foot, not to pass, but to shoot. The Udinese midfielder, nearly 30 meters from goal, unleashed a powerful strike. No one anticipated such a decisive choice, nor the determination behind it. The ball soared, hurtling toward the goal with tremendous velocity. Handanovic, focused on Kanté possibly passing to Wiedmann on the right, was caught off guard by the sudden shot. His positioning leaned toward the left, leaving him scrambling to adjust. He leaped, stretching his arm in a desperate attempt to deflect the incoming shot. "Kanté! Gulawul!" Handanovic fell back in despair, the expression on his face one of hopelessness. He had failed to touch the ball, which soared past his outstretched hand and into the net, sending the white mesh billowing. In the 71st minute, Kanté had scored his second goal for Udinese. 2-1. Udinese had taken the lead once more at Piazza. The beautiful commentator Liata, who had not witnessed Kanté's first long-range goal, was utterly astonished by this strike, exclaiming incredulously, "What a sensational shot! A world-class goal! Kanté, Kanté!" He surged forward, bypassed Kuzminovic, deceived Ranocchia, shot, and scored. Handanovic was bested by Kanté. Kanté has found the net at Piazza. Last season, in the Italian Cup final, Kanté had netted his debut goal for Udinese, which had also been a stunning long-range effort. Now, he had scored against Inter Milan. N'Golo Kanté either does not score, or when he does, it is a pivotal goal. As Kanté celebrated, he was quickly enveloped by his equally exuberant teammates, who tackled him to the ground, shouting in excitement, their voices filled with jubilant exclamations and expletives. This goal was critical, a tremendous boost to morale. Rarely does Kanté score, but when he does, it's always significant. And Udinese had never lost a match in which Kanté found the net. More accurately, whenever Kanté scores, Udinese wins. While Udinese erupted in celebration, Inter Milan fell into a hushed silence, everyone in disbelief at the sight of the player most unlikely to score. Apart from the goalkeeper, delivering such a thunderous strike that left Handanovi helpless, Stankovic shook his head bitterly, reflecting, last season, Kanté had such a spectacular world-class goal. Indeed, this Frenchman seldom shoots, and goals are a rarity, given his lackluster finishing skills. Yet, this same player, when he does score, produces breathtaking and crucial strikes. 1-2. Kanté's remarkable world-class goal left Inter Milan trailing. In defense, he fought valiantly, sweeping across the pitch and forming a solid barrier in front of Udinese's defense alongside his teammates. Offensively, at crucial moments, he delivered a game-changing goal that elicited cheers. N'Golo Kanté, regardless of the final outcome of this match, deserves my vote for best player. Liotta concurred. Chapter 185. Topping the Serie A standings, the Inter Milan players were in a state of shock, unable to accept the goal they had conceded. The stands at Meazza erupted in a cacophony of boos. For Inter Milan, a home loss was inconceivable, signifying a streak of 5 matches without a victory. Their last win in Serie A had been in round 9, a narrow 1-0 triumph over Sampdoria back in October. Following 5 winless games, Inter's ranking plummeted from 8th to 12th. This goal inflicted a severe blow to Inter Milan. Upon the resumption of play, despite launching a fierce onslaught toward Udinese's goal, their efforts proved less than fruitful. The restless and agitated players of Inter Milan displayed a lack of focus in their attempts to orchestrate an offensive strategy, resulting in numerous haphazard shots from the forwards that culminated in nothing of consequence. Such aimless attempts posed little threat to Udinese, at times appearing more like inadvertent assists for the opposing defense. In contrast, Udinese exuded remarkable cohesion, with a quartet of midfielders led by Kanté establishing a formidable second line of defense in front of their back line, while only Bruno and the substitute Taro remained poised to counterattack. Despite their numerical disadvantage in offense, their threat to Inter Milan was significant. Bruno's extraordinary individual prowess, combined with the imposing presence of Taro, often left Inter in disarray. AS Inter struggled offensively and faced mounting defensive crises. The players' emotions frayed, leading to an eruption of internal discord. In the 82nd minute, substitute Osvaldo expressed dissatisfaction with Yuto Nagatomo's cross, confronting him vocally, which nearly escalated into a physical altercation among teammates. Witnessing this scene, the home supporters at the Meazza Stadium erupted in fury, their team trailing and time dwindling, incredulous that they were witnessing infighting. Nearby, Bruno was left speechless by Osvaldo's antics, recognizing him as a notorious figure for such disputes in football. After regaining his composure, Bruno contemplated admonishing Nagatomo, thinking, "How can you endure this? Stand up for yourself." Yet, mindful of potential repercussions, he refrained from further inciting the situation. Observing the meek demeanor of Nagatomo, Bruno silently scoffed. He is truly no man. The internal strife within Inter Milan sapped the players' motivation to mount an offense. Ultimately, as 3 minutes of stoppage time elapsed, and the referee signaled the conclusion of the match, the score remained 1-2. Udinese emerged victorious at the home of the Nerazzurri, securing their 4th consecutive league win and surpassing Juventus in the Serie A standings with 35 points, thus claiming the top position. After 14 rounds of Serie A, Udinese stood at the pinnacle with 11 wins, 2 draws, and just 1 loss, while Juventus trailed in second with 10 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 33 points. Roma followed closely in third with 32 points. Having drawn 2-2 against Green Barcelona at the Olympic Stadium, a fortunate outcome considering they were once down 0-2 at halftime. Post-match, the Gazzetta dello Sport reported that Udinese's goal that overturned the scoreline should have been disallowed due to a foul committed by Weidmann on Medel during the interception. Arguing that the referee ought to have halted play. In response, the turn-based Tuttosport mockingly remarked that the Milanese could not bear defeat, suggesting that if such interceptions were deemed fouls, countless goals in Serie A would be annulled, questioning the very viability of the game. The Gazzetta swiftly retorted, pointing out that the Turinese were merely bitter after Udinese had dethroned them from the summit, failing to recognize their own plight. Tuttosport countered by asserting that Juventus respects referees, independent of their current standings, and although they were not atop the table, they remained in contention for the title alongside Udinese and Roma. while AC Milan and Inter Milan faced the specter of relegation. In this round, both Milan teams suffered defeats, with Inter falling 1-2 to Udinese at home, while AC Milan had previously succumbed 0-1 to Genoa. Following 14 rounds, AC Milan languished in 8th with 21 points, while Inter fared worse, sitting in 12th with a mere 17 points, just 6 points above the relegation zone. Juventus had previously drawn with Udinese at home, which provided ample fodder for derision from the Milanese, who were keenly aware that the Bianconeri would not overlook such a slight. This incited the ire of the Milanese, leading to a heated exchange between the Gazzetta and Juventus representatives as the tension escalated, momentarily overshadowing Udinese's achievements. That day, after Udinese training, Guidolin convened a pre-match discussion with his coaching staff and team captains. "What does this signify?" he inquired. Assistant coach Diego Portalucci remarked, "They have cast us aside." Engrossed only in their quarrels, Guidolin nodded, turning his gaze to the others. Bruno reflected, "Despite our position at the top of the league, both Milan clubs and Juventus harbor animosity towards us. Fundamentally, Juventus remains fixated on the Milanese, likely dismissing even Roma, let alone US. In turn, the Milanese view their primary adversary as Juventus. Thus, these three teams do not regard us as genuine competitors." Tio speak candidly, since Guidolin's appointment, Udinese's standings in Serie A have been commendable. Over the past 4 seasons, they have finished 4th, 3rd, 5th, and 2nd in the league. Indeed, in the last 5 seasons, Udinese has emerged as one of the most consistently performing teams in Serie A, and since the 2010s, they have been one of the only 2 teams to remain within the top 5, alongside Napoli. Other teams have failed to maintain such a status. While Udinese had merely aspired for European competition during Guidolin's initial 3 seasons, they have since evolved into genuine contenders for the Serie A title. Last season, although Juventus ultimately cruised to victory with a considerable edge, Udinese's performance in the first half of the league was on par with the Bianconeri. However, in the latter half, Udinese shifted their focus to the Europa League and Coppa Italia, compounded by a thin squad, which allowed Juventus to pull ahead. Nevertheless, this strategic sacrifice yielded unprecedented success for Udinese, as they secured their first major tournament victories, clinching 2 titles. This summer, even after selling several key players for substantial profits in the transfer market, Udinese has maintained commendable competitiveness in both the Champions League and the league. Nonetheless, the 3 Serie A giants have yet to regard Udinese as a genuine threat, a consequence of Udinese's operational philosophy. Despite their recent successes, Udinese continues to embody the role of a big club supermarket due to their commitment to frugal management. The 3 giants are acutely aware that even if Udinese enjoys transient success, their standout players are destined to be poached by clubs of their stature, posing no real threat to their dominance. To put it bluntly, within Serie A, only the 3 giants can genuinely jeopardize one another's standings. All others are mere specters. If Juventus and the Milan clubs truly perceived Udinese as a threat, what actions would they take? They would set aside past grievances, unite against a common foe, and fervently propagate the narrative that Udinese benefits from refereeing favoritism, despite the absence of such reality. The pressure exerted by the 3 major clubs would likely result in Udinese facing increasingly stringent scrutiny from match officials. "This is our opportunity," Bruno asserted. "Before the Milanese and Juventus start to take us seriously, we must secure the wins we need and amass as many points as possible." Observing Bruno's confidence, Guidolin and Di Natale were both astonished. Although they were aware of Bruno's audacious ambitions, the mere thought of such aspirations remained profoundly shocking. Udinese, after all, is merely a smaller club. Despite their unexpected triumphs in the Coppa Italia and Europa League last season, they had never envisaged contending for the Serie A championship. Having navigated the Italian football landscape for years, Guidolin and Di Natale understood all too well the arduous task facing any team outside the 3 giants in pursuit of the league title. The last non-giant team to seize the Serie A championship was Roma, who, during the 2000-2001 season, clinched the title with a record of 22 wins, 9 draws, and 3 losses, amassing 75 points. As the new century dawned, the dominance of the 3 giants over Serie A solidified, rendering any attempts by other teams to usurp their power futile. Now, Bruno's audacious ambition to help Udinese claim the Serie A crown exemplified an audacity that defied reason. Chapter 186. The aspiration for Serie A glory. Bruno's desire to secure the Serie A title is not merely a fanciful delusion, but is rooted in historical context and the current state of Udinese, derived through careful analysis. Within Serie A, the Milan clubs are in a state of decline, having truly become the Milanese duo. Following last season's failure to qualify for European competition, barring unforeseen circumstances, they are likely to repeat this fate this season. Meanwhile, Juventus, the most formidable contender for the title, has seen its enthusiasm for Serie A wane considerably after achieving a historic 102-point championship last season. At present, the old lady is wholly engrossed in the pursuit of the UEFA Champions League. With an unwavering desire to secure the third title in the club's storied history. In Bruno's recollection, Juventus has indeed triumphed over formidable opponents this season, reaching the final of the esteemed tournament. Although they were ultimately vanquished by the Barcelona team, boasting the legendary MSN trio, they have come closer than ever to claiming that elusive third Champions League trophy. Under such circumstances, should a formidable rival emerge in Serie A, Juventus would undoubtedly refrain from engaging in a fierce battle in the domestic league, prioritizing their quest for the Champions League title instead. As for teams like Roma and Napoli, Bruno perceives them as lacking the necessary competitiveness. If we were to consider the Napoli of around 2020, there was some semblance of challenge, yet the recent iterations of Napoli have failed to capture Bruno's attention point. One could assert that this season represents the most opportune moment for Udinese to contend for the Serie A championship. Should they miss this chance, the prospect of Udinese laying claim to the title would indeed be a fanciful notion. Of course, the primary reason lies in Bruno's uncertainty regarding how much longer he will remain with Udinese. It is entirely possible he may depart at the season's end. Despite his skepticism regarding Bruno's analysis, Guidolin concurs with the notion that Udinese should seize as many points as possible while Juventus remains oblivious to their potential. Furthermore, with Udinese merely needing a draw to secure the top spot in their Champions League group, Guidolin implemented significant rotation in the squad for the match against Basel on the evening of December 9th. Prior to the upcoming winter break, before the winter hiatus, Udinese has 3 matches remaining: the 15th round at home against Verona, the 16th round away at Sampdoria, and the Italian Super Cup clash with Juventus. In the concluding group stage match against Basel, Guidolin altered 8 positions in Udinese's starting lineup. However, the indomitable Bruno still donned the captain's armband and took to the field as a starter. Competing with the second-string lineup, Udinese managed a 1-1 draw against Basel, with forward Tero netting the sole goal for Udinese. Assisted by veteran Pizzi. In this match, Bruno truly embodied the role of a midfield maestro, demonstrating remarkable composure in orchestrating play from a deep-lying position. He seldom ventured near Basel's goal, focusing instead on meticulously crafting Udinese's offensive maneuvers from the midfield and defense. With the conclusion of this round of group matches, the competition for this season's Champions League group stage has also drawn to a close in Group B. Despite Real Madrid's consecutive victories over Basel and Ludogorets in the final 2 rounds, their inability to secure a win against Udinese, who managed 1 draw and 1 loss in their direct encounters, ultimately prevented them from usurping Udinese's position at the top of the group. Thus, with a record of 4 wins and 2 draws, Udinese finished the group stage with 14 points, scoring 17 goals and conceding 7. Real Madrid followed closely with 13 points from 4 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, placing them second in the group. Basel, with a record of 1 win, 1 draw, and 4 losses, garnered 4 points, finishing third and relegating to the Europa League, while Ludogorets, with 1 win and 5 losses, ended at the bottom of the group with 3 points, facing immediate elimination. All 3 of Spain's top clubs advanced to the knockout stage, each demonstrating the strength necessary to contend for the title, further solidifying La Liga's dominance in contemporary European football. As the second-ranked league on the Champions League points table, the Premier League's performance this season has left much to be desired. Under the management of Mourinho, Chelsea has once again set the standard for English clubs, effortlessly securing qualification from their group. Wenger's Arsenal, despite being in a favorable position, managed to self-sabotage, ultimately qualifying as group runners-up but with a bleak outlook. Liverpool, returning to the Champions League, seems to require additional time to acclimatize to the tournament's intensity. Despite boasting a formidable squad, they were subdued by Porto and Shakhtar Donetsk, finishing just 2 points shy of advancing to the knockout stage and instead seeking solace in the Europa League. The Premier League champions, Manchester City, scraped through in a tense final group match against Roma, simultaneously worrying about whether Bayern would ease off against CSKA Moscow. Ultimately, the citizens triumphed over the Giallorossi, while Bayern showcased their German efficiency, unceremoniously eliminating the Russian champions. Nevertheless, qualifying as group runners-up means Manchester City must brace themselves for potentially arduous encounters in the round of 16. All 4 Bundesliga teams that participated in the group stage advanced. with Bayern and Dortmund finishing first in their respective groups, while Bayer Leverkusen and Schalke 04 secured second place. The three Serie A teams in the Champions League group stage exhibited a mix of triumphs and disappointments. Udinese astounded many, achieving an undefeated record of 4 wins and 2 draws, ultimately finishing atop their group and advancing to the round of 16 with pride. Juventus, initially thought to have drawn a favorable group, came perilously close to elimination. Following consecutive defeats to Atletico Madrid and Olympiacos in the second and third rounds, Juventus found themselves in dire straits. However, thanks to a hard-fought 3-2 victory over Olympiacos at home and a win against Malmo away, the Old Lady managed to secure qualification by edging out Olympiacos in a tense final match against Atletico Madrid. Conversely, Roma faced a more disheartening fate, being placed in Group E alongside powerhouses Bayern Munich, Manchester City, and CSKA Moscow. Despite the Giallorossi's valiant efforts, they were unable to progress, though they found solace in finishing third, allowing them to compete in the Europa League knockout stage. The most illustrious figures in this season's Champions League group stage were undoubtedly 2 players: Lionel Messi, the talisman of Barcelona, and Bruno. Messi started all 6 group matches, netting 8 goals and providing 2 assists, surpassing Raúl's record to become the all-time leading scorer in Champions League history, with none of his goals coming from penalties, thus underscoring their significance. Bruno, making his Champions League debut, delivered a truly remarkable performance. As the midfield linchpin for Udinese, Bruno started all 6 group matches, scoring 9 goals, tying with Shakhtar Donetsk's forward as the top scorer of the group stage, while also providing 4 assists, making him the assist leader. In truth, Bruno could have easily achieved even more goals and assists during the group stage, but due to Udinese's early qualification, the team opted to rotate players to conserve energy for the league, which somewhat limited Bruno's individual statistics. Nevertheless, Bruno harbors no grievances. He willingly sacrificed personal accolades for the success of the team. Moreover, having already positioned himself atop both the scoring and assist charts, he finds little reason for further pursuit. With the round of 16 confirmed, the draw for the first knockout stage naturally followed. The 8 group winners comprise Atletico Madrid, Udinese, Monaco, Dortmund, Bayern Munich, Barcelona, Chelsea, and Porto. The group runners-up include Juventus, Real Madrid, Bayer Leverkusen, Arsenal, Manchester City, Paris Saint-Germain, Schalke 04, and Shakhtar Donetsk. According to the regulations, Udinese cannot face Juventus or Real Madrid in the round of 16, leaving the remaining 6 teams as potential opponents. Among these, several formidable teams such as Arsenal, Manchester City, and Paris Saint-Germain possess greater strength than Udinese. Undoubtedly, among these second-place teams, Udinese is likely viewed as the most favorable draw. After all, when considering the 8 group winners, Udinese's squad is indeed the weakest. Ultimately, during the draw held at UEFA headquarters, Udinese was paired with Schalke 04 from the Bundesliga. For Udinese, this result is quite favorable, as Schalke 04 is considered the weakest among the 6 potential opponents, comparable to Bayer Leverkusen and Shakhtar Donetsk. Additionally, the round of 16 knockout matches are scheduled for February, when Ukraine will still be gripped by frigid temperatures, whereas Germany, albeit still cold, will be significantly milder in comparison to the eastern Ukrainian city of Donetsk. The other Italian team advancing, Juventus, also fared well in the draw, being matched against Ligue 1's Monaco. Chapter 187. Continuously leading the Serie A points table, the draw results for the Champions League knockout stage have left Udinese players extremely satisfied. However, their current focus is not on the impending knockout matches, as those are still 2 months away. What Udinese needs to prioritize now is to perform admirably in the league, striving to accumulate as many points as possible before the Champions League knockout stage commences, or at least before Juventus becomes fully aware of their capabilities. This weekend marks the commencement of Serie A's 15th round, in a match that took place on Sunday afternoon. Juventus unexpectedly settled for a 1-1 draw against Sampdoria at home, allowing Udinese, with 1 game in hand, to maintain a 1-point lead over them. This outcome presents Udinese with an excellent opportunity to extend their advantage over Juventus, a mere half hour after this match concluded. Udinese welcomed Verona to their home ground. Guidolin promptly issued a command to the Udinese players. This match must be secured. Under the command of Guidolin, Udinese exhibited an impressive performance at home, demonstrating formidable strength. Despite Verona's resilient efforts, they succumbed to Udinese's assault in the 31st minute, conceding the first goal. With a score of 1-0, Udinese took the lead, courtesy of the veteran Di Natale. Following this advantage, Udinese relentlessly pressured Verona's goal, aiming to extend their lead before half-time. However, they failed to secure a second goal until the stoppage time of the first half, just as the Udinese fans anticipated entering the break with a 1 o'clock lead. The tide of the match shifted dramatically in the first minute of stoppage time. Verona launched a rapid counterattack. After a simple pass, Christodoulopoulos assisted Tony, who, positioned centrally in the penalty area, unleashed a left-footed shot that found its way into the top left corner. The score leveled at 1-1, with Tony celebrating his 300th career goal by raising a shirt emblazoned with the number 300. This goal was a result of Tony's exquisite strike, which caught the defense off guard. But it was also indicative of Udinese's lapse in concentration, providing their opponents with an opportunity. Though Guidolin was understandably frustrated by this concession, he refrained from harshly criticizing his players during halftime, instead offering a brief admonition before strategizing for the second half. "Damn it," Guidolin exclaimed in exasperation upon realizing his unfortunate foresight, as Udinese conceded a goal within the first minute of the second half. Christodoulopoulos broke through on the right flank, firing a shot that slipped through goalkeeper Carnese's legs into the near corner. With a score of 2-1, Verona had turned the tables. The 40,000 Udinese fans in the Friuli Stadium could hardly believe their eyes. As Verona celebrated, Udinese captain Di Natale rallied his teammates, urging them to remain composed. "Stay calm," he shouted, attempting to steady their nerves, for conceding so early in the half could rattle the players' confidence. His words resonated. And while the players' expressions shifted from panic to a more composed demeanor, those already calm appeared even more resolute, exuding a fierce determination. Having coached Udinese for nearly 5 years, Guidolin had transformed this mid-table Serie A team into contenders for the championship, earning immense respect within the club. Following Christodoulopoulos' goal, Udinese quickly mounted a counteroffensive. However, their attempts bore no fruit against Verona's defense, which steadied itself after weathering the storm and began to counterattack. Guidolin contemplated making substitutions. Just as he signaled for French forward Ter to warm up, Udinese scored. 2 Verona players combined in the midfield, but Candy's sudden interception thwarted their efforts. Vetterman seized the opportunity, advancing rapidly with the ball, attracting Christodoulopoulos' challenge. With a sudden stop, he feigned a lateral movement, drawing Christodoulopoulos in before deftly pushing the ball forward. Udinese right-back Cancelo surged forward, while Di Natale signaled for a pass. Cancelo glanced at his captain before striking the ball. Verona defender Marquez rushed forward, not to intercept, but to create an offside trap. As Marquez advanced, Di Natale found himself in an offside position. Yet, at that moment, Cancelo delivered a diagonal pass. "Offside," shouted Hamaquis. However, the referee's whistle remained silent, as both the referee and linesman continued their run. "Not offside. Rodriguez is behind," exclaimed the local TV commentator in Udine, rising in excitement. Bruno Fernandes emerged from the left, sprinting past the slow-reacting Rodriguez to meet the ball. The Friuli Stadium erupted in cheers. In the midst of the thunderous applause, Bruno, now one-on-one with the goalkeeper, executed a low shot that evaded Benassi and rolled into the net. "Gulul!" The Udinese fans in the stands leaped in unison. 2. Udinese rapidly equalized. The local radio commentator jubilantly declared, "The great Udinese, the magnificent Portuguese." The young man brought to Udinese for €25 million has once again made his mark. Brilliantly done. Bruno, Guidolin, standing on the sidelines, lifted his arms in celebration as he witnessed the unfolding drama. Cancelo's pass, Marquez's offside trap, Di Natale's positioning, Rodriguez lagging behind, and finally, Bruno surging past Rodriguez to strike the ball into the net. Guidolin's hands shot from his pockets, raised high in triumph, as he exuberantly celebrated, "Well done, Bruno, Bruno, Bruno." He had scored his 12th goal of the Serie A season. The commentator, Delita Liata, exclaimed in excitement. For most players, reaching 12 goals in a season is a formidable challenge, particularly for a midfielder. Yet this 20-year-old Portuguese talent accomplished it in just 15 matches. Bruno raced to celebrate, intercepted by captain Di Natale, who embraced him before playfully pushing him to the ground in joy. This moment reinforced an invincible confidence among the players, especially considering the tactical arrangements made during halftime. Meanwhile, Verona's coach, agitated on the sidelines, had intended to capitalize on the momentum of their lead to launch an offensive, aiming to secure victory, only to be thwarted by Udinese's swift counterattack. this was undeniably a blow to their morale. The impact of Udinese's goal severely affected Verona's spirit, leaving them scrambling to cope with Udinese's relentless assaults. Ultimately, in the 77th minute, Udinese breached Verona's defense once more, taking the lead at 3-2. This proved to be the final goal of the match, with Udinese triumphing over Verona by a score of 3-2. Consequently, Udinese finished the first 15 rounds of the league, maintaining a 4-point lead over Juventus. 4 days later, Udinese faced their final Serie A match before the winter break. Having recently engaged in a fierce battle and with the Italian Super Cup clash against Juventus approaching in 3 days, Guidolin opted for some rotations. Di Natale was surprisingly benched, while newly signed Swiss forward Alex Hefti made his first serious start in the 15th minute. Palombo's pass found Udinese goalkeeper Carnezes, whose clearance fell short, allowing Obiang to score into an open net, putting Sampdoria 1 o'clock ahead. Yet, Udinese soon responded with 2 goals to take the lead. 3 minutes later, Cabrunho's corner was met by Danilo's header. Flipping the score in the 60th minute, De Silvestri crossed for Gabbiadini, who scored with a header, marking his second consecutive goal and possibly his last for Sampdoria before a potential transfer to Napoli in the winter window. Udinese emerged victorious once again with a score of 3-2. This victory ensured Udinese would enter the winter break with a 4-point advantage over Juventus. Chapter 188. The last battle of 2014. The lengthy league season is often fraught with fluctuations and uncertainties. No team can sail smoothly through. Every squad encounters a myriad of challenges, much like Juventus. The Old Lady, during a recent congested schedule, not only faced the disappointment of 3 consecutive draws in Serie A and the Champions League, but also suffered the grievous loss of key centre-back Barzagli to injury, a significant blow to their aspirations. Subsequently, Juventus continued to compete in both the Champions League and Serie A, leading to considerable player fatigue. In the 16th round of the league, Juventus secured a 3-1 victory against Cagliari away. A win that seemed to signal signs of a comprehensive revival, especially as Allegri had even rested Pirlo to better prepare for the upcoming Italian Super Cup. However, this victory came at a cost. Mainstay midfielder Marchisio accumulated yellow cards and faced a suspension. To compound matters, just before their departure to Qatar, centre-back Chiellini fell ill with a high fever, rendering him unable to travel with the team to face Udinese, exacerbating the situation for Juventus. With both Barzagli and Chiellini sidelined, and Marchisio suspended, Juventus has indeed encountered a streak of misfortunes. In the year 2014, the Italian Super Cup was not hosted within the borders of Italy, but rather in Doha, the capital of Qatar. This arrangement had been solidified in early October. During an interview with reporters, the president of the Italian Professional League, Beretta, expressed his delight. "We are thrilled to showcase our Italian Super Cup in a fascinating and esteemed country like Qatar, and we are grateful for this opportunity." The Italian Super Cup held in Qatar marked the 7th occurrence of the event being hosted abroad. It was first held overseas in 1993 in Washington, followed by venues in Tripoli, Libya, and New York, USA. China's Beijing has previously hosted the event 3 times in 2009, 2011, and 2012. Moreover, this is not the first winter edition of the Italian Super Cup. The second edition took place on November 29, 1989, when Inter Milan triumphed over Sampdoria with a score of 2-0, thanks to goals from Cucchi and Serena. Throughout the history of the Italian Super Cup, AC Milan has clinched the title the most times, with a total of 6 victories, while Inter Milan and Juventus have each won it 5 times. Should Juventus overcome Napoli to claim the title, they would equal Milan's record. For Udinese, this marks their inaugural participation in this prestigious event. Prior to the match, Guidolin and Allegri exchanged courteous handshakes on the sidelines before bidding farewell in this encounter. Juventus aimed to dismantle Udinese with a relentless offensive strategy. Meanwhile, Guidolin had resolved to contend for the Serie A championship, issuing a directive for his team to attack in pursuit of victory. Thus, from the very first second, the match was characterized by fierce competition. Guidolin fielded Udinese's strongest lineup, while Allegri deployed his most formidable squad for Juventus. The match was intensely contested, captivating fans who found themselves engrossed as 15 minutes elapsed without a goal. Despite both teams combining for 9 shots, Juventus with 5 and Udinese with 4, the foul count stood at 6 for Udinese and 5 for Juventus, further illustrating the match's intensity. Delita Liata expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my God, this is undoubtedly the most thrilling Super Cup match in recent years." By halftime, both teams had collectively registered 27 shots, resulting in 4 goals, a truly exhilarating display. I am particularly surprised by Udinese. I always believed I understood them and coach Guidolin, yet I am still in disbelief that in this offensive exchange with Juventus, Udinese has held their ground so firmly. Their performance has been remarkably resilient. I am now eagerly anticipating how this newly promoted team will fare in the Serie A after the winter break. As the commentators discussed these developments, the first half concluded with the scoreboard reflecting a score of 2-2. In the 25th minute, Juventus opened the scoring with a goal from Tevez. During a defensive scramble involving Danilo and Maguire, the ball fortuitously landed at Tevez's feet. The Argentine forward, unrelenting, penetrated the box and executed a low shot that breached Rafael's near post, 1-0. However, mere minutes later, Udinese capitalized on a set-piece opportunity as Tyro scored with a header, leveling the match. Shortly thereafter, 10 minutes later, Bruno assisted Guilherme, who skillfully maneuvered past Pirlo to net a goal, putting Udinese ahead. Throughout this goal, Pirlo appeared beleaguered. The veteran struggled against the youthful vigor of Guilherme, revealing his age. The media were abuzz with discussions as Udinese's performance astonished all. Despite Udinese currently leading Juventus by 4 points in the Serie A standings, many perceive the two teams as being on entirely different levels. Yet, the 2-2 halftime scoreline and the 12-15 shot ratio illustrated a compelling narrative. Udinese was indeed holding their own against Juventus. Furthermore, the performance of French midfielder N'Golo Kanté, one of Udinese's double pivot, left many in awe. The 24-year-old established a formidable barrier in front of Udinese's box. It could be asserted that, without Kanté's relentless interceptions, Juventus's tally would have exceeded 2 goals. During the halftime interval, Guidolin commended his players for their efforts. Despite conceding 2 goals in the first half, the team's tenacity in the face of Juventus's offensive onslaught pleased him. As the second half commenced, Udinese maintained their aggressive offensive posture, fearlessly engaging in a back-and-forth with Juventus. When Udinese faltered, their young players, akin to spirited calves, fervently contested possession, momentarily stalling Juventus's counterattacks. In contrast, Juventus, while attempting to reclaim the ball, often appeared lackadaisical in their efforts. In the 61st minute, Guidolin made a substitution, replacing the fatigued captain Di Natale with Muriel. Observing intently from the sidelines, Guidolin was exhilarated. This was a genuine confrontation with Juventus, and the outcome would significantly influence Udinese's morale. Successfully challenging Juventus was akin to a baptism for Udinese's spirit and mentality. However, Guidolin also felt a tinge of anxiety. Compared to Juventus's depth on the bench, his options were limited. Muriel, upon entering, showcased remarkable vigor. The Colombian's speed proved burdensome for Pirlo. Guidolin seized upon this vulnerability, devising a straightforward strategy. Several energetic young players would relentlessly pressure the aging Italian. Initially, Muriel exploited his pace to outmaneuver Pirlo, forcing the veteran into a foul. Udinese earned a free kick opportunity, but Bruno's attempt sailed over the crossbar. Subsequently, Bruno surged forward, executing a daring break through the center. As Pogba approached to intercept, Bruno delivered a pass to Guilherme. Advancing with the ball, Guilherme attracted Bonucci's challenge, suddenly halting, cutting inside, feigning a shot to draw Pirlo in, before deftly flicking the ball past the veteran. Leaving Pirlo in a state of disarray, a flash of blue appeared as Bruno Fernandes charged forward, receiving the ball without breaking stride and unleashing a powerful shot. Unbeknownst to Pogba, who had been marking Bruno, the latter's decisive run caught him off guard, and he was equally astonished by Guilherme's audacious backheel flick. Buffon, one of the finest goalkeepers in contemporary football, reacted swiftly, managing to deflect the ball with his left palm. However, the shot's immense power caused the ball to veer and find its way into the net, grazing the right post. Bruno Fernandes, the Portuguese player, scored a spectacular long-range effort, marking his 48th goal of 2014, a staggering figure for a midfielder. He ranked as the 3rd highest scorer of the year, trailing only Cristiano Ronaldo, who netted 61 goals, and Lionel Messi, with 58 goals. Following his goal, Bruno was elated, sprinting towards the stands, arms raised in triumph. Allegri, animated on the sidelines, continued to issue commands, substituting in Spanish striker Morata for the towering Llorente. Guidolin also made adjustments, bringing on Badu for Kanté. As Kanté departed, the Udinese fans rose as one, applauding their French midfielder's flawless performance, which had significantly curtailed Juventus's midfield advances. The cheers at Al Sadd Stadium reverberated from the moment Bruno scored until the final whistle. Allegri, fervently directing the match from the sidelines, urged Juventus to find a way to score. However, despite their relentless efforts, Juventus could not breach Udinese's defense again, ultimately resigning themselves to a 2-3 defeat. As the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion of the match, the Al Sadd Stadium transformed entirely into the realm of Udinese. Thousands of fervent Udinese supporters, having traveled from afar, erupted into jubilant cheers, embracing and shouting with unrestrained enthusiasm. This marked Udinese's fourth trophy triumph since their victory in 2014, a year that can only be described as dreamlike for the club. Throughout its century-long history, Udinese had never managed to secure a prestigious trophy, yet this year, they astonishingly claimed fourth. Could anything be more incredible than this? For any team, winning 4 championships in a single season is a remarkable achievement. In the annals of Italian football, only the pinnacle Inter Milan of 2010 surpassed Udinese's trophy count, having secured 5 titles in that year. At that time, Inter Milan won Serie A, the Coppa Italia, the UEFA Champions League, the Italian Super Cup, and the FIFA Club World Cup, becoming the first and only quintuplet in Italian football history. Reflecting on this accomplishment, Bruno felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, a surge of historical significance igniting his spirit and empowering him. He believed that all Udinese players shared this sentiment. As the players hoisted head coach Francesco Guidolin high into the air, the stands reverberated with Udinese fans proudly displaying banners proclaiming their fourfold victory, with even a number of Qatari supporters joining in their encouragement of Udinese. With Udinese's triumph over Juventus and Qatar, claiming the 2014 Italian Super Cup, the year for Udinese came to a perfect conclusion. Throughout 2014, Bruno represented Udinese in 57 matches, achieving a staggering record of 42 goals and 38 assists. Among these, he played in Serie A 35 times, scoring 19 goals and providing 22 assists, coming remarkably close to a double 20. In European competitions, Bruno participated in the UEFA Europa League, UEFA Super Cup, Champions League playoffs, and group stages a total of 17 times, netting 21 goals and assisting 12 times, thus achieving another impressive double-double for the Portuguese national team. Despite missing the World Cup in Brazil, Bruno played in 5 friendlies and European Championship qualifiers in 2014, scoring 6 goals and providing 3 assists. In total, across the 57 matches he participated in during 2014, Bruno scored 48 goals and provided 41 assists, directly contributing to an astounding 89 goals. This statistic ranks him third among active players, trailing only behind Lionel Messi's 91 goals and 22 assists in 2012, as well as Messi's 59 goals and 36 assists in 2011. Even in the broader context of football history, a tally of 89 goals in a calendar year places him fifth, surpassed only by Messi's 2 records. Gerd Müller's 97 goals, 85 goals and 12 assists in 1972, and Pel's 96 goals, 75 goals and 21 assists in 1958. The other 3 players who achieved similar feats were all older than Bruno, with Pel being merely 18 in 1958, Müller 27, and Messi being 24 and 25 during his respective years, while Bruno was just 20. Unlike the 3 forwards, Bruno reached this milestone as a midfielder. This positional difference meant that while his goal tally of 48 was modest compared to the others' impressive figures of 70 or 80 goals, his assist total was unparalleled. Even Messi's 36 assists in 2011 paled in comparison to Bruno's 41 assists, granting him the title of the player with the most assists in a single calendar year in football history, a record previously held by Messi. Furthermore, Bruno became the first player in football history to achieve a dual milestone of 40 goals and assists in a single year. Upon the release of Bruno's 2014 personal statistics by Gazzetta dello Sport, a wave of astonishment swept through the global football community, revealing the explosive nature of this 20-year-old Portuguese prodigy's performance. Many fans online speculated that had Bruno participated in the Summer World Cup in Brazil, his personal statistics would have undoubtedly soared, potentially surpassing both Pel and Müller, positioning him just behind Messi in 2012. The fact that such an outstanding player as Bruno did not make the top 3 for the 2014 FIFA Ballon d'Or left many fans lamenting his omission. They argued that if the voting period had been extended until the winter break, Bruno would likely have secured a spot in the top 3. However, many fans believe that Udinese hindered Bruno's progress. If he were part of a top-tier team, his statistics would likely have been even more impressive, and his ranking in the Ballon d'Or standings would surely have improved, possibly even leading to a victory in that prestigious award. After all, In terms of individual statistics and team honors, Bruno was in no way inferior to his Portuguese counterpart. Cristiano Ronaldo. In 2014, Ronaldo helped Real Madrid secure the Champions League, the Copa del Rey, and the FIFA Club World Cup, which, while slightly more prestigious than Bruno's achievements, still saw Bruno exceed Ronaldo in sheer numbers. In terms of personal statistics, Bruno's 48 goals and 41 assists were comparable to Ronaldo's 61 goals and 22 assists. While Ronaldo had a notable advantage in goals scored, Bruno's overall contributions were greater. Nevertheless, Ronaldo remained the frontrunner for the Ballon d'Or, while Bruno failed to even make the top 10. This led many of Bruno's devoted fans to believe that Udinese was a detriment to his career. In this modest club, Bruno might find it challenging to achieve significant honors if he aspired to win top-tier championships, such as league titles in the major leagues or the Champions League, and to garner more personal accolades. Including a spot in the Ballon d'Or top 3 or even a potential victory, leaving Udinese for a more prestigious club would be the wisest choice. Many of Bruno's fans expressed that merely transferring to a club like Juventus, Inter Milan, or AC Milan in Serie A would not suffice for him to contend for the Ballon d'Or. The decline of Serie A was evident, having dropped to 4th place in the UEFA rankings, with the risk of further decline to 5th, highlighting the league's waning competitiveness. In the 2014 FIFA Ballon d'Or selection, only Bruno and Paul Pogba were the two players representing Serie A number that was merely higher than that of League One, and far fewer than those from the Bundesliga, let alone La Liga and the Premier League. As the highest-ranked Serie A player in the Ballon d'Or selection, Bruno was also named the league's best player for the season. On December 15, 2014, during the Serie A awards ceremony for the 2013-2014 season, Bruno was unsurprisingly honored as both the best player and best midfielder of the league, making him the first player in Italian football history to win both Serie B and Serie A Best Player awards consecutively. Once renowned as a mini-World Cup, Serie A's competitiveness had drastically diminished, now attracting less attention than the Bundesliga, and no longer comparable to La Liga or the Premier League. In fact, not only Bruno's personal fans believed that Udinese held him back, but even some Udinese supporters shared this sentiment. These ardent fans of Bruno, while reluctant to see him depart from the team and valuing the championships he brought, acknowledged that even if he were to leave Udinese now, he owed the club nothing, and in fact, Udinese owed him a great deal. This perspective is also tied to Udinese's long-standing developmental philosophy, as many notable players who rose to prominence eventually left the club. Chapter 190. Dubai holiday. With the conclusion of the Italian Super Cup, Serie A entered its winter break. While Udinese was in Qatar for the Super Cup, Vanessa accompanied the Udinese fans to the Middle East, as the two planned to enjoy a brief holiday in this foreign land. Vanessa had already booked an executive suite at the world-renowned Burj Al Arab in Dubai. Although Bruno was not yet wealthy, he was certainly well off. Meanwhile, Vanessa, though not as financially prosperous as before, remained a woman of considerable means. Now, as they vacationed in Dubai, they were eager to experience life at the iconic Burj Al Arab. Upon entering the hotel, Bruno noticed a young girl at the front desk attempting to check in. She seemed to be requesting the presidential suite, but the receptionist informed her that it was fully booked, leaving only the executive suite available. After a brief outburst of frustration, the girl ultimately resigned herself to the situation. Bruno shook his head, perceiving that the young lady before him was somewhat willful and rather picky. As she selected her room, she scrutinized her options, causing Bruno to grow increasingly impatient as he waited behind her. However, she soon acquired her room key and instructed the bellboy to deliver her luggage to her room, while she made her way towards the elevator. Observing her complete the check-in process, Bruno approached the front desk clerk and inquired in English, "Could you please tell me which room Miss Heisler is staying in?" "Please hold on," the clerk responded, checking the computer before informing him. "She is in room 2605, sir." "Thank you," Bruno replied graciously, then turned to head towards the elevator. He chose not to mention to Vanessa that he would be arriving in Dubai that evening, as he intended to surprise her. "Daddy, the presidential suite is fully booked, and now I have to settle for the executive suite." "How annoying!" she exclaimed, casting a sidelong glance at Bruno before returning to her phone conversation. "A presidential suite?" Bruno privately shook his head, reflecting on how this young woman seemed to have a taste for the finer things in life. Judging by her attire, which was replete with designer labels, her trendy appearance, and her decent looks, it was a pity that she was rather superficial. She was not the type of girl who would easily capture Bruno's attention. At that moment, the elevator arrived, and Bruno chose not to wait for her. Stepping inside first, he pressed the button for the 26th floor and politely asked, "Excuse me, miss, which floor are you heading to?" As a gentleman, he maintained a degree of courtesy. "Oh, thank you, 26th floor," the girl replied nonchalantly, still preoccupied with placing her phone into her handbag and rummaging through its contents without looking up. Bruno found it somewhat peculiar that their destinations coincided. Standing nearby, Bruno wondered what the girl was searching for until she finally retrieved a small mirror and began examining her reflection. Now in close proximity, he noticed that her face bore a few blemishes, red and inflamed, likely a result of stress. Nevertheless, even with this imperfection, she was still quite attractive. However, Bruno was in no mood to appreciate her beauty. He felt no attraction towards a wealthy and spoiled girl like her. "Oh, you're also going to the 26th floor," she remarked in surprise after finally finishing her preparations. Now speaking in English, she assessed Bruno, realizing he was quite the handsome gentleman, prompting her to glance at him a couple of times. Bruno merely smiled and remained silent, his indifference likely irking her. Yet, they were merely strangers crossing paths, and she had no grounds to express her displeasure. Despite her earlier irritation, the young lady found Bruno's gentlemanly demeanor somewhat admirable. However, feeling slightly offended, she stepped out of the elevator without further ado, with Bruno following closely behind. Soon, he arrived at room 2605, where the girl halted in front of the door, coincidentally discovering that her room was adjacent to Vanessa's. Bruno knocked gently, then stood smiling in front of the peephole, confident that he would surprise Vanessa. The girl retrieved her room key from her handbag, eyeing Bruno curiously. It was well past midnight, and she wondered what business this man had here. Beginning to question his identity, before long, the adjacent door swung open, and a woman in a nightgown rushed out, throwing herself into the arms of a man who greeted her with a smile. "Bruno, is that really you? Am I dreaming?" the woman exclaimed. "Did you miss me, my darling?" the man cooed, causing the girl to shudder with discomfort. At that moment, her perception of him drastically changed. "Is he a midnight gigolo?" she mused, noting that the woman appeared to be older than the man, leading her to suspect an improper relationship. With a sigh, she thought, what a pity, such a handsome man reduced to being a midnight escort. She lamented quietly before entering her own room, forcefully shutting the door behind her. "What a pair of shameless lovers," she scoffed, holding disdain for those involved in illicit affairs. Earlier, when Vanessa had seen Bruno waiting just outside, she had rushed out without a second thought, completely oblivious to the presence of the girl nearby now. As Bruno warmly embraced her, the girl's door slammed shut, jolting Vanessa back to reality. She realized she had been overly exuberant and lost her composure. Her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she became aware of the scrutiny. Bruno glanced over, noting that the girl had already retreated into her room. With a reassuring smile, he leaned in and whispered to Vanessa, "It's all right, just an irrelevant person. We needn't concern ourselves with her." With that, Bruno swept Vanessa off her feet and kicked the door shut behind them. Vanessa's arms wrapped around Bruno's neck, her breath quickening, her face flushed as she asked, "Why did you come tonight?" "Listen to your team celebrating?" Bruno simply chuckled, eliciting a feeling of awkwardness within Vanessa as she attempted to wriggle free from his grasp. But he held her firmly. "Everything that belongs to others is now yours, isn't it?" Vanessa whispered, unable to contain her emotions. Bruno gazed deeply into her eyes. Her face was as red as a ripe apple, her bashful demeanor stirring something within him. Without hesitation, he carried her to the bedside. Vanessa was well aware of Bruno's intentions, her heart racing and body trembling. Whereas she had once feared the exposure of their relationship, that concern had dissipated. This was not merely due to their geographical distance from Italy, where recognition was unlikely, but rather because her most pressing worries had been alleviated. Her father was no ordinary American. He was a billionaire with extensive connections. During his visit to Italy, although Vanessa had initially expressed her displeasure, it was merely a release of pent-up frustration. Given her father's influence in America, he could have shielded her from the turmoil of recent years. However, her father had neglected her relationship with her ex-boyfriend, leading to her eventual media exile and the destruction of her modeling career. Yet, the trials of the past 3 years had allowed Vanessa to mature significantly. She recognized her previous impulsiveness and could now reflect calmly on her decisions. She understood that her parents had not truly abandoned her. How else could she manage a CAF in Milan peacefully? Thus, when her father arrived in Milan, after venting her emotions, she ultimately apologized. and he used his connections to mitigate the fallout. This was not solely for her sake, but also for her future with Bruno. Henceforth, as long as she refrained from making inappropriate remarks, she need not worry about the past. Vanessa believed that Bruno would be celebrating the championship with his teammates, yet she was elated to find he had chosen to forego festivities to be with her in Dubai. The sudden arrival of happiness left her overjoyed, and she yearned for Bruno's affection. Chapter 191. The city of luxury. Unbeknownst to Bruno, events had transpired between Vanessa and her father. He planned to dedicate these days entirely to her. For their intimate connection was merely in its infancy. Now in a foreign land, one that welcomed openness and freedom, they were liberated from any reservations. Vanessa surrendered herself completely, unreservedly embracing her time with Bruno. On the 23rd, the couple explored Dubai together. This world-renowned city of luxury was unfamiliar to both, making their adventures there all the more delightful. Thus, Bruno readily acquiesced to Vanessa's request for a shopping spree. Women adorn themselves for those who truly appreciate them, a timeless truth that transcends cultures, and Vanessa was no exception. Today, she aimed to indulge in a shopping extravaganza with Bruno, transforming her appearance as a newly emerging hub of luxury. Dubai boasted nearly every luxury brand in existence, rendering it a paradise for shoppers, both women and men alike. As Bruno and Vanessa strolled through this shopping haven, they encountered an abundance of fashion. Apparel, fragrances, cosmetics, skincare products, and jewelry. Vanessa eagerly surveyed the options. While Bruno was not particularly attuned to fashion, he possessed some awareness of the luxury brand Dior. To his delight, there was a flagship store of this esteemed international brand at the shopping center in downtown Dubai. Upon entering with Vanessa, Bruno noticed a girl engaged in animated conversation with a sales associate. As they passed by, she turned, clutching a garment, and their eyes met. Initially taken aback, her expression quickly transformed into one of disdain. It turns out that the girl is the same one Bruno encountered last night at the Sailboat Hotel. She seems to be out shopping as well. Regardless, they have crossed paths once before. So Bruno merely nods at her as a form of greeting before accompanying Vanessa to the front to select clothing. After a meticulous selection process and soft inquiries to Bruno, Vanessa quickly settles on a strapless black evening gown, which she plans to pair with a vibrant orange cashmere coat. The striking contrast of red and black garments radiates a fervent passion intertwined with an air of dark mystery. Bruno has always held the belief that a woman cannot be deemed sensual without high heels. So once Vanessa has chosen this distinctive ensemble, he strongly suggests she find a matching pair of high-heeled shoes. Vanessa wholeheartedly agrees, and the two then make their way to the high-heel section of the store, where they coincidentally spot the girl from earlier. However, she merely casts a glance at Bruno and Vanessa before returning to her own shopping. Bruno notices the numerous bags surrounding her, suggesting she has indulged in quite a shopping spree. This girl must be a shopaholic. After all, spending her parents' money, she surely feels no remorse. Vanessa is not a particularly picky woman. She certainly appreciates fashion, but at this moment, her primary concern is Bruno's preferences. To accentuate her figure, she immediately zeroes in on a prominent pair of black high heels displayed in the center of the showcase. These heels complement the black evening gown she has chosen perfectly, so she casually picks them up, admiring the row of white embellishments that sparkle with dazzling brilliance. Initially, Vanessa does not pay much attention, but upon closer inspection, she realizes they are adorned with extraordinarily brilliant diamond decorations. Upon examining the price tag, she cannot help but gasp. These diamond-encrusted Dior heels are priced at an astonishing $180,000, significantly more than the outfit she just selected. While she is indeed a little heiress, with her father being a billionaire and money not being an issue, the exorbitant cost of these shoes gives her pause. Bruno quickly catches up, glancing at the heels and then at Vanessa's feet. Silently nodding in approval, Vanessa's figure is undoubtedly a masterpiece of proportions. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, she possesses long, elegant legs and rosy toes that exude sensuality, radiating femininity in every aspect. Should she don these heels, not only would they showcase her alluring feet, but they would also highlight the charm of every sensual aspect of her physique. Why not try them on? Bruno suggests, lifting the diamond-encrusted heels and showcasing them before Vanessa. After a moment of hesitation, she softly replies, These shoes do not suit me." Bruno chuckles. "What do you mean they don't suit you? You haven't even tried them on yet. Come, sit down and let me help you." With that, Bruno takes Vanessa's hand, guiding her to sit on a nearby stool. He kneels before her, taking the shoes in hand and smiling at her before gently helping her into them. While this task is typically performed by a salesperson, Bruno's personal involvement adds a unique charm to the moment. Vanessa lifts her delicate leg, allowing Bruno to remove her original shoes. As he gently lifts her long, graceful leg and slips off her old shoes. He can't help but admire her soft, smooth foot, which is a rare gem in its own right. Before placing the new shoes on her, he discreetly caresses her foot with tenderness. Once he has delicately adorned her with the expensive diamond-encrusted heels, he looks up to meet Vanessa's gaze, which is filled with warmth. "I told you these shoes were made for you." Bruno smiles, encouraging her to take a few steps. Vanessa steadies herself by gripping Bruno's shoulder as she stands. She glances at her reflection in the mirror. The black high heels exude an air of nobility and elegance, perfectly befitting her stature, while the stunning row of silver diamonds enhances the shoe's brilliance, especially when paired with her slender, delicate feet. As she takes a few tentative steps, the heels click on the marble floor, a sound Bruno relishes. Vanessa's gait resembles the ethereal grace described by Chao Ji in The Goddess of Luo. Each step a dance, Bruno finds himself irresistibly drawn to Vanessa's exquisite feet, captivated by her graceful movements, igniting a profound impulse within him. "How beautiful you are, Vanessa," he remarks. "These shoes seem custom-made just for you." As they converse, a cold voice drifts over from the side. "Those shoes cost 180,000. Can you afford them?" It turns out the girl from earlier has been watching with disdain, particularly as she witnessed Bruno kneeling tenderly to help Vanessa with her shoes. For reasons unknown, she feels a surge of jealousy. Both Bruno and Vanessa are taken aback, and Bruno turns to regard the girl, who wears a contemptuous expression. "Why is this girl so intrusive?" Bruno furrows his brow. He dislikes self-important women. To Bruno, 180,000 is not an insignificant sum, but it is also not beyond his means. His annual salary at Udinese reaches 3 million, and even after hefty taxes, he takes home over 1.7 million. When factoring in various bonuses, Bruno's yearly income surely exceeds 2 million. Of course, his current earnings primarily stem not from the club's salary and bonuses, but from endorsements. Following his summer contracts with Allianz and Joma, Bruno has secured 3 additional endorsements, although these do not carry the same weight as the previous 2. Roughly calculating, the 5 endorsements he currently holds yield him an annual income of 5 million, post-tax. Thus, Bruno's net annual income now surpasses 7.5 million. However, since Vanessa has expressed disinterest, he does not press the matter, simply nodding, "It's up to you, Vanessa." Once Vanessa has slipped back into her original shoes, she stands and smiles. "I've purchased quite a bit already, Bruno. You should look for something you like, and I'll buy it for you." In truth, their relationship has long been one of mutual giving. Yet the girl nearby remains oblivious to this. Upon hearing Vanessa's words, the girl reinforces her preconceived notions about Bruno, causing her disdainful expression to intensify. As Vanessa returns the shoes to a nearby salesperson and prepares to leave with Bruno, the girl calls out in English, "Excuse me, salesperson?" The attendant rushes over to inquire what she needs, and the girl, with an air of superiority, states, "Please wrap up those black diamond-encrusted heels for me." The attendant, puzzled, asks, "But, miss, didn't you just say you didn't like black?" The girl gazes triumphantly at Bruno and Vanessa, arrogantly declaring, "That was then. But now I think these shoes complement me perfectly, unlike some people who can't afford them and pretend otherwise." That if you can't afford it, don't try to shop at Dior. It makes me feel like my taste has diminished. Not everyone can afford a pair of diamond-encrusted shoes worth 180,000. For reasons unknown, she simply cannot tolerate the sight of Vanessa and Bruno together. Seeing everything was Vanessa settling the bill, the girl naturally looked down on her even more. She approached the counter, nonchalantly pulled out a bank card, and, with a smug smirk directed at Bruno, handed it over to the cashier. Exiting this flagship store of the Dior fashion brand, Bruno accompanied Vanessa to a nearby restaurant for lunch. Perhaps it was true that enemies do not gather without reason. Not long after they sat down, the girl from the store entered the restaurant. Oh no, encountered this spoiled girl again. A dark line appeared on Bruno's forehead as he felt that today was truly unlucky. Bruno shook his head and said, "Just last night, when I came to find you, I saw her in the elevator. She lives right next door to you, and you've seen her as well." Vanessa nodded, lifted the freshly ordered juice on the table, took a sip, and sighed. "This girl seems quite wealthy," mentioning something about $180,000. Just like that, Bruno shook his head. Such a girl is indeed rare in the world. I can tell she would squander money recklessly to tea that moment. The girl who had entered also spotted them and, after a moment of contemplation, walked directly towards Bruno and Vanessa. Bruno watched as this girl approached with her head held high, wondering if she was indeed so audacious as to provoke him. Vanessa, sensing Bruno's displeasure, quickly reached out to hold his hand in a gesture of reassurance. The girl seemed to have noticed Bruno's unfriendly demeanor. She smirked triumphantly and then turned her head away, seeking a seat by the window. Bruno rolled out of bed, the morning sea breeze wafting through the gauzy curtains, instilling a refreshing sensation. Vanessa lay on the bed, indulging in a deep slumber, her skin as fair as snow, her alluring figure perfectly sculpted. Drawing back the curtains, the breathtaking view of the Persian Gulf unfolded before him. Waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, and the palm trees rustled softly in the sea breeze. The morning sunlight spilled over the pristine sands, casting dazzling golden rays. At this moment, the beach was already bustling with activity, and Bruno felt an impulsive urge to plunge into the sea and wrestle with the waves. This thought soon materialized, as the sailboat hotel was so close to the beach that he merely had to lift his legs to step onto the sand. Many holidaymakers had chosen to swim in the morning. Just like Bruno, the abundant sunshine, suitable water temperature, and warm climate created a natural bathing paradise. Bruno engaged in some physical activities by the shore, performing relaxation exercises. Just as he prepared to dive in, he glanced around and noticed two large men in black suits standing not far off, gazing out at the sea. Bruno's pupils constricted. From his experience, it was easy to deduce that these two hefty figures were private bodyguards. It seemed that a significant person was likely swimming in the sea. Bruno chuckled to himself, completing his final set of stretches before walking to the water's edge and plunging in without hesitation. His agile form slicing through the deep sea. The waves were mild today, allowing him to swim swiftly, quickly breaking through the designated swimming area and heading into the depths. The figures on the shore shrank away, and the water grew clearer. Bruno halted, the beach's clamor fading away, leaving only the sound of crashing waves and the calls of seagulls overhead. He turned onto his back, limbs spread wide, floating motionless on the surface. Experiencing an unprecedented sense of relaxation, in the distance, he noticed a middle-aged man fervently swimming towards him. Not far behind him, a speedboat leisurely followed. The two bodyguards he had seen on the beach were undoubtedly aboard. Tasked with protecting this middle-aged man, Bruno ignored him, flipping over to continue swimming forward. He merely wished for a moment of solitude, not wanting to be disturbed by anyone. Before long, Bruno had distanced himself from the middle-aged man. He shook his head and continued to swim further out to sea, confident that his speed and stamina would allow him to shake off the man's pursuit. At this moment, he was far from the shore, unable to see any signs of land. The entire sea seemed to belong solely to him. The coastline stretched on, the water a deep azure, and the sun had risen, its rays so blinding that Bruno dared not look directly up. He maintained his floating position, allowing the sunlight to wash over him while clearing his mind, thinking of nothing and doing nothing. Just as Bruno was blissfully enjoying the sunshine of the Persian Gulf, he sensed movement beside him. Someone was swimming closer. Bruno quickly turned over. "Hey, young man, it's me." "Ha," the middle-aged man panted. "I never expected I could swim this far. Your speed is astonishing. I can hardly keep up with you." "I must truly be getting old." Bruno treaded water, noticing the speedboat had stopped a considerable distance away, at least 60 meters from him, indicating that the middle-aged man had instructed them not to follow. The fact that this man could swim here on his own demonstrated at least a strong will. Bruno had always respected the strong, and it could be said that this middle-aged man had earned his admiration. "You're doing well to have made it this far," Bruno nodded, his hands slicing through the water to stay afloat. "I think so too," the middle-aged man replied, somewhat self-satisfied. Seeing that Bruno still intended to swim further out, the middle-aged man asked in surprise, "Are you planning to swim out even more?" Bruno gazed at the boundless horizon, nodding resolutely. This distance was nothing to him. Before his crossing, Bruno had already been renowned in the world of football for his extraordinary stamina, rarely taking a break throughout a season. Now, after crossing over and undergoing specialized training with the Guidolin coaching team, coupled with the regular stamina training arranged by the master system, his physical condition had reached an extraordinary level. "You are truly impressive. I can't keep up anymore, young man," You enjoy yourself, I won't accompany you, he said with a smile, waving at the speedboat, signaling for them to come over. Just as Bruno was about to swim ahead, the middle-aged man inquired, "May I take the boat and follow you?" He understood that this middle-aged man wasn't simply suggesting to accompany him. He was likely concerned for his safety, considering he had already swum so far alone, which would be deemed perilous by ordinary standards. Today, he felt remarkably relaxed. The middle-aged man had already boarded the speedboat, trailing behind for protection. His graceful swimming style elicited admiration from the man on the boat, who was eager to meet this swimming prodigy. After Bruno reached the shore, the middle-aged man approached with admiration, giving Bruno a thumbs up. "Remarkable. You swam at least 10,000 meters just now." Bruno merely smiled, picked up a towel from the beach to dry himself, then nodded at the middle-aged man as he walked towards the sailboat hotel. The middle-aged man followed closely behind, surprised to see him enter the hotel, and hurried after, walking alongside Bruno. "Oh, so you're staying here as well?" Bruno casually replied, "Yes, just here for vacation." "Haha, what a coincidence. I'm here on vacation too. We can consider ourselves neighbors. My name is Jassim. Pleased to meet you," he said, extending his hand to Bruno. Though Bruno did not recognize him, the man's enthusiasm left him little choice but to shake his hand. At that moment, Bruno noticed that Jassim's hand was long and well-maintained. "Young man, what's your name?" the middle-aged man asked. "Bruno," he replied. "Haha, I don't know why, but I feel an instant connection with you. I'm here vacationing alone, and my daughter has no interest in accompanying this old man, running off to have fun all night. Would you be free to join me for a cup of coffee later? It's exquisite Blue Mountain coffee, a gift from a friend. You should give it a try," he earnestly invited Bruno. Bruno hesitated. Considering the man's sincere intentions, he felt it would be impolite to refuse. Furthermore, he was somewhat curious about Mr. Jassim, who was accompanied by 2 bodyguards, thinking that interacting with such a successful individual would enrich his experience. "I'm not much of a coffee drinker, but since it's your kind invitation, Mr. Jassim, I shall gladly accept." Bruno was taken aback. Room 2606 was the very room of that girl who had left him speechless earlier. Surely, Mr. Jassim couldn't be the girl's father, could he? That would be rather kitsch. Nevertheless, Bruno finally said, "Then let's go together. I'm in room 2605, it's on the way." Upon hearing Bruno's words, Mr. Jassim was also taken aback, then laughed. "Haha, what a coincidence. In this huge hotel, we are indeed neighbors." Bruno nodded and said, "We'll discuss it later. I need to take a shower and change my clothes first, as I have a guest to visit shortly." "A guest?" Vanessa inquired, somewhat surprised. "Yes, I just met him while swimming in the sea, and he invited me over," Bruno explained. After taking a shower, Bruno had breakfast with Vanessa, changed into more formal attire, and then stepped out. He pressed the doorbell of room 2606, and soon the door opened to reveal one of the 2 bodyguards he had seen earlier standing at the entrance, indicating that their protection of the middle-aged man was indeed stringent. "Mr. Fernandes has arrived," the bodyguard greeted Bruno, adding that Mr. Alessani is waiting for you inside. Bruno nodded, realizing that the man's surname was Alessani, and his mind began to connect the dots regarding the man's identity. The bodyguard turned to open the door and led Bruno inside. The executive suite was similar in layout to Vanessa's, as they were both on the same floor. In fact, the rooms at the sailboat hotel, ranging from the most ordinary luxury suites to the most opulent presidential suites, shared a common theme: luxury. This world-renowned 7-star hotel boasts a total of 202 rooms, with even the lowest-tier accommodations spanning 170 square meters in duplex style, while the pinnacle presidential suite reaches an impressive 780 square meters. The executive suite where Bruno was staying was a top-tier suite, second only to the presidential suite, with an area exceeding 600 square meters, featuring 2 bedrooms, a reception room, a study, a cinema, and 2 living rooms. After a brief glance around, Bruno was led directly to the reception room by the bodyguard, who invited him to sit down, saying, "Mr. Alessani will be with you shortly. Please wait a moment." With that, the bodyguard quickly stepped away. As soon as the bodyguard left, Bruno heard some faint commotion coming from upstairs, but he paid it little mind. After a short while, Mr. Alessani entered the room. "Ha, Bruno, you've arrived. I apologize for the wait. I had a few matters to attend to at home," he said with a broad smile, holding a tin box that presumably contained the exquisite Blue Mountain coffee he had mentioned earlier. "No worries, I just got here myself," Bruno replied as he turned to face him. "Please, have a seat." Mr. Alassani gestured for Bruno to sit down, and they settled into their respective places. It's truly a delight to share such fine coffee with you. As they sat in the reception room, a servant soon entered to prepare coffee for the two of them. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, with Jassim praising Bruno's swimming prowess, even questioning if he was a professional swimmer. To which Bruno humbly shook his head, laughing it off as inconsequential. Engaging in light banter, Bruno found Mr. Alassani to be quite charming and humorous, devoid of any airs of superiority. After a while, a young girl's voice rang out from outside the reception room. "Daddy, I'm going out to play." Jassim frowned slightly and turned to Bruno, offering an apologetic smile before rebuking, "Who is making such a racket? Don't you know Daddy has a guest?" At that moment, Bruno turned around and caught sight of the girl, who exclaimed in surprise, "What? It's you?" Having interacted with Mr. Alassani for a while, Bruno believed that this Qatari prince was not the type to react harshly, so he recounted the incident from a couple of days prior. As he spoke, the girl's expression shifted from pale to flushed. Upon hearing Bruno's account, Jassim appeared somewhat exasperated, saying, "My daughter has a penchant for causing trouble. I sincerely apologize." "It's not like that, Daddy," the girl immediately interjected, clinging to her father's hand and attempting to charm him. She certainly did not dare to tell her father that she had deemed Bruno to be a midnight gigolo, intending to create difficulty for him. "You still need to apologize to Mr. Fernandes." Jassim's expression darkened, indicating his disappointment. It seemed his daughter had concealed many things from him, and he felt it necessary to teach her a lesson. Alsha, hearing her father's words, reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, "What? Apologize to him? Absolutely not." The idea of a distinguished princess like herself apologizing to a midnight gigolo was utterly unacceptable to her, with a resentful glare at Bruno. She turned and dashed away. Jassim, troubled by his daughter's unreasonable behavior, turned to Bruno with an apologetic demeanor, saying, "Alas, it is my failure in upbringing that has brought you such amusement." Bruno quickly reassured him. "No need for apologies. It is merely a misunderstanding. I perceive that Miss Alsha is still quite young and lacks understanding. She will gradually come to comprehend things. Let's not dwell on past incidents to avoid further upsetting her." "Indeed," Jassim nodded, appreciating Bruno's magnanimity. "Come, let us enjoy our coffee." As they resumed their seats, Bruno had begun to ascertain Mr. Alassani's identity with greater certainty. Tentatively, he asked, "So, are you from Qatar, Mr. Alassani?" Jassim did not deny it, nodding, "Yes, I am Sheikh Jassim, of the Alassani family." Though Qatar is a small nation, the Alassani family is indeed part of its royal lineage, wielding significant influence across the Arab world. Bruno's apparent indifference intrigued Jassim, who felt a flicker of suspicion. "Oh, I am merely a player. My achievements pale in comparison to those of Mr. Alassani," Bruno replied nonchalantly. "I see." Jassim chuckled, recognizing Bruno's reluctance to discuss himself further, and thus refrained from pressing the matter. As they became more familiar with each other, their conversation flowed freely across various topics. Before they knew it, noon arrived, and seeing that it was getting late, Bruno stood to take his leave. Jassim warmly invited him to a barbecue he was hosting on the beach that evening, expressing his hope that Bruno would attend. After a moment's consideration, Bruno nodded in agreement, recognizing that engaging with someone of Jassim's stature could prove beneficial. Chapter 194. Sulla. Bruno first learned of Jassim before his time travel. When news of the Qatari prince's interest in acquiring Manchester United circulated widely online, naturally, Bruno took notice and came to understand this football-loving prince who preferred the sport over his kingdom. From a young age, Jassim was favored by his father, King Hamad, who often engaged him in discussions about state affairs and governance. Upon becoming the crown prince, Jassim began to shoulder the responsibilities of a future leader. He received his education at the prestigious Shelbourne School in England and completed his studies at the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst, one of the world's 4 major military academies. However, becoming a king burdened with power was not Jassim's lifelong aspiration. Instead, he cherished football and the arts, yearning for a life of freedom. He once penned a letter to his father, stating, "As I have always told you, I do not wish to be appointed as crown prince." Jassim previously held the position of chairman of the Qatari football club Al Sadd, and his passion for football played a pivotal role in establishing the Qatari Golden League. During the 2004 Asian Cup, he visited Beijing and remarked to reporters, "Beijing is beautiful. The people are not as numerous as imagined, and it is much safer than expected." Additionally, This Qatari prince is a fervent Manchester United fan, which only fueled his desire to acquire the club. It was precisely for this reason that Bruno found it advantageous to befriend him, as Jassim might very well become his employer in the future. Of course, Bruno was unaware that after his time travel, Jassim had encountered obstacles in his pursuit of purchasing Manchester United, as the Glazer family, the club's current owners, were insatiably greedy, demanding an exorbitant price for the sale. Consequently, Jassim chose to abandon the endeavor. Even as a Manchester United fan, he could not afford to be taken advantage of due to his passion. In the afternoon, Jassim used his connections to gather information about Bruno. Discovering that he was currently one of the most sought-after superstars in the world of football, which took him by surprise. In fact, Jassim had the opportunity to meet Bruno sooner, as Udinese and Juventus had recently played a match in Qatar for the Italian Super Cup, and the football-loving Jassim had originally planned to attend. However, he was delayed due to other commitments. Valuing an extraordinary talent like Bruno, Jassim was particularly enthusiastic during the evening's barbecue, engaging in extensive discussions about football, and even touching upon the upcoming Qatar World Cup. Although the Brazilian World Cup had only recently concluded and the Russian World Cup cycle was just beginning, Qatar's role as the host of the 2022 World Cup had been confirmed shortly after the conclusion of the South African World Cup 4 years prior. Recently, the renowned British media outlet, The Times, devoted 10 pages to report on the allegation that Qatar purchased the rights to host the 2022 World Cup. And around 2011, Qatari Football Association official Heyman allegedly paid a total of $5 million to certain FIFA officials, along with providing them complimentary travel, accommodations in luxury hotels, in the company of beautiful companions with champagne, as well as gifting lavish cars. Through this financial onslaught, Qatar wrested the hosting rights from the hands of the United States and Australia. Such revelations have cast a negative shadow on Qatar's international reputation. As a key member of the Qatar World Cup Organizing Committee, Jassim feels quite troubled by this. Bruno suggests that Qatar football should take a more outward approach, such as naturalizing some talented players to enhance the strength of Qatari football, or acquiring teams from Europe's top 4 leagues to bolster its influence. In fact, these strategies are already in motion, having acquired Paris Saint-Germain 3 years prior. However, in Bruno's view, Paris Saint-Germain's impact on European football remains rather limited. While it serves Qatar's external publicity, the effect is not as pronounced as desired. Furthermore, Bruno shares his allegiance to Manchester United, which delights Jassim, as it establishes a common bond between them. Bruno's subtle hints aim to inspire Jassim to consider acquiring Manchester United sooner, in order to liberate the Red Devils from the clutches of American ownership, avoiding a prolonged period of decline as experienced in the past. Although European nations often criticize the phenomenon of money in football, an increasing number of examples have proven that in today's world, financial resources are indispensable for a team aspiring to achieve success. As the winter transfer window officially opened in 2015, the renowned player market in European football became bustling, with Udinese performing admirably this season, leading the Serie A standings by 4 points and advancing to the knockout stages of the Champions League as group leaders. Major European clubs are keenly eyeing Udinese. Almost every player on Udinese's first-team roster has drawn the attention of these footballing giants. In the past, the Pozzo family would have readily opened the club's doors for the right price, as no player was deemed untouchable. However, this time, the Pozzo family, having learned through Guidolin of Bruno's ambition to challenge for the Serie A title, is cautious. The most compelling reason remains Udinese's current dominance in the standings, with even the formidable Juventus being eclipsed by them. This has led the astute Gianpaolo Pozzo to see hope for Udinese to clinch the Serie A championship. Trading these players for a chance at the Serie A title over half a season is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Moreover, should Udinese indeed secure the championship, the allure of such an accolade would inevitably enhance the market value of these players, allowing for even more profitable sales later on. It is also an unwritten rule in football that significant transfers are rarely made during the winter break. Most valuable transfers tend to occur in the summer transfer window. In the current context of Udinese, Bruno occupies a uniquely significant role. Due to his exceptional performance, head coach Guidolin often seeks Bruno's opinion when setting team objectives or devising tactics for particular matches. Furthermore, Bruno's efforts in acquiring promising players such as Kanté, Cancelo, and Mahrez have led to him being consulted by the club's general manager, Giroud. For instance, during this winter transfer window, Giroud, representing the Pozzo family, rejected nearly all overtures from clubs seeking Udinese key players. However, upon Bruno's recommendation, Udinese successfully negotiated several transactions with Chelsea. Following Udinese's impressive performance, Mourinho has expressed interest in several players, particularly the two midfielders, Kanté and Allen. While Bruno is reluctant to see both players depart, he ultimately advises Giroud to exchange Allen for Chelsea's young winger Sulla, who has struggled for playing time under Mourinho. Last winter, the 21-year-old Basel forward transferred to Chelsea for £15 million, yet he has seen limited action, featuring in only 19 matches and scoring 2 goals. British media have labeled him a flop. Nevertheless, as a time traveler, Bruno is acutely aware of Sulla's promising future. The Egyptian winger has transformed from a disappointment to a success in Serie A. The prospect of acquiring him excites Bruno, as he believes Sulla could significantly impact their pursuit of the league title. Despite questions surrounding Bruno's interest in a player deemed a failure, Giroud, trusting Bruno's judgment, engaged in negotiations with Chelsea, ultimately achieving success. Thus, on the third day of the winter transfer window, Udinese officially announced their first transaction, a player swap with Chelsea, trading Brazilian midfielder Alan Marcos Loureiro for Egyptian forward Mohamed Salah. Italian media generally view this transaction unfavorably, as the 22-year-old Egyptian winger, while having performed adequately during his 2 years at Basel, has been disappointing at Chelsea. A player unable to thrive in a top league seems an unnecessary acquisition for Udinese, especially when the counterpart is a key midfielder who has contributed significantly over the past 2 years. Indeed, on paper, this trade appears advantageous for Udinese. They had signed Allen for a mere €3 million last summer, while Chelsea had purchased Sulla for a staggering £15 million, exceeding €18 million. Currently, market estimates value the Brazilian midfielder at €15 million, while Sulla, following a year of underperformance, is valued at only €10 million. European media have pegged the transfer fee at €18 million, indicating Sulla's inflated value at 80%, compared to Allen's mere 20%. Such evaluations have led Italian media to deem Udinese's player exchange a significant loss. Nonetheless, both players are elated with the transfer. For Allen, while Udinese currently holds the Serie A top spot, it remains a smaller club. Chelsea, on the other hand, is atop the Premier League and stands as one of the most coveted teams in contemporary football. This transfer marks a significant elevation in his career status. Moreover, what truly entices him is the substantial financial gain. While at Udinese, his annual salary was €80,000, placing him in the mid-range among his peers. However, upon joining Chelsea, his weekly wage skyrockets to £30,000, translating to an annual income of £156,000, or nearly €200,000, an over twofold increase. This is undeniably exhilarating. As for Sulla, he too is eager to depart Chelsea. On one hand, he has received little recognition from Mourinho, making opportunities at Chelsea scarce. At the age of 22, he can no longer afford to waste time. If he cannot find chances at Chelsea, he seeks them elsewhere. Udinese presents an appealing option, having won the Europa League last season and currently leading the Serie A standings, alongside progression to the Champions League knockout stages. Showcasing a performance on par with Chelsea, Sulla has analyzed Udinese's squad situation and recognizes a significant lack of forwards. Aside from the top-tier Di Natale, the remaining forwards are rather average, though players like Muriel and Teo boast decent statistics. This is largely attributed to the presence of Bruno, a prodigious talent who was awarded the European Golden Boy last season for his remarkable assist capabilities, with a staggering 41 assists in a single calendar year. He shattered Messi's record, a feat difficult to fathom for a smaller club like Udinese. Sulla exudes confidence, firmly believing that if he had a top-tier playmaker like Bruno behind him, his statistics would undoubtedly surpass those of players like Muriel and Teo. Thus, upon learning of Udinese's interest in signing him, Sulla agreed without hesitation, even though his income would be nearly halved after the transfer. Consequently, this transaction was completed without any unexpected complications. In truth, the player Mourinho most coveted from Udinese was Bruno. Both players share the same agent, Mendes, and Mourinho even inquired through Mendes whether Bruno would be interested in playing for Chelsea, to which Bruno unequivocally declined. Admittedly, his style of play would align perfectly with the counter-attacking tactics favored by Mourinho's Chelsea. Yet Bruno felt no inclination to join the club. Furthermore, he was well aware that Mourinho's days at Chelsea were numbered. As he entered his third year, it was likely he would soon find himself in a situation of widespread discontent, leading to his dismissal by Abramovich. Under such circumstances, Bruno naturally would not consider a move to Chelsea. After Bruno's decisive rejection, a resigned Mourinho had no choice but to continue his search for targets in the transfer market. Currently, Mourinho's second stint at Chelsea is yielding promising results. After 20 rounds of Premier League matches, Chelsea boasts a record of 14 wins, 4 draws, and 2 losses, temporarily placing them at the top of the league with 46 points. In fact, the current Premier League standings are quite intriguing, as both Chelsea and second-placed Manchester City have identical records, even matching in goals scored and conceded. Each team has netted 44 goals while conceding 19. Meanwhile, third place is occupied by Van Gaal's Manchester United, who have accumulated 37 points, narrowly outpacing the surprise team Southampton by a single point. The scoreline reflects the significant gap between the Red Devils and the two blue teams. On January 6, 2015, Udinese is set to host their first match of the new year at the Friuli Stadium against the Red Wolves, Roma, as a highly anticipated clash between the top team in Serie A and the third-place team. This matchup is capturing worldwide attention. Consequently, this match is a focal point for all Italian media. Among the stories garnering attention is Udinese's recent signing. On the afternoon of January 5, at the Udinese training facilities gym, Guidolin encountered Sulla, who was drenched in sweat after completing a strength workout. Following the agreement reached between Udinese and Chelsea on January 3, Sulla had flown to Italy that very day and subsequently passed Udinese's medical examination to join the first-team training. "How are you feeling?" Guidolin inquired. "Absolutely fantastic, coach. I am ready for the match," Sulla promptly replied. "Excellent," Guidolin nodded, pausing briefly before asking, "You are aware of what the media has been saying, correct?" Sulla's mood visibly shifted, and he responded glumly, "Yes, coach." "What are your thoughts?" Guidolin probed. "I will demonstrate my capabilities through goals, showing them that Sulla can contribute to the team," Sulla asserted with determination. "This lad is quite sharp, with a commendable attitude," Guidolin acknowledged, understanding that Sulla feared losing his coach's trust due to the media's remarks. "This is the attitude we need," Guidolin praised. "Mohammed, you are destined for a brilliant career. You possess talent, and most importantly, you work hard." "Thank you, coach," Sulla immediately replied. "Coach, will I be starting tomorrow?" "You will not be in the starting lineup," Guidolin said with a smile. Observing Sulla's disappointment, he continued, "However, I will bring you on in the second half." "All right, coach," Sulla replied, somewhat dejected. Noting the Egyptian's low spirits, Guidolin smiled, recognizing that such a young player requires ample encouragement to build confidence. Guidolin fixed his gaze on Sulla and asked, "Mohammed, do you trust me?" Sulla looked at Guidolin. Puzzled by the coach's intent, "I have a keen eye for talent. You must acknowledge that," Guidolin stated. "Yes, they all say you have a good eye, so what do you have to worry about?" Guidolin chuckled. "You were acquired from Chelsea as my main defensive midfielder. I have faith in you." Upon hearing this, Sulla's demeanor noticeably brightened. "What you need to do now is prepare thoroughly. We will need your goals tomorrow," Guidolin encouraged, patting Sulla on the shoulder as he spoke. Guidolin mimicked the media's tone, saying, "How will the media report after the match?" The young Sulla came off the bench and showcased his exceptional performance and goal-scoring ability, proving once again that he is a remarkable striker. And Coach Guidolin's talent-spotting skills are reaffirmed. He, Sulla chuckled, envisioning such a scenario with palpable anticipation in his eyes. "Rest well today and prepare for tomorrow's match," Guidolin instructed. "Yes, coach," Sulla replied cheerfully, watching the Egyptian leave in high spirits. Guidolin's expression shifted, revealing a touch of uncertainty. Regarding the swap of Allen for Sulla, Guidolin harbored doubts. However, the club's general manager insisted, and with Bruno's encouragement, he ultimately acquiesced. Now, it was time to see Sulla's performance. And Guidolin found himself growing increasingly hesitant. On January 6, at the Friuli Stadium, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. The match had progressed to the 65th minute, with the score still tied at 1-1 in the first half. Bruno scored with a long-range shot, giving Udinese an initial lead. However, just before halftime, Roma equalized. Totti's cross found a story, whose header struck the underside of the crossbar, crossing the goal line before bouncing out. The referee decisively signaled the goal as valid. Despite protest from Udinese players, slow-motion replays confirmed the referee's correct decision. After the halftime interval, both teams continued to battle fiercely. Since the dawn of the new century, Roma has consistently been a formidable force in Italian football, particularly excelling in the last 2 seasons. Last season, they achieved an impressive 8 consecutive victories, leading the Serie A standings for an extended period. Although they later experienced a decline, they remained strong contenders for the Serie A title, ultimately finishing in second place. This season, Roma continues to be regarded by the media as a top contender for the championship. Following the winter break, Roma's performance has not disappointed, as they have consistently ranked near the top of the standings. As the winter recess concluded, Roma boasted a record of 11 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses from 16 Serie A matches, accumulating 36 points, placing them third in the league, trailing only behind Udinese with 41 points and Juventus with 37 points. Such a formidable opponent is precisely the type of challenge Udinese wishes to avoid. Today, Roma, visiting the Friuli Stadium, displayed a highly proactive approach, taking the initiative in the match. For Roma, who aim to contend for the championship, their encounter with Udinese is of paramount importance, essentially a 6-point match. A defeat at the Friuli Stadium would leave them trailing the leaders by 8 points, whereas a victory could reduce the deficit to just 2 points. Since Juventus is also facing a tough match against Inter Milan later that evening, should they fail to secure all 3 points, Roma could leapfrog Juventus into second place with a win over Udinese. Roma is determined to achieve 3 points against Udinese, while Udinese is equally eager for a home victory. At this moment, wearing the number 20 jersey, Mohamed Salah stands on the sidelines, awaiting an opportunity during a dead ball. Guidolin has decided to substitute Salah in for Muriel. The Colombian forward, who started the match alongside Di Natale, has delivered a rather lackluster performance. Today, Guidolin has deployed a 4-4-2 formation, with Di Natale and Muriel leading the attack, while Bruno, Kanté, Guilherme, and Widmer constitute the midfield quartet. Arranged in a diamond shape, Salah's entry in place of Muriel is a strategic substitution. Guidolin stands beside Salah, wrapping an arm around the young Egyptian as he imparts final instructions before his entrance. Our right-back Maicon is aging and may soon face fatigue, Guidolin remarked. You know what to do. Exploit my speed to take him on, Salah replied. Correct, Guidolin affirmed. Your task is not to dribble past him. I will have Antonio assist you, and your mission is to use your speed to penetrate behind him. Understood? Understood. Salah nodded, fully aware of his strengths, namely speed and explosiveness, though he acknowledged that his shooting skills require further refinement. Nevertheless, since the coach has simply instructed him to utilize his speed against Maicon, Salah feels confident. He is no stranger to Roma's right-back, Maicon, once hailed as the world's premier right-back in his prime, who is now nearing 35 years of age and has long since lost his former prowess. Had he been up against a peak-performing Maicon, Salah might have felt some trepidation, but facing a nearly 35-year-old veteran instills him with confidence. Upon seeing Maicon, Salah could not help but reminisce about the unforgettable moments that transpired over 4 years ago at the Miazza Stadium. Perhaps he could replicate the remarkable feat of that Welshman? Bruno and Antonio would also be encouraged to attempt more through balls. Guidolin, unaware of the thoughts swirling in Salah's mind, continued, Your task is to run, utilize your speed, seize the ball, penetrate the penalty area, and disrupt Roma's defense. Salah remained silent, merely nodding vigorously. He felt a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. The team was struggling to break the deadlock, and the coach's decision to send him on was an affirmation of his potential. It was a scenario that countless young players dreamt of, coming off the bench at a critical moment when the team desperately needed a goal, striving to turn the tide and become a hero. Now, he yearned for that dream to materialize. Finally, a stoppage in play occurred, and Udinese swiftly made a substitution. The beautiful commentator, Diletta Liata, announced, Udinese has made their first substitution, bringing on the 22-year-old Egyptian winger, Mohamed Salah, who replaces Muriel, whose performance today clearly did not meet Guidolin's expectations. Just 3 days prior, the young Egyptian had announced his transfer to Udinese, with the club parting ways with key midfielder Alan Marquez to secure his services. This exchange had drawn considerable criticism from the media, as the 24-year-old Brazilian had excelled during his 2+ years at Udinese, playing over 120 matches and being a vital player in Udinese's quadruple triumph in 2014. I do not believe that introducing Salah at such a crucial moment, when a goal is needed, is a prudent decision. One might argue, on one hand, Salah had scarcely participated in formal matches recently, leaving his form uncertain. On the other, he had joined Udinese just 3 days ago and lacked chemistry with his teammates. If Coach Guidolin truly believed in the Egyptian's potential, perhaps it would be wiser to give him a chance to find his rhythm in a less pressured situation when the team had a comfortable lead. Salah dashed onto the pitch, first seeking out his partner, team captain Di Natale, who said something, though the latter clearly did not comprehend. Born in Egypt, Salah initially spoke only Arabic. However, his 2 years in Basel had enabled him to grasp French, and a year at Chelsea had imparted some basic English. Yet, he was entirely unfamiliar with Italian. This lad ought to be urged to learn Italian swiftly, Guidolin remarked from the sidelines. Sulla's proficiency in Arabic and French, coupled with his limited English and utter lack of Italian, rendered communication with both players and coaching staff rather challenging. Guidolin could converse with Sulla due to his rudimentary English, which barely sufficed for mutual understanding. Bruno, fluent in Italian and proficient in English, had no such issues communicating with Sulla and Di Natale. The stoppage led to a throw-in for Roma in the attacking third. Roma's left back, Pogba, tossed the football to his teammate. Left midfielder Kevin Strootman. Strootman skillfully controlled the ball, executed an elegant turn, and deftly nudged it with his toe, twisting his body to evade Cancelo. Strootman successfully bypassed Cancelo. "That was too reckless," exclaimed assistant coach Polteruxi anxiously from the sidelines. Guidolin remained silent. On one hand, it was Cancelo's lack of experience, and on the other, one-on-one defending was not his forte. Fortunately, Udinese had the stalwart Canty to rely on. Strootman had just passed the ball to the supporting De Rossi, who, upon turning, was met with Canty's fierce visage. The French midfielder charged in, decisively poking the ball away, but in his haste, he inadvertently clattered into De Rossi, preventing the latter from recovering in time to contest for the ball. Guidolin nodded, acknowledging that after a year and a half of honing his skills, Canty's defensive capabilities had become exceptional, and his experience had grown significantly. This was precisely why Guidolin felt confident in letting Allen go. Canty's burgeoning performance, coupled with the untapped potential of Widmer and Guilherme, as well as the presence of Badu and Pizzella, meant Udinese was well stocked in the defensive midfield department. However, they lacked a reliable scoring option up front beyond Di Natale. Guilherme seized the opportunity before others, passing directly to the advancing Cancelo. The young left-back, having been recently outmaneuvered by Strootman, showcased his talents in the attacking phase. He glanced ahead and delivered a precise diagonal long pass, propelling himself forward. Counterattack. This is Udinese's moment. The ball was aimed directly at Di Natale. Roma's center-back Manolas contested the aerial challenge with Di Natale, but the 23-year-old quickly realized he was outmatched by the seasoned 37-year-old. Experience proved invaluable. Di Natale skillfully anticipated the ball's descent and leapt, successfully outpacing the Roma defender to seize the opportunity. In this scenario, despite Manolas being 14 years younger and boasting a nearly 10-centimeter height advantage, he failed to claim the ball. Bruno, Di Natale called. The Udinese captain executed a header to redirect the ball. Bruno surged forward, opting not to control it, but rather to volley it into the forward zone. At that moment, spectators beheld a swift black-and-white silhouette darting down the left flank. Sulla, racing with remarkable speed. Roma's other center-back, Astori, hurriedly pivoted to pursue the ball, believing he could reach it first. However, in the next heartbeat, Astori was left in awe as the young Egyptian, who had started several meters behind, caught up effortlessly. Alarmed, Astori made a split-second decision to slide tackle. Sulla, what incredible speed! Astori, tackle, Deletta Liata exclaimed. Astori, seasoned in his craft, understood the urgency of the situation. He had to act swiftly before being overtaken. The Egyptian. His pace is astonishing. Just as everyone anticipated the conclusion of Udinese's offensive, with Roma's goalkeeper De Sanctis poised to clear the ball, the black-and-white figure surged forward, accelerating past Astori, showing no signs of slowing down. The goalkeeper, initially intent on a straightforward clearance, grew anxious upon perceiving the rapidly approaching silhouette. He charged forward, swinging his right foot to clear the ball, aiming to kick it out of bounds and temporarily alleviate the crisis. That moment, Sulla executed a daring slide tackle. Sulla, a sliding shot, just a hair's breadth away. Sulla's raised right foot barely grazed the ball as it was cleared by the Roma goalkeeper, causing it to slow and alter its trajectory, rolling towards the corner flag. Cancelo, Deletta Liata shouted. The ball soared through the air, and De Sanctis, struggling to regain his footing, extended his arm in a desperate attempt to reach it. But it was a half-height ball that evaded him completely. In the center, Udinese captain Di Natale charged forward, entangled with Manolas, both grappling for possession but unable to touch the ball. What a pity. The back post, Bruno and Roma's fullback Maicon both sprinted, akin to competitors in a photo finished. The last moment, Bruno gained the upper hand. He raced at full speed. He launched himself forward. The ball struck his knee, rebounded to his chest, and ultimately, propelled by his momentum, rolled into the net. Gulawul, Bruno, Bruno, Bruno. A goal. Udinese has once again taken the lead at 2-1. They executed a lightning-fast counterattack. Bruno rose from the net, dashing towards the corner flag, jubilantly leaping and shouting, followed closely by Di Natale, Cancelo, Kanté, and Sulla. Despite feeling a tinge of disappointment for narrowly missing the goal, Sulla was primarily elated, witnessing his efforts yield a vital scoring opportunity for the team. Bruno. This marks his 15th goal of the season in the league, with 17 rounds of matches completed, a tally of 15 goals, nearly averaging 0.9 goals per game, places him among the elite few in Europe with a higher scoring rate. Notably, Bruno had also provided 9 assists. Cancelo's assist was exceptionally crafted. The young lad's clever pass left the goalkeeper powerless to respond, as Cancelo set up Bruno, and once again, the two Portuguese youngsters in Udinese ranks connected brilliantly. Most commentators extolled the remarkable goal by Bruno and the assist provided by Cancelo, yet the head coach of Udinese chose to laud Sulla. "Well done, Mohamed," Guidolin shouted from the sidelines, clapping his hands. Bruno was in excellent form, requiring little of his concern. It was Sulla who now needed the utmost attention and encouragement. Furthermore, this goal was born from Sulla's relentless effort, as his unyielding pace exerted considerable pressure on the opponent's defenders and goalkeeper. Ultimately, it was Sulla's deft touch that deflected the ball, slowing its momentum just enough to afford Cancelo the opportunity to catch up and deliver the assist before the ball crossed the sideline. Upon witnessing his team concede, Roma's coach, Rudy Garcia, promptly made a substitution, bringing off the team's veteran captain, the 38-year-old Totti, and replacing him with Florenzi. Given Totti's advanced age, coupled with the high intensity of the match against Udinese, after over 60 minutes of play, he found himself unable to continue. The nearly 24-year-old Florenzi, a product of Roma's youth academy, was a swift winger, adept at operating along the right flank and capable of fulfilling any role on that side. Upon his introduction, Florenzi took up the right winger position, pushing the original right winger, Ljajic, into a central forward role. Roma aimed to bolster their offensive efforts on the right, seeking to suppress Udinese's left flank. Guidolin immediately called out Cancelo's name, cautioning the Portuguese, who was filling in as left back, to be wary of the opponent's counterattack speed on that flank. Guidolin felt reassured by Cancelo's capabilities. Although Florenzi was quick, Cancelo matched his pace without trepidation. Subsequently, Guidolin approached Bruno, the midfield linchpin, to impart critical insights. If Roma sought to attack Udinese's left side, then Udinese could exploit the space left open by Roma's aggressive pressing on that flank for a counterattack. Guidolin swiftly adapted to Roma's substitution, preparing to capitalize on the gaps left by their rightward pressure, a testament to an astute coach's keen instincts. However, he did not anticipate Udinese's next goal would arrive so rapidly. In the 69th minute, Florenzi attempted to outpace Cancelo down the right, but Cancelo had already discerned Florenzi's intentions. He immediately countered with equal vigor, positioning himself to effectively displace Florenzi before passing the ball to centre-back Maguire, who in turn fed it to the advancing Bruno. Bruno feigned a run to draw the attention of the nearest Roma defensive midfielder, De Rossi, before deftly passing to the supporting Widmer, while vocally urging forward. Widmer received the ball, turned, glanced ahead, and with a flick of his ankle, launched a long pass that traversed half the pitch, heading straight for Roma's half. Sulla. This is for him. He sprinted forward, pursued closely by Astori. As the ball descended, Sulla nudged it forward with his head and accelerated. Resembling a cheetah in flight, he surged ahead. The Egyptian was on the move. Sulla deftly directed the ball forward with his head, simultaneously using his speed to outpace Astori, a commendable choice executed flawlessly. The only imperfection lay in the force with which Sulla connected with the ball. It had already drifted slightly out of reach as Roma's goalkeeper. De Sanctis charged forward. De Sanctis is closer to the ball, exclaimed the local commentator. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his voice escalated. Oh my God! On the pitch, Sulla's legs appeared to be propelled by rockets, his physical explosiveness reaching its zenith. Though he had initially been further from the ball, in the blink of an eye, he caught up, beating Roma's goalkeeper to it, and with a deft touch, sent the ball bouncing past the advancing keeper. Rolling into the net, the voice of the beautiful commentator from Sky Italia rang out. Sulla! The ball is in. What a magnificent strike. Such a splendid goal. This is speed. This is speed. Sulla has scored. The Egyptian has netted his first goal for Udinese, 3-1. He has secured victory for Udinese. From the moment Widmer initiated the counterattack with his long pass, a fervent cheer erupted from the stands of the Friuli Stadium. As Sulla raced towards the goal in pursuit of the ball, the cheers reached a crescendo. However, as De Sanctis seemed poised to reclaim control of the ball, a collective gasp of disappointment resonated from the stands, lamenting the missed opportunity for Sulla. Yet, the moment the ball crossed the goal line, an instant silence fell over the Friuli Stadium, as even the home fans seemed taken aback, awestruck by Sulla's sheer speed. Despite the apparent distance between the ball and Sulla, and the fact that Roma's goalkeeper was closer, it appeared as though the chance for a goal was slipping away. But like a flash of lightning, Sulla emerged in everyone's view, struck, and scored. The next moment, the Friuli Stadium erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, as if it might lift the very roof off the venue. After the goal, Sulla momentarily froze. Glancing back at the ball nestled in the net, before erupting with joy, he darted left, nearly colliding with Roma's goalkeeper, then nimbly evaded him. He continued his jubilant sprint towards the corner flag, arms outstretched, shouting in exuberance, ultimately reaching the corner area. Not wishing to provoke the away fans situated behind the Roma goal, Sulla instead sought the adulation of the home supporters. He cupped his ear, and soon he was met with a chorus of cheers, applause, and the resounding chants of his name. The young Egyptian closed his eyes, overwhelmed as the scenes he had envisioned countless times in dreams materialized into reality. He fought back tears. During his year at Chelsea under Mourinho, he had experienced what felt like a nightmare. Faced with a deluge of skepticism and relentless reports branding him a flop, he questioned whether he truly was one. He had yearned to showcase his talent and redeem himself. Yet results had continually fallen short, culminating in Mourinho depriving him of further opportunities. In his despair, Udinese extended an olive branch. Initially, Sulla had not contemplated the move to Italy. He had hoped to remain at Chelsea. However, his wife, Magi, persuaded him otherwise. Subsequently, Sulla quickly agreed to the transfer, even accepting a substantial pay cut. Yet, it soon became evident that this journey to Italy was a fortuitous decision. The coach placed significant trust in him, and within 3 days of joining the team, he was called upon to make a crucial substitution. He did not disappoint, scoring in his debut match. "Mourinho, do you see? I, Mohamed Salah, am not a flop," he exclaimed, only to be swiftly mobbed by equally ecstatic teammates in the stands. Udinese fans chanted, "Sulla, Sulla, Sulla." The local television commentator jubilantly proclaimed, "Sulla. In his very first match representing Udinese, he has scored his debut goal. He has showcased his speed." Sulla's goal helped Udinese alter the score to 3-1. Guidolin replaced the exhausted Di Natale with Pizarro. Not a conservative defensive change, but rather an offensive substitution, swapping an aging forward for a more dynamic midfielder. Guidolin did not adopt a cautious approach. Instead, he continued to press Roma, forcing them to remain vigilant as they advanced in attack. As time elapsed, Roma, unable to break through, grew increasingly anxious. Ultimately, at the Friuli Stadium, Udinese triumphed over the storied club Roma with a score of 3-1, thanks to Sulla's stellar performance off the bench, securing invaluable points. The clash between Udinese and Roma was the second match of the round, while the final match of the evening saw Juventus held to a 1-1 draw by Inter Milan at the Allianz Stadium in Turin. Following these matches, the standings for Serie A's 17th round revealed Udinese at the top with 14 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, amassing 44 points. Juventus followed in second with 11 wins, 5 draws, and 1 loss, totaling 38 points. Roma stood in third with 11 wins, 3 draws, and 3 losses, accumulating 36 points. Lazio, with 9 wins, 3 draws, and 5 losses, held fourth place with 30 points, while Napoli, with 8 wins, 6 draws, and 3 losses, also garnered 30 points, placing fifth. As the season approached its midpoint, the reigning champions Juventus, who last season amassed an unprecedented 102 points to claim their third consecutive Serie A title, found themselves trailing Udinese by 6 points, a shocking revelation for many. Those who followed Udinese were well aware that their impressive performance was no mere fluke. In the wake of 17 rounds of league play, Udinese has faced 17 opponents, with only mid-table Sassuolo and relegation-threatened Cagliari yet to encounter them. This indicates that every team in the upper half of the standings has already competed against Udinese. Among these encounters, only Genoa, positioned 6th in the table, narrowly triumphed over Udinese with a score of 4-3, while Juventus and Fiorentina both settled for draws against them. All other teams succumbed to defeat at the hands of Udinese. Accumulating 44 points from 17 matches, Udinese averages an impressive 2.59 points per game, a performance matched only by Bayern Munich during the same period across Europe's top 5 leagues. Currently, in the Premier League, Chelsea and Manchester City have garnered 46 points over 20 rounds, averaging 2.3 points per game. In La Liga, Real Madrid leads the table with 39 points from 16 matches, maintaining a slender 1-point lead over Barcelona. Averaging 2.44 points per game. In the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich has secured 45 points from 17 matches, averaging 2.65 points. Meanwhile, in Ligue 1, Paris Saint-Germain has amassed 41 points from 19 matches, averaging a mere 2.16 points. Udinese's stellar performance has finally begun to attract attention from the global football community and the media, with major betting companies worldwide now listing Udinese as the primary favorite for the Serie A title this season. 4 days later, the 18th round of Serie A commenced. In an opening match, Udinese triumphed away at Mapei Stadium, defeating Sassuolo 2-1. In their second season since promotion to Serie A, Sassuolo has performed respectably, achieving 5 wins, 8 draws, and 4 losses over the first 17 rounds, positioning them 10th in the league with 23 points. The match against Udinese saw Sassuolo quickly seize the initiative. In the 15th minute, a cross from the right by Vrsaljko found Zaza, who scored with a powerful header, putting the home side ahead 1-0. However, the in-form Udinese equalized just 11 minutes later. In the 26th minute, Bruno's incisive pass found the French forward Terrault, starting in place of the flu-stricken Di Natale, who turned and struck to level the score. The teams entered the halftime break with a 1-1 tie. Following the restart, Udinese intensified their offensive efforts, reclaiming the lead in the 67th minute. Kandi's interception in midfield led to Bruno's breakthrough pass, allowing Sulla to score with a left-footed volley from 7 meters out. The 22-year-old newcomer has now scored in consecutive Serie A matches since joining Udinese. Despite Juventus defeating Napoli 3-1 the next day at the Diego Maradona Stadium, Udinese maintained a 6-point lead at the top of the Serie A standings. On the evening of January 12, Central European time, the FIFA Ballon d'Or ceremony was held at FIFA headquarters in Zurich, Switzerland. Portuguese superstar Cristiano Ronaldo successfully retained the prestigious award, marking the first time he has won the accolade consecutively. Meanwhile, Germany's goalkeeper Manuel Neuer, previously a strong contender, fell short of expectations, finishing a narrow third. The oft-criticized Lionel Messi edged out Neuer by a mere 0.04 to claim the second spot. Ronaldo's performance in 2014 was nothing short of extraordinary. He appeared in 60 matches, scoring 61 goals and providing 22 assists, firmly establishing himself as the undisputed top scorer of the year in world football. Additionally, Ronaldo played a pivotal role in securing the Copa del Rey, UEFA Champions League, and FIFA Club World Cup titles for Real Madrid in 2014. As the team's star player, he excelled in direct confrontations against both Messi's Barcelona and Neuer's Bayern Munich. The voting distribution revealed Ronaldo received 37.66 of the votes, while Messi garnered 15.76 and Neuer 15.72. Ronaldo's vote share alone surpassed the combined total of Messi and Neuer, rendering the outcome of the 2014 Ballon d'Or largely devoid of suspense when compared to the fiercely contested 2013 award, where Ronaldo received 27.99, Messi 24.72, and Ribéry 23.36, with their votes closely clustered. Now, Ronaldo boasts a clear advantage. Following his third Ballon d'Or win, he surpassed legends Di Stefano, Beckenbauer, Keegan, Rummenigge, and Ronaldo on the all-time winners list, equaling the 3-time winners Cruyff, Platini, and Van Basten. Presently, only Messi, with 4 Ballon d'Or titles, remains ahead of him. Given Ronaldo's phenomenal form this season, should he maintain such performance in 2015, he could continue his pursuit. The final voting results placed Bruno in 11th position, receiving 1.11 of the votes. This achievement earned him a spot in FIFA's annual Best 11, positioned as a central midfielder in a 4-3-3 formation. Alongside Di Maria and Kroos, Bruno attended the ceremony, becoming one of the event's highlights. Although he did not make the top 10 in the final selection at only 20 years of age, he is undeniably full of potential. On the evening of January 14, Udinese faced their first match in this season's Coppa Italia, traveling to the Diego Maradona Stadium to challenge Napoli. With a 6-point lead in Serie A, Guidolin saw a feasible path to the championship and opted to forego the Coppa Italia, leaving key players like Bruno behind in Udine and taking only a reserve squad to the away match. In a game where neither side seemed eager to win, the teams ended 90 minutes with a 1-1 draw. In extra time, both teams scored once, leading to a penalty shootout. In the shootout, Napoli converted 3 penalties while Udinese managed only 2, resulting in a 5-4 victory for the home side, propelling them into the quarterfinals of this season's Coppa Italia. However, Udinese harbored no dissatisfaction with the outcome. While Napoli, having advanced, wore expressions of disappointment. Napoli also progressed to the knockout stage of the UEFA Europa League, facing Turkey's Trabzonspor in the round of 32, with promising prospects for advancement. In Serie A. However, Napoli languished in 5th place, trailing Udinese by 17 points, effectively sidelining their title aspirations. Initially, Napoli's management had set ambitious goals to contend for the Europa League title and secure a top 3 finish in Serie A to qualify for next season's Champions League. The Coppa Italia was strategically deemed a lower priority. Yet, facing a resilient Udinese in the round of 16 forced them to press on in the domestic cup. Chapter 199. Udinese's ambition on January 18, 2015, at 3 p.m. local time in Italy, a highly anticipated match unfolded at the Friuli Stadium. This was the 19th round of Serie A, with Udinese hosting relegation-threatened Cagliari. It was Bruno's first match since earning a place in FIFA's Best 11. As the first player in Udinese history to be selected for this honor, the club organized a welcoming ceremony for Bruno at home. Prior to the match, he entered the field holding the trophy representing the Best 11, receiving thunderous applause and cheers from over 40,000 fans. As the match commenced, Bruno exhibited tremendous enthusiasm on the pitch. As a member of last year's FIFA Best 11, Bruno was determined to dispel any notions of being an underperformer. Cagliari, having secured only 3 victories, 6 draws, and 9 defeats in their previous 18 matches, found themselves mired in the relegation zone, a testament to their limited strength. Confronted by a fully armed and resolute Udinese, they offered scant resistance. In the first half, Bruno, newly inducted into the FIFA Best 11, capitalized on a set-piece opportunity, helping Udinese gain a 1:00 advantage. In the second half, the recently recovered captain Di Natale, who had battled through illness, scored from a close-range effort, extending the lead to 2-0. Thus, after 19 rounds of Serie A, Udinese boasted an impressive record of 16 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, amassing 50 points to stand alone at the top of the league table. Securing 50 points at the halfway mark ranks among the top 3 performances in Serie A history, surpassed only by Juventus in the 2005-2006 season and Inter Milan in the 2006-2007 season, both of whom had better records at the halfway point. In the 2005-2006 season, just before the outbreak of the Calciopoli scandal, Juventus was invincible in Serie A, finishing the first 19 rounds with 52 points. The following year, after being relegated due to the scandal, Serie A entered an era dominated by Inter Milan, who emerged from the first half with an unbeaten record of 16 wins and 3 draws, accumulating 51 points. This remains the only instance in Serie A history when a team has garnered more points than Udinese at the halfway stage this season. Even last season's record-breaking Juventus, which set a new points record across Europe's top 5 leagues, concluded the first half with 16 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses, totaling 49 points. In light of Udinese's remarkable performance, Lorenzo, a journalist from the local newspaper Udinese Daily, has lavished praise upon the team in his column. It can be stated unequivocally that Udinese has emerged as one of the strongest teams in Serie A in recent years. This is a squad meticulously crafted by coach Guidolin, a youthful ensemble that commands both respect and admiration. With an impressive record of 16 victories, 2 draws, and merely 1 defeat over 19 matches, accumulating 50 points, such achievements merit every commendation. I find myself compelled to pay homage to Coach Guidolin for his remarkable contributions. The local media's adulation of Udinese is to be expected, yet even the Juventus-affiliated Tuttosport has been generous in its accolades for Guidolin and Udinese. In the course of 19 matches, with 16 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, accumulating 50 points, this tally ranks among the top 3 in the history of Italy's Premier League during this period. For Udinese, this is a dreamlike accomplishment. While the media extols Udinese, the players and staff maintain a composed demeanor during interviews. For instance, on January 21, Italian time, Guidolin, during a joint interview in his office at the training facility with John from Udinese Daily, Rodi from Gazzetta dello Sport, and Smith from The Times, declined to discuss Udinese as a major contender for the Serie A title this season. Congratulations, Coach Guidolin, on your success with Udinese. Could you share the team's objectives for this season? John, the local journalist, inquired first. Guidolin pondered before responding. We are consistently striving towards our established goals, as achieving them is no simple task. It requires the concerted efforts of myself, my coaching staff, the players, and all club personnel. Thus far, we have performed commendably, and I must express my gratitude to the club staff, and especially to the players for their hard work and dedication. I am proud of them. Coach Guidolin, what is your objective? Rodi's eyes brightened as he immediately asked. Our aim is to secure a Champions League berth, Guidolin asserted with a serious expression. The three journalists' expressions transformed dramatically. Goodness! John from Udinese Daily exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. Mr. Guidolin, if I heard correctly, you mentioned a Champions League berth. Are you certain that's what you said? Indeed, Guidolin replied, revealing a look of surprise, as if taken aback by their astonishment. For a small club like Udinese, with an annual budget of no more than 50 million euros, aiming for the Champions League is already a lofty aspiration. Smith from the Times interjected, unable to contain himself. So, Coach Guidolin, despite Udinese's impressive record of 16 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, leading Juventus by 6 points at the top of the table, your objective remains solely to compete for a Champions League spot, rather than the league title? Guidolin smiled and nodded. Yes. However, I believe Udinese is fully deserving of competing for the league title. Objectives should evolve with circumstances. Rodi, perplexed, queried. If at the beginning of the season, it was understandable for a small team like Udinese to aim for a European spot, given their current performance and standings after 19 matches, they certainly deserve to aspire for a loftier goal. Guidolin chuckled heartily. Thank you for your recognition of Udinese, but contending for the league title is exceedingly challenging for us. We are but a small team with limited resources, and our current success does not guarantee anything. For instance, last season, at the winter break, we were merely 1 point behind Juventus, and even at the halfway point, the gap was only 6 points. However, as everyone knows, Juventus finished the season with 102 points, while Udinese only managed 76. In conclusion, Guidolin remarked, the season is long, and for a squad as thin as Udinese, any issue with a key player will impact the team's performance and, consequently, the final results. Particularly as we face the challenge of competing on 2 fronts, the Champions League knockout stages are also a factor we must consider. The 3 journalists were left speechless. On January 22, Rodi from Gazzetta dello Sport published an article describing his interview with Coach Guidolin, concluding, to be perfectly candid, I do not believe that Udinese's objective can merely be to vie for a Champions League spot. Given the history of Serie A, Udinese's performance this season, and the perception surrounding them, they are indeed strong contenders for the league title. A day later, Smith from the Times released a column stating, with 16 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss over 19 matches, accumulating 50 points, Udinese, regarded as one of the strongest teams in Serie A in recent years, has Coach Guidolin asserting that their current goal remains to secure a European berth. We were all taken aback. Observing his demeanor, it was evident that his words came from a place of sincerity. He genuinely believes that Udinese's aim is to compete for a European spot. Goodness, I have encountered many boastful and arrogant individuals, yet at this moment, I must concede that I am in the presence of a humble and modest man. Despite his team's impressive achievements, he maintains a clear perspective, though I find this caution somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, I understand Coach Guidolin's perspective, as their competitor is Juventus. For other teams in Italy, the Bianconeri are formidable. They have clinched the Serie A title for 3 consecutive years and last season achieved a record-breaking 102 points. At that time, they amassed 53 points from 19 matches in the second half of the season. However, personally, I believe that Juventus's performance last season is not replicable. In fact, this season, Juventus's form has significantly declined compared to last year, currently standing at 44 points, 5 points less than the previous season's equivalent. While Coach Guidolin suggests that Udinese will face the challenge of competing on 2 fronts in the second half, he seems to overlook that Juventus faces an even more daunting situation, as they are engaged in 3 competitions, having also progressed to the quarterfinals of the Coppa Italia, while Udinese has strategically opted to forego the Coppa Italia. On the same day, Udinese Daily prominently featured a joint report on the interview on its front page, in this local publication, which can be seen as an unofficial mouthpiece for Udinese. Guidolin was depicted as a modest coach, asserting that Udinese is not a favorite for the league title, merely exhibiting excessive humility. The newspaper confidently proclaimed that Udinese's objective this season is undoubtedly the Serie A title, asserting that Guidolin is merely throwing up a smokescreen. Upon reading such a report, Bruno fell silent for a moment before uttering, "What a truly frustrating teammate." Chapter 200. The early arrival of the Serie A showdown on the evening of January 26th. Local Italian time, Udinese faced Empoli on their turf, with goals from Di Natale and Widmer leading the team to victory against the Serie A Blue Army. This marked Di Natale's 14th goal of the season, second only to Bruno Fernandes' 15 goals. Furthermore, Di Natale's career tally in Serie A reached 219 goals, gradually distancing himself from the likes of Altafini and Giuseppe Meazza, swiftly closing in on Gunnar Nordahl, who ranks third in Serie A's all-time scoring list. This victory allowed Udinese to maintain a 6-point lead atop the Serie A standings before their highly anticipated direct clash with Juventus. On February 1, at 3 p.m. Italian time, a pivotal match of the 21st round of Serie A commenced at Friuli Stadium, pitting league leaders Udinese against second-placed Juventus. Many in the media viewed this as the season's definitive showdown, as the outcome could directly determine the eventual Serie A champion. With Udinese establishing a 6-point advantage in the standings, a victory at home against Juventus would extend that lead to 9 points. Given Udinese's consistent performance this season, Juventus would find it exceedingly challenging to mount a comeback. Even a draw in this encounter would increasingly tip the scales in Udinese's favor as the season progressed. However, should Juventus manage to defeat Udinese at Friuli Stadium, the gap would narrow to 3 points, allowing Juventus the opportunity to equalize or potentially overtake Udinese on the table. It is fair to say that this is a match neither side can afford to lose. Juventus cannot afford another defeat, while for Udinese, this represents a must-win opportunity to clinch their first-ever Serie A title in the club's history. However, this critical showdown arrives somewhat prematurely, considering it is merely the 21st round of the Serie A season. The pre-match news appears rather favorable for Udinese, as their key players are free from injuries or suspensions, allowing Guidolin to field his strongest lineup. On the other hand, Juventus faces challenges with Marchisio suspended and both Vidal and Asamoah sidelined due to injuries. Nevertheless, given Juventus's depth on the bench, the absence of these 3 players is unlikely to significantly impact the team. Following Sulla's arrival, Guidolin has increasingly favored a 4-4-2 formation, with Di Natale and Sulla partnering up front, while the midfield adopts a diamond shape, a tactic that will be employed in this match as well. Juventus, under Allegri, has shifted to a 3 center-back setup, with Evra and Lichtsteiner occupying the flanks. Roberto Pereira faces his former club, while Tevez and Llorente form the attacking duo. In the home team's locker room at the Friuli Stadium, Guidolin tossed the tactical board onto the table, gazing intently at his players, his voice steady yet resolute as he declared, "In this match, I have but one demand. We must secure victory." What? Udinese aspires to triumph over Juventus. Had this statement been made 2 years ago, it would likely have elicited laughter from those who heard it, deeming it an absurd joke. Who is Udinese? A small team from the fringes of Italy. Although they have long battled in Serie A, they have never claimed the prestigious title in their century-long history, leaving their trophy cabinet conspicuously bare. And who is Juventus? With 30 Serie A titles and 9 Coppa Italia victories, they dominate Italian football. Additionally, they have secured 2 Champions League titles, 3 UEFA Cups, and 1 Cup Winners' Cup, ranking among the select few clubs in Europe to have achieved a complete set of honors, renowned as a top-tier powerhouse in global football. Thus, to any clear-minded observer, Juventus looms as a colossal entity before Udinese, rendering the latter's aspirations to conquer Juventus seemingly implausible. However, in recent seasons, Guidolin's Udinese has stirred a black-and-white tempest in Serie A, garnering respect for their remarkable performances, which have transformed perceptions of this petite, northeastern Italian club. Regardless of whether Udinese possesses the true capability to chase their first-ever top-flight title, it is undeniable that they are no longer regarded as a weak side. In fact, since last season, Juventus has struggled to maintain dominance in encounters with Udinese. Therefore, Udinese is entirely justified in proclaiming their intent to vanquish Juventus. At the very least, the media would not dismiss Guidolin as overly presumptuous. Of course, the outcome remains uncertain. Prior to the match, media predictions exhibited caution, with significant divergence of opinions. Some outlets suggested that Juventus's current form is lacking, favoring Udinese for victory. Others maintained that Juventus is the strongest team in Serie A, asserting that if they perform at their expected level, the likelihood of winning away is substantial, while a majority believed a draw is the most probable outcome, noting Udinese's strong form alongside Juventus's recent struggles, albeit with signs of resurgence. Before the match commenced, Juventus's coach Allegri and Guidolin exchanged handshakes and pleasantries at the sidelines, appearing to share a rapport before parting ways with another handshake. Allegri praised Udinese's attractive play and commended Guidolin as a talented coach, acknowledging the formidable challenge Juventus would face in this match. Guidolin reciprocated, suggesting that Juventus's current misfortune is temporary, and under Allegri's exceptional guidance, they would soon find their path to victory, emphasizing that Udinese would be facing a team worthy of respect. Both coaches exhibited mutual respect, yet upon turning away, their expressions grew serious. Both sides are fervently eager for victory. Guidolin's Udinese must win to maintain their positional advantage in the standings, while Juventus seeks to close the gap and avoid being left behind. The stadium's large screen then displayed the starting lineups. Udinese, 4-4-2 goalkeeper, 31 Carnezes, defense, 2 Cancelo, 5 Danilo, 3 Maguire, 75 Erdo, midfield, 4 Candy, 27 Widmer, 19 Guilherme, 8 Bruno Fernandes, forwards, 10 Di Natale, 20 Mohamed Salah. Juventus, 3-5-2 goalkeeper, 1 Buffon, defense, 4 Cáceres, 19 Bonucci, 3 Chiellini, midfield, 26 Lichtsteiner, 37 Roberto Pereira, 21 Pirlo, 6 Pogba, 33 Evra, forwards, 10 Tevez, 14 Llorente. Guidolin settled into the coach's seat, holding Juventus's starting lineup sheet, recalling the players' profiles, their preferred positions, characteristics, and career trajectories. Juventus had deployed their strongest lineup possible, as assistant coach Diego Porto said. This will be the strongest opponent we have faced. Guidolin nodded in agreement. As the match commenced, 28 minutes passed with the score still at 0-0, as neither side had found the net. Given the gravity of the encounter, both teams played conservatively, prioritizing defensive solidity. While Udinese ostensibly lined up in a 4-4-2 formation, they effectively adopted a 4-3-1-2 setup, with Widmer and Guilherme retreating to support Candy in a trio of defensive midfielders. Juventus, similarly, though initially listed as 3-5-2, functioned more like a 5-3-2, with wingbacks Evra and Lichtsteiner playing as fullbacks. After 28 minutes of play, Udinese committed 11 fouls, receiving a yellow card, while Juventus had 9 fouls, also earning a yellow card. The beautiful commentator, Diletta Liata, remarked that despite the scoreless tie, the statistics revealed the match's intensity. Both teams amassed forces in midfield, vying for control, with chaos frequently erupting on the pitch. Guidolin had sternly warned Widmer and Guilherme pre-match that they must fully support Candy's defensive efforts in this fiercely competitive atmosphere. Both sides battled fiercely, seemingly unaware of how to penetrate each other's defenses, until a moment of individual brilliance transformed the course of the match. Bruno suddenly surged forward from the center, with Juventus's defensive midfielder Pirlo attempting an interception. Bruno feigned a central breakthrough but unexpectedly passed the ball to Guilherme. Many assumed Widmer's pass was directed to the already positioned Guilherme, yet he intended it for Sulla on the right flank. Sulla elegantly flicked the ball with his foot, rapidly evading the challenge of veteran left-back Evra. After catching up to the ball, he did not cross it but instead cut inside, charging towards the penalty area, catching Juventus's defenders off guard. Allegri, anxious on the sidelines, shouted instructions for his team to defend. Juventus goalkeeper Buffon was vocally directing his teammates to surround and thwart Sulla. After drawing the attention of 3 Juventus defenders, Sulla abruptly halted, feigning a pass to Bruno, who instinctively moved to receive it. This diversion immediately caught the attention of Juventus's defenders, prompting Pogba to shift his body to intercept the pass. Almost simultaneously with Pogba's movement, Sulla, who previously had no viable shooting angle, perceived a narrow opportunity to shoot. Amidst the crowded penalty area, Buffon remained vigilant, anxiously monitoring the situation, when he suddenly saw a flash of white. Was that a long-range shot? Buffon's reflexes were commendable. He dove to save, managing to touch the ball, but the shot's power was immense, directed towards the top corner. Although Buffon barely deflected the ball, he could not prevent it from continuing its trajectory. As he lay on the ground before the goal, he lifted his head to witness the ball finding the back of the net. Goal! As the commentator's exuberant shout resonated, the young Egyptian forward sprinted towards the coaching area, rushing to embrace Guidolin in gratitude. Sulla wished to thank his coach, dedicating the goal to him for his trust and support. Observing his team concede, Juventus coach Allegri, visibly frustrated, slapped his seat. Our players were drawn in by Bruno's movement. His assistant coach noted beside him. Allegri nodded thoughtfully. Bruno was undoubtedly the star player and the unequivocal offensive linchpin of Udinese. His threat indisputable. It was inconceivable to disregard the movements of such a menacing player, which inadvertently afforded Sulla, that young Egyptian, ample space and opportunity to strike. Nonetheless, Allegri had to concede that Sulla's goal was exceptionally exquisite, his dribbling down the flank, a deft cut inside, and the shot executed in one fluid motion, of remarkably high quality. Where on earth did that old fellow discover these young talents? Allegri mused aloud to his assistant. As for Bruno, it goes without saying that he was the super talent who triumphed over Pogba to claim the Golden Boy award 2 years ago, a record signing for Udinese. Juventus had also vied for this prodigious talent, but their offer lacked competitiveness, leading to an early exit from the race. And then there was N'Golo Kante, when Udinese acquired him. The French midfielder was but an unknown entity who had played solely in League 2 and League 3, costing the club a mere €500,000, yet he blossomed spectacularly. There were also Cancelo, Guilherme, and Widmer, all of whom displayed commendable performances. Take Sulla, for instance. Just last year, he languished on the bench at Chelsea, regarded as a notorious flop, yet upon joining Udinese, he erupted, contributing 3 goals and 1 assist in 5 matches, a complete metamorphosis. The assistant shook his head with a wry smile, uncertain of the answer, but one fact remained. The media now hailed Udinese's scouting system as formidable, and their coach, Guidolin, was renowned for nurturing young players, adeptly guiding them to maximize their strengths while minimizing their weaknesses. Juventus, recognized by the media as the most formidable team in Serie A, despite trailing 0-1, exhibited no signs of panic. Upon the resumption of play, conceding a goal invigorated the team, prompting a more fervent assault on Udinese's goal. However, Udinese's defense was resolute, particularly the trio of Kante, Widmer, and Guilherme, whose exceptional mobility erected a formidable wall in front of their backline. Ultimately, as the first half drew to a close, Juventus had yet to breach Udinese's defenses, allowing the latter to enter halftime with a slender 1-0 lead. Allegri felt a twinge of frustration. His team's morale had risen, and he sensed that, given a bit more time, they might well unlock Udinese's defense. The timing of the halftime break felt ill-fated. In contrast, Guidolin felt fortunate. His team had been somewhat passive in the closing moments, and the halftime break was timely, granting them a moment to regroup. During the interval, Guidolin commended his players for their efforts. "Well done. Let's maintain this momentum in the second half," he encouraged. At this juncture, the team required motivation and reassurance, and Guidolin had faith that his players would not disappoint in the second half. As the second half commenced, Udinese capitalized on their home advantage, launching wave after wave of attacks against Juventus's penalty area, buoyed by the fervent cheers of over 40,000 fans at the Friuli Stadium. They communicated their intent to win through their actions. Attack, continue attacking, strive for goals to secure victory. In Serie A, Juventus's offensive capabilities were formidable. In the first 20 rounds of the league, they had netted 44 goals, second only to Udinese's 47, unlike Udinese, whose attacking prowess primarily relied on Bruno and Di Natale. Juventus boasted a more extensive array of attacking talent, including Tevez, Morata, Llorente, Pogba, Pirlo, and Vidal, all of whom possessed formidable scoring abilities. In the 66th minute, Guidolin replaced the fatigued Di Natale with Teo to bolster the offensive efforts. The applause from the fans echoed through the stadium, expressing gratitude and encouragement for their esteemed captain. Although Di Natale had not scored, his role as a pivot on the field was unmistakable. Udinese's first goal owed much to his pressure on Juventus's defensive line. Allegri, quick to respond, substituted the underperforming Llorente and Evra for Morata and Padoin, signaling his intent to intensify the attack. The coaches engaged in a tactical exchange, deploying offensive players, leading to an exhilarating contest that delighted the fans. Both Guidolin and Allegri stood at the sidelines, furrowed brows fixed on the field as they sought to exploit any weaknesses in their opponents. In the midst of this chaotic melee, the influence of the coaches diminished, leaving the outcome dependent on the players' performances. Just then, an unexpected incident unfolded. Bruno collapsed in a contest for the ball, his expression one of agony. Immediately signaling for a substitution, FK, Guidolin cursed under his breath, fearing for Bruno's well-being. As Udinese's star player and indispensable offensive core, Bruno's significance was paramount. In 21 Serie A matches, he had amassed an impressive tally of 15 goals and 11 assists, making him the highest scorer and playmaker for both Udinese and the entire league. Furthermore, Bruno's impact on Udinese transcended mere statistics. He was the team's cornerstone. With him on the pitch, his teammates invariably performed at a significantly higher level. Guidolin hastily instructed veteran Pogba to warm up while anxiously monitoring the situation. Supported by the team's medical staff, Bruno slowly exited the field, prompting a wave of applause from the stands, a gesture of encouragement and solace. "How is he?" Guidolin inquired of the team doctor. "The specifics are unclear, but he will certainly miss the next match. FK, Guidolin muttered, his frustration palpable. Udinese's next opponent was Napoli, a formidable adversary. Without Bruno, the upcoming match at the Stadio Diego Armando Maradona appeared daunting. Pogba entered the fray, taking over the captain's armband from the injured Bruno. This marked the third captaincy change for Udinese in this match. When Di Natale left the pitch, he passed the armband to Bruno, who wore it for mere minutes before succumbing to injury, thus transferring it to the veteran Pogba. Bruno's departure deprived Udinese of their midfield orchestrator, relinquishing their control over the match in the final 20 minutes. Juventus unleashed a relentless barrage against Udinese's goal, forcing the latter to retreat into a defensive formation, employing a steadfast strategy against Juventus's counterattacks. Despite this, Udinese's defense frequently found itself in peril. The Zebras' relentless assaults left the 40,000 Udinese supporters on edge, fearing that their team's stronghold might soon crumble. Fortunately, Udinese's defensive fortitude proved sufficient, and as the referee's final whistle echoed across the field, they maintained their 1-0 advantage. Ultimately, Udinese, thanks to Sulla's goal, narrowly triumphed over Juventus, temporarily extending their lead at the top of the table to 9 points. Furthermore, Udinese's winning streak in Serie A had now reached 11 matches. Since their disappointing 3-4 loss to Genoa on November 1st in the 10th round of Serie A, Udinese had triumphed in all subsequent 11 matches, scoring 26 goals while conceding only 11. This marked the second longest winning streak in Serie A history. Achieving consecutive victories is challenging, and accomplishing such a feat in Serie A is even more arduous. Renowned for its defensive rigor, Serie A has the highest probability of 0-0 matches among Europe's top leagues over the past 18 seasons since 1996-1997. Such frequent stalemates often disrupt winning streaks. Thus, despite Serie A's rich history and its many capable teams, records of consecutive victories remain rare. The first team to achieve 10 consecutive wins was Juventus in the 1931-1932 season, netting 30 goals and conceding 10. This was followed by AC Milan from 1950-1957, who scored 38 goals and conceded just 6, and Bologna in the 1963-1964 season, with 25 goals scored and 6 conceded. Ultimately, the day would arrive when records were shattered. In the 2005-2006 season, as Roma finally broke the long-standing record, setting a new milestone with 11 consecutive victories in Serie A, the Nerazzurri, who ended Roma's remarkable 11-match winning streak, went on to establish a new record for consecutive victories in Serie A during the 2006-2007 season. Beginning with a resounding 4-1 triumph over Catania on October 26, 2006, Inter Milan embarked on a 4-month journey of uninterrupted success, achieving the longest winning streak in the history of Europe's top 5 leagues, 17 matches. It is noteworthy that this streak commenced after a goalless draw against Udinese at the Friuli Stadium, and it concluded with another stalemate against Udinese at the Meazza Stadium in the 26th round of Serie A. Meanwhile, Udinese has also carved out its own record for consecutive wins. A week later, Udinese faced a 1-3 defeat to Napoli in the 22nd round of the league, thus bringing their winning run to a halt at the number 11. The absence of their midfield linchpin, Bruno, due to injury, significantly impacted Udinese. Additionally, the team's captain, Di Natale, was suspended due to accumulated yellow cards, making the loss an anticipated outcome for Guidolin. He even revisited a prior topic, stating, "Udinese is merely a small club, and we face considerable challenges regarding squad depth. The absence of any key player can lead to difficulties for the team. Therefore, our sole aim is to secure a Champions League spot, which would be a commendable achievement," a journalist from Gazzetta dello Sport remarked to Guidolin with a hint of disbelief. However, Mr. Guidolin, despite this defeat, you remain at the top of the league, 6 points ahead of Juventus. The day before the match between Udinese and Napoli, Juventus had triumphed over AC Milan with a score of 3-1 at home, raising their points tally to 50 after 22 rounds. Now, with Udinese's loss to Napoli, the gap between the two teams has narrowed to 6 points. However, for the teams at the top of the standings, a 6-point difference is still quite significant. No, the league is a long journey. Current standings do not dictate anything, Guidolin stated. The favorites for the title are Juventus, Roma, Napoli, Sampdoria, Fiorentina, Lazio, and several others, but not Udinese. The journalists were taken aback by Guidolin's remarks. Well, it is understandable that you consider Juventus a title contender given their strength. Reversing a 6-point deficit is certainly not beyond their capabilities. As for Roma and Napoli, they are currently 3rd and 4th in the league, trailing Udinese by just 13 and 14 points respectively, so they can still be considered in the title race. But how can you even mention Sampdoria, Fiorentina, and Lazio? These teams cannot even pretend to be in the title contention anymore. Sampdoria has amassed 34 points, placing them 5th, while Lazio holds the same number of points but ranks 6th due to goal difference. Fiorentina sits 7th with 33 points. These three teams trail Udinese by 22, 22, and 23 points respectively. Had it not been for Guidolin's earnest expression and humble demeanor, one might have thought he was intentionally mocking these teams. Journalist Smith from the Times could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "But the reality is that your team is at the top of Serie A. With 18 victories, 2 draws, and 2 losses, including the second longest winning streak in Serie A history of 11 matches. These are all temporary. This does not change the fact that our objective is to secure a Champions League spot." Guidolin replied with a serious expression. 56 points from 22 matches, leading the pursuit of a Champions League spot by 6 points. A reporter from Corriere dello Sport countered, "Indeed, last season, we finished 3rd in the league with 76 points. And we are currently 20 points shy of that. The season is still long, and I cannot predict when we will attain the necessary points to secure a Champions League berth." Guidolin raised his hands in exasperation. As you can see, in the 2009 to 2010 season, the third-place team in Serie A, AC Milan, garnered 70 points. In the 2010 to 2011 season, the third-placed Napoli also achieved 70 points. In the 2011 to 2012 season, we finished 3rd with only 64 points, which was an anomaly. In the 2012 to 2013 season, AC Milan, the third-placed team, amassed 72 points. Last season, we were again 3rd with 76 points. Then he earnestly added, "Over the past 5 seasons, the highest points total for 3rd place has been 76, which is typically the benchmark for securing a top 3 finish." The journalists were left astonished, and they had to concede that Guidolin's arguments were quite sound. After all, whether it was 64, 70, or 72 points, none guaranteed a top 3 finish in the league. However, achieving 76 points would almost certainly secure a top 3 position. Indeed, since the turn of the century, no team has failed to finish in the top 3 of Serie A with 76 points. Observing Guidolin's serious demeanor, the journalists were left speechless. Setting aside whether or not it truly requires 76 points to ensure a top 3 finish in Serie A, you have accumulated 56 points from 22 matches, making you one of the most successful teams across Europe, and now you claim your objective for the remaining 16 matches is merely to obtain 20 points. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I consider our pursuit of a Champions League spot to be a formidable challenge. With immense pressure, Guidolin lamented. Guidolin's post-match interview garnered attention across Europe. In the latest issue of Gazzetta dello Sport, it was reported, "Although I believe the Udinese coach lacks greater ambition and confidence regarding his team's prospects, I must commend Guidolin's humility. He remains low-key despite his team's current 6-point lead at the top of the Serie A standings, insisting that the primary objective is to secure a Champions League spot. In my view, this reflects a meticulous and modest quality. The Udinese coach has not let the favorable situation cloud his judgment. However, I still believe Coach Guidolin and his team could afford to be bolder and aspire for loftier goals. In the new season of Serie A, an underdog team has emerged, and their coach is even more intriguing. This soon-to-be 60-year-old gentleman asserts that his team is still 20 points away from ensuring a top 3 finish in Serie A, as they continue their efforts to secure a Champions League berth. While we believe he is being excessively humble, we must acknowledge that the gentleman is indeed correct. Since the dawn of the 21st century, the highest points total for 3rd place in Serie A has indeed been 76. This was reported by the renowned English media outlet, The Times. The German publication Bild also highlighted the current statistics of the leading teams across Europe's top 5 leagues. Chelsea, leading the Premier League, has 56 points from 24 matches. Real Madrid, at the top of La Liga, has 54 points from 22 matches. Bayern Munich, leading the Bundesliga, has 49 points from 20 matches. Lyon, at the top of League One, has 50 points from 24 matches. And finally, Udinese, leading Serie A, boasts 56 points from 22 matches. Clearly, Udinese is currently the most successful team across Europe's top 5 leagues. Ultimately, Bild quipped, Coach Guidolin is low-key and humble. It seems he does not wish for his team to be the center of attention. However, with such outstanding performances, you cannot simply will your team into obscurity. Chapter 203. A series of victories on February 15th. During the 2014 to 2015 Serie A season's 23rd round, Udinese faced Lazio, a team that Guidolin had mentioned as a title contender. Despite missing Bruno due to injury for the first time in his career and team captain Di Natale being suspended for accumulated yellow cards, they still took to the field. With a semi-regular lineup, Udinese indeed found the match against Lazio to be quite challenging. In the 21st minute, Candreva delivered a cross from the right, and Udinese defender Wague fouled close from behind, resulting in a penalty kick converted by Candreva against his former club. This was the only goal of the first half. Following the interval, Udinese intensified their offensive efforts, and Bruno's goal in the 68th minute not only ended his nearly month-long scoring drought, but also helped Udinese equalize. Ultimately, Udinese triumphed over Lazio with a score of 2-1, marking their 19th victory of the season. When the referee blew the final whistle, the Udinese sports arena erupted like a volcano. The post-match press conference. A reporter from Gazzetta dello Sport posed a question to Guidolin. Udinese has now achieved its 19th victory of the season. Do you still maintain that your team's objective is to secure a Champions League spot? Of course, we have now accumulated 59 points, and we are still 17 points away from our target. I do not know when we will accomplish this daunting task, Guidolin replied. But you just defeated the title contender Lazio that you mentioned earlier. Another journalist interjected. Guidolin earnestly remarked, Lazio is merely one among many contenders for the championship, and they currently sit lower in the standings. Although defeating them came as a surprise to me. Our objective at Udinese remains unchanged, however, another reporter interjected loudly. Yes, after this round of matches, Udinese has now taken an 8-point lead over Juventus. Following this round, Udinese has amassed 59 points, while Juventus unexpectedly drew against Cesena, who languish at the bottom of the table, and Roma also drew with Parma, the league's last-place team. Napoli suffered a 1-3 defeat to Palermo away from home, further extending Udinese's advantage over Juventus to 8 points, and over Roma and Napoli to 15 and 17 points, respectively. Guidolin shook his head, insisting, No. Our sole aim this season is to secure a Champions League spot. Nothing more. A reporter, growing impatient, interjected, You are the most impressive team in Europe this season. Moreover, many of my colleagues have begun to express optimism regarding Udinese's pursuit of the Serie A title this year. Yet you seem to hold a contrary opinion. We must clarify. Do you genuinely believe that Udinese's only objective this year is not to win the championship, but merely to vie for a Champions League position? Guidolin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, in midweek, Udinese traveled north to Germany, facing Schalke 04 at the Veltins Arena. Currently, Schalke 04 is far from the shadow of its future decline. They are a formidable force in the Bundesliga, consistently finishing in the top 4 for several years on the Champions League stage. Their performance has also been commendable, having progressed to the knockout stages for 3 consecutive years. In terms of experience in the Champions League knockout rounds, they greatly surpass Udinese, who are making their debut in this phase. Thus, despite Guidolin fielding his strongest lineup, Udinese approached the match with utmost caution. Facing the most outstanding team in Europe this season, Schalke 04 also showed no signs of complacency. Consequently, as the match commenced, spectators noted both teams adopting a notably conservative approach, resulting in a rather dull spectacle. Udinese's first shot on goal came in the 18th minute, but Sulla's long-range effort veered wide. Shortly thereafter, Huntelaar broke through to the edge of the penalty area, only to be thwarted by Carnezis. In the 26th minute, Udinese executed a brilliant combination in the attacking third, culminating in Cancelo's cross from the right, where the unmarked Bruno headed home from 8 yards out. Trailing on the scoreboard, Schalke 04 intensified their offensive efforts, yet they could not breach Udinese's defenses before the half-time whistle blew, leaving Udinese with a slender 1 o'clock lead at the break. As the second half commenced, a stalemate ensued, with the leading Udinese prioritizing defense, while the trailing Schalke 04 had no choice but to adopt an aggressive attacking stance. However, they found Udinese's sturdy defense impenetrable, despite their coach's relentless tactical adjustments. As time elapsed, Schalke 04's players grew increasingly anxious, and the cheers of their 60,000 home fans became a heavy burden. Approaching the 80th minute, with no equalizer in sight, Schalke 04 committed fully to the attack, determined to take one last gamble. Yet this only opened the door for Udinese to launch a swift counterattack. In the 79th minute, Udinese doubled their lead. Bruno, in a rapid counter, cut inside and delivered a precise pass, allowing Guilherme to unleash a right-footed shot from the edge of the box into the top right corner. 2-0, Udinese all but secured a resounding away victory. Subsequently, Guido Lin introduced Badu and Bubanasai to bolster the defense. Ultimately, when the referee blew the final whistle, Udinese maintained their 2 o'clock advantage. This away triumph, a definitive 2 o'clock win, placed Udinese firmly on the threshold of the Champions League quarterfinals. Upon returning to Serie A, Udinese faced Parma in the 24th round, seeking to extend their winning streak. This encounter between the league's bottom 2 teams appeared devoid of suspense in the eyes of the media. However, within just 10 minutes of the match, Udinese's defense made a catastrophic error, allowing Varela to score from distance, plunging Udinese into a dire predicament. After conceding, Udinese exhibited signs of frustration, yet soon, Bruno and Kanté among others steadied the ship and regained control of the match. In the 36th minute, Bruno and Sulla executed a clever 1-2, with Sulla assisting Di Natale, who found the net to level the score. 7 minutes later, Bruno broke through on the right, assisting Sulla with a close-range header to take the lead. Following the interval, Sulla reciprocated, providing an exquisite assist for Bruno, who made a diagonal run into the box and fired home to secure victory for Udinese. Ultimately, Udinese overturned the deficit to win 3-1 against Parma. Despite Juventus also triumphing over Atlanta, Udinese maintained an 8-point lead over their rivals on March 1. In the 25th round of Serie A, Udinese continued their away campaign against Cesena, who were languishing in the second-to-last position. Cesena, however, gradually found their rhythm, scoring shortly after the second half commenced, once again placing Udinese in a challenging situation. Struggling against 2 consecutive lower-tier teams heightened the validity of Guido Lin's earlier assertions. It wasn't until the 81st minute that Udinese equalized through a goal from right-back Cancelo. The 4th official signaled 3 minutes of stoppage time. All present, including viewers at home and even the match commentators, believed Udinese was destined for a disappointing draw against Cesena. The Egyptian winger delivered a precise cross into the box, finding Tyro. Bruno skillfully maneuvered past 2 defenders and unleashed a shot. The ball is in. Goal, Bruno. In a crucial moment, Bruno stepped up once again, rescuing Udinese 2-1. After scoring, Bruno exuberantly dashed off the pitch, igniting a fervent reaction from the 3,000 Udinese fans who surged from their seats, chanting his name. Bruno, Bruno, Bruno. The Udinese players ecstatically rushed to the sidelines, enveloping Bruno in jubilant celebration. In a close-up on live television, Bruno beamed with laughter, relishing the accolades from the fans and his teammates. Chapter 204. Di Matteo in the Champions League. Udinese's ability to rally from behind for a triumphant victory propelled their points tally to 65 after 25 rounds, establishing an 11-point lead over Juventus, who have played 1 match fewer. Later that evening, Juventus would face AS Roma at the Olympic Stadium. Whatever the outcome of this encounter between the second and third teams in the standings, it would benefit Udinese, particularly if Juventus were to drop points. It would be a significant boon for Udinese. This would solidify Udinese's lead over Juventus to double digits. It was evident to all that Udinese's pursuit of the Serie A title this season had become an unstoppable force. On March 7, in the 26th round of Serie A, Udinese hosted Torino at the Friuli Stadium. Clearly, Udinese's coach had prioritized their efforts on the domestic front. In contrast to the competitive landscape of the Champions League, Udinese had established a commanding position in Serie A, which was their true aspiration. Andrew Villas-Boas, the coach of Zenit St. Petersburg, was present in the stands to scout their Europa League opponents, Torino. Both teams quickly found their rhythm in the match. In the 15th minute, the visitors struck first, with Quagliarella scoring via a header. 2 minutes later, Udinese responded, as Bruno delivered a brilliant over-the-top pass from midfield, allowing Di Natale to evade the offside trap and score with a low shot to equalize. 8 minutes later, it was Bruno again, combining with Cancelo on the right, whose cross led to an own goal by Molinaro. In the second half, Bruno remained a constant threat in the attacking third. His influence felt in nearly every corner of the pitch. In the 49th minute, Bruno made a sudden dash to the left, receiving a pass from Guilherme, cutting in with the ball, and unleashing a right-footed shot that curled into the Torino net, making it 3-1. However, Torino had also been in fine form, remaining unbeaten since their defeat to Juventus in the Turin Derby on November 30, with a record of 6 wins and 6 draws, rising from 15th to 8th in the standings prior to this match. Ultimately, Udinese narrowly triumphed over Torino with a score of 3-2. In subsequent fixtures, Roma drew with Chievo, while Juventus managed a slim 1 o'clock victory over Sassuolo. As 2/3 of the season elapsed, Udinese maintained a 10-point lead over Juventus in the standings. As for Roma, they have utterly fallen behind, with the Red Wolves managing only 1 victory, 9 draws, and 1 defeat in their last 11 matches, transforming their previous deficit of 3 points to Udinese into a staggering 21-point gap. Although their ranking remains unchanged, Udinese's remarkable winning streak is indeed something to behold, particularly with Bruno's consecutive goals further extending his lead in the scoring charts. Currently, he has netted 19 goals in the league, while his teammate Di Natale, the captain of Udinese, holds the second position with 16 goals in Serie A. Coupled with Giddelin's urgent desire to establish dominance in Serie A, he has opted to rotate his squad for this match, placing several key players, including captain Di Natale, on the bench. This decision nearly cost Udinese dearly as Schalke 04 almost turned the tables at their home ground. Just 3 years ago, he led the Blues, Chelsea, to nearly create another miracle at the Friuli Stadium. Facing a do-or-die situation, Schalke 04 took the lead in the 20th minute, with Meyer making a breakthrough pass, Barnetta crossing from the right, and Huntelaar cleverly letting the ball go, allowing Fuchs to unleash a powerful shot from 12 yards on the left side of the box, which was deflected by Connie into the near corner. If the match were to conclude with such a score, Udinese would face elimination, having only scored 2 away goals compared to Schalke 04's 3. In the span of just 45 minutes, the aggregate score shifted from 2 o'clock to 3-3. As Udinese seemingly plummeted from paradise into hell, upon returning to the dressing room, the Udinese players appeared disheartened and demoralized. This is hardly surprising. Transforming from a 2-goal lead to the brink of elimination would leave anyone feeling discontent. Bruno felt the same, especially as he bore the captain's armband for Udinese that day. Yet, this is the nature of football. Bruno could hardly blame his teammates, as they were either out of form or had given their all. Sometimes, such reflections can be quite exhausting. The strength of Udinese's squad indeed fell short. Had they fielded their full-strength team, perhaps with Di Natale to share the burden, it would have been a different story. In this scenario, all the pressure bore down on Bruno, particularly in a competition as prestigious as the Champions League, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. However, he harbored no regrets about his choices, nor did he harbor grievances against his teammates. His decision to join Udinese was ultimately to prove himself, and what better way to demonstrate his prowess than in the present moment? As the youngest captain in Champions League history, leading Udinese to the knockout stages. Regardless of future results, he has not disappointed anyone. Especially against Real Madrid, his 2 goals and back-to-back encounters were sufficient to affirm his value. Now, each step he takes is merely to push himself to the brink, extracting every ounce of his potential. At this moment, he is acutely aware that the team's morale must not falter. Following halftime, Udinese's spirits began to revive, and Guidolin, at the start of the second half, substituted Sulla to bolster their offense. This marked the Egyptian's 6th goal since joining Udinese over 3 months ago, showcasing his impressive performance. It must be said that Di Matteo's squad possesses a certain magical quality. A mere 5 minutes elapsed before Huntelaar struck again, altering the score to 4-2. Udinese found themselves once more on the precipice. At this critical juncture, Guidolin decided to take a gamble, bringing on Muriel and shifting Udinese to a 4-3-3 formation. Bruno began to enjoy greater freedom, roaming across the front line. Wherever there was space, he would venture. Taylor served as the focal point in the attack, positioning himself at the forefront. This robust French striker posed a significant threat to Schalke 04's defenders. On the flanks, both wingers Sulla and Muriel, along with fullbacks Cancelo and Pires, relentlessly assaulted Schalke 04's defense. As the match progressed, it reached a fever pitch. For Udinese, a single goal would ensure their advancement. For Schalke 04, another goal would seal the match. Given the dwindling time left, it would be challenging for Udinese to score twice more. Yet, as the clock ticked past the 85-minute mark, the score remained 2-4. With Udinese trailing by 2 goals, Bruno was utterly fatigued, panting heavily. Whenever an opportunity arose, he would pause to catch his breath. Beads of sweat cascaded down his brow, soaking him completely, yet he remained unsatisfied. As he moved to the left flank, Bruno received a pass from Cancelo and faced Fuchs, He sprinted forward, striving to outpace the Austrian defender. However, despite Fuchs's slower speed, his physicality proved superior as he used his body to impede Bruno's progress, employing numerous subtle maneuvers that prevented Bruno from escaping his grasp. The two were entangled, and just as they approached Schalke 04's penalty area, the Austrian defender committed a foul, halting Bruno's advance. Chapter 205. Advancing to the Champions League quarterfinals. At the moment Bruno fell to the ground, the referee's whistle sounded in unison. Fuchs's foul was unmistakable, leading the referee to issue a yellow card and award Udinese a free kick in the attacking half. Bruno, now the designated set-piece specialist for Udinese, took up the ball at the spot indicated by the referee. In a scenario where open play proved fruitless, a set-piece offered a prime opportunity to break the deadlock. However, the location of this free kick was somewhat awkward, making a direct shot less viable. Typically, the player taking the free kick would opt to deliver the ball into the box, allowing teammates to challenge the opposing defense and goal. If a teammate could seize the opportunity, whether via header or shot, it would present a solid scoring chance. Nevertheless, Bruno contemplated an alternative approach, especially upon noticing that Schalke 04 had only positioned Fuchs in the wall. As the referee blew the whistle, Bruno began his run-up. Years of foundational training had ingrained in him the mechanics of his approach, the requisite power, the precise distance of each step, and how to strike the ball most comfortably. Everything had become second nature to him. With each movement, he instinctively knew his next step. Everything unfolded as if driven by instinct. As he reached the ball, he planted his left foot for support, swung his right leg back, and leaned his body at an angle towards the ball, unleashing a powerful strike. The sound of the impact reverberated, and the ball rocketed from Bruno's right foot, soaring over the heads of all within the penalty area before quickly descending, curving with precision and striking the intersection of the crossbar and right post, finding its way into the net. This sudden shot was swift and forceful, its low trajectory catching everyone off guard, including Schalke 04's goalkeeper, Wellenruther, who failed to register the ball's entry until it was too late. All present were left in stunned silence, witnessing this remarkable scene on the pitch, observing Bruno after his shot, and gazing at the ball pulsating in the net. They were all astonished. No one expected Udinese to score in such a manner. On the sidelines, Di Matteo covered his mouth in disbelief, while Guidolin leapt with excitement. In the penalty area, Bruno, realizing he should celebrate, was promptly tackled by Sulla in a jubilant embrace, tumbling onto the pitch. The goal is in. A truly world-class strike from Bruno Fernandes. In the 89th minute, Bruno netted a sensational world-class goal. My goodness, this will undoubtedly become a classic. From a position near the left sideline, Bruno executed a direct free kick that breached Schalke 04's defenses. Absolutely marvelous. What a breathtaking, show-stopping world-class goal. Bruno was soon engulfed by his teammates, one after another, celebrating the moment. Yet, the most uncomfortable among them was clearly Sulla, who feared accidentally crushing Bruno and braced himself. All the Udinese players collapsed onto the pitch, reveling in their celebration. Meanwhile, the Udinese fans in the stands erupted in ecstatic cheers. If the match were to conclude with the current score, it would mark Udinese's historic first entry into the Champions League quarterfinals. A brace. Tonight was indeed a thrilling match. Udinese and Schalke 04 delivered the most exhilarating encounter of this season's Champions League, with both sides performing admirably. Schalke 04 held the advantage, yet Udinese exhibited remarkable resilience. In the visiting team's tactical area, Di Matteo, upon witnessing Bruno's world-class strike, crouched down in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Had it not been for the scoreboard reflecting a 3-4 scoreline, he might have thought he was dreaming. Everything transpired too swiftly, a show-stopping world-class goal. This is destined to become the headline news across major media outlets tomorrow. Even the rival, Huntelaar, must concede and acknowledge that Bruno's performance tonight was indeed remarkable. It is truly impressive how a player like Bruno can single-handedly carry a team into the Champions League quarterfinals. Indeed, although they suffered a 3-4 defeat at home, they emerged as the ultimate victors. This marks the first time in their history that they have reached the Champions League quarterfinals, having just secured the Europa League title last season. Advancing to the Champions League quarterfinals this season feels almost surreal. Ultimately, when the referee blew the final whistle, the score settled at 3-4, with Schalke 04 defeating the season's standout team, Udinese, on their home turf. However, the victorious Schalke 04 players and their coach, Di Matteo, were far from jubilant. In an interview, Di Matteo stated, "My team did everything they could. A young squad played at a high level. Scoring 4 goals at the Friuli Stadium is unimaginable. We are extremely disappointed not to progress." Former Real Madrid player Huntelaar scored twice in the 57th minute, giving Schalke a 4-2 lead and placing them on the brink of advancement. In the ensuing half-hour, the Bundesliga team had opportunities, but Canizes made 2 crucial saves to rescue the team. Di Matteo remarked, "It was a great match for the spectators. We played exceptionally well. Winning a thrilling match yet failing to advance feels very peculiar." Huntelaar struck the crossbar in the first half, lamenting, "Today luck was not on our side." Schalke 04 currently ranks 5th in the Bundesliga, and following their exit from the Champions League, their primary objective is to secure a top 4 finish to continue competing in the Champions League next season. Conversely, the defeated Udinese players were quite pleased, as they have reached the Champions League quarterfinals for the first time in their history, setting a new record for the club in this prestigious tournament. Udinese coach Guidolin appeared somewhat discontented with the loss, stating at the post-match press conference, "If we continue to perform like tonight, it is evident that we will not progress far." When asked if this signifies Udinese is in a downturn, Guidolin replied, "I regret to say, as everyone can see, we played poorly. This is the team's unfortunate side. We accept all criticisms and boos, as this will only serve to motivate us further. I still have faith in the entire team because I know their capabilities. We must continue to train diligently and focus on the task at hand. There is much for all of us to accomplish." Guidolin continued, "I recognize that we performed inadequately. We can do better. I have already discussed this with the players. We did not play smoothly, and our performance was dismal. There is little more to say about this match. We must improve. If we cannot do so, we will not advance further." Another journalist inquired if Guidolin had spoken to the players during halftime, akin to Ferguson's famous hairdryer treatment. Guidolin responded, "We need to reassess our defensive strategies, as that is where all our errors lie. Historically, no team has scored 4 goals at our home ground, except for Genoa, which was an anomaly. We lacked organization." A reporter also asked if Guidolin's consistent remarks about Udinese merely contending for a Champions League spot in Serie A had undermined the team's confidence. Guidolin conceded, "Yes, we lack confidence. We also miss a bit of physicality in our play. We have issues in many areas including scoring, defending, motivation, ambition, and concentration." Another journalist probed whether Guidolin would be surprised if he were to be dismissed from Udinese. He replied, "I am not considering that at the moment. I will continue to do my job, striving to do the best for the team. I need to improve because everything that transpired on the pitch tonight falls under the coach's responsibility." Despite Guidolin's dissatisfaction with the match's outcome, it does not diminish the significance of Udinese reaching the Champions League quarterfinals for the first time in their history, a feat that is arguably as meaningful as winning the Europa League title last season. Of course, Udinese is not the first team this season to advance to the Champions League quarterfinals. Just 2 minutes before the conclusion of the match between Udinese and Schalke 04, the clash between Real Madrid and Porto had already reached its conclusion, with Real Madrid triumphing 2-1 at the Bernabeu, thanks to Cristiano Ronaldo's brace, resulting in an aggregate score of 5-5. Real Madrid advanced on away goals, becoming the first team this season to reach the Champions League quarterfinals. However, the draw for the quarterfinals will not take place until a week later, when the 8 qualified teams will be assigned opponents through a random draw. Chapter 206, renaming on the afternoon of March 15th. During the 27th round of Serie A, Udinese faced Atalanta at the Italian Blue Arena. Atalanta currently sits in 17th place, perilously close to the relegation zone. Earlier this month, Atalanta dismissed their former coach, Stefano Colantuono, and appointed Eddie Regia, a coach with experience at Napoli and Lazio. However, this managerial change did not yield the anticipated results. In Regia's first match at the helm, his team faced the bottom-placed Parma, resulting in a goalless draw between the 2 relegation contenders. Now, as Regia leads Atalanta into their second match against Udinese, they find themselves in dire straits against the formidable Udinese, resorting to a defensive strategy. Breaking through a packed defense proves to be a globally recognized challenge, and facing Atlanta's compact formation at home, Udinese struggled to find a solution. As the match approached the 80th minute, the scoreboard still read 0-0. Many Udinese fans watching on television braced themselves for what seemed like the team's third draw of the season when 2 of their key players stepped up once more. In the 86th minute, Udinese executed a brilliant series of passes in the attacking third, culminating in Bruno delivering a perfectly timed overhead pass. Di Natale, ever alert, found himself at the right spot, slotting the ball into an empty net. 1-0, Udinese snatched a last-minute victory against Atlanta. This goal marked the 17th in Serie A for Udinese's captain this season and the 222nd of his career in Italy's top flight. Additionally, this assist was Bruno's 15th in Serie A this season, solidifying his lead in the assist rankings. On March 20th at noon CET, the draw for the quarterfinals of the 2014 to 2015 UEFA Champions League will take place at UEFA's headquarters in Nyon, Switzerland. Just 2 days prior, the results of all matches in the round of 16 were finalized, with La Liga emerging as the biggest winner, as all three participating teams, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid, advanced to the quarterfinals. Serie A clubs also fared well, with both Udinese and Juventus progressing. The remaining three teams include Bundesliga's Bayern Munich and Ligue 1's Paris Saint-Germain and Monaco. In contrast, the Premier League faced a dismal fate, with Manchester City eliminated by Barcelona and Chelsea drawing 1-1 with PSG in both matches, ultimately falling to the Parisians in a penalty shootout after extra time. Consequently, all three Premier League teams that reached the knockout stage were denied a place in the quarterfinals. Furthermore, Everton, the sole representative of the Premier League in the Europa League round of 16, was also eliminated. Thus, the Premier League once again ended the season with 0 teams in the quarterfinals of European competitions. Interestingly, Serie A, which had previously struggled in European competitions, is now showing signs of resurgence. In addition to Udinese and Juventus reaching the Champions League quarterfinals, Napoli and Fiorentina also advanced to the Europa League quarterfinals. According to the Champions League draw regulations, this quarterfinal draw will have no avoidance principles, meaning teams from the same league and those that previously faced each other in the group stage could potentially meet again, significantly increasing the excitement of the matches. A highlight of the quarterfinals will be the anticipated clashes between the three most powerful teams in European football, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich. Additionally, Paris Saint-Germain, led by Ibrahimovic, along with Udinese's dynamic duo of Bruno and Di Natale, as well as Juventus's formidable trio of Tevez, Pogba, and Vidal, could also play the role of disruptors. Monaco, on the other hand, will be in high demand, as every team will hope to face them in the quarterfinals. Besides the marquee matchups, intra-league clashes are also noteworthy, with the most anticipated being the Spanish derby among the three giants of La Liga. Any encounter between Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid is likely to be the most highly scrutinized duel in the quarterfinals. Furthermore, if Udinese and Juventus, or Paris Saint-Germain and Monaco meet in the quarterfinals, those matches will undoubtedly draw attention. It is somewhat regrettable that this season, all Premier League teams have been eliminated, leaving no opportunity for an English derby. The draw will be conducted by UEFA Secretary-General Infantino, assisted by former German international Riedel, who serves as the ambassador for this season's Champions League final. As the draw commenced, Paris Saint-Germain was the first team to be selected, with their opponent being Barcelona. Next, Atletico Madrid was drawn against Real Madrid. Then came Udinese, who would face Bayern Munich, and the remaining matchup featured Juventus against Monaco. Facing Bayern Munich is undoubtedly a challenging prospect for Udinese. As one of the three titans of contemporary football, the Bayern Munich squad, under the stewardship of Guardiola, not only maintains its dominance in the Bundesliga but has also exhibited remarkable prowess on the European stage. Last season, the Bavarians eliminated both Arsenal and Manchester City in the Champions League knockout rounds, advancing to the semi-finals. Despite suffering a double defeat at the hands of the BBC-led peak Real Madrid, they still demonstrated formidable strength. Bayern Munich has earned a reputation as the butcher of this season's Champions League, having inflicted a staggering 7-1 defeat on Roma in the group stage, followed by a 7-0 rout of Shakhtar Donetsk in the round of 16. Competing against such a team is indeed a daunting challenge. However, the prospect of facing Udinese is equally daunting for Guardiola and Bayern Munich. Initially regarded as the underdogs in the Champions League, Udinese defied expectations by topping their group ahead of Real Madrid and subsequently eliminating Schalke 04 in the round of 16. Furthermore, they currently lead Serie A by a 10-point margin, leaving no one daring to underestimate Udinese any longer. It can be asserted that Udinese is undoubtedly one of the most outstanding teams in Europe this season, exhibiting a competitive caliber comparable to that of elite clubs like Bayern Munich, Barcelona, and Real Madrid. In Serie A, Udinese boasts an impressive record of 23 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses, accumulating 71 points with an average of 2.63 points per match, making them the highest-scoring team across Europe's top 5 leagues. As for the Premier League, Chelsea currently leads with 19 wins, 7 draws, and 2 losses from 28 matches, amassing 64 points at an average of 2.29 points per game. Meanwhile, Barcelona has overtaken Real Madrid in La Liga, posting 21 wins, 2 draws, and 4 losses after 27 matches, securing 65 points for a slender 1-point lead at the top. The Catalans average 2.41 points per match. In the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich has established an insurmountable lead in the standings, achieving 20 wins, 4 draws, and 1 loss after 25 matches, totaling 64 points, 11 points clear of second-placed Wolfsburg, with an average of 2.56 points per match. In League One, Lyon remains at the summit with a less impressive record of 17 wins, 7 draws, and 5 losses, totaling 58 points, averaging precisely 2 points per match. Udinese's performance extends beyond Serie A. They have also excelled in the Champions League. In the 6 group matches and 2 knockout matches already played, Udinese has achieved 5 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss, scoring 22 goals while conceding 11. Among the 16 teams that have advanced to the knockout stage, only Barcelona, with a record of 7 wins and 1 loss, and Bayern Munich, with 6 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss, have performed better than Udinese. In fact, on the current UEFA club coefficient rankings, Udinese ranks second, trailing only Barcelona and even surpassing Bayern Munich, owing to their participation in 2 Champions League qualifying matches. Moreover, as the reigning champions of the Europa League, they have truly established their prowess on the European stage. At this juncture, any team that dares to underestimate Udinese is indeed courting disaster. 2 days later, in the 28th round of Serie A, Udinese hosted Fiorentina. Thanks to Di Natale's brace and Bruno's goal, Udinese narrowly triumphed over Fiorentina with a score of 3-2, maintaining a 10-point lead atop the Serie A standings. Di Natale's goals brought his total in Serie A to 224, just one shy of the legendary Gunnar Nordahl for 3rd place on the all-time scoring list. Chapter 207. Is destiny preordained? The match against Fiorentina marked Udinese's 4th 3-2 victory this season in Serie A. However, this is not the most frequently occurring scoreline for Udinese this season. The score of 2-1 tops the list, having occurred in a staggering 9 matches. Additionally, with 4 matches ending in 1-0, Udinese has narrowly defeated their opponents by a single goal in a remarkable 17 matches this season, while their total victories in Serie A stand at just 24. In fact, of the remaining 7 victories, Udinese has recorded only one 3-goal triumph, with the other 6 matches being won by a mere 2-goal margin. Such a plethora of narrow and hard-fought victories indicates that Udinese's strength is closely matched with that of their opponents, resulting in fiercely contested encounters. It also highlights Udinese's resilience in the face of adversity, as they consistently emerge as the ultimate victors. Naturally, such circumstances often involve an element of luck. This situation has left Juventus fans feeling particularly disgruntled about Udinese's 10-point lead in Serie A, as the match statistics suggest that Juventus often wielded greater dominance in their games. In many encounters, Juventus has maintained an upper hand over their adversaries, leading to more frequent large-margin victories. They have recorded 4 matches with a 3-goal advantage, including a classic 7-0 demolition of Parma and a 4-0 thrashing of Verona. Such numerous commanding wins have allowed Juventus to boast a goal differential far superior to Udinese. After 28 rounds of matches, Juventus has a goal differential of 38, while Udinese stands at 29. Despite having a superior goal differential by 9, Juventus finds themselves trailing Udinese by 10 points, leaving their fans understandably disheartened, regardless of how Juventus fans feel. As the season reaches this point, even they must acknowledge that Juventus's prospects in Serie A are bleak. Udinese's claim to the Serie A title is merely a matter of time. Following their victory over Fiorentina, the football world entered an international break, and Serie A will observe a 2-week hiatus. With Udinese's recent stellar performances, Cancelo finally received a call-up to the Portuguese national team. During this international break, the Portuguese national team has 2 fixtures, the 4th round of the European Championship qualifiers, where they will host Serbia, followed by a friendly against the weaker Cape Verde. In the match against Serbia, Bruno unsurprisingly started, while Cancelo found himself on the bench. Bruno was familiar with several players on the Serbian team, such as Chelsea's defensive linchpin Matic and Jovanovic, as well as his former Udinese teammate Dusan Basta. Additionally, he recognized former Manchester City player Nastasic, now with Schalke 04, as well as City defender Kolarov, Southampton forward Tadic, and Roma's Ljajic. It can be said that this Serbian squad possesses considerable strength. However, Serbia's performance during the match was abysmal. Aside from a 0-3 defeat due to fan disturbances, they managed only 1 draw and 1 loss in their other 2 matches, being held to a 1-1 draw by Armenia and suffering a 1-3 loss at home to Denmark. Consequently, they currently sit at the bottom of Group I. Thanks to Portugal's impressive performance in the European Championship qualifiers. Compounded by victories over formidable opponents France and Argentina in friendlies, fans are highly satisfied with the team's display. Tickets for this match sold out quickly, and the Estadio de Luz, which accommodates 64,000 spectators, was entirely filled. Amidst the cheers of over 60,000 home fans, the Portuguese national team launched a fierce offensive against Serbia from the outset. Appearing determined to overwhelm their opponents, Portugal's relentless attack bore fruit in the 10th minute when they scored. Following a swift counterattack, Elisu's breakthrough on the left was thwarted by Basta, resulting in Portugal earning their first corner of the match. However, Carvalho was soon substituted due to injury, which was certainly not good news for Portugal. With Pepe already sidelined due to injury, the loss of Carvalho meant Portugal had lost their starting center-back partnership. Serbia, recognizing Portugal's defensive vulnerabilities, began to intensify their offensive efforts in search of an equalizer. Yet, before Serbia could find the goal they craved, their defenses were breached once more in the 31st minute, following a midfield interception. Portugal launched another rapid counterattack, with Cristiano Ronaldo breaking down the left flank and delivering a precise pass to Bruno, who scored from close range as the first half drew to a close. The score remained 2-0 after the break. Trailing Serbia took the initiative, ramping up their attacking intensity. Meanwhile, Portugal continued to fortify their defense, waiting for opportunities to counter. This goal invigorated Serbia's attacking spirit, and they pressed on in search of a goal to level the match. However, merely 2 minutes later, Portugal countered swiftly once more, extending their lead to 2 goals. On the right flank, Cristiano Ronaldo penetrated the gap, while Bruno delivered a curling cross. Cointreau, positioned at the back post just 3 meters from the goal, deftly converted with a left-footed shot into the net. Subsequently, both teams made a series of substitutions. Juri replaced Markovi, Quaresma came on for Cointreau, Tuai took over from Totti, and Williams substituted for Danny. However, until the final whistle, the score remained at 3-1. With this victory, Portugal secured their 4th consecutive win, leading Group I with 12 points. Albania, still occupying 2nd place, astonished many by exceeding expectations as the Balkan team initially deemed the weakest in Group I. After losing 1-3 to Portugal in the opening round, they managed to triumph over Denmark, Serbia, and Armenia, amassing 9 points at the halfway mark, surpassing Denmark, who stood at 6 points. 2 days later, Portugal traveled to Estoril to face Cabo Verde in a friendly match. This encounter was organized to celebrate the centenary of the Portuguese Football Federation, with Cabo Verde chosen due to its deep-rooted connections with Portugal, often referred to as Africa's Portugal. Although the Cabo Verde national team is relatively obscure, they hold a respectable world ranking of 38, possessing enough strength to pose a threat to Portugal. Just a day after having played a European Championship qualifier, the Portuguese squad faced the challenge of this match. Given its lack of significance for the main players, they were understandably reluctant to participate in such a warm-up fixture. Should they be compelled to play, clubs like Ronaldo's and Bruno's would likely voice their objections. Understanding the situation, Portugal's coach Santos thoughtfully drafted an alternative squad consisting of 11 young players primarily from the Primeira Liga, along with 3 U21 players. The matchday roster would include these 14 individuals alongside a few from the European Championship qualifying list. Indeed, during the match, Santos rotated all 11 players, allowing the main squad to rest while also evaluating the younger talents for the national team. However, the outcome of the match left everyone astonished. Portugal found themselves trailing 0-2 at halftime. As they intensified their offensive efforts in the second half, they suffered another setback when Pinto fouled a Cabo Verdean player at the edge of the penalty area and was sent off with a red card. Ultimately, this youthful Portuguese side succumbed to a 0-2 defeat on home soil. Despite Portugal's setback, Bruno remained unaffected, as he, along with Ronaldo and other key players, remained seated on the substitutes bench throughout the match. In the Serie A Round 29 clash on April 4, Udinese faced Genoa away from home. In their previous encounter at Friuli, Genoa had triumphed 4-3 over Udinese, thus the latter approached this match with a vengeful spirit. Nonetheless, Udinese's primary focus was to secure victory to maintain their lead in the standings, aiming to clinch the Serie A title as soon as possible. Genoa had displayed impressive form this season, accumulating 40 points with a record of 10 wins, 10 draws, and 8 losses, currently sitting 7th in Serie A with aspirations of qualifying for European competition. However, Udinese struggled on the road, hampered by the FIFA virus, leaving many players appearing fatigued. Genoa took the lead in the 19th minute with Tino Costa's pass, allowing Di Maio to score. It wasn't until the 68th minute that Udinese equalized, with substitute time in converting Sulla's cross. In the 92nd minute, Udinese netted a second goal. Sulla broke through on the right flank and crossed. Taylor headed the ball, and Bruno, anticipating the opponent's clearance, poked the ball into the net. This marked Udinese's 10th victory of the season in Serie A by a scoreline of 2-1. Chapter 208. The legend Udinese's remarkable 2-1 comeback victory against Genoa garnered significant attention. This was not only their 18th win of the season in Serie A by a single goal margin, but also their 8th victory after trailing. True football aficionados understand that victories in favorable conditions are mere anomalies. The true test of a team's mettle lies in their ability to overcome adversity and compete fiercely, even when at a disadvantage. La Gazzetta dello Sport remarked that achieving a 2-1 turnaround against Genoa at the Ferraris Stadium genuinely showcased Udinese's maturity and resilience. Their ability to endure in such a tense match and ultimately triumph is crucial for a team's stability and success throughout a lengthy league campaign. The Times echoed this sentiment, stating that a successful team must not only secure points in favorable circumstances, but also possess the capability to prevail in adversity. Ferguson's Manchester United dominated the Premier League due to this very trait. And this season, Udinese has begun to exhibit similar characteristics. Even the mouthpiece of Udinese's direct rivals, Juventus, La Stampa, begrudgingly acknowledged, this season's Udinese is stabilizing to a daunting extent. Regardless of the circumstances, they appear to emerge victorious. Seemingly invincible, Udinese's consistent performance in Serie A has placed immense pressure on Juventus, prompting the latter to shift their focus towards the Champions League in light of their aspirations for European glory. Consequently, in the 30th round match against Parma, Allegri opted for extensive rotation. Presumably, he believed that even with a reserve lineup against a financially troubled Parma, victory was a strong possibility, given Parma's dismal season thus far. With only 13 points, having been penalized 3 points for financial issues, and a record of 4 wins, 4 draws, and 21 losses, Parma was all but resigned to relegation, having been defeated by every Serie A team except Inter Milan. However, spurred by the allure of remaining in Serie A, Parma displayed remarkable tenacity, ultimately scoring from a swift counterattack to secure a dramatic victory over Juventus. La Gazzetta dello Sport headlined, Juventus reserve side falters. Parma celebrates a monumental achievement. La Stampa's headline read, Juventus too complacent, with a subheading stating, A vacationing Juventus suffers defeat at Tardini. La Stampa expressed concern that while this loss did not significantly impact Juventus' already 10-point deficit to Udinese, the poor performances of several players were worrisome. Llorente's ongoing slump was perplexing, Vidal's performance had declined yet again, Coman seemed completely absent during the match, and Ogbonna made fans long for Bonucci's presence. La Stampa concluded that the team's mindset was elsewhere, fixated on the upcoming encounter with Monaco, and that excessive rotation negatively impacted their performance. Furthermore, after conceding a goal, the team exhibited no appropriate response, ultimately allowing Parma to claim a long-awaited victory. Il Romanista's headline read, Stunning scenes at Tardini. Parma defeats Juventus. Their perspective aligned with the previous 2 media outlets, asserting that the team's focus was far from the match at hand. Having already shifted to the Champions League, coupled with subpar performances from rotated players, the entire squad lacked passion, leading to a well-deserved victory for Parma. The desire to perform in the Champions League, a tournament of immense global significance, was shared not only by Juventus players but also their rivals, Udinese. Particularly in light of Juventus' missteps, which saw them trailing Udinese by 10 points with the game in hand, Udinese found themselves with more leeway. This meant that even if they were to lose against Palermo in their 30th round match, they would still lead Juventus by 10 points with 8 matches remaining in the league. Although Udinese players, including Guidolin, were aware that their chances of advancing against formidable opponents Bayern Munich were slim, they resolved to take a gamble at home. After all, dreams are worth pursuing. What if they were to come true? Just as Udinese's relentless efforts throughout the season have led to their current standing, daring to dream is essential. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from a lifeless fish? Thus, in the Serie A Round 30 match on April 12th, Udinese faced Palermo at home, with Guidolin opting for extensive rotation, fielding a reserve lineup. Guidolin's reasoning mirrored Allegri's, as their opponents Palermo had gone 6 matches without a win and were in dire form. Even if they were to suffer a defeat, Udinese could afford it, given their substantial lead in the standings. The predicament faced by Guidolin is quite similar to that of Allegri, in the depth of Udinese's bench. being significantly inferior to that of Juventus, has resulted in the team fielding a substitute lineup, trailing Palermo by a staggering 0-3. Just an hour into the match, in the 15th minute, Dybala delivered an exquisite pass, allowing Lazar to unleash a long-range shot that found the upper right corner, putting Palermo ahead 1-0. By the 21st minute, Dybala once again provided an assist, as Rigoni struck the ball into the lower right corner of the net, extending Palermo's lead to 2-0. In the 66th minute, Rispo's cross was met by Josefa's header, which found the upper left corner, solidifying Palermo's dominance at 3 o'clock over Udinese. It was only then that Guidolin seemed to awaken from his stupor, making a series of substitutions, introducing defensive stalwart Canty, midfield orchestrator Bruno Fernandes, and attacking linchpin Di Natale. Guidolin was acutely aware that while Udinese could afford to lose this match, a catastrophic defeat was unequivocally unacceptable. The arrival of Bruno and his companions swiftly helped halt Udinese's downward spiral, preventing a complete collapse, and instigated a counterattack on the field. This marked Di Natale's 20th goal of the season, signifying that the esteemed captain of Udinese had achieved 20 or more goals in the Serie A for 6 consecutive seasons. Furthermore, this was Di Natale's 225th goal in his career within the Serie A, propelling him to tie with Nordahl and secure the 3rd spot on the league's all-time scoring list. Although Di Natale refrained from celebrating after scoring, instead opting to retrieve the ball from the net and jog back towards the center circle. The 40,000-strong crowd at the Friuli Stadium rose in unison to applaud this legendary striker. Even the over 2,000 Palermo fans present joined in the tribute. After all, this seasoned player, who rose from humble beginnings, truly deserves such respect. As the match concluded, following an extensive 5 minutes of stoppage time, the score remained 1-3. It was evident that the referee was doing his utmost to favor the home side and honor the legendary Di Natale. However, the hole that Udinese had dug for themselves was simply too deep to remedy at this point. Upon the final whistle, as Di Natale led his teammates in a lap around the pitch to express gratitude to the fans, the Udinese supporters lingered, showering him with sustained applause and congratulations. The only blemish on this momentous occasion was the defeat that Udinese suffered. Thus, before Di Natale, only the eternal Prince of Rome, Totti, with 241 goals, and Silvio Piola, with 274 goals, remain ahead. However, surpassing these two legends would prove exceedingly difficult for Di Natale. While Totti only leads Di Natale by a mere 16 goals, the Wolf King continues to grace the pitch and is in fine form, having already netted 6 goals this season. It remains uncertain where this old maestro's limits lie. Piola, on the other hand, maintains a substantial lead over Di Natale with 49 goals. Even if Di Natale were to sustain his current scoring rate, he would need at least 2 more seasons to have a chance of surpassing him. Yet, anyone with a modicum of common sense would recognize the improbability of this feat. After all, Di Natale, born in October 1977, is on the verge of turning 38. Maintaining a scoring efficiency of 20 goals per season in Serie A at the age of 40 would be nothing short of surpassing human limitations. Chapter 209. Confidence. Despite Udinese and Juventus both easing their pace in this round to conserve energy for the upcoming Champions League knockout stage, the advantage each team holds on the Serie A table remains strikingly evident. After 30 rounds of matches, Udinese boasts an impressive record of 25 wins, 2 draws, and 3 losses, accumulating 77 points and securing the top position in Serie A. Juventus closely follows with 20 wins, 7 draws, and 3 losses, totaling 67 points and ranking second. Lazio has now ascended to 3rd place, with a record of 17 wins, 4 draws, and 9 losses, accumulating only 55 points. The recently struggling Roma has slipped to 4th, with the Wolves achieving 14 wins, 12 draws, and 4 losses, totaling 54 points. For Juventus, while the prospect of clinching a 4th consecutive Serie A title seems increasingly bleak this season, they have effectively locked in 2nd place, ensuring direct qualification for the next season's Champions League group stage. The 3rd Champions League spot for next season will be contested between the 2 Roman clubs. Meanwhile, Sampdoria, with 48 points, Napoli with 47, and Fiorentina with 46, find their chances of breaking into the top 3 virtually extinguished. However, Napoli and Fiorentina, who remain in the Europa League, may still have an opportunity to secure their Champions League qualification by winning the Europa League title. On the evening of April 15, the Friuli Stadium, with a capacity of over 41,000, was completely packed. In fact, since Udinese's triumph in both the Europa League and Coppa Italia last season, and their subsequent rise to the top three in Serie A. Every match at the Friuli Stadium this season has witnessed a full house, achieving a remarkable record of 100 attendance. The Friuli Stadium is not a small venue. Its total capacity exceeds 41,600, aptly reflecting the fervor of Udinese's fan base. Before the match began, Guidolin and Guardiola exchanged a handshake. Though their interaction was minimal, a few days prior, Guidolin had made extensive rotations in the Serie A lineup precisely to conserve energy for this match against Bayern Munich. For this game, Guidolin deployed his strongest available lineup, featuring a forward pairing of Di Natale and Sulla. Although Di Natale had played approximately half an hour in the previous weekend's match, it did not significantly affect his performance. He has been in fine form lately, and Sulla has also regained his stride, much to Guidolin's satisfaction, as Sulla's recent shooting luck has been noteworthy. Indeed, while Guidolin considers Sulla's shooting technique to be relatively average, his recent luck and form have been exceptional. For a forward, having a favorable sense of timing and fortune is of paramount importance. When luck and confidence align, scoring becomes almost effortless, particularly for a player like Sulla, whose shooting skills are not particularly exceptional. In midfield, Bruno, Kanté, Weidmont, and Guilherme formed a quartet. The defensive line comprised Danilo and Maguire as center-backs, with Cancelo on the left and Pires on the right, establishing a notably stable defensive configuration for Udinese. The starting goalkeeper, Kenizes, a Greek custodian, has firmly secured his position as the first-choice keeper, relegating the former starter, Berchik, to the bench. However, Berchik has no intention of transferring, having served Udinese for many years and approaching the twilight of his career at the age of 32. He is unwilling to embark on further upheaval. For Bayern Munich, their goalkeeper is Neuer, with Brazilian defender Rafinha at right-back, and a central defensive pairing of Boateng and Dante, while the left-back is the talented Bernat, whom Bayern acquired from Valencia last summer. In midfield, the trio consists of Captain Lahm, Alonso, and Thiago, while the attacking line features Emler, Lewandowski, and Jidzu. Guardiola is aiming to devour us whole, Guidolin remarked to Portuguese, who nodded in agreement. The three forwards in Bayern's lineup are self-evident, but the selection of Lahm, Alonso, and Thiago in midfield, with Alonso as the lone defensive midfielder, diminishes defensive strength while bolstering offensive capabilities. Guidolin swiftly discerned Guardiola's mindset. This bald man intends to swallow Udinese whole. Diego, Guidolin addressed his assistant, Portuguese, we have a greater chance of winning this match. Portuguese looked at Guidolin in surprise. The match had only just begun, and their opponent was the formidable Bayern Munich. Was such confidence warranted, or perhaps a bit overzealous? On the visiting team's bench, Guardiola smiled confidently at his assistant, Erik ten Hag, stating, "Everything is under my control." In response to Bayern Munich's potential starting configuration, Udinese conducted targeted tactical drills. When the players noted Alonso's presence in the starting lineup and Bayern's choice of a lone defensive midfielder, they understood their course of action. According to Guidolin's strategy, Udinese's response was straightforward: concentrate all attacking forces on exploiting Alonso's position. This does not imply that Alonso is lacking in ability. On the contrary, he is a remarkably skilled player. However, within this Bayern Munich squad, in this starting lineup, the Spanish midfielder serving as the lone pivot became the focal point for Guidolin's tactical breakthrough. As the match progressed for several minutes, it became evident that Guidolin's strategy was proving to be quite successful. From the outset, the home team, Udinese, launched an offensive against Bayern Munich, frequently pressuring the midfield around Alonso's position. Bayern Munich, it appears, was ill-prepared for the match. On one hand, they did not anticipate that Udinese would adopt such an assertive and aggressive approach against them. On the other hand, they lacked the necessary preparation for Udinese's concentrated offensive firepower aimed at Alonso, which left him somewhat beleaguered, necessitating assistance from Lahm and Thiago. This directly resulted in Bayern's midfield being thrust into a defensive posture, struggling to keep up and unable to support their forwards. This was Pep Guardiola's second season at the helm of Bayern Munich, during which he had already established his authority within the team. This authority was built upon a foundation of continuous victories. These triumphs greatly enhanced the confidence of the entire Bayern squad, particularly that of their coach, Guardiola. He harbored a belief that any team daring to engage Bayern in a shootout would possess commendable courage. Yet they would inevitably meet a grim fate. Thus, when he observed Udinese pressing forward with their attacks after the match commenced, he was initially taken aback. He had presumed that Udinese would adopt a more conservative stance against the formidable Bayern Munich. To his surprise, Udinese was resolute in their offensive strategy. Subsequently, Guardiola felt a surge of delight. Since Udinese had overstepped their bounds, he was willing to accompany Guidolin and Udinese on this journey, in this psychological state. Even upon witnessing Udinese's relentless assault on Alonso, which left Bayern somewhat reactive, Guardiola paid little heed. He had confidence in his team, believing that if they could withstand this onslaught, Bayern would certainly impart a valuable lesson to Udinese. However, Guardiola overlooked a crucial point. He lacked a direct understanding of this Udinese team. This match marked the first encounter between Guardiola and Guidolin. Although Guardiola had watched Udinese's match against Schalke 04 and reviewed various recordings of their games, he mistakenly believed he had a solid grasp of Udinese and Guidolin's tactical framework. Yet, this was akin to perceiving through a fog. Without clarity, one could never truly discern whether one faced a fragile opponent or a formidable foe. To Guardiola's astonishment, as Udinese continued their relentless advances, Bayern Munich appeared to be struggling to cope. Alonso, serving as Bayern's sole defensive midfielder, found himself under siege, and once breached, the situation could become perilous. This compelled Lahm and Thiago to provide assistance, leaving Bayern's midfield in a notably passive position against Udinese's high-intensity pressing tactics. Guidolin observed from the sidelines, his fists clenched and released repeatedly, feeling a tinge of anxiety himself. The only remedy for his tension was a goal. A turnover occurred. Under pressure from Guilherme, Alonso opted to pass the ball, but Widmer was already poised for the interception, launching a sudden attack. Kant swiftly regained possession before Lahm could intervene, quickly distributing the ball to Bruno. Well executed, Guidolin applauded as the players coordinated their pressing beautifully. Bruno advanced the ball, made a slight adjustment, and then surveyed the field. Bruno's incisive pass. Sulla. Speed, speed, speed. A breathtaking pace. He spread the play, and Cancelo delivered a cross. Boateng. He cleared it. A miscue. Di Natale. Gulul. Antonio Di Natale. He has scored 1-0. Udinese leads Bayern Munich 1-0, with the goal attributed to Di Natale, the Udinese captain, who had just equaled the legendary Nordal on the Serie A all-time scoring list. Delivered yet another stellar performance, opening the scoring for Udinese. Accompanied by the roars of the commentators, the Friuli Stadium erupted in jubilant cheers. Di Natale, arms outstretched, sprinted towards the corner flag, followed closely by his ecstatic Udinese teammates. Chapter 210. The strength of Bayern Munich. Udinese, buoyed by Di Natale's goal, took the lead in the match. Guardiola furrowed his brow slightly, perturbed by the concession. Nevertheless, he could not deny that Udinese's goal was a fine one. From Guilherme's pressing to Widmer's successful interception, followed by a swift counterattack, the entire sequence unfolded at a breakneck pace, leaving Bayern's defense struggling to cope. Guardiola was acutely aware of where the issues lay within his team. The attack had stemmed from Alonso's pass being intercepted following his pressure. Alonso, as a solitary defensive midfielder, bore considerable weight. Ten Hag observed. I know. Guardiola nodded, fully cognizant of the situation. In fact, when he set out this formation, Guardiola recognized that Alonso might become a focal point for Udinese's assaults. Yet he persisted with this tactic and lineup because, in this match, defense was not the priority. Ten Hag cast a glance at Guardiola. Realizing he intended to engage Udinese in an all-out offensive battle, competing for goals, Alonso excelled in both defense and attack. Although he was under siege from Udinese, he should be capable of contributing more in the attacking phase. Guardiola deduced that the team must press forward, utilizing their offense to stifle Udinese's assaults. However, he had not anticipated that Bayern Munich's second goal would arrive so swiftly. In the 28th minute, Bruno Fernandes delivered a long pass, and Guilherme surged into the penalty area, feigning a long-range shot, deceiving the veteran Rafinha into reacting, only to pass the ball instead. Following up, Di Natale held off Dante and executed a half-turn shot. The ball was deflected by Neuer's leg, but Sulla was quick to capitalize on the rebound, scoring before Boateng could recover. Goal. Mohamed Salah, 2-0. Udinese leads Bayern Munich by 2 goals. The local television commentator exclaimed. This is madness. Faced with Udinese's onslaught, Bayern Munich appears utterly helpless. Their defense has been rent asunder once more, and their attack remains lackluster. Jidzu, Lewandowski, Müller, Lahm, Thiago, Alonso. Bayern Munich's star-studded lineup seems to be in a daze. Indeed, the commentator was accurate, including Jidzu, Müller, and Lewandowski, Bayern stars, lacking midfield support. posed no threat to Udinese's goal. As Sulla, Di Natale, and Bruno celebrated their goal, the young Jidzu stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at the pitch, while Imler spat in displeasure at the ground, and not far away, Lewandowski shook his head in resignation. At the conclusion of the first half, the scoreline stood at 2 o'clock. Throughout the first half, Udinese had virtually dominated the match. Aside from leading in possession with 55, Bayern Munich was significantly outmatched in every other statistical category. Particularly in terms of shots, Udinese registered 10 attempts, while Bayern managed only 3. This left journalists in the press box astounded. This was Bayern Munich, after all, an invincible force in the Bundesliga, yet they were being so thoroughly outclassed by Udinese on their own turf? How could this be possible? The issue lay with Alonso. As the renowned BBC commentator John Motson remarked, the Spaniard here is Udinese's primary target. Bayern Munich is in a defensive bind, triggering a crisis for the entire team, hampering their defensive capabilities, which inevitably impacts their offensive efforts. During halftime, Guidolin praised his players. However, after the accolades, he reminded them, a football match lasts 90 minutes. A 2 o'clock lead at halftime does not guarantee victory. Be wary of Bayern Munich's counterattack in the second half. Our tactics were successful in the first half. We must continue in the same vein. Guidolin circled Alonso's name on the tactical board, and everyone understood the coach's intent. He paused momentarily before continuing. Guardiola is also aware of his team's shortcomings, so he is likely to make adjustments in the second half by end the first half. Bayern Munich was taken aback by Udinese's performance. Under these circumstances, if Guardiola were not obstinately fixed in his ways, he would undoubtedly make changes. Moreover, as a superpower in football, Bayern stars are seasoned professionals, and after a 15-minute halftime adjustment, they could very well regain their momentum. In such a scenario, Udinese must be cautious of Bayern Munich's counteroffensive. Despite having anticipated various scenarios for Bayern Munich's second-half performance, when they scored shortly after the break, Guidolin realized he had underestimated them. Prior to the second half, Bayern Munich made a substitution. Jidzu was replaced by Rode. They shifted from a 4-3-3 formation to a 4-4-2 setup, with Rode and Alonso forming a double pivot. Guidolin cast a glance at Guardiola, taken aback by the latter's decisive substitution. Rode is one of the promising talents from Germany, primarily occupying the position of a defensive midfielder. Renowned for his stamina and passing abilities, Guardiola's adjustment yielded immediate results. With Rode shielding Alonso, the latter finally regained his world-class midfield prowess. In the 49th minute of the match, Xabi Alonso delivered a splendid pass, the ball weaving past the junction of Bruno Fernandes and Guilherme. Just outside the penalty area, Thiago received the ball, deftly maneuvering with his left foot to evade Maguire, before suddenly accelerating. Approaching Cancelo, he abruptly halted. Changing direction laterally, AS Cancelo hurriedly skidded to defend. Thiago seized the momentary gap, executing a precise shot towards the far corner. The ball arced beautifully, soaring into the upper left corner of the net. Despite Cannizara's desperate leap and touch, he could not alter its trajectory, and the ball nestled into the net. Goal. Guidolin gestured in frustration from the sidelines, visibly agitated. Although furious about the conceded goal, he refrained from unleashing his anger. Alonso's pass had been nothing short of exceptional. Despite having instructed his players to remain vigilant against Alonso, Guidolin realized he had underestimated the veteran Spaniard's capabilities. His standard defensive arrangements were evidently insufficient. The team required specialized defensive strategies tailored specifically to counter Alonso. Furthermore, Thiago's goal was indeed magnificent, leaving Maguire and Cancelo in a dizzying spin. However, while commentators lauded Thiago, Guidolin remained steadfast in his belief that Alonso posed the greatest threat to Bayern Munich. It was precisely because Alonso had rejuvenated in the second half that Bayern Munich's entire squad began to flourish, leading to Thiago's goal. Guardiola glanced at the home team's coaching bench, a smile gracing his face, cautious. In Guardiola's view, after conceding, Guidolin had become apprehensive, wary of Bayern Munich's offensive surge, and had begun to fortify his defense. Yet, against Bayern Munich's onslaught, could one truly hope to maintain a slender lead? Guardiola gestured for an intensified offensive. "Eric, the storm is about to commence," he remarked to Ten Hag, who nodded in admiration of Guardiola's unwavering confidence, a hallmark of those destined for greatness in coaching. 10 minutes later, Alonso sat on the ground, as Bayern Munich's medical staff hurriedly examined him. Guardiola then observed the medical staff signal for a substitution. Promptly, he directed Badstuber from the bench to warm up. Meanwhile, Guido Lin immediately gestured for an offensive push. Before Badstuber could enter the fray, Bayern Munich was down to 10 men, presenting Udinese with a golden opportunity to capitalize. Chapter 211. Balance. The most enchanting aspect of football matches lies in the unpredictability of what may transpire in the next moment. A minor mishap can dramatically alter the course of the game. Initially, Thiago's goal had elevated Bayern Munich's morale. However, Alonso's sudden injury triggered a brief disarray within the squad. At the juncture, Udinese seized the opportunity to accelerate their efforts. Badstuber stood at the sidelines, poised to enter upon the next stoppage. The match had just reached the 64th minute. Under pressure from Udinese's aggressive frontline, Bayern Munich faltered in their defensive line as veteran Rafinha, under Sulla's relentless pursuit, mishandled the ball, delivering a weak pass to Alonso. Consequently, Bruno intercepted midway, launching a swift solo run into the penalty area. As Bruno bypassed Neuer. The goalkeeper opted to trip him instead. Beep. The Spanish referee Carvalho signaled, striding towards the scene while retrieving a card from his pocket. Bayern Munich's players hurriedly gathered, anticipating the color of the card being issued. As the last offender, Neuer was likely to receive a red card. Referee, that guy Dove, a Bayern player shouted, denying Neuer's foul while accusing Bruno of simulation. Indeed, that lad feigned, veteran Rafinha exclaimed, attempting to absolve Neuer by attributing the incident to his earlier error. Naturally, Udinese players dismissed Bayern's claims, resulting in a fierce exchange of words between both sides. Referee Carvalho loudly admonished them, urging calm, and separated the players before pointing to the penalty spot, awarding Udinese a penalty kick. He then approached Neuer, brandishing a yellow card. The unexpected ruling astonished both teams. Bayern Munich players erupted in joy, while Udinese players appeared incredulous. Such a blatant penalty could warrant a red card, yet the referee had only issued a yellow? Several Udinese players immediately surrounded the Spanish official, contesting his decision. Meanwhile, the stands at Friuli Stadium erupted in a cacophony of boos as Carvalho displayed the yellow card. How could it be just a yellow card? Neuer, as the last offender, had tripped Bruno within the penalty area. Such an act was evidently deserving of a red card alongside a penalty. John Mortensen remarked incredulously. After a brief pause, Linker suggested, perhaps Carvalho sought to maintain balance. Considering Udinese was already leading, sending Neuer off would render the match devoid of suspense. On the sidelines, Guido Lin was incensed, leaping and rushing to the fourth official in protest. In stark contrast, Bayern Munich coach Guardiola experienced a surge of relief. Clapping vigorously and giving the referee a thumbs up in that moment, as Neuer fouled Bruno, Guardiola felt as if he might perish from despair. He yearned to confront Neuer, questioning his actions. Neuer's significance to Bayern was beyond comprehension. His presence on the pitch instilled confidence in the team's defense. With nearly half an hour remaining, Bayern Munich faced the daunting prospect of playing with one man down, uncertain of how many goals they might concede. It felt like losing both the woman and the child. Yet, in the next moment, something utterly unimaginable transpired. The referee had merely issued a yellow card. This signified a drastically different outcome. Regardless of Udinese players' dissatisfaction or the overwhelming jeers from the home crowd at Friuli Stadium, the officiating referee Carvalho remained resolute in his decision. Udinese now possessed the penalty opportunity. Following an earlier miss, the penalty kick responsibility had fallen to Bruno. Given that this penalty was also earned by him, it was unequivocally his to take. As Neuer misjudged the direction, the ball found the back of the net. Goal, 3-1. Udinese had once again doubled their lead. This marked Bruno's 13th goal in the current Champions League season, placing him far ahead in the goal-scoring chart. 3-1. Udinese led Bayern Munich 3-1. It was utterly astonishing. They now held a 2-goal advantage over Bayern Munich. Guardiola sat calmly on the bench. Although it appeared Bayern might lose this match, they still had a chance. Guardiola's premonition proved accurate. In the ensuing minutes, despite Bayern Munich's relentless resurgence, they failed to secure a second goal, while their defense nearly faltered during Udinese's swift counterattack. In the 87th minute, Sulla broke through on the right, delivering a low cross from the right side of the penalty area. Di Natale, at the near post, met the ball, and a near-own goal was narrowly averted as Boateng, just 7 meters from the goal, inadvertently deflected it. Neuer displayed his heroics, tipping it onto the crossbar. Ultimately, when referee Carvalho blew the final whistle, the score remained 3-1, with Udinese triumphing over the formidable Bayern Munich at home. This elicited an even greater uproar. as Udinese substitutes rushed onto the pitch in jubilation, while the players celebrated exuberantly, transforming the stadium into a veritable volcano of excitement. In the post-match press conference, Udinese coach Guido Lin reiterated the controversy surrounding the referee's decision regarding Neuer's foul, asserting that the Spanish referee was showing favoritism towards Bayern Munich, as any official would have issued a red card under such circumstances. Conversely, Guardiola expressed that referee Carvalho's decision was courageous, ensuring the match's balance. Regarding the loss, Guardiola remarked, "We did not anticipate this score. The two quick goals conceded in the first half made everything difficult. Certainly, this does not imply that Bayern Munich is destined to be eliminated at home by Udinese. The recovery progress and current form of key players such as Ribery, Robben, and Alaba will significantly influence Bayern's chances of a turnaround." Bayern Munich's performance in this match has faced considerable criticism from various quarters. The football emperor and Bayern legend Beckenbauer expressed his outrage unabashedly, commencing his critique of Bayern during a live broadcast on Sky Germany. He pointed out that the entire team, in their match against Udinese that evening, displayed a woeful performance, failing to meet even a passing grade. It can be stated that I could not identify any Bayern player who showcased their usual level of play. It was indeed a dark day for the team, as such occurrences can happen. Much like tonight in this match, several Udinese players in the attacking front demonstrated remarkable technical skills, speed, and physicality, with their fullbacks exhibiting strong assisting capabilities, especially in terms of pressuring and capitalizing on opponents' mistakes. A telling statistic is that Udinese is the only team this season in the Champions League to have scored double-digit goals directly resulting from opponents' errors. While other teams have managed a maximum of only 6 in this encounter, Udinese replicated this strategy, returning home triumphantly. Conversely, Guardiola failed to devise a targeted strategy to counter Udinese's strengths, resulting in minimal effectiveness. Had Bayern approached the match more conservatively from the outset, such a humiliating defeat might have been avoided. However, Guardiola's overconfidence in his squad's ability to manipulate the opponent, without fear of being countered, led to a disastrous outcome. In this match, Bayern managed a mere 5 shots on goal, setting a record for the fewest shots in a Champions League match since their 0-4 defeat to Barcelona 6 years ago. Since Guardiola's arrival, Bayern has pursued a possession-based style of play, dominating mid- to lower-tier teams with significant victories, while their statistics rank among Europe's elite. Yet, the alarming trend is that Guardiola's Bayern often suffers heavy defeats against formidable opponents. Losing the steely resolve of the once indomitable Bayern. In recent encounters, including a 0-2 loss to Borussia Mönchengladbach, a 1-4 defeat to Wolfsburg in the first match of the second half of the league, a 0-4 home loss to Real Madrid in last season's semi-finals, and a 0-3 league loss to Dortmund, Bayern has faced defeat in all 5 matches mentioned, with a staggering aggregate score of 2-16. Chapter 212. The march towards the Serie A championship. On the evening of April 18th in local Italian time, Udinese faced Chievo in the 31st round of Serie A, with Udinese set to travel to Germany 3 days later to challenge Bayern Munich at the Allianz Arena. Guido Lin opted for a complete rotation of the Udinese lineup. At the Bentegodi Stadium, in the 39th minute, Mezzarini delivered a cross from the left, and Pulisic managed to evade his defender to score. Udinese equalized in the 72nd minute when a cross led to Chievo's defender Caesar inadvertently redirecting the ball into his own net under pressure from Tyro. Ultimately, Udinese, fielding a reserve squad, secured a fortunate draw at Bentegodi. In another concurrent match, Juventus triumphed 2 at home against Lazio, ending the latter's 7-match winning streak in Serie A, thus narrowing the points gap with Udinese to 8. Over 3,000 Udinese fans accompanied the team on their away journey. Following a 1-3 defeat to Udinese just 6 days prior, Bayern faced a torrent of criticism, with many believing that Guardiola's tenure as manager would be short-lived. The final whistle blew after 90 minutes of play. The Udinese supporters in the visiting section of the Allianz Arena erupted in jubilant cheers. For Udinese, it felt nothing short of a dream. At the Allianz Arena, Udinese deployed a notably cautious 4-3-1-2 formation, resolutely opting for a defensive counter-attacking strategy against Bayern Munich. The effectiveness of Guidolin's approach was soon validated. Amidst the fervent support of 70,000 Bayern fans, the home side launched relentless assaults on Udinese's goal from the outset, leaving the latter struggling to respond. Had it not been for Udinese's formidable defensive efforts, their back line might have crumbled under pressure. During the match, Bayern's Polish striker Lewandowski made a significant impact, scoring twice with both head and foot. Indeed, Were it not for Udinese's solid defense and the exemplary performance of Greek goalkeeper Karnizes, Udinese could have faced a crushing defeat. Udinese's solitary goal was netted by captain Di Natale, whose achievement was a testament to the attacking synergy between Bruno, Sulla, and Di Natale. The day after the match concluded, the Udinese Daily heralded this historic achievement, celebrating Udinese's first-ever advancement to the Champions League semi-finals. The atmosphere in Udinese was filled with joyous laughter. Not only did the local media rejoice in Udinese's progression, but so too did various Italian outlets. After all, reaching the Champions League semi-finals is a remarkable feat for any club, particularly in light of Serie A's recent struggles in European competitions, where they fell behind the Bundesliga in points and saw their Champions League berths reduced to 3. In such circumstances, any Italian team reaching the Champions League semi-finals holds extraordinary significance for the renaissance of Italian football. An increasing number of Italians are beginning to regard Udinese, a small team from the northeastern part of Italy, with newfound respect in previous years. This modest team often played the role of a mere stepping stone in European competitions. Yet in the last 2 seasons, Udinese has undergone a remarkable transformation, first claiming the Europa League title by overcoming giants such as Juventus, and now progressing to the Champions League semi-finals by defeating both Schalke 04 and Bayern Munich. Consequently, 2 Italian teams now grace the Champions League semi-finals, a scenario that feels surreal to Italians. On Thursday night, the Italian teams competing in the Europa League also performed admirably. Fiorentina triumphed 2 o'clock at home against Dynamo Kiev, advancing with a 3-1 aggregate score, while Napoli drew 2-2 with Wolfsburg, progressing with a 6-3 aggregate score. Thus, the semi-finalists for both the Champions League and the Europa League have been determined, and it is astonishing to observe that 4 out of the remaining 8 teams are Italian, effectively dominating half of the competition. It is no exaggeration to declare that Serie A is the greatest victor in this season's European competitions. Especially when the draw results for the Champions League and Europa League semi-finals were announced on Friday, the entire nation of Italy erupted in excitement in the Champions League. Udinese is set to face Barcelona, while Juventus will meet Real Madrid in the Europa League. Fiorentina will contend with Sevilla, and Napoli will challenge Dnipro. Countless Italians began to fantasize about a scenario where all 4 Italian teams would appear in the finals of both the Champions League and Europa League this year. On the afternoon of April 26, Udinese hosted AC Milan at the Friuli Stadium. In the first half, Antonelli's goal was disallowed. In the second half, Pizarro and Badu struck twice. Substitute Cerci assisted Pazzini in scoring a solitary goal for AC Milan, which was their only shot on target throughout the match. Ultimately, Udinese triumphed 2-1 over AC Milan, achieving a double victory over the Rossoneri this season. Meanwhile, in a concurrently played match, Juventus succumbed 1-2 to the Red Bull in the Turin Derby. After 32 rounds of Serie A, Udinese leads the table with 81 points, 11 points ahead of Juventus. An increasing number of people believe that it is only a matter of time before Udinese claims their first Serie A title in history. 2 days later, Serie A's 33rd round commenced, with Udinese again at home against Inter Milan. Perhaps driven by the proximity of the Serie A championship, Udinese players appeared extremely exuberant during the match. However, Inter Milan was also in fine form, leading to an intensely competitive encounter filled with tension. In the 41st minute, Hernandez made a rapid breakthrough down the left flank, and Demizzi, making his 200th appearance for Udinese, fouled him, receiving a second yellow card and consequently being sent off. Just 40 seconds into the second half, Hernandez distributed the ball to Kovacic, who was fouled in the box by Danilo, prompting referee Roca to award a penalty. Karnizes received a yellow card for protesting. Icardi converted the penalty, putting Inter Milan ahead. Playing with one less man, Udinese equalized in the 50th minute when Bruno delivered a low cross, allowing Di Natale to evade Vidic and score from 12 meters, bringing the score to 1-1. This marked his 226th goal in Serie A, surpassing Nordahl to claim 3rd place on the all-time scoring chart. Udinese faced another setback in the 58th minute when Badu, after receiving a yellow card, was sent off for dissent, leaving Udinese to battle with just 9 players for the remaining half-hour. 8 minutes later, Inter Milan scored their second goal. Hernandez delivered a corner to the edge of the box, and Podolski, who had just come on as a substitute, had his left-footed shot blocked, but he regained possession, evaded a defender, and curled a left-footed shot into the top corner from 20 meters out. The following day, Juventus narrowly defeated Fiorentina 3-2 at home, reducing the points gap with Udinese back to 8. As May commenced, The first Serie A match saw Juventus triumph with a narrow 1-0 victory against Sampdoria away from home. With one additional match played, they trailed Udinese by a mere 5 points. This served as a wake-up call for the Udinese squad. Consequently, in the same afternoon, they faced a challenging away match against Verona. And despite having a daunting trip to Spain to contend with Barcelona just 3 days later, Guidolin opted to field his strongest lineup. Moreover, even if Udinese were to miraculously eliminate Barcelona, they would subsequently have to contend with either Real Madrid or Juventus in the finals. Thus, the prospect of reclaiming the pinnacle of European football this season appeared exceedingly slim. It was far more prudent to leverage their significant advantage in Serie A and steadfastly pursue their first-ever league title. Should Udinese manage to defeat Verona in this round, they would restore an 8-point cushion. With only 4 matches remaining in the league, as long as Udinese did not undermine their own efforts, the championship was virtually assured. At the Bentegodi Stadium, Udinese encountered fierce resistance from Verona. It wasn't until the 62nd minute that Bruno assisted Di Natale in breaking the deadlock, marking the only goal of the match. Ultimately, Udinese emerged victorious with a 1-0 win, amassing a total of 84 points this season, and maintained an 8-point lead atop the Serie A standings, drawing ever closer to their inaugural Italian top-flight championship. Recently, the city has been engaged in assessing the effectiveness of poverty alleviation efforts, causing all work to revolve around this focus. Therefore, updates over the next few days may be impacted, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Chapter 213. Away at Camp Nou as they traveled, the presence of Barcelona supporters was ubiquitous. Upon spotting the Udinese team bus, they surged forward, some extreme fans even hurling objects at the vehicle. Fortunately, the police escort from Barcelona swiftly intervened to maintain order, ensuring the safe passage of the bus. What does it feel like to be booed by nearly 100,000 people simultaneously? The vast majority of individuals may never experience such a moment in their lifetimes, yet Bruno did. The instant he entered Camp Nou, the deafening cacophony of boos from the 95,000 Barcelona fans reverberated around him. With many hurling insults in his direction, in that sudden onslaught, Bruno felt a tangible tremor in his legs. However, he quickly regained his composure, adjusting his demeanor to press forward. This was Camp Nou, the largest stadium in all of Europe, where the atmosphere is most intimidating. Standing on the pitch, with a sea of spectators before him, Bruno could feel a chill run down his spine, a sense of dread at being scrutinized by 95,000 fans. He believed that not only he but all of Udinese felt the same. As they were the unwelcome visitors in this vast arena, in the upcoming match, they would have to endure the relentless jeers of the crowd. Di Natale embodied an indomitable spirit, always giving his all on the field and undeterred by challenges. Yet, Bruno could sense that beneath the surface, Di Natale was not devoid of fear. Rather, he fought to conquer his inner trepidation. Projecting an image of bravery, Di Natale was somewhat surprised by Bruno's candidness. However, Bruno quickly shifted the tone, remarking, "I'm merely observing the security measures around us. If I score and they rush in to confront me, what then?" This serious jest elicited hearty laughter from Di Natale, who responded, "Run. Why would you stay and confront them?" Bruno playfully inquired whether that would constitute a foul and if it might result in a red card. Gerard burst into uncontrollable laughter, bemused by the absurdity of the questions. His teammates also noticed the captain's peculiar demeanor, suspecting he had taken something, and soon joined in the laughter. "Fear not. If any fan charges at you, I'll be the first to confront them and protect you. Feel free to score. I've got your back," one teammate assured him. "Should I have the coach send someone to check the security?" Bruno continued jesting. "You can't be serious. The security at Camp Nou is undoubtedly adequate. UEFA has inspected it. To be honest, I share your concerns about that," another teammate admitted. "What are you worried about? Can he score? Can you?" Was the retort from another player. "May not be able to score, but I can certainly prevent them from scoring, and I'm closer to the stands." The Udinese players engaged in lighthearted banter, momentarily alleviating the pressure exerted by the Barcelona fans. After their playful exchange, the match was about to commence. The starting lineups were announced. The home team, Barcelona, lined up in a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper, Ter Stegen. Defenders, 22 Alves, 3 Piku, 14 Mascherano, 18 Alba. Midfielders, 4 Rakiti, 5 Busquets, 8 Iniesta. Forwards, 10 Messi, 9 Luis Suarez, 11 Neymar. The visiting team, Udinese, set up in a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper, 31 Carnai is, defenders, 89 Pyrrhus, 5 Danilo, 3 Miquel, 2 Cancelo, midfielders, 27 Widmoun, for Candy, 8 Bruno Fernandes, 19 Guilherme, forwards, 10 Di Natale, 20 Sulla. With the referee, BRYCH, blowing the whistle, the match officially commenced. Amidst the cheers of over 90,000 fans at Camp Nou, Barcelona seized control of the ball from the outset, launching a fierce assault on Udinese's half. The Udinese defense was under immense pressure right from the beginning. Nevertheless, they displayed remarkable resilience, bolstered by their defensive numbers. Barcelona initiated an attack down the left flank. Neymar cut inside, tightly marked by Pyrrhus, leaving him with no opportunity. Alba received the ball and delivered a cross. At the back post, Messi. The ball is in. Goal. Just 14 minutes into the match, Messi scored a stunning close-range shot from 8 meters out. Following the goal, Messi, overwhelmed with excitement, dashed out onto the field. The entire Camp Nou erupted, with 95,000 fans chanting Messi's name. Creating an exhilarating atmosphere, Barcelona's players rushed to embrace Messi in celebration of his goal, while coach Enrique animatedly gestured on the sidelines, fully aware of the morale-boosting impact this goal had for the team. 1-0, Barcelona had secured an outstanding start. This goal exemplified Enrique's tactical philosophy. In fact, from the opening minutes, Barcelona's possession and overall superiority were quite evident. Conversely, Udinese primarily relied on counterattacks but did not adopt a defensive posture as previously speculated. Instead, they employed an aggressive pressing strategy to create pressure. However, this approach inevitably led to an increased likelihood of errors. During Alba's cross, Miquel clearly failed to keep pace with Messi, allowing him to make a near-uncontested header on goal. This was indeed a significant blunder, as we noted prior to the match that Udinese had a notable aerial advantage. Had Miquel marked Messi closely, it is unlikely Messi would have found an opportunity to score. Nevertheless, the error had been made, and Udinese needed to tread carefully. The very scenario Bruno had feared had materialized. While Miquel possessed a considerable advantage in the air due to his height, his slow turning ability was a glaring weakness. He had been outmaneuvered by Messi, not due to a lack of reaction, but rather due to sluggish movements. However, he had no regrets about his choice, as the form of the long unutilized Bubinisic was even worse. Leading him to opt for Miquel, Guidolin was familiar with the English centre-back and believed he would gradually acclimate as the match progressed. As he approached the coaching area, Guidolin swiftly turned and shouted to the pitch. "Sylvain, stay close to him, mark him tightly. When he advances, you must tightly monitor him." This conceded goal was not solely Miquel's fault. Widmoun's failure to immediately track Alba also posed a significant issue. "Harry, don't worry. Stay focused and concentrate on the match. Engolo, Guilherme, you must apply more pressure on the opponents, stifling their midfield. Understood?" After conceding the first goal, Bruno felt a wave of frustration. Gritting his teeth and exhaling deeply, he compelled himself to remain calm and focused on the game ahead. As the offensive linchpin for Udinese, he must remain in a state of heightened concentration at all times. Shortly thereafter, he heard instructions from Guidolin on the sidelines. Guidolin was reminding Vedman to stay close to Alba, while Kant was to apply increased pressure alongside Guilherme on Iniesta and Rakiti, thereby stifling Barcelona's midfield. Simultaneously, he urged the team to maintain compactness, ensuring that Barcelona could not advance past the halfway line. This was precisely the style of possession play that Barcelona relished, as they preferred to dominate the midfield. In fact, after the match commenced, Udinese performed commendably. Bruno delivered a precise through ball, and Sulla crossed from the right. Yet Di Natale failed to capitalize, missing a scoring opportunity. Neymar attempted several incisive cuts from the left but found himself ensnared by Pires, Kant, and Danilo. Additionally, Suarez once tumbled in the penalty area, seeking a foul, but the referee remained unperturbed. Cancelo was tasked with marking Messi, who, after a lackluster start, failed to make a significant impact, with Barcelona's offensive efforts primarily concentrated on the left flank, leaving the right side largely ineffective. This was hardly surprising. Bruno was effectively neutralizing Rakiti, while Messi was being contained by Cancelo, thus rendering Barcelona's right-wing attacks impotent and forcing them to rely more heavily on the left. Neymar was indeed formidable. This Brazilian exhibited extraordinary skill, as the moment the ball found his feet, he could shield it from anyone, even when faced with 3 defenders simultaneously. He could effortlessly dribble past opponents as if they were mere shadows. The recent goal appeared to be a cross from Alba, yet prior to that, Neymar's exquisite pass had allowed Alba to shake off Vedman, with both receiving and crossing the ball occurring in seamless unison. This is the hallmark of a world-class superstar. Chapter 2:14. The feeling of scoring at Camp Nou after the initial exchanges of the match, Bruno had to concede that, in terms of both individual ability and footballing acumen, he was still some distance away from the peak performance exhibited by the MSN trio. Neymar's incisive breakthroughs, Suarez's relentless pressure on Udinese's backline, and Messi's lethal strikes during fleeting moments of visibility were feats that Bruno currently found difficult to replicate. However, he was determined to win this match. The desire for victory intensified with Messi's header. Due to Barcelona's strong suppression of Udinese, the latter had limited opportunities to counterattack, which rendered Bruno's performance less remarkable. Yet, Messi, who had been relatively invisible for the first few minutes, had found the net, and Bruno knew he could not lag behind. With Guidolin's continuous adjustments, Udinese steadied their formation. Kant took on greater responsibilities in marking Suarez, allowing Danilo to assist in containing Neymar. Consequently, Udinese's defensive integrity on the right flank was fortified. By successfully limiting Barcelona's left-side attacks, Udinese had accomplished a significant portion of their defensive task, especially with Cancelo keeping Messi in check on the right, leaving Barcelona's wings unable to roam freely. Once the defensive line was stabilized, Guidolin promptly initiated further adjustments, gradually pushing the entire backline forward. Barcelona's defense advanced past the halfway line, while Udinese's backline endeavored to push out of their penalty area, resulting in flattened formations for both teams, with vast spaces opening up behind Barcelona. This was precisely the area Guidolin had emphasized for counterattacks during pre-match drills. Di Natale and Sulla were like two sharp blades, with Bruno as the deft hand wielding them. In theory, it appeared straightforward, yet executing it on the pitch proved arduous. Barcelona's exceptional ball control, coupled with the players' remarkable individual skills and the advantage of home ground, inherently limited Udinese's counterattacking opportunities, particularly in the first half. Moreover, capitalizing on the few chances available and swiftly converting them into threats and combinations was no easy feat. Both Udinese and Barcelona had tactical plans in place. Unable to win aerial duels, they focused on controlling the second ball. Several times, Udinese's counterattacks reached the forward line, managing to secure the first ball, yet the second balls were consistently mishandled. Busquets shadowed Bruno throughout the match. It was evident that Enrique's strategy mirrored Guidolin's approach to neutralizing Messi. He was willing to sacrifice Busquets' organizational capabilities to effectively freeze Bruno out of the game. Of course, none of this caught Guidolin off guard. Prior to the match, he had repeatedly cautioned his players that the first half would indeed belong to Barcelona. With their stamina intact and playing at home, their attacking prowess would undoubtedly be formidable. For Udinese to maintain defensive solidity against Barcelona in the first half would be deemed a success. Any counterattacks would be left to chance, as the team truly aimed to exert their influence in the second half. The match unfolded as Guidolin had anticipated. The only blunder came from Maguire in the 14th minute, which resulted in a goal conceded. Following that, Udinese solidified their defense, with Barcelona launching several assaults but failing to breach Udinese's goal. Although Barcelona was afforded 4 or 5 shooting opportunities, they either resorted to long-range efforts or forced shots, with no genuine threats registered, although Udinese did incur 2 yellow cards in the process. One was for Kant, who fouled Suarez from behind, and the other for Sulla, who tackled Alba in the attacking third. In the 38th minute, Bruno found himself with a chance in the forward area. But as he was about to break through, Busquets decisively committed a foul, earning a yellow card from the referee. Consequently, both teams' primary defensive midfielders had received yellow cards early on. Udinese quickly executed a free kick in the attacking zone. Bruno delivered a pass to the near post, and Di Natale headed the ball. It soared just over the bar. This was Udinese's most threatening shot of the first half, created from a free kick opportunity generated by Bruno. Yet Di Natale failed to seize the moment. Barcelona was awarded a goal kick. Barcelona continued to dominate possession, yet despite trailing by a goal, Udinese remained composed, with players displaying calmness and determination on the field. Especially after generating a threatening chance, at that moment, Udinese resembled a shark that had caught the scent of blood, poised to strike. The match quickly approached the 40th minute, with Udinese steadfastly maintaining their defense while actively and patiently seeking counterattack opportunities. However, Bruno did not share this outlook. He was unwilling to accept another defeat at Camp Nou. Udinese swiftly crafted another opportunity. Guilherme received the ball nearby, with Barcelona's players quickly closing in. The entire sequence consisted of a single touch pass. And when Kant regained possession, he faced the attacking direction and spotted Bruno. Almost instantaneously as Kant passed the ball, Bruno sprang into action, outpacing Busquets with remarkable speed and slicing through Barcelona's defensive line. Kant's pass was low and rapid, landing directly in front of Bruno. The ball hit the ground and then rebounded. Bruno noticed Mascherano, who clearly intended to intercept, thus he decisively extended his foot, flicking the rebounding ball over Mascherano's head and into the space behind him. Meanwhile, Bruno surged forward once more, darting past Mascherano and penetrating the penalty area. Mascherano reacted quickly, pivoting, but he was no match for Bruno's pace. In the blink of an eye, Bruno had outstripped Mascherano, chasing after the ball. Ter Stegen, the goalkeeper, decisively charged out, accompanied by a loud shout. Yet Bruno, at the edge of the penalty area, anticipated the ball's arrival. Upon reaching the ball, he acted instinctively, executing a deft feint, a stunning display of skill. Bruno delicately lifted the ball over Mascherano, creating a one-on-one opportunity. The goalkeeper Ter Stegen rushed out. Magnificently, Bruno sidestepped Ter Stegen, slotting the ball into the empty net. The goal is in. After sending the ball into the open net, Bruno continued his sprint, racing out of the field. He spread his arms wide, resembling a glider in flight. He had once soared at the Bernabeu, and now he began to glide across Camp Nou. All the players of Udinese were filled with astonishment, rushing towards him in jubilant celebration. Bruno dashed to the corner flag, executing a celebratory slide. However, he was soon overwhelmed by the exuberant Udinese players who tackled him to the ground. Their excitement was palpable, an absolutely spectacular collaboration. It can be stated that Udinese's goal was of paramount importance. At the 44th minute of the match, Bruno's strike not only equalized the score for Udinese, but also significantly boosted the team's morale while striking a blow to Barcelona. It was indeed an astonishing goal. Busquets had seemingly become complacent, yet Bruno had suddenly made a rapid diagonal run behind him. It must be noted that Kant's pass was perfectly timed, landing precisely at Bruno's feet, allowing him to control the ball with his left foot and, without waiting for Mascherano to close in, flick it over. The seamless connection of those two actions flowed effortlessly, akin to a graceful dance. A truly remarkable display. Ter Stegen's advance was somewhat hasty, yet one cannot blame him. Facing Bruno, any goalkeeper would feel the pressure. Guidolin, animated on the sidelines, leapt with excitement. This was undoubtedly an unexpected delight, as he had mentally prepared himself for a one-goal deficit at halftime. But Bruno surprised him with such a remarkable turn of events. That lad plays with remarkable intelligence, Guidolin praised. He has always believed that Bruno is not merely fast and technically proficient, but also excels in off-the-ball movement. Showcasing a footballing intellect that is quite distinct from others, Kandi's pass was exquisite as well, Portalucci remarked. Throughout the first half, apart from Maguire's solitary error, Udinese committed no significant defensive blunders, leaving Barcelona's attack perpetually adrift. Much to Guidolin's satisfaction, Udinese tactically suppressed Barcelona. Bruno, brimming with exhilaration, embraced his teammates, celebrating his goal amidst the cacophony of jeers from the 95,000 fans at Camp Nou. To him, the overwhelming boos felt like a form of enjoyment, a unique privilege that could not be found elsewhere. Chapter 2:15. The abilities of a superstar. Guidolin's strategy was impeccably executed, thoroughly disrupting Barcelona's tactical plans. He then shared his predictions for Barcelona's second-half tactics. Typically, if a team holds the upper hand on the pitch, they are unlikely to make significant adjustments in the second half, as altering their approach could easily lead to losing control of the match. Thus, they tend to avoid taking risks. Although the score is 1-1, Barcelona has maintained control of the situation. It was only in the dying minutes of the first half that they encountered difficulties and conceded a goal from our counterattack. Hence, I suspect Enrique will not make any adjustments, especially concerning substitutions. First, we must apply a quicker and more aggressive press to exert pressure on Barcelona's central defenders. Mascherano and Piqué did not feel much pressure in the first half. We must enhance this aspect in the second half. Having conveyed these points, Guidolin had essentially outlined all that needed to be discussed. Finally, he solemnly cautioned his players, "Gentlemen, while the halftime score of 1-1 may justifiably elate us, we must not allow ourselves to become complacent. You must understand that we are at Camp Nou, the home of Barcelona. Tonight, you are facing the strongest team in the Champions League. Whether we are level or one goal ahead does not guarantee our advancement. Therefore, we must focus all our energy and concentrate on playing each minute of the match diligently. Di Natale immediately stood up, nodding emphatically. The other players followed suit, either nodding or voicing their agreement. As the second half commenced, Barcelona's tactics indeed aligned with Guidolin's predictions, showing little alteration. No personnel changes were made, and their strategy largely mirrored that of the first half. However, Udinese appeared markedly different from the first half. At the beginning of the second half, Udinese commenced applying relentless pressure. Just 30 seconds into the match, Alves fouled Di Natale, granting Udinese a free kick opportunity in the attacking half. Bruno opted for a direct shot, which was saved by Ter Stegen. Averting a crisis, Barcelona's offense was stifled, struggling to find a breakthrough. Neymar and Messi, flanked on either side, had been effectively contained by Pires and Cancelo in the first half, effectively severing Barcelona's two attacking limbs. While the central offensive efforts were thwarted by Bruno and Conte.as for the two fullbacks, Alves was tasked with containing Bruno, while Alba was preoccupied with Sella. It could be said that Udinese had entirely subdued Barcelona's offensive maneuvers. With no openings in the first half, the second half proved even more challenging. Enrique was evidently distressed by his team's inability to spark an attack. 10 minutes later, unable to wait any longer, he made the first substitution of the match, replacing Rakitic with Xavi. Consequently, Barcelona's midfield now consisted of Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets. On the pitch, Bruno sensed that possession remained with Barcelona. Yet the control of the match lay firmly in Udinese's hands. The essence of a possession-based approach lies in generating threats. If one possesses the ball but fails to create danger, excessive ball control can become perilous, potentially altering the mindset of the controlling team. Following the start of the second half, both sides engaged in a stalemate, with neither able to create opportunities, yet the atmosphere of the match grew increasingly tense. Bruno recognized that this was a test for both teams. The one that faltered first would be the one to concede. Udinese steadfastly adhered to their coach's tactics, as it had proven effective. In the 65th minute, Barcelona made their second substitution of the match. Observing the fourth official signaling for a substitution, Bruno instinctively knew that Barcelona was growing anxious. Enrique was thoroughly flustered in such a tense contest. Substitutions serve only one purpose: to alter the course of the match. Enrique's consecutive substitutions, while Udinese had yet to respond, made it apparent that Udinese held the tactical and psychological upper hand. The pivotal moment was Bruno's late first-half goal. Without it, Barcelona would not have been so rattled. Enrique substituted Iniesta for the young Rafinha. Faced with a Barcelona intent on bolstering their attacking prowess, Guidolin was compelled to make adjustments, with Guilherme and Widmer forced to retreat to better safeguard the defensive line. Udinese, however, remained resolute in not making any substitutions. Udinese grew increasingly resolute. Barcelona's well-oiled machine struggled to function smoothly, and the tide of the game subtly tilted in Udinese's favor when Messi stepped up once more. This occurred after Barcelona's midfield maestro Xavi drew the attention of at least two Udinese defenders, feigning a long-range shot before executing a deft lob. Suddenly, Messi emerged from the crowd, controlling the ball with his chest, before skillfully maneuvering into the penalty area, showcasing his exceptional footwork as he deftly evaded Maguire's intercepting foot. Messi, he has outmaneuvered Maguire, and the ball remains at his feet. Danilo watched Messi warily, hesitant to challenge for fear of a foul. Meanwhile, Cancelo disregarded such concerns, launching a sliding tackle, but he missed entirely. Messi, anticipating Cancelo's intervention, executed a swift shot. Upon completing the strike, Messi leaped, evading Cancelo's desperate lunge. The ball skimmed along the grass, rolling towards the goal as Karanitsis dove in vain, left to helplessly witness the ball nestle into the net. 2-1, Barcelona regained the lead. This marked Messi's second goal of the match, his 10th in this season's Champions League, and the 77th of his illustrious career, surpassing Ronaldo's record of 76 goals in Champions League history set just yesterday. Camp Nou erupted into a frenzy. Messi goal, shouted the Barcelona commentator, his voice echoing through the stadium. Simultaneously, in every Barcelona pub, plaza, and viewing spot, fans vociferously chanted the name of their goal-scoring hero. Upon witnessing Messi's goal, Enrique clenched his fists and vigorously punched the air towards Guidolin, releasing a pent-up frustration in this match. Tactically, Enrique had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Guidolin. Despite Barcelona's possession nearing 70%, they posed little threat to Udinese's goal. In the last several minutes, Enrique had grown increasingly anxious, even contemplating the possibility of a home defeat, his nerves fraying. Yet at this critical juncture, Messi emerged once more, delivering a stunning goal that salvaged Barcelona and redeemed Enrique. Enrique felt a swell of pride. "What does it matter how successful your tactics are? I have Messi, damn it," Guidolin muttered in frustration. Faced with an unreasonable talent like Messi, Guidolin found himself utterly powerless. Initially, Cancelo's defense against Messi had been commendably effective, yet Messi still managed to score twice. Such is the prowess of a superstar. In that moment, Guidolin also grasped the sentiments of other Serie A teams when contending with Udinese. Often, it is clear that other teams dominate the situation, yet Udinese consistently finds the net, be it through Bruno or Di Natale. The team's captain, Di Natale, glanced at Guidolin, inquiring how to proceed now that the score stood at 1-2. Guidolin gestured for continuity. "Continue as before. Let's keep executing counterattacks against Barcelona." Although trailing by a goal, this was entirely within Guidolin's expectations. Chapter 216. The ceiling of Udinese upon the resumption of the match. Udinese adopted a more resolute and compact defensive strategy. Meanwhile, Barcelona continued to assert control over the proceedings, frequently creating opportunities. The most notable chance arose in the 83rd minute when Neymar delivered a precise through ball to Luis Suarez, who, positioned on the right side of the penalty area, struck a powerful right-footed shot that soared over the crossbar. The Uruguayan forward had been presented with numerous chances throughout the match, yet his form was evidently lacking. Otherwise, Udinese would have surely been overwhelmed. This, of course, is a common occurrence. If all members of MSN were in peak condition, how would the opponents even stand a chance? The first substitution saw the captain, Di Natale, leave the pitch. With the armband pass to Bruno, Di Natale was replaced by Badu, resulting in Udinese fielding 4 defensive midfielders, thereby fortifying their backline. As the match approached stoppage time, Guidolin made substitutions every couple of minutes. Following Di Natale's exit, Makir and Pires were also replaced by Bubonic and Domic. The tactical substitutions made by Udinese, seemingly aimed solely at wasting time, infuriated the Barcelona supporters, who responded with a chorus of boos that, regrettably, had no impact on Udinese. By the 87th minute, Barcelona had exhausted their final substitution, with Bartra coming on for Mascherano. The captain's armband was entrusted to Messi. Bruno's defensive assignment was to closely mark Messi with his exceptional stamina, denying the Argentine star any ease in receiving the ball. Consequently, the two captains often found themselves in close proximity during the match, with Barcelona maintaining possession and orchestrating methodical attacks while Udinese entrenched themselves in a rigorous defensive stance near their penalty area. The clock ticked away, swiftly ushering in stoppage time. The refereeing team allotted 3 minutes of added time, a standard duration. Overall, the match had flowed relatively smoothly, with neither side committing egregious fouls or causing excessive interruptions. The teams made 6 substitutions in the second half, and Barcelona had scored a goal, which accounted for the entirety of the 3 minutes of stoppage time. Barcelona exhibited no signs of fearing a shortage of goals. Even with a narrow 2-1 lead, they felt secure, for possession was firmly in their grasp, and they did not believe Udinese could mount a significant challenge under such circumstances. Indeed, until the 93rd minute, Udinese had yet to carve out any opportunities. Just when everyone anticipated the match would conclude with the current scoreline, Barcelona suddenly accelerated in the dying moments, executing an exquisite combination play. The team exchanged rapid passes in midfield, culminating in Suarez delivering the ball to Messi. Amidst this sequence, Bruno lost track of Messi, as he was not a specialized defender. Once in possession, the Argentine skillfully maneuvered past his marker, Guilherme, and delivered a diagonal pass into the center of the penalty area where Neymar made a sudden, swift run, firing a low right-footed shot. The ball rocketed into Udinese's net, leaving Carini utterly unprepared. In a surge of exhilaration, Neymar dashed off the field, reveling in the adulation of over 90,000 Barcelona fans. 3-1. Witnessing the opponent's score in the dying moments of the match, Bruno erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "I bought a watch last year." This goal was indeed catastrophic for Udinese. Losing 1-2 away versus 1-3 represented 2 entirely different narratives. However, against a Barcelona squad spearheaded by MSN, the prospect of triumphing 2-0 or achieving a 3-goal margin was exceedingly daunting. It could even be said that in this series, Barcelona had one foot firmly planted in this year's Champions League final. As the referee's whistle sounded, Bruno, in a moment of exasperation, sent the ball soaring into the sky. After venting his frustration, Bruno collapsed onto the grass of Camp Nou, vigorously wiping the sweat from his brow. Eyes closed, absorbing the tumultuous applause resonating from the stands. Though the cheers were not directed at him, he nonetheless found solace in the atmosphere. This match had ended in defeat. Ultimately, Udinese succumbed to Barcelona with a score of 1-3. Yet, Bruno felt no regret, sorrow, or anguish, for he had truly given his all. He had exerted himself until the very last moment, but Barcelona indeed proved to be formidable, possessing a caliber superior to that of Udinese. To have maintained parity for the first 80 minutes was, in itself, commendable. Although the final score read 1-3, anyone who witnessed the match would agree that a more just result would have been 1-2. Everything remained uncertain. Udinese, after all, was merely a small club. Despite their commendable performances in recent seasons, they were still regarded as a second-tier team on the European stage. Even when they exerted every effort, occasionally surpassing their capabilities, they remained at their current level. Their triumph in the previous season's Europa League and the potential to contend for this season's Serie A title felt more like serendipity than a consistent achievement. It was at this moment that Bruno recognized this reality, solidifying his resolve to leave Udinese come summer, seeking greater challenges to stimulate his continuous growth. Remaining with Udinese would likely mean stagnation. With Di Natale aging, it was uncertain whether Udinese could maintain their recent form. Ultimately, the Champions League was a battleground for the elite. This summer, even if he wished to stay, Udinese might not retain him. Either he would depart, bringing in substantial funds to renew contracts with players like Conte, Cancelo, and Sulla, thus restructuring the team, or he would remain, but his outstanding teammates, such as Conte, would likely move on. Udinese was a pragmatic club, meticulously calculating their finances. Sending Bruno away would undoubtedly be their optimal choice. In the latest edition of the transfer market, Bruno's market value had surged to €70 million, ranking him 8th among all players. The most valuable were, of course, the dual icons, Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, each valued at €120 million. Following them was Neymar, with a valuation of exactly €100 million. Next were Suarez at €90 million, James Rodriguez and Bale at €80 million, and Emler at €75 million. Just below them were Bruno, Lewandowski, and Hazard, each valued at €70 million. These were the 10 most valuable players in contemporary football. Given Bruno's age of under 21 and his immense potential, should he indeed transfer, the fee would likely exceed €70 million, possibly making him the second player in football history to surpass the €100 million mark. It could be said that selling Bruno would significantly benefit Udinese. Yet, even with the knowledge of his impending departure, Bruno still wished to leave a mark. He was determined to secure the Serie A championship and aimed for even more goals. Presently, scoring in Serie A was not particularly challenging for him. Facing a Barcelona squad led by MSN, renowned for their formidable attacking prowess and exceptional ball control, was a nightmare for Udinese, as their defense was too vulnerable. Contemplating these factors, Bruno opened his eyes once more, his gaze resolute. He was acutely aware of the course he needed to chart. As the captain of the team, Bruno rose from the ground and immediately approached his teammates. Players from both the pitch and the substitutes bench gathered in the corner of the stands occupied by their supporters, forming a line to express their gratitude. This was the customary practice for away matches. Fans had traveled great distances to support the team, and it was only fitting for the players to acknowledge their efforts, especially following a loss like tonight's. The supporters in the stands were not disheartened. Rather, they showered the players with encouragement, their applause and cheers conveying satisfaction. Competing against Barcelona away and achieving this level of performance was no small feat. The players collectively applauded the fans in gratitude. Chapter 217. The Fish in the Bear's Paw. This was also a customary practice for the team's away matches. Recently, Udinese's fixtures had been exceptionally congested, with the UEFA Champions League semi-final against Barcelona on Wednesday night, followed by Serie A's 35th round on Saturday evening, and then another encounter against Barcelona at home the following Tuesday night. 3 matches within a week constituted a veritable nightmare for the players. Under such circumstances, post-match recovery training became crucial, enabling players to recuperate maximally and avoid injuries stemming from excessive fatigue. Despite the loss, the atmosphere within the team remained relatively positive. Players engaged in conversation at their respective positions. with many clearly anticipating the home match a week later, while others expressed concern. This was a natural phenomenon, as differing personalities, perspectives on issues, and levels of understanding regarding football led to varied thoughts. Bruno embodies a cautious yet rational demeanor. He believes that the team has a chance if they give it their all, though it necessitates an early goal. Should Udinese find the net first, Barcelona would be compelled to press forward, thus creating opportunities. Conversely, if Barcelona were to score first, Udinese would likely descend into despair. The following morning, media outlets and fans around the globe erupted in excitement, once more as Barcelona triumphed over Udinese with a score of 3-1. Both Messi and Bruno, prominent figures on the Champions League scoring list, found the back of the net, with Messi notably netting twice, elevating his tally to double digits for the season and surpassing Cristiano Ronaldo on the all-time scoring chart. Reclaiming the top position, many observers attributed Barcelona's 2-goal victory to a stroke of luck, as tactically, Enrique's squad was thoroughly stifled by their opponents. Even the Sport newspaper expressed disappointment in Barcelona's performance, particularly in the second half, stating it was far from the Barcelona we all recognize. Previously, Bruno's back-to-back brace against Real Madrid in the Champions League group stages had catapulted him to global prominence. Scoring again at Camp Nou drew the attention of media and fans alike, making it clear how crucial Bruno's contributions had been in Udinese's journey to the semi-finals. The statistics, undoubtedly, do not lie. To date, Bruno has scored 14 goals and provided 7 assists in 11 Champions League matches, leading both the scoring and assist charts in Udinese's 11 games. The team has scored a total of 27 goals, with Bruno directly involved in 21 of those. The clash between Udinese and Barcelona was particularly captivating. Who would emerge victorious? This year's Champions League final, would it be an Italian showdown or a Spanish contest? Or perhaps a balanced competition? On Saturday afternoon, in a prelude to the 35th round of Serie A, Juventus hosted Cagliari at the Allianz Stadium in Turin. With a crucial Champions League match looming against Madrid next week, Allegri opted for significant rotation, fielding only Marchisio from the first team. However, Pogba, who had been absent for 6 weeks, returned to the starting lineup, and Romulo, injured last November, also made his comeback, showcasing Juventus's formidable depth. Under the guidance of their new coach, Festa, Cagliari had shown signs of revival, winning 2 of their last 3 matches, yet they remained 6 points adrift of the relegation zone, facing immense pressure to survive. Recent long-term injuries had widened the gap between Pogba and Bruno, yet he was unwilling to concede inferiority to Bruno, thus channeling his frustration onto Cagliari. From the outset, Pogba was Juventus's most proactive player. Early in the match, he unleashed a powerful free kick that narrowly missed the target. In the dying moments of the first half, the French midfielder scored, giving Juventus the lead in the 45th minute. A cross from Padoin found Pogba, who turned and struck from 20 meters, his shot deflected by Cipolleti into the near corner, making it 1-0. With 20 goals in 86 Serie A appearances, Pogba had netted 5 from outside the box this season, second only to Bruno. Nevertheless, Cagliari demonstrated their tenacity as a relegation-threatened team, proving to be a formidable opponent even for the Serie A giants. Despite Juventus's second-half dominance, they struggled to breach Cagliari's defense, and instead, it was the visitors who capitalized on a set-piece to equalize. In fact, Cagliari nearly secured all 3 points at the Allianz Stadium. In the second minute of stoppage time, Echtel's incisive pass found Sao, who, from just 7 meters out, shot over the bar in a moment of regret, covering his face with his shirt. Failing to secure 3 points at home left Juventus trailing Udinese by 7 points with only 3 rounds remaining in the league. Should Udinese defeat Sampdoria in their subsequent match, they would clinch the Serie A title 3 rounds early. However, enticed by the prospect of the league championship, Guidolin opted for a rotated lineup. Another factor was that Udinese key players, who had just battled Barcelona for 90 minutes 3 days prior, had yet to fully recover. Rather than risking their stamina against Sampdoria, it seemed more prudent to provide opportunities for the substitutes while allowing the starters some much-needed rest. Nonetheless, Bruno remained in the starting 11. Currently sitting 6th in Serie A, Sampdoria still harbored hopes of qualifying for the Europa League, instilling them with a fighting spirit as they pressed the rotated Udinese side at the Friuli Stadium. In the 62nd minute, Djordjevic's shot was saved, but Soriano capitalized on the rebound to score. In the 79th minute, Aquilani added another from a counterattack, making it 3-0. This marked Bruno's 22nd goal of the Serie A season, allowing him to equal Di Natale at the top of the scoring chart. As the match neared its conclusion, Duncan added another for Sampdoria, sealing the score at 1-4. This was undoubtedly linked to their substantial 7-point lead in the standings. They required just one victory from their remaining 3 Serie A matches to secure the championship. Their remaining opponents include Roma, Sassuolo, and Cagliari. While Udinese might struggle against Roma, securing 3 points against Sassuolo or Cagliari should not pose a significant challenge. At this juncture, no one doubted Udinese's capability to clinch the Serie A title this season. In a post-match interview, Bruno expressed his disappointment that a loss had prevented the team from celebrating an early championship, but emphasized the need to focus on the upcoming Champions League semi-final on Tuesday night. Acknowledging its difficulty, he affirmed that the entire squad was well prepared for the challenge. When asked about the desire to secure both the league title and advance to the Champions League final, Bruno expressed a yearning for both, though if forced to choose, he would prefer the latter. His sentiments resonated with numerous Udinese stars, including Di Natale, with all affirming their readiness. Even Maguire, who had a poor performance in the previous match, stated in an interview that he had used the league absence to rejuvenate himself and was fully capable of contributing in the midweek Champions League clash. As for the match lineup, the goalkeeper was Ter Stegen, with a defense comprising Alba, Mascherano, Piku, and Alves. Busquets anchored the midfield, flanked by Iniesta on the left and Rakiti on the right, while the attacking trio was the renowned MSN combination. Udinese maintained their previous tactical approach, making no substitutions. Their goalkeeper was Canizes, with Cancelo, Maguire, Danilo, and Pires in defense. The midfield featured Guilherme, Kant, Bruno, and Widmer in a diamond formation, with Di Natale and Sulla leading the attack. Udinese's squad was notably robust, though a few players, including Bruno, had accumulated 2 yellow cards, risking suspension upon receiving another. This was undoubtedly a highly anticipated showdown, with Udinese hosting Barcelona. As the players from both teams emerged from the tunnel, the atmosphere was electric. When Bruno, accompanied by his Udinese teammates and following the referee, entered the Friuli Stadium, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Although not as numerous as the fans at Camp Nou, their fervor was equally palpable. The cheers were particularly fervent for Di Natale, who led the line, and for Bruno, who brought up the rear. Both were undoubtedly the darlings of the stadium. As Barcelona's star player, Messi walked in almost shoulder-to-shoulder with Bruno. They had faced each other twice before but were not well acquainted, nor had they exchanged words. Both players were the top scorers in this season's Champions League, with Bruno netting 14 times and Messi 10. Thus, tonight's match would not only determine a place in the final, but could also crown the season's Champions League top scorer. Would it be the audacious newcomer Bruno or the illustrious 4-time Ballon d'Or winner Messi? At the start of the match, Di Natale won the kickoff, aligning with Udinese's pre-match strategy. The match commenced at 8:45 p.m., and regardless of which side held possession, it had little bearing on the outcome. Rather, securing the kickoff favored Udinese's forthcoming offensive maneuvers. The Udinese players appeared invigorated, led by their pivotal playmaker and the team's indispensable soul, Bruno Fernandes. He will not turn 21 until September of this year. Yet he has already scored 22 goals in the Serie A, tying with Udinese captain Di Natale for the top position on the league's scoring chart. Furthermore, his performance in the Champions League has been even more remarkable, having netted 14 goals in 11 matches, surpassing superstars like Messi, Ronaldo, and Neymar to stand alone at the pinnacle of the Champions League scoring leaderboard. As the midfielder with the most goals in a single Champions League season in history, Bruno is crafting his own legacy. Perhaps many years from now, we will all feel a profound sense of pride and joy for having witnessed the ascent of such a player. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match officially commenced. Di Natale initiated the play, and Sulla immediately turned to pass to the midfield before sprinting forward. Bruno raised his hand for the ball on the right side of the 30-meter area in Barcelona, and Pires managed to pass it to him just before Iniesta could intervene defensively. After receiving the ball near the right sideline, Bruno swiftly turned and made a diagonal run, evading Alba's defense. Bruno's acceleration was astonishingly rapid, leaving Alba momentarily bewildered. Observe this attack from Udinese. Bruno surged diagonally towards the penalty area while continuously scanning Barcelona's defensive formation. He noticed a gap between Mascherano and Piku, and the goalkeeper Ter Stegen was also slightly positioned to the right. An idea sparked in Bruno's mind. Like an arrow, he chased the ball, his body slightly leaning forward. After planting his left foot, he swung his right leg back, his entire being resembling a bow drawn taut, with the ball at his feet serving as the arrow he was about to release. The The sound of a muted thud echoed through the air as the ball soared like a cannonball. Swiftly bypassing Busquets and piercing through the space between Piqué and Mascherano, hurtling towards the left side of the goal, Bruno struck. A moment of peril. The ball ascended and descended with remarkable speed. Barcelona's goalkeeper Ter Stegen reacted instantaneously but was still a fraction too late. Coupled with his positioning issues, he could only watch helplessly as the ball traced a curve towards the left side of the goal. Regrettably, that shot veered just slightly, nearly grazing the left post before sliding out. A gasp erupted from the entire Friuli stadium, as countless fans felt their hearts race in that instant. No one anticipated that Bruno would unleash such a powerful long-distance shot so suddenly. And with such an acute angle, it can be asserted that had he aimed just a tad more inward, it would have undoubtedly found the back of the net, though he uttered not a word. His actions spoke volumes, conveying a message to everyone. To vanquish them. The entire Friuli stadium erupted into ecstatic cheers. Udinese players rushed over to high-five Bruno, invigorated by such a morale-boosting shot. The visiting coach, Enrique, was evidently startled by Bruno's unexpected long-range strike. The distance from which he shot was no less than 27 or 28 meters, executed at a challenging angle, and it nearly resulted in a goal. It was clear that Enrique was alarmed, gesturing frantically from the sidelines and vociferously instructing his Barcelona players. It was evident that he was signaling for his players to bolster their defense against Bruno, to deny him opportunities for such long-range shots. This was crucial. Had that attempt been just a fraction more accurate, Barcelona would have faced a dire situation, if such shooting opportunities arose once or twice more. Given Bruno's prowess, a goal could very well ensue, compelling Barcelona to remain vigilant. Less than a minute into the match, following a high-quality long-range shot, the atmosphere in the Friuli stadium seemed ignited, and all Udinese fans and players became fervently animated. Bruno began to distinctly feel the shift in the stadium and the team. The entirety of Friuli was abuzz, and the fans were filled with passion. With every ball possession and pass, they responded with enthusiastic cheers and applause. The players on the field were similarly inspired, displaying increased vigor and heightened spirits. The most conspicuous phenomenon was that shortly after Barcelona resumed play with a goal kick, Udinese swiftly reclaimed possession near the midfield. Bruno, deeply influenced by the electric atmosphere, felt as though his chest might burst. He sensed an urgent need to run incessantly, to channel the fiery energy within him, and his feet seemed to dance with an unprecedented lightness. With 3 years of professional experience behind him, he understood this phenomenon. Momentum, a force generated from a seamless rhythm and play. He believed that not only he, but every member of Udinese could feel this exhilarating sensation. Soon, Udinese orchestrated another offensive maneuver. Bruno positioned himself on the right flank to receive the ball, and upon receiving a pass, he swiftly made a diagonal run. However, this time Barcelona was prepared, with Alba tightly marking him. Although the left-back's defensive abilities were modest, his speed allowed him to effectively shadow Bruno. After taking 2 steps forward, Widmer delivered a direct pass into the right side of Barcelona's penalty area. At that moment, Di Natale, lurking at the edge of the area, darted towards the right side of the box, closely followed by Mascherano. The Udinese captain attempted to evade Mascherano to deliver a cross. He believed that if he could get the ball in, Bruno would quickly make a run to capitalize on it. The Paraguayan right-back had positioned himself nearly parallel to the penalty arc, tightly hugging the right flank, eager to deliver a low cross, but Iniesta stayed glued to him. Bruno indeed spotted an opportunity. Yet, even the most formidable defenses may falter at times. Rakiti was defending at the top of the penalty arc, while Busquets shifted to the right side of the arc, both protecting the area in front of the goal. It could be said that Barcelona's 2 defensive lines were exceptionally tight, making it exceedingly difficult for Udinese to mount a frontal assault. As Bruno received the ball, he keenly grasped the dynamics of the game. He opted to pass the ball laterally to Guilherme, who had momentarily evaded Busquets' defense, while he swiftly altered his direction and dashed behind Alba. Guilherme, understanding the cue, delivered a precise through ball just as Bruno initiated his run, threading it into the penalty area through the gap between Alba and Mascherano. Bruno's acceleration was blistering, and in an instant, he had outpaced Alba, charging into the box. Arriving at the right corner of the small box, Bruno found himself nearly parallel to Mascherano. At this juncture, Bruno had 3 options. Firstly, he could cross the ball to the center, where Di Natale was now onside, and Sulla was also arriving at the far post. However, Both Piku and Alves were firmly positioned in their path, making it uncertain whether a successful pass could be made. The final option, albeit the boldest, was to accelerate towards the byline and take a shot himself. Positioned at the right corner of the small box already presented a narrow shooting angle, and advancing closer to the byline would only reduce that angle further, raising the question of whether he could even get a shot off. Comparatively, the first choice was the safest and most logical. If a teammate capitalized on the opportunity and scored, Bruno would receive the credit. But if the attempt failed, he would not face any reproach. It was a choice that guaranteed recognition, regardless of the outcome. The third choice, however, was the riskiest. If it resulted in a goal, that would be commendable. But if he failed to score, accusations of selfishness would surely follow. All of these considerations flashed through Bruno's mind in an instant as he received the ball, and he made a decisive choice. Almost immediately after receiving the pass, Bruno paused briefly before accelerating again. Mascherano instinctively followed Bruno's pause, only to find himself a step behind as Bruno surged ahead. Having shed Mascherano, Bruno quickly closed in on the goal and took his shot. Barcelona's goalkeeper Ter Stegen crouched, poised to make the save, positioned near the right post. In that fleeting moment, Bruno noticed an exceedingly narrow gap between his left foot and the goalpost. He assessed that the ball could indeed pass through that narrow opening. With this judgment in mind, Bruno wasted no time and struck. To better evade Ter Stegen's left foot, he intentionally executed a bouncing shot. Ter Stegen was intensely focused, keeping a close watch on Bruno. Upon witnessing Bruno shake off Mascherano, he anticipated that Bruno would shoot, immediately preparing himself to dive while also conjecturing the angle of Bruno's attempt. Ultimately, Bruno opted for the near post. Ter Stegen was acutely aware that Europe's elite strikers possessed the remarkable ability to place the ball into the net from any angle and in any manner, even threading it through the narrowest of gaps. Due to the presence of such elite strikers, Barcelona boasts 3 in its lineup. Ter Stegen, having faced countless scenarios like this in both matches and training, possesses the instinct inherent to a goalkeeper. As he observed Bruno preparing to strike, he instinctively discerned the angle of the shot and extended his left foot forward. However, the moment he did so, he realized something was amiss. His dominant foot is the right, and his left is not particularly agile. Moreover, Bruno's shot was executed with remarkable speed and precision, catching Ter Stegen off guard with an unexpected bounce. Cursed be the fellow! In a reflexive response, Ter Stegen desperately lifted his left foot, feeling the fleeting connection with the ball. Yet he soon recognized that the ball grazed past his foot, altering its direction and heading straight into the net. He could do nothing but watch as the sphere nestled into the goal he was sworn to protect. Oh my God! In less than 3 minutes into the match, Udinese has struck first against Barcelona. Bruno's shot was executed from nearly a zero angle. This is simply unbelievable. Bruno displayed an exhilarating performance, threatening Barcelona's goal with a stunning long-range shot within the first minute, and shortly thereafter, he scored with a near zero-angle shot. Breaching Ter Stegen's defenses, Barcelona's defense, while commendable and tight, was rendered utterly ineffective in the face of Bruno's prowess. This marked Bruno's 15th goal in this season's Champions League. He is all but assured the Golden Boot this season. Even if Udinese fails to advance to the finals, the 5-goal margin makes it nearly impossible for Messi to catch up. 15 goals in a single season. This figure only trails last season's Cristiano Ronaldo's record of 17. It's truly hard to fathom such statistics from a midfielder. Are ordinary individuals truly this insane? After scoring, Bruno, overflowing with excitement, turned and sprinted off the field, leaping over the advertising boards and directly into the jubilant throng of fans. Arms outstretched, fists clenched, and let out a primal roar. Fans in the front row embraced Bruno's legs, while the entire stadium erupted in thunderous cheers. The atmosphere was akin to an explosion. No one anticipated that within a minute of the match's onset, Bruno would unleash a long-range shot, and in less than 3 minutes, he would score with a zero-angle shot. His form is simply extraordinary. Udinese's performance tonight is equally remarkable. Pires displayed tremendous forward momentum, as if he were playing as a winger. Recognizing the absence of opportunities, Bruno withdrew from the penalty area to receive Pires' pass before relaying it to Guilherme. It can be said that Bruno's off-the-ball movement was pivotal. Drawing Barcelona's defense out of position, Guilherme's precise through ball found Bruno perfectly. With a burst of acceleration, he left Alba behind, and as he faced Mascherano, he surged forward once more. The ensuing shot was equally spectacular. It can be confidently asserted that Udinese's attacks in this match were executed with exceptional flair, a testament to their rehearsed tactical maneuvers. Everyone was brimming with excitement, electrified by the score of 1 o'clock, bringing the aggregate score to 2-3. Although Udinese still trails overall, the away goal means they only need to score again to overturn the deficit. How could the Udinese players not be elated? Each player was filled with uncontainable exhilaration. The Champions League final, they could almost grasp it. Udinese players quickly surrounded Bruno, enveloping him in joyous embraces. Over the past 2 seasons, Bruno has been the locomotive for Udinese, with everyone holding on tight as they surged forward together. Italian Cup champions, Europa League champions, UEFA Super Cup champions, Italian Super Cup champions, and now, they are on the brink of clinching the Serie A title, with the Champions League final tantalizingly close. How could this not ignite fervor among the players? In their eyes, Bruno's stature rivals that of head coach Francesco Guidolin, as he consistently brings unexpected surprises and even miracles to the team. Just like that astonishing long-range shot at the beginning of the match, and that near-zero angle strike moments ago, he is akin to an omnipotent deity. Chapter 220. The unreasonable MSN he had considered the possibility of conceding an away goal. Yet he never anticipated it would occur so swiftly. Just 3 minutes in, Bruno's initial long-range shot was already intimidating enough, and then came the zero-angle goal. Has this lad taken something? Enrique questioned, pointing at the exuberantly celebrating Bruno with skepticism. Roberto Moreno shook his head with a wry smile. Taken something? That would be impossible, as players are subjected to random drug tests post-match. Any positive result would entail severe consequences. For someone like Bruno, a mere 20 years old with a boundless future, how could he risk such a transgression? His form tonight is indeed off the charts, Moreno lamented. Enrique, a seasoned individual, soon forced himself to regain composure. Udinese's relentless offensive from the outset, coupled with their pre-match focus on exploiting Barcelona's left flank, has allowed them to start the match so fluidly, and Bruno's form is undeniably exceptional. Should they press forward or stabilize their position and strategize? Enrique furrowed his brow in contemplation, glancing at his assistant Roberto Moreno. But at this juncture, who could provide Enrique with a solution? As the team's head coach, he must shoulder the responsibility. Resolving to act, Enrique clenched his teeth and moved to the sidelines, signaling his team to press forward aggressively, aiming to regain control of the ball and strive for another goal. Following Bruno's strike, Barcelona sought to assert control over the match. However, Udinese was evidently unwilling to relinquish the hard-fought advantage they had gained at the outset. The 3 attacking players in the front line began to press Barcelona's defenders vigorously, while the midfielders applied pressure on players like Busquets and Iniesta, making it exceedingly difficult for Barcelona to transition the ball forward effectively. It was not until the 6th minute that Barcelona found an opportunity. Messi, positioned on the right side of the penalty area, took a shot from around 15 meters out, but his attempt was deflected by Maguire. 2 minutes later, Barcelona launched another long ball, but Danilo anticipated the trajectory, using his body to block Suarez, forcing the latter into a foul, which the referee duly noted with a warning. Both attempts failed to pose a genuine threat. Barcelona's offensive was evidently less incisive than during their home games. The support of over 90,000 fans at Camp Nou serves as a significant boost for Barcelona players. Now, at the Friuli Stadium, the cheers of the supporters are scarcely audible, transferring this advantageous boost to Udinese. Each time Barcelona players gain possession, they are met with an overwhelming chorus of boos, leading to a decline in their performance, which is only to be expected. During the match, Bruno not only engaged in aggressive pressing in the forward line, but also keenly observed his opponents. Unlike Udinese, who underwent a comprehensive rotation in last weekend's Serie A match, Barcelona made only 4 positional changes, including in goal. Despite fielding nearly their full-strength lineup and securing a 2 o'clock victory over Real Sociedad at home, thereby extending their lead in the standings to 4 points and nearly sealing the La Liga title, the toll was evident. Most notably, they appeared fatigued. This fatigue arose both from tactical habits and the physical demands of their recent matches. Last weekend, Udinese, despite suffering a 1-4 defeat, allowed their key players to rest, enabling them to approach today's match in peak condition. AS Barcelona ventured into Udinese's penalty area. The latter's defense was already well positioned, leading to a stalemate. Conversely, several times Udinese intercepted the ball and launched rapid counterattacks, creating immediate threats. In this match, Udinese focused their attacks on Barcelona's left flank. Though Alba, a product of La Masia, is among the world's elite left-backs, his defensive capabilities, which should be his forte, have become his Achilles heel compared to his offensive talents. Though possessing world-class speed that enhances his strength in entanglements, Alba's defensive skills still pale in comparison to those of Alves, stationed at the opposite end of Barcelona's defensive line. Consequently, the left flank, guarded by Alba, became a focal point for Udinese attacks. The 26-year-old left-back found himself stretched thin amidst the relentless assaults from Bruno and Pires. Indeed, as the match reached the 10th minute, when Alba received the ball, Bruno surged towards him with alarming rapidity, causing the visibly anxious Barcelona defender to hastily pass the ball to Mascherano in the center. However, the predicament worsened as Di Natale lurked near Mascherano, swiftly intercepting the ball from the Argentine. Upon losing possession, Udinese's captain charged into the penalty area and unleashed a shot. Yet, the strike came too hurriedly, catching Barcelona off guard. Di Natale himself lacked composure, aiming for an angle rather than power, allowing Ter Stegen to make a miraculous save. The Little Lion executed a crucial intervention. As the ball rebounded, Sulla dashed to seize the opportunity, but Peak preemptively cleared it. Although the immediate crisis was averted, Alba's blunder left the Barcelona camp in a state of cold sweat. After enduring for over 10 minutes, Udinese ultimately opted for a defensive counterattack. Despite Barcelona's sluggish start, they remained a formidable force, and as they began to regain their footing, Udinese grew increasingly cautious. The physical limitations of Barcelona became evident, compounded by their initial shock, resulting in a lack of enthusiasm among the players. Beginning from the 20th minute, with Udinese adopting a comprehensive defensive stance, the match took on a somewhat dreary tone. Barcelona crafted a promising opportunity in the 21st minute when Suarez advanced forcefully, delivering a lofted ball to Messi on the right side of the penalty area, who attempted an audacious shot from a tight angle, only to strike the side netting. Had that shot found the back of the net, it would have mirrored Bruno's earlier attempt. Following that moment, both teams struggled to create further chances. Barcelona exhibited a lack of excitement, while Udinese prioritized stability. A moment of conflict occurred in the 28th minute when Iniesta and Widmer clashed while vying for the ball. But they quickly embraced and resolved their differences. In the 30th minute, Bruno provided a fine pass to Pires, yet the Paraguayan right-back's shot careened wide, failing to pose any threat. This unfortunate trend seemed to define both teams. Nevertheless, Barcelona remained Barcelona, a team filled with world-class stars capable of scoring in seemingly unreasonable ways. This particular goal was a testament to the collective prowess of the MSN attacking trio. In the 39th minute, Messi's precise through ball found a well-timed Suarez, who selflessly laid it off for Neymar, who easily slotted it into an empty net, leveling the score at 1-1 and extending Barcelona's aggregate lead to 4-2, nullifying Udinese's away goal advantage. This marked Neymar's first streak of 7 consecutive matches with a goal since joining Barcelona. The suddenness of this equalizer profoundly affected Udinese, leading directly to a second goal conceded before half-time. In the 45th minute, the MSN trio executed a brilliant combination. Messi's header was followed by Suarez's cross from the right side of the penalty area, eluding Danilo, allowing Neymar to fire home from 10 yards into the bottom left corner. This marked Neymar's 37th goal of the season, with 9 scored in the Champions League. The MSN trio accounted for 25 of Barcelona's 28 Champions League goals this season, and Suarez became the third player in La Liga this season to achieve both 20 goals and assists. The score shifted to 1-2, with Barcelona reversing the tide, leading 5-2 on aggregate and gaining the advantage of away goals. This meant that for Udinese to eliminate Barcelona and advance to the Champions League final, they would need to score 4 goals while ensuring they did not concede any further. The atmosphere in the Friuli Stadium turned somber as the Udinese supporters felt a profound sense of despair. Chapter 221. Steady the troops. Galul, Neymar. A brace for Barcelona, 2-1 against Udinese. Aggregate score, 5-2. These few minutes were nothing short of a nightmare for Udinese. Barcelona had secured their ticket to the Champions League final. Enrique clapped enthusiastically on the sidelines, even jumping in joy at the goal. What a relief! When Bruno threatened Barcelona's goal with a long-range shot in the first minute and scored just 3 minutes later. Enrique had been filled with anxiety, fearing a dramatic turnaround by Udinese. Now, his team had turned the tables in just 6 minutes, scoring 2 goals, leading 5-2 on aggregate, and gaining the advantage of away goals. Enrique clenched his fist and exhaled deeply. What a relief! On the other side, Guidolin wore a grim expression. On the pitch, Barcelona's players celebrated exuberantly, while Udinese players appeared visibly dejected and bewildered. The two quick goals had come too swiftly and unexpectedly, akin to a sudden storm catching Udinese off guard. Seizing the moment of Barcelona's celebration, Guidolin called his team captain Di Natale, Bruno, Sulla, and others to the sidelines for an emergency strategy meeting. Looking at his players, Guidolin stated, "The situation is dire. We trail 2-5 on aggregate. Given this circumstance, do not dwell on it. The worst has already occurred. I have but one request." Guidolin rolled up his sleeves, gritting his teeth. "Do not concede another goal. Do you understand?" No one responded. At this moment, words were futile. Actions were required. The expressions of the players were serious and somber, acutely aware of their coach's fury. The vast Friuli Stadium was eerily quiet, allowing them to hear the jubilant cheers of Barcelona's supporters, many of whom did not comprehend Spanish but understood that the sentiments expressed were far from complimentary. Anger and humiliation swirled within the group. "Do not concede any more goals in the first half." Guidolin's gaze swept across the players. "In the second half, we will have the opportunity to turn this around. Follow my instructions and stay focused." He implored. The match starts now. No one questioned the incredibility of Guidolin's belief in a comeback while trailing 2-5 on aggregate. At that moment, Udinese players harbored a singular thought: do not concede further. Adhere to the coach's directives. As for whether a comeback was possible in the second half, some may have deemed it impossible, while others remained skeptical, yet many held Guidolin's words in reverence. Regardless of individual opinions, Guidolin's speech stabilized their spirits. The players understood what was required of them. This reflected his authority. The respect Guidolin commanded within the team meant that his words were instinctively followed, even if the task seemed improbable. Meanwhile, the celebrations among Barcelona's players had concluded, and time was of the essence. Guidolin glanced around the field and declared, "Go on, see how our friends are rejoicing. Go, tell them, the match has only just begun." Canty wore a grim expression. He felt personally responsible for the team's rapid concession of 2 goals. He refused to concern himself with the opponent's identity. Canty knew he was one of the 3 defensive midfielders, essentially the last line of defense in the midfield. With 2 goals conceded in just 6 minutes, he took it upon himself to shoulder the blame. Bruno also bore a serious demeanor. Despite acknowledging Barcelona's strength, he had not anticipated their overwhelming prowess. However, he refused to concede defeat. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved to give everything in the remaining time. As for the result, that would be determined after the final whistle. Sulla clenched his fist, focusing intently on Alves. When the Champions League semi-final draw was announced, Sulla had eagerly shared with his teammates that he was excited about facing the best right-back, Alves. Perhaps his teammates had forgotten his earlier sentiments or lacked the energy to reflect on them now. But Sulla felt he had lost face, having boasted about his confrontation with Alves. Captain Di Natale had relayed the coach's message to the other teammates. Each player harbored their own thoughts, yet one thing was certain. The coach's words seemed to possess a magical quality, quelling the chaos that had ensued following the 2 rapid goals conceded. This was the essence of a championship coach, one who consistently leads his team to victory and glory, especially someone like Guidolin, who rose from humble beginnings to achieve remarkable success. The players had developed a habitual trust in him, bordering on blind obedience. When Guidolin spoke, it resonated. Barcelona's players were in high spirits. Neymar, having scored twice, playfully draped his arm around Messi's shoulder, engaging in light-hearted banter. Dani Alves, the esteemed Brazilian international right-back, a 4-time FIFA World 11 honoree and often lauded by the media as the best right-back in contemporary football, sensed someone's gaze upon him. Turning his head, he noticed the Udinese number 20 observing him intently. Alves clicked his tongue dismissively, choosing to ignore the young lad. He recognized the expression on the boy's face, one of defiance, a desire for competition. Such expressions were not unfamiliar to Alves. Did this unseasoned youth dare to challenge the esteemed Alves? The veteran right-back scoffed at Sulla, fully aware of the young star's rising fame within Udinese, one of Serie A's most celebrated talents. Yet, what did that matter? Alves regarded himself as the paramount right-back in the realm of football. As the match resumed, the first half entered its stoppage time. With 3 goals scored and a fiercely contested game, the referee granted a generous 3 minutes of added time. The Barcelona players quickly noted a transformation in Udinese. The team appeared to have emerged from their earlier disarray and confusion, now exhibiting newfound resolve. Busquets controlled the midfield, passing to Iniesta, who attempted a wall pass with Alba. However, Kanté anticipated the play and intercepted the ball. Subsequently, Alba attempted to reclaim possession, but Suarez's dribbling effort was thwarted by Maguire's decisive tackle. As Barcelona prepared for a throw-in, Messi received the ball, only for it to be poked away by Cancelo. Bruno, quick on his feet, stole the ball and, facing Busquets' challenge, nudged it through the latter's legs. Realizing the situation, Busquets committed a tactical foul, bringing Bruno down. A series of attacking attempts from Barcelona were skillfully neutralized by Udinese. The previously chaotic Udinese now appeared almost unrecognizable. Busquets glanced towards the Udinese bench. Astonished, he remembered how Udinese's coach, Guidolin, had gathered his players for a conference during Barcelona's goal celebration. Busquets was left in awe, pondering the coach's remarkable ability to revitalize a team that had been on the verge of collapse just minutes earlier. He could not help but admire Guidolin. Indeed, the esteemed coach of European football possessed a unique prowess. Yet, despite this admiration, players like Iniesta and Busquets were merely astonished by Udinese's unexpected resurgence, with no one believing that a comeback was feasible. It was evident that Udinese had been intimidated by Barcelona's relentless onslaught, now merely focused on preventing further humiliation. This version of Udinese posed little threat. Soon, the first half concluded. Alves and Suarez, with arms draped around each other's shoulders, ambled towards the players' tunnel, both expressing a sense of ennui. They had anticipated a fierce contest against the Serie A leaders, yet Barcelona had dismantled their opponents in a mere 6 minutes. Indeed, from the perspective of the Barcelona players, with the aggregate score now at 5-2, Udinese had clearly been vanquished. Their swift triumph over Udinese had transpired within the last 6 minutes of the first half. How mundane, Alves remarked. Cheer up, Suarez chuckled. Patting Alves on the shoulder. 5-2 isn't enough. Let us aim for 5 more. Suarez was fully aware that scoring 5 more goals was an impossibility, as Udinese had regained some defensive solidity, especially with the halftime break allowing them to regroup. While Barcelona could indeed find opportunities to score again, replicating the ease of their previous goals would be a considerable challenge. His words were merely playful banter. Meanwhile, the Uruguayan's loud proclamations did not go unnoticed. Not only did Alves hear him, but the nearby Udinese players did as well. Bruno shot him a fierce glare. Noticing Bruno's fury as he stormed away, Alves shrugged at Suarez, as if to say, "This young lad clearly needs a lesson." Suarez grinned widely. Barcelona's captain, Iniesta, glanced over at the commotion and shook his head with a smile. He understood his teammates' nature. Boisterous, prideful, yet ultimately harmless. After all, leading 2-1 with an aggregate score of 5-2 left Udinese with little recourse, their spirits seemingly crushed. Yet, upon observing the grim expressions of the Udinese players, Iniesta, adorned with the captain's armband, cautioned his teammates, "All right, let us refrain from such remarks." "What's wrong?" Di Natale inquired of Bruno, not fluent in Spanish. He was unaware of the exchange between Alves and Suarez, but Bruno's fearsome expression compelled him to ask. Bruno relayed the comments he'd overheard, inciting Di Natale's fury. However, Bruno withheld a crucial detail, his suspicion that the remarks were intentionally provocative. A blatant display of disdain. With the first half concluded, Barcelona had overturned the score within a mere 6 minutes, altering the aggregate to 5-2. What was anticipated to be a fierce battle had devolved into a one-sided affair. With Barcelona's players departing the field in jovial spirits, playfully nudging one another. In stark contrast, the Udinese squad exited with solemn expressions. No words exchanged in the away team's locker room at the Friuli Stadium. Enrique beamed with pride, commending his players' performance and urging them to maintain their momentum in the second half. 2-1 is not enough, he declared. Let us aim for more goals and secure a resounding victory. How about 2 more? Alves shouted. 2-1 suffice, Suarez replied, followed by a chorus of laughter. It was hardly surprising that, after demolishing their opponents in a mere 6 minutes, the players felt buoyant, dismissing Udinese entirely. On the other side, in the home team's locker room, Guidolin praised his players, exclaiming, "Well done. We withstood the pressure in the final minutes without conceding a goal. That's commendable." This was no empty praise. Stabilizing the team after nearly collapsing was no small feat. "What were you doing?" "Just went to take a leak," Sulla replied. Guidolin, regarding the young Egyptian, patted his shoulder. Mohammed, we need you in the second half. That old-timer Alves can't keep up with your speed. Your mission is to exploit him. Really? You think so? Salah's eyes widened in surprise. Absolutely, Gitalin's encouragement resonated with Salah, who seemed invigorated as he dashed towards the pitch. Guidolin smirked, his motivational words already igniting a spark in the young player. As the second half commenced, Udinese did not recklessly charge forward despite their deficit. Instead, they adopted a measured approach, organizing their attacks methodically. However, to the spectators, it appeared that Barcelona had already secured victory, and Udinese's primary objective was simply to avoid further humiliation. The television cameras captured Guidolin on the sidelines, his brow furrowed, appearing somewhat despondent. The Spanish commentator described the Udinese coach's demeanor as one of despair. Not far from him, Barcelona's coach Enrique scrutinized the match. If Udinese were to launch an aggressive assault at the start of the second half, it would suggest that Guidolin remained optimistic. While this did not imply that Udinese had a chance of a comeback, it indicated a bold tactical stance. Conversely, if Udinese opted for a more defensive strategy at the outset of the second half, Enrique would perceive it as a pragmatic approach, acknowledging that Guidolin understood the match was lost and focused on solidifying their defense to prevent further damage. If a goal could be scored in the second half to level the match, it would certainly enhance their dignity. Even if they were to lose 1-2, Udinese would not be overly disgraced. Enrique, a coach with a keen eye for detail and a relatively reserved demeanor, enjoys contemplating such matters, which is a testament to his coaching experience. Following the commencement of the second half, Udinese did not assert themselves offensively but rather focused on defense, which brought a sigh of relief to Enrique. Accepting their fate of losing, Udinese's gameplay in the second half became rather subdued, allowing Barcelona to play with relative ease. However, Enrique hoped that, if possible, his team could score again. With Udinese seemingly lacking the will to fight, Barcelona had the opportunity to extend their lead. Soon, however, Enrique furrowed his brow. Although Udinese displayed little aggression in attack, their defense was exceptionally tenacious. Iniesta, the midfield linchpin for Barcelona, found himself under relentless scrutiny from Udinese's defense. They cleverly targeted Iniesta in midfield, opting to apply pressure early on, knowing that fouls committed in that area typically go unpunished. Moreover, these fouls were not malicious. Their intent was merely to disrupt Iniesta's ability to maintain control of the ball or to force him into losing possession. For instance, they would tug at his jersey or push him down. Even when tackles were executed, they were clean, devoid of any intent to injure. Furthermore, with Barcelona enjoying a comfortable lead, the referee was likely to show leniency towards Udinese's fouls. As the second half progressed, whenever Iniesta possessed the ball, both Kanté and Vidmont would rush to apply tight marking and defense. Their challenges were aggressive yet well-measured, devoid of any intent to harm. Thus, Iniesta endured a series of fouls, but the referee only issued verbal warnings without brandishing any cards. During a tussle for the ball in midfield, both Iniesta and Kanté fell to the ground, with the referee adjudging Iniesta to have committed the foul. Kanté quickly rose to his feet and took a quick free kick. Bruno received the ball and immediately switched play to the left flank. Salah accelerated into action. Peak rushed to defend against Salah, desperately chasing him down. Realizing he could not effectively impede Salah's advance, he called out for Alves to provide support. Just as Alves approached, Salah abruptly halted, changed direction, and took 2 lateral steps before unleashing a sudden shot from the edge of the penalty area. The ball, skimming low and fast, was touched by Barcelona's goalkeeper Ter Stegen but rolled past him out of play. Udinese earned a corner kick. Bruno stood at the penalty spot. With the referee's whistle signaling the corner, Di Natale leapt high above the fray, connecting with a powerful header that soared towards the upper right corner of the goal. Ter Stegen managed to get a fingertip to it, yet the force behind the header was too great for him to prevent the ball from continuing its trajectory. Galulul. Antonio Di Natale, the 37-year-old veteran, has scored. 2-2. Udinese has equalized. This marks the captain's 6th goal in the Champions League this season. No one believed Udinese could mount a comeback. The goal merely served to preserve their dignity, preventing them from facing a humiliating defeat. Immediately, the television broadcast cut to a close-up of Guidolin, the Udinese coach, who did not appear euphoric but merely clenched his fist. It seemed Guidolin understood that this goal could not alter the outcome. Failing to elate him, the Spanish commentator remarked on the scene. On the pitch, Di Natale raised his arms in celebration, yet he refrained from excessive revelry, retrieving the ball from the net and sprinting towards the center circle. Although they had leveled the score, Udinese still trailed 3-5 on aggregate, leaving little room for celebration. Despite only 7 minutes having passed in the second half, Di Natale was acutely aware of the monumental challenge ahead, scoring 3 more goals while preventing Barcelona from finding the net. As the second half unfolded, the situation on the pitch mirrored that of the initial moments, except for Udinese managing to net a goal in the 52nd minute. They continued to exhibit a robust defensive stance. Yet their offensive efforts remained lackluster. By the 60th minute, the score remained 2-2. Iniesta struggled to find his rhythm, increasingly hindered by the opposition's defensive tactics. Gradually, he seemed to lose focus, with Barcelona still leading 5-3 on aggregate. The prospect of victory felt secure, yet the rough play from their opponents left him uncomfortable, prompting him to adopt a more lackadaisical approach. When challenged, he would simply go down, earning free kicks. It was akin to a brawl where one participant, having endured significant punishment, staunchly defended the final line, declaring, "If you cease your assault, all will be well. Should you continue, I will retaliate." The Barcelona players sensed this tacit understanding from their adversaries. This development did not sit well with Sky Sports commentator Linker, who expressed dissatisfaction, stating, "Udinese seems to have accepted the 2-2 scoreline. They display no ambition whatsoever." Udinese appeared to be cowed into submission, their sole focus on preventing further goals, resulting in a rather drab second half. The Spanish commentator noted with impatience, yet an elevated tone of pride, in the 66th minute, Iniesta was once again brought down near the center circle by Bruno. The referee refrained from issuing a card, opting instead for a verbal warning. Initially incensed, Enrique felt the referee's leniency in the second half was excessive, yet he soon grew accustomed to it, ceasing his protests. His thoughts began to wander to the upcoming La Liga match against Atletico Madrid. Atletico, last season's champions, had performed below par this season, amassing only 77 points after 36 rounds, 13 points fewer than Barcelona, thus missing out on the title race. However, Simeone's squad showed no trepidation against formidable opponents, having achieved a double victory over Real Madrid this season. Consequently, this upcoming match would not be easy, prompting Enrique to strategize carefully that a victory at the Wanda Metropolitano would secure the La Liga title for Barcelona a round early, greatly benefiting their preparations for the forthcoming Champions League final and Copa del Rey final. Barcelona was awarded a free kick. Positioned at a distance from the goal, it was ill-suited for a direct strike. Iniesta sent the ball forward, only for it to be headed clear by Maguire. Cancelo intercepted ahead of Busquets, passing the ball to Kanté. Rakiti attempted to intercept Kanté's pass, but Kanté skillfully shielded the ball, creating separation. At this juncture, everything seemed to proceed normally until Bruno unleashed a powerful right-footed pass. The ball sailed past the halfway line, launching a counterattack. Udinese's counter was underway. Sulla burst forth down the left flank of his half, swiftly advancing past the halfway line to meet Bruno's diagonal long pass. "Stop him!" Pique shouted, as Mascherano surged in from an angle, intent on sandwiching Sulla with Alves. However, Mascherano quickly realized the dire situation. Alves was lagging behind in his pursuit, unable to keep pace with the Egyptian, whose lead had now widened to 2 or 3 meters. Speed. This was speed. Sulla's speed, which Alves could not match. It was astonishing. Sulla, almost simultaneously starting his sprint with Alves while in possession of the ball, left Alves trailing in his wake. The counterattack from Udinese had begun. The commentary booth erupted in excitement. Amidst a lackluster match, a sudden thunderclap rang out, particularly thrilling in this contest of speed during the counterattack, sending hearts racing. Mascherano, witnessing Alves's inability to keep up, gritted his teeth and, despite being 31, pushed himself to accelerate from the side. He knew that if Alves could not outpace Sulla, he stood even less of a chance. Yet he was determined to intercept this player at all costs. Just then, Sulla deftly maneuvered with his left foot, accelerating past Mascherano without offering him a chance to close in. He broke through. 3 Barcelona defenders converged from the front, middle, and rear, attempting to thwart the black and white streak. Yet their combined efforts failed to stop Sulla, who entered the left side of the penalty area. Into the box. Pique closed in on Sulla. Sulla feigned a shot, prompting Pique to rush forward to block the attempt. However, Sulla's shot was a ruse. He deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, took a half step forward, and expertly evaded Pique's tackle. Then, He afforded no opportunity to his pursuers. Glancing up at the hasty advance of ter Stegen, he swung his leg with the pretense of a powerful strike, only to convert that fierce attempt into a low shot just as his foot made contact with the ball. The football sped along the ground, whisking past ter Stegen's feet. The Barcelona goalkeeper could only instinctively reach out, lacking the time to make a diving save, as the ball zipped into the net. In the 67th minute of the match, Sulla, like a bolt of lightning, surged past Alves, Mascherano, and Peak, navigating through multiple defenders to score with a low shot. 3-2. Udinese had taken the lead. This is Mohamed Salah. His speed is astonishing, particularly his ability to change direction while dribbling at high velocity, leaving the three Barcelona defenders in his wake. The commentary booth erupted in jubilation. The one-sided match was certainly not what the spectators wished to witness. Sulla's goal marked Udinese's third in the match, and the implications of this goal were quite intriguing. Nevertheless, Sulla's strike came in the 67th minute, leaving a little over 20 minutes on the clock. Which may not seem ample, yet many spectators suddenly felt that Udinese still had a chance. This reflects a subtle psychological shift. The perception of needing 3 goals to complete a comeback versus requiring just 2 is starkly different. Enrique, who had been comfortably in control, could no longer remain at ease. Barcelona promptly made substitutions, replacing Rakitic with Matthew. With this change, Barcelona's formation also adjusted. Mascherano moved forward, pairing with Busquets as a double pivot, while Iniesta took up a central attacking midfield role. Objectively, Enrique aimed to bolster midfield defense to stifle any potential resurgence from Udinese. Guidolin contemplated whether to make tactical substitutions, but after some thought, he ultimately decided to hold steady. Udinese was currently riding a wave of momentum, and there was no immediate need for adjustments. In the 74th minute of the match, Alves received the ball and, faced with Cancelo's pressure, opted for a lateral pass to Mascherano. Interception? Brilliant. Alves' pass lacked sufficient power. Like a leopard, Sulla darted in, intercepting the ball and charging towards Barcelona's goal. Viewers at home seemed to witness a familiar scene, at the edge of the penalty area. After overpowering Matthew, Sulla suddenly unleashed a diagonal shot with his left foot. The shot was powerful and swift, sailing over ter Stegen's outstretched hands and nestling into the far corner of the net. Goal, Sulla. A second goal, 4-2. The aggregate score is 5-5. Sulla has scored again. In the 74th minute, Udinese has leveled the aggregate score. Oh my! The Friuli Stadium erupted, with over 40,000 Udinese fans leaping from their seats in wild celebration. Guidolin rushed from the sidelines, arms outstretched in exultation. The Udinese bench mirrored the exuberance. Sulla, however, did not celebrate. He dashed to retrieve the ball from the net, cradling it as he raced towards the center circle, waving his arms and shouting. Beside him were equally elated Udinese players. With the aggregate score tied, they now needed just one more goal to eliminate their opponents and advance to the Champions League final. The coach had said they could stage a comeback, and he was right. The excitement and morale surged for Udinese. Meanwhile, Barcelona appeared somewhat dazed. From the 52nd to the 74th minute, they conceded 3 goals in just 22 minutes, an undeniably significant blow for Barcelona. Barcelona had grown complacent, believing victory was assured after leading 5-2, and their play became noticeably relaxed, while Udinese displayed remarkable cunning. John Motson remarked that after the start of the second half, Udinese did not seem poised for an offensive. They focused on solidifying their defense, resulting in a rather dull match. Yet suddenly, Udinese struck, catching Barcelona completely off guard. Enrique's expression grew grave, and he appeared somewhat anxious. Barcelona made yet another substitution. Veteran Xavi entered the fray, replacing Iniesta. Enrique's changes seemed somewhat contradictory. Udinese was now trailing by just 1 goal. Lineker felt optimistic about the substitution of Xavi, suggesting it might have been wiser to keep Rakitic on the pitch. Just moments earlier, when the score was 3-2, the focus was on defense, but now that Udinese had equalized, the focus shifted back to offense. Guidolin scoffed, clearly recognizing Enrique's intentions. However, merely substituting an attacking player would not guarantee the resurgence of their offensive momentum. Barcelona's situation mirrored Udinese's earlier predicament when they conceded 2 goals in the first half, clearly flustered. Furthermore, Udinese was now fully invigorated, mounting a fierce assault. At this juncture, Barcelona found themselves under complete pressure, unable to launch any counterattack, and the introduction of Xavi yielded little effect. Finally, Guidolin opted to make a substitution as well, replacing the team's captain Di Natale with the tall striker Tyro. Tyro, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches, proved to be a significant presence on the pitch. As the match progressed to the 83rd minute, Udinese once more found an opportunity in front of Barcelona's goal. Bruno, after a rapid run down the flank, suddenly delivered a lateral pass. The towering Tyro executed a deft flick with his head, and Sulla, making a late run, carried the ball to the edge of the goal line, then swiftly cut inside. Preparing to penetrate the penalty area, Alves instinctively reached out, but as he realized it was within the penalty area, he withdrew his hand just as Sulla entered. At that moment, Sulla faced the onrushing goalkeeper ter Stegen and opted for a cross. Tyro, shoving a side peak, made a timely sliding shot, and the ball ricocheted into the net. Goal. Cyril Tyro, the substitute, has scored an incredibly crucial goal for Udinese. 5-2. The aggregate score is 6-5. Oh heavens. Udinese has overturned the score. An incredible match, a frenzied contest. Udinese, trailing 2-5 on aggregate, has remarkably netted 4 consecutive goals. The vast Friuli Stadium was engulfed in madness, as if an earthquake had struck. Guidolin leaped from the sidelines, fist clenched in ecstatic jubilation. The Udinese bench was equally exuberant. On the field, the Barcelona players were utterly dumbfounded. On the sidelines, Enrique stared in disbelief, unable to accept this reality. 5-2. Udinese has scored 4 unanswered goals. This is a rare comeback in the history of the Champions League. The cacophony of the crowd was maddening. In the commentary booth, chaos reigned. It was simply unbelievable. Lineker shook his head in awe, marveling at Guidolin's tactics and substitutions, as Udinese showcased astounding resilience and an indomitable spirit. Barcelona had received a profound lesson from Udinese, despite once holding a 3-goal lead. They failed to secure the match. John Motson paused momentarily, reflecting that leading by 3 goals with just half a match remaining, coupled with the advantage of away goals, few could have anticipated that the match would not be settled. This was not a failure on Barcelona's part, but rather a testament to Udinese's relentless fervor. Enrique's frustration was palpable as he glanced at the bench, loudly calling for Pedro to warm up. 2 minutes later, Barcelona made a substitution, withdrawing Mascherano for forward Pedro. Barcelona shifted to a 4-2-4 formation, and Enrique had clearly decided to gamble everything. Guidolin also swiftly made further substitutions, replacing Weidman and Guilherme with Badu and Pecky. The 2 young wingers, having expended nearly 90 minutes of energy, were now replaced by 2 seasoned veterans, as Guidolin sought to leverage their experience to withstand Barcelona's desperate onslaught. The match continued. With Pedro's introduction, Barcelona fielded a formidable attacking quartet of Suarez, Messi, Neymar, and Pedro, aiming to unleash an offensive barrage to reclaim control of the game. Lineker observed that, however, the immediate effects were not evident. John Motson shook his head, noting that Barcelona had descended into chaos. An abundance of forwards did not equate to a coherent offensive strategy, while Udinese's morale soared, completely dominating the play. I must commend Bruno. John Motson continued, this player is exceptionally versatile. Now partnered with Kanté in a dual holding role, they stifled any potential counterattacks from Barcelona. Then there's Cancelo. This young man is formidable, exhibiting tremendous impact as he and Sulla relentlessly pressured Alves down the left flank, leaving the veteran right-back in a state of disarray. Indeed, Alves, often hailed as the finest right-back in contemporary football, found himself in a precarious position. Sulla was on fire, continuously exploiting his speed to challenge him. Coupled with the youthful vigor of Cancelo, it was akin to a youthful bull charging forth. Just moments ago, Cancelo charged forward with the ball, and Alves attempted to intercept him. The two collided, resulting in Alves being knocked to the ground in an awkward position. Although the referee whistled for a foul against Cancelo, the incident left Alves with a tumultuous mix of emotions. What kind of formidable adversaries inhabit Udinese's left flank? He could hardly withstand it any longer. The match entered 3 minutes of stoppage time, and the expansive Friuli Stadium was engulfed in cacophony, resembling a tumultuous battleground. The atmosphere was starkly divided. A handful of Barcelona supporters, who had arrived with glimmers of hope, were now retreating in disappointment, some covering their faces in disbelief, while many had even forgotten to jeer. In contrast, the 40,000 Udinese fans were utterly euphoric, embracing one another, shouting, jumping, and celebrating wildly, equally astonished by the unfolding drama. At the end of the first half, Udinese trailed 1-2, with an aggregate score of 2-5, leaving the players in despair and even hopelessness. The sentiments mirrored those of the 40,000 Udinese supporters, all succumbing to despondency, with some fearing that their team would suffer further humiliation. Then, just 7 minutes into the second half, Di Natale emerged to equalize the score, bringing a modicum of solace to the Udinese fans. Shortly thereafter, Sulla stepped up, his first goal narrowing the deficit to 2, instilling hope within the team. This Egyptian prodigy, through his genius and relentless pursuit of offensive prowess, orchestrated one of the most remarkable comebacks in Champions League history. "This is a miracle. I now believe in miracles," the veteran commentator John Mortensen stammered in excitement. "Mohamed Salah. He is undoubtedly the great hero." Udinese's first goal of the second half came from Di Natale, with Bruno delivering the corner, but it was Sulla who created the opportunity to in the ensuing play. Sulla netted 2 goals, assisting Teo for another, contributing 2 goals and 1 assist out of 5, while also crafting chances for the team. Sulla etched his name into the annals of this night at Friuli Stadium. Following this match, Mohamed Salah would become the coveted attacking talent sought by clubs across Europe, Linker remarked in awe. Chapter 225. The Radiant Pharaoh. The camera zoomed in on the stands of Friuli Stadium, where the home fans erupted with fervor while the visiting supporters were engulfed in silence. The Barcelona fans, who had traveled from Spain, could scarcely believe the unfolding events. How could this happen? After all, at the end of the first half, they were leading 2-1, with an aggregate score of 5-2, enjoying a 3-goal cushion and the advantage of away goals. Since 2009, Barcelona had never been victims of such a dramatic turn of events. Known for their tiki-taka style, they played the most beautiful football, earning them the title of the Galactic Team, instilling fear throughout Europe and beyond. Although Barcelona had experienced some decline since Guardiola's departure and the aging of Xavi, they remained one of the top-tier clubs in European football. Yet on this night, they were thoroughly outmatched by the relatively obscure Udinese, who, after leading 5-2 with only 45 minutes left, succumbed to a stunning reversal, conceding 4 goals. As the second half progressed and the goals continued to slip away, the Barcelona players transitioned from ease to tension, then to confusion, ultimately spiraling into despair. Now, with the match concluded, the reality of their collapse left them in a state of bewilderment. They themselves could not comprehend what had transpired. Guidolin approached Enrique, extending his hand in a gesture of camaraderie. He patted Enrique's shoulder, offering platitudes about both teams having played commendable halves. After the disheartened Barcelona players exited, Friuli Stadium belonged entirely to Udinese. Players and fans celebrated exuberantly, rejoicing in the team's remarkable turnaround against Barcelona, marking their first ever advance to the Champions League final. As soon as Sulla's phone powered on, a deluge of text messages flooded in, followed by the ringing of his wife's call. She had been attempting to reach him since the match concluded, but his phone had been off. Finally, they connected. Sulla's wife understood the arduous journey he had undertaken to achieve today's success. But all the effort was worthwhile. Following this epic comeback, Sulla's performance made him the focal point for football fans across Europe. Sulla, equally exhilarated, expressed gratitude for his wife's unwavering support throughout the years, especially for her encouragement at the start of the new year regarding his transfer to Udinese. Sulla was acutely aware that without her backing, he might still be languishing on Chelsea's bench, waiting for an opportunity, rather than showcasing his dazzling form in Serie A and the Champions League. Just after ending the call with his wife, another call came through. Sulla found himself enveloped by the well-wishes and congratulations of teammates and friends. The atmosphere at the post-match press conference was electric. Journalists were fervently engaged, primarily focusing on 3 questions. The first was how Barcelona could collapse in such a promising position with an aggregate lead of 5-2. The second inquired whether Bruno had already established himself as the world's best midfielder. Finally, the most pressing question. Sulla was nothing short of miraculous. 5 months prior, the Egyptian was relegated to the role of a water boy at Chelsea, but since transferring to Udinese in January, Sulla had seemingly transformed. Since his debut against Roma, where he scored, Sulla's performances had only improved, consistently racking up goals and assists. Now, in light of this stunning reversal against the illustrious Barcelona, Sulla's brilliance shone ever brighter. Consequently, Guidolin obliged the audience's curiosity by lavishing praise on his protege. "The first time I saw Mohamed, I knew he was the player I wanted. 5 months ago, Udinese had exchanged Allen for the underutilized Mohamed Salah at Chelsea, and many deemed it a folly. However, Reality had proven it to be an extraordinarily shrewd acquisition. Some journalists scoffed, muttering that they were eager to hear praise for Salah, not Giddelin's self-aggrandizement. Nonetheless, they remained intrigued by Giddelin's candid revelations regarding Salah's recruitment. It was a classic tale of a hidden gem and a discerning eye. Enrique observed this scene with a heavy heart, feeling both sorrow and envy, even a tinge of jealousy. He sat there, tormented, while that fellow reveled in the limelight. Such is the brutal nature of competitive football. Had Barcelona emerged victorious today, the reporters would likely be fawning over him instead. The match between the Galactic team Barcelona and Udinese was inherently a highly anticipated Champions League semi-final. Barcelona led 5-2 at halftime, only for Udinese to stage an astonishing comeback in the second half, scoring 4 unanswered goals. The process and outcome of the match were nothing short of monumental, leaving the spectators in awe, especially Salah, who had become the focal point of European football. Even the most imaginative screenwriters could not conceive such a narrative, German publication Bild declared. The name Mohamed Salah shone as the brightest star across Europe this night. French publication France Football proclaimed, Mohamed Salah has sent shivers down Barcelona's spine. British outlet The Times stated, in the face of the relentless Mohamed Salah, the composed and astute Bruno Fernandes, and the enduring Antonio Di Natale, the confidence built upon Messi, Suarez, Neymar, and other Barcelona legends was profoundly shaken. The champions within Barcelona's ranks recognized that their opponents also boasted players capable of instilling fear, as the score flipped from 5-2 to 5-6, shattering Barcelona's championship pride. Italian sports daily Tuttosport and The Sun summarized Salah's performance at Friuli Stadium, noting that his outstanding display in this Champions League semi-final had elevated his market value by at least €10 million. This Egyptian star transformed Udinese's second half into a display of unbridled vigor. Undoubtedly, this young Egyptian talent had become the most coveted attacking player among clubs across Europe. Udinese would certainly reject any offers for Salah. Prior to this match, his market value stood at €18 million, but should Salah still be valued at that amount, it would be a disgrace to the commercial evolution of world football. Following this match, Salah's value had certainly risen by at least €10 million. Marca reported that Real Madrid president Florentino had even discussed Salah with club executives post-match, later acknowledging publicly that the club would be eager to sign the Egyptian player and bring him to the Bernabeu. This season has undoubtedly been a dismal failure for Real Madrid, unless they manage to overturn Juventus at home and subsequently clinch victory in the Champions League final, though the likelihood of such an outcome appears slim. Regardless, it is imperative that the Galacticos embark on a substantial recruitment campaign this summer to bolster the team's strength. For Real Madrid, even if Salah's market value were to double, acquiring him would pose no significant challenge. Although Udinese faces a daunting challenge against Roma at the Stadio Olimpico this weekend, Guidolin granted the entire squad a half-day off on Wednesday, while he himself reported to the Udinese training facility during the morning hours. What is this? Guidolin gazed at a stack of documents on his desk, flipping through them, discovering a report submitted by the club's general manager, Gianluca Giaretta. Detailed numerous communications from various club executives inquiring about Salah's status. Although no formal offers had yet been made, it was evidently a preliminary exploration. Guidolin casually perused the document before setting it aside, then placed a call to the team's owner, Gianpaolo Pozzo, to propose several recommendations. First, to swiftly negotiate a new contract with Salah. Second, to expedite the renewal process for other players. And third, to reject any offers for Salah outright. When Salah transferred from Chelsea during the winter transfer window, his annual salary was a mere €1.2 million. This figure was already the highest within Udinese 2 seasons prior, but with the club's progress in recent years, it had now become merely average. Gianpaolo Pozzo, watching the match from a private box, was well aware of the necessity of Guidolin's suggestions. In fact, even if Guidolin had not raised the issue, Pozzo had already intended to renegotiate Salah's contract. The existing agreement included a €40 million release clause, which, while initially seeming substantial, no longer appeared secure after Salah's stellar performance over the past half-season. Nevertheless, Pozzo did not consider this a major concern, as Salah still had 3.5 years remaining on his contract, placing Udinese in a position of relative power. Furthermore, the better a player performs, the more the club benefits. One cannot disregard the prospect of exceptional player performance due to salary concerns. Thus, swiftly renegotiating Salah's contract remains Udinese's paramount priority. Chapter 226. Rome. Udinese's shocking elimination of Barcelona to reach this season's Champions League final has ignited a frenzy within the Italian media. The fact that two Italian teams have secured places in this year's Champions League final is seen by the press as a signal of the resurgence of Italian football. Indeed, many outlets have begun to envision a scenario where four Italian clubs secure all available tickets to this year's two European competitions. In another Europa League semi-final, Napoli suffered a 0-1 defeat away to Dnipro, resulting in a 1-2 aggregate elimination. While two Italian teams reached the Europa League semi-finals, both were ultimately ousted. This outcome means that Serie A will receive 4 Champions League spots for the next season. Bruno, however, was not particularly concerned with Serie A's standing in the European rankings. He remained immersed in the exhilaration of Udinese's unexpected victory over Barcelona. As a time traveler, Bruno was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this Barcelona team, one that had achieved a historic treble. Some even argue that the current Barcelona, bolstered by the likes of MSN, surpasses the 6 title-winning side under Guardiola. At the halftime mark, with Udinese trailing 1-2, Bruno felt a pang of despair. Yet, without Sulla's explosive performance in the second half, he would have harbored little hope for a turnaround. The strength of this Barcelona was undeniable, and Udinese's disadvantages were considerable. No matter how confident Bruno felt, he could not claim he could single-handedly vanquish Barcelona. However, even he could not have anticipated Sulla's remarkable resurgence in the second half, leading Udinese to a breathtaking comeback. Reflecting on it now, it still feels like a dream. Yet, a day later, when Juventus drew with Real Madrid to advance to the Champions League final, Bruno's excitement subsided, allowing him to focus on the upcoming matches. Udinese's next encounter would take place on Sunday evening at the Stadio Olimpico against the Giallorossi. With only 3 rounds left in the league, Udinese maintained a 7-point lead over second-placed Juventus, meaning a victory in Rome would secure their first Serie A championship with 2 matches to spare. However, Captain Di Natale was not included in the starting lineup due to some muscle discomfort detected during pre-match examinations. Out of caution, Guidolin opted to exclude Di Natale from the starting squad, as this match was not an absolute must-win for Udinese. Even if they were to lose, a single victory in the subsequent 2 matches would still clinch the title. Conversely, should Di Natale play and sustain an injury, rendering him unavailable for the remaining fixtures, particularly the Champions League final, that would indeed be a grave misfortune. Di Natale expressed his understanding of the situation. Thus, in this pivotal match of Serie A's 36th round at the Stadio Olimpico, Bruno donned the captain's armband for Udinese. Upon Udinese's arrival in Rome, the result of the first match of the 36th round had already been determined, with Juventus triumphing over Inter Milan 2-1 at the San Siro, thereby prolonging the suspense surrounding the Serie A championship. Had Juventus lost this match, Udinese would have already secured the title before their clash with Roma. However, in a crucial moment, Juventus did not falter, ensuring the title remained in Udinese's reach. Consequently, all eyes across Italy and indeed the world were fixed on the Stadio Olimpico, eager to witness whether Udinese could vanquish Roma and seize the championship prematurely. Under the global spotlight, Udinese's performance at the Stadio Olimpico was commendable. From the outset, they seized the initiative, launching a formidable offensive towards Roma's goal in the 19th minute. They broke the deadlock, taking the lead. Teo, who replaced Di Natale in the starting lineup, displayed considerable enthusiasm on the pitch. Udinese's first goal stemmed from his relentless pressing in the attacking third in the 19th minute. Teo intercepted a pass from Manolas and took a shot, which De Sanctis deflected near the near post. Sulla, positioned just 5 meters from the goal, executed a volley to find the net. 1-0. This marked the Egyptian's 8th Serie A goal since joining Udinese half a season ago. Adding to his 3 goals in the Champions League, Sulla had amassed a total of 11 goals within less than 5 months of his transfer. This goal sent waves of excitement through the Udinese supporters, as they could almost taste the Serie A championship within their grasp. However, in their exhilaration, the Udinese players became somewhat distracted, providing Roma with a chance to capitalize. Chapter 227. The championship battle in contrast to the Udinese side, who were not in a position to lose. Roma was truly the team that could not afford defeat. Prior to this match, the Giallorossi had accrued 61 points from 35 rounds, occupying 3rd place in the standings. However, they held only a 1-point advantage over Lazio and Fiorentina, leaving them vulnerable to slipping to 5th place. Particularly alarming was Lazio's recent 1-0 victory against Sampdoria, which had pushed Roma down to 4th place in the immediate standings. Moreover, the following day, Napoli was set to host relegation-threatened Cesena. Given Napoli's caliber, securing 3 points seemed almost inevitable. Thus, if Roma were to lose to Udinese today, they would find themselves relegated to 5th place by the end of the round. With the allure and financial rewards of the Champions League ever increasing, the temptation for teams has grown correspondingly. Having participated in the Champions League for several consecutive seasons, Roma was acutely aware of its significance and was unwilling to relinquish their qualification. Under the weight of this immense incentive, the Giallorossi exhibited formidable fighting spirit. Early in the second half, Udinese nearly regained the lead, but Bruno's free kick struck the crossbar after evading the wall. They say that those who escape calamity will find fortune. Having narrowly avoided disaster, Roma turned the tide in the 65th minute. Udinese defender Erdo failed to clear Nangolan's pass, while Widmer's attempted clearance was also unsuccessful, allowing Tarosidis to convert from 4 meters out, changing the score to 2-1. This would be the final scoreline, as Roma valiantly thwarted Udinese's efforts, preventing the Zabret from lifting the Serie A championship trophy at the Stadio Olimpico. Although Udinese did not secure the title in this round, the 3 relegation spots for the season were nonetheless determined ahead of schedule. The financially beleaguered Parma and the woeful Cesena have long since secured their fates as relegated teams. While Cagliari suffered a 0-1 defeat at home to Palermo, falling 8 points behind Atlanta with only 2 matches remaining in the league, thus sealing their relegation 2 rounds early. Despite missing the opportunity to clinch the title 2 rounds ahead, Udinese remained largely unfazed. With a 4-point lead over Juventus, they only needed to triumph over the Green Barcelona in their next home fixture to host a celebratory event for their championship victory. Consequently, the eyes of all Italy were fixed on the Friuli Stadium on May 24. On the afternoon of May 23, a crucial clash in the 37th round of Serie A took place at the Allianz Stadium in Turin, featuring Juventus against Napoli. For both Juventus and Napoli, this was a match they could not afford to lose. For Juventus, a home defeat would mean voluntarily conceding the league title to Udinese. Conversely, for Napoli, currently vying for a Champions League spot alongside Roma and Lazio, a loss would cede control of their fate. After a fierce contest, Juventus, thanks to goals from Pereira, Storaro, and Pepe, emerged victorious with a score of 3-1, fulfilling their objective. Following Juventus's victory over Napoli, the gaze of all Italy, and indeed the world, turned to the small northeastern Italian town of Udine in the 37th round of Serie A. Udinese hosted Sassuolo, and a win in this match would allow them to claim the Serie A championship 1 round early. This modest club, located on the northeastern border of Italy, boasts a rich history spanning 119 years and has long participated in the top tier of Italian football, yet has never been considered a contender for the Serie A title in Italy. One might recognize Juventus, AC Milan, or Inter Milan as championship competitors. Even Roma or Napoli could be seen as contenders. But to suggest that Udinese is in the running for the title would likely provoke derision for lacking football knowledge. Indeed, despite their long-standing tenure in Serie A, this venerable club has often been regarded as a mere footnote. Since Guidolin took the helm in the summer of 2010, Udinese has consistently qualified for European competitions, yet few would view them as title challengers. However, during the 2014 to 2015 season, this club that had long played a minor role in Serie A suddenly asserted itself with remarkable vigor from the outset of the season, especially after defeating Inter Milan at the Miazza Stadium in round 14 and ascending to the top of the Serie A standings. Udinese has not relinquished their lead at 81 point. They even enjoyed a double-digit advantage atop the table. Today, after a series of trials, they stand on the precipice of the championship trophy in this moment. All of Italy, all of Europe. No, indeed, the entire global football community, along with its fans and media, focused their attention on this match. The official FIFA website also highlighted this match, stating, "On May 24, the small town of Udine in northeastern Italy may witness the most astonishing miracle in the history of Italian football. The current Serie A leaders, Udinese, are poised for a crucial title-deciding match, and we await the outcome with bated breath. After 119 years of anticipation, today will yield a verdict." The leader of the Udinese supporters, Tomori, spoke to reporters, expressing, "What does it feel like now?" "Exhilarating," Tomori exclaimed, "more nerve-wracking than my first time." Following this, a group of Udinese fans erupted into laughter before the camera. The Italian Football Federation officially announced that the league championship trophy had been delivered to Udine in advance, set to arrive at the Friuli Stadium on match day. The world buzzed with discussions about Udinese potentially clinching the title after this match. However, Sassuolo, Udinese's opponents today, seemed unwilling to play the role of mere backdrop in this historic moment. It is noteworthy that if Udinese were to secure the championship in this match, Sassuolo would unwittingly become part of that grand narrative. An unremarkable prop, Sassuolo's attacking talisman, Domenico Berardi, expressed his determination to contest Udinese's title aspirations during the pre-match press conference. "If Udinese wants to win the championship today, they must first reckon with us," Berardi stated solemnly. "While this match may seem ordinary to us, I regret to inform you that Udinese's celebrations will have to be postponed." To be candid, Berardi's remarks did not sit well with Bruno. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it, instead finding solace in Berardi's forthright demeanor. After all, had it been some seasoned veteran, they might have offered platitudes, congratulating Udinese on their impending victory while casually suggesting that facing a formidable Udinese made earning points nearly impossible, thus relieving themselves of any pressure. However, such statements could have lulled Bruno and Udinese into complacency, paving the way for a sudden upset. There have been many instances of overconfidence leading to disaster. Yet, Berardi's aggressive declaration served as a reminder to Bruno and Udinese, "Be cautious. We shall not yield to your intimidation." Thus, Bruno and Udinese understood that this match demanded their utmost effort. To claim the championship, they must first vanquish Sassuolo. Before the match commenced, as Guidolin and the coaching staff wrapped up their pre-game preparations and exited the dressing room, granting time to the players, Bruno stood and began, "Earlier, my old friend Domenico Berardi proclaimed that his Sassuolo intends to disrupt our championship celebration." The Udinese players exchanged incredulous glances, having noted Berardi's pre-match comments. Yet surprised by Bruno's choice to address the issue at that moment, Bruno scoffed. On what grounds does he dare utter such words? What a farce! A loser from a team languishing at the bottom of the standings presuming to obstruct the league leaders from claiming the title. With that, Bruno deliberately clicked his tongue, prompting raucous laughter in the dressing room. The Udinese players were well aware of the rivalry between Bruno and Berardi, which dated back to Serie A in the 2012 to 2013 season. Sassuolo had long led the Serie B standings, with Berardi as a frontrunner for the league's best player. However, as Bruno and Novara surged during the second half of the season, achieving a historic 21-match winning streak, they wrested the Serie B title from Sassuolo, and Bruno's superior performance earned him the accolade of best player, thus cementing their rivalry. Since their ascent to Serie A, Bruno and Berardi have faced each other numerous times. Today, Bruno stands as a world-class star, poised to lead Udinese to the pinnacle of Serie A and Europe, while Berardi, despite his commendable contributions as Sassuolo's offensive linchpin, occupies a vastly different standing. Nevertheless, Berardi's recent form has been exceptional. Notably, last weekend, he netted a hat-trick in Sassuolo's match against AC Milan, propelling his team to a 3-2 victory over the Rossoneri. This feat elevated Berardi's season statistics to an impressive tally of 12 goals and 11 assists, making him the second player in Serie A, after Bruno, to achieve double-digit figures in both categories this season. Objectively speaking, Berardi's remarks had cast a somewhat somber atmosphere over the Udinese camp, playing at home. The entire team yearned for a championship victory and a celebratory occasion. In this context, Sassuolo's bold declaration inevitably sparked trepidation among Udinese players. Some began to entertain anxious thoughts. Despite Sassuolo's mediocre standing, the team had a reputation for exceptional resilience when facing stronger opponents, having previously held Juventus and Roma to draws. Could we truly stumble in such a match? Under normal circumstances, Udinese players would have dismissed any concerns about facing a lower-tier team. But in this particular environment, anxiety can fester. However, the tension dissipated like a virus exposed to sunlight following Bruno's rallying words. In this match, Di Natale did not start. During the pre-match medical examination, the Udinese captain experienced discomfort and was consequently placed on the bench by Guidolin. Clearly, with age, this legendary player's physical condition has deteriorated. With Di Natale sidelined, the captain's armband naturally passed to Bruno. He raised his arm, a fierce expression upon his face, and proclaimed, "All right, gentlemen, let us embark on this mission. Defeat Sassuolo, score, keep scoring, and secure victory. The championship is within your grasp." The head coach of Sassuolo, Di Francesco, is not merely a one-dimensional individual. Despite his and his players' fervent declarations prior to the match, vowing to thwart Udinese, and their rallying cries resonating throughout the venue, it soon became evident to all that his intentions were far more subdued. Sassuolo had come into this match seeking nothing more than a draw. However, Di Francesco did not anticipate that his strategy would falter, as Udinese showed no inclination to comply. Sassuolo's defense held firm for a mere 21 minutes against Udinese's relentless onslaught. Goal, Bruno Fernandes, Bruno Fernandes. The exuberant commentator, Deleta Liata, exclaimed, as the Portuguese player once again opened the scoring for Udinese, showcasing his exceptional form. Witness this goal, a sudden long-range strike from just outside the penalty area, leaving Sassuolo's goalkeeper utterly helpless. This marks Bruno's 23rd goal of the season, once again surpassing his teammate, Udinese captain Di Natale, and placing him at the top of the Serie A scoring chart. Guidolin applauds from the sidelines. With Bruno's goal, the remainder of the match becomes considerably easier. Against an opponent so intent on securing a draw, the first goal proves to be of paramount importance, as the first half draws to a close. Udinese is awarded a free kick in the attacking zone. Bruno takes it himself, executing a splendid direct free kick that once again breaches Sassuolo's defenses. Goal 2-0. Bruno nets a brace, extending Udinese's lead and utterly dismantling Sassuolo's resistance. The stands at the Friuli Stadium erupt in jubilant cheers, with fans chanting, "Champions! Champions! Champions!" Indeed, not only within the stadium, but also in the bars of Udine, in homes, and in any venue where the match could be viewed. The entire city has descended into a state of euphoria. Udinese supporters are acutely aware that no one can snatch their championship away from them. As the first half concludes, the score remains firmly at 2 o'clock. During halftime, commentators reflect on the first half with a sense of disbelief. Sassuolo's pre-match rallying cries had led many to expect a fierce battle for the championship, yet they had not anticipated Sassuolo's swift collapse. While Sassuolo appears devoid of ambition, the same cannot be said for Domenico Berardi, who harbors a fierce determination. He seeks to demonstrate to the world that he is not significantly inferior to Bruno. While simultaneously affirming his loyalty to Juventus in September 2013, Juventus acquired half of Berardi's rights from Sassuolo for $4.5 million, allowing him to transfer to Juventus while remaining on loan at Sassuolo. Over the past 2 seasons, Berardi has delivered remarkable performances at Sassuolo, netting 16 goals and providing 6 assists in the previous season, and achieving a tally of 12 goals and 11 assists this season. Despite his impressive form, Juventus has shown no intentions of bringing him to the Allianz Stadium in Turin. Nevertheless, Berardi aspires to don the Juventus jersey, believing that if he can thwart Udinese, it may grant Juventus the opportunity to reverse their fortunes against them, thus increasing his chances of a summer transfer to Turin. With his intense desire to compete, Berardi made an immediate impact in the second half, scoring a goal through a dazzling breakthrough down the flank. The beauty of Berardi's goal evoked admiration even from his rival Bruno Fernandes, 3-0, a goal that secures the championship trophy in the vault, as Udinese stands merely half an hour away from their first-ever top-flight title. In the 60th minute, Udinese is awarded another set-piece opportunity. Their captain, Bruno Fernandes, bends a stunning free kick that finds the top right corner of the goal, altering the score to 3-1. This marks Bruno's second direct free kick of the match, showcasing his elite proficiency in this aspect of the game. At that moment, the skies above Udine reverberate with a singular cry, "Champions! Champions!" in contrast to the jubilant anticipation of Juventus or the Milanese giants. The Udinese supporters, who had never harbored hopes of winning the Serie A title, experience a level of excitement that is absolutely euphoric as the championship draws near. The entire Friuli Stadium seems to tremble, as the atmosphere becomes electric and even the television broadcasts quiver with the fervor. Udinese players surge from all directions towards their captain, overwhelming Bruno in a jubilant embrace. The camera then shifts to the coaching bench, where Guidolin raises his arms in triumph, beaming with joy, before being enveloped by his assistants. 3-1. Udinese solidifies their victory and claims the championship half an hour early. Guidolin begins to make substitutions, allowing more players to partake in the joy of this championship clash. Di Natale is brought onto the field, replacing Teo. At such a pivotal moment, Guidolin decides to let their legendary captain partake in this victorious moment. Bruno, ever gracious, returns the captain's armband to Di Natale, and just 5 minutes later, he assists Di Natale for another goal. 4-1. Di Natale celebrates his 23rd goal of the Serie A season. At this juncture, Sassuolo has entirely abandoned their offensive efforts, with Di Francesco even substituting the still determined Berardi, as the entire team digs in defensively. Udinese, however, does not press aggressively, opting to slow the pace of the game. As the clock approaches the end of regular time, officials raise the electronic board indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time. However, the referee seems to disregard this, blowing the final whistle just as the 90 minutes elapse. The match concludes. 4-1. Udinese triumphs over Sassuolo with a resounding victory. Udinese are champions, crowned the Serie A champions for the 2014 to 2015 season. This venerable club, established 119 years ago, has finally secured its first top-flight championship. Congratulations to Guidolin. Congratulations to Di Natale. Congratulations to Bruno Fernandes. Congratulations to Sulla. Congratulations to N'Golo Kante. Congratulations to Guilherme. Congratulations to Widmer. Congratulations to Danilo. Congratulations to Maguire. Congratulations to Cancelo. Congratulations to Pyrrhus. Congratulations to Canizes. Congratulations to everyone at Udinese. They have created a remarkable miracle. The local television commentator exclaims with fervor. As the final whistle blows, the entire stadium, the whole of Udine erupts in celebration. Congratulations to Udinese, the Serie A champions for this season. Thus far, Udinese boasts an impressive record of 28 wins, 3 draws, and 6 losses across 37 league matches, making them the standout team among the 20 in Serie A. This small club from northeast Italy, having secured their first Coppa Italia and UEFA Europa League titles last season, now adds the Serie A championship to their accolades. The 20-year-old prodigy Bruno Fernandes, akin to a magician, has presented Udinese's 119-year wait in the most illustrious fashion to the world. In the center of the pitch, staff are constructing a makeshift podium for the trophy presentation. The ceremony proceeds smoothly, with players ascending the stage in succession to receive their championship medals. Congratulations on your outstanding performance, which has unveiled the greatness of a remarkable team. The president of the Italian Football Federation, Tavecchio, places the medal around Bruno's neck, shaking his hand in congratulations. Thank you, Mr. President, Bruno replies with a smile. Udinese captain, De Silvestri, is the last to ascend the stage, receiving the Serie A championship trophy from Tavecchio. Amidst the countdown from his teammates, he suddenly raises the trophy high above his head. At that moment, black and white streamers cascade from the stadium's ceiling, vibrant fireworks erupt, and the entire city of Udine appears as if ablaze with celebration. Queen's famous anthem, "We Are the Champions," resonates through the night sky as thunderous cheers engulf the Friuli Stadium. We are the champions. We are the champions. We are the kings of Italy. The players are ecstatic, shouting and exclaiming with wild abandon, "Bruno!" After raising the trophy, Di Natale immediately hands it to Bruno, urging him to take it. Bruno accepts the championship trophy, gazing intently at it for a moment before gently kissing it. And finally, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, he raises it high. The already frenzied stadium plunges into an even greater madness, with countless fans erupting in cheers. Bruno, Bruno, Bruno. Everyone is aware of the remarkable and extraordinary feat achieved by Udinese in securing the Serie A championship. A triumph that was anything but easy. They are acutely cognizant of who the principal architect of this success is, with an impressive tally of 25 goals and 20 assists across 34 matches. This dazzling statistic serves as the finest interpretation of his contributions. For the first time in its 119-year history, Udinese has clinched the Serie A title, prompting extensive discussions among major media outlets in Italy, Europe, and around the globe regarding this miraculous victory, with terms like miracle and surprise frequently mentioned. La Gazzetta dello Sport exuberantly declared it a miracle, stating that Serie A has witnessed the most incredible champion in history. Corriere dello Sport succinctly proclaimed dreams come true in their headlines celebrating Udinese's triumph, dedicating almost their entire front page to the team. Tutto Sport's headline reflected a sense of resignation. The championship belongs to Udinese. The British newspaper The Sun lauded Udinese's victory, noting that just 12 months ago, their trophy cabinet held no significant accolades. Yet, they have now not only secured the Coppa Italia, the Europa League, the UEFA Super Cup, and the Italian Super Cup, but also the Serie A championship, with the potential of claiming the Champions League title in 2 weeks. Truly a fairy tale, comparable to the greatest comebacks in sports history. Germany's kicker highlighted the remarkable contributions of the team's midfield maestro, Bruno Fernandes, asserting that it was the exceptional performance of this 20-year-old Portuguese prodigy that brought Udinese this miraculous trophy. Meanwhile, France's L'Equipe acknowledged that Udinese had realized a championship fairy tale, emphasizing the epic-making significance of their victory amidst the dominance of elite clubs and the encroachment of financial power in European football. A week later, the 38th round of Serie A commenced. Unlike the synchronized final matches of the English Premier League, The last round of Italy's league featured staggered kickoff times. The first match saw Juventus facing Verona away from home. With the title beyond reach and a secure second-place position, coupled with the impending Champions League final, Juventus opted for significant rotation in their lineup. Their opponents, Verona, positioned mid-table and lacking ambition, led to a harmonious encounter that ended in a 2-2 draw. Udinese's match in the 38th round took place a day later. Anticipating the Champions League final, Guido Lin also fielded a completely reserve squad, leaving key players like Bruno and Di Natale behind to conserve energy. Since clinching the Serie A title the previous weekend, Udinese's focus had shifted entirely to the Champions League final, engaging in targeted training. The match against Cagliari, already relegated, was an open affair, as Cagliari sought to leave a positive impression on their home supporters. While Udinese's substitutes aimed to showcase their talents, ultimately, in a goal fest, Cagliari triumphed 4-3 over the newly crowned league champions, Udinese. Thus, Udinese's record for the 2014-2015 season was set at 28 wins, 3 draws, and 7 losses. Following the conclusion of Udinese's match, the remaining 7 Serie A fixtures commenced simultaneously. AS Italy approached June 1 St. The 2014-2015 season drew to a close, with the sensational underdog Udinese finishing first with an impressive 87 points. Throughout 38 matches, Udinese scored 80 goals, an average performance, yet conceded an astonishing 53, marking them as the team with the highest goals conceded in Serie A history for a championship-winning side. Juventus, the perennial giants, secured second place with 25 wins, 9 draws, and 4 losses, accumulating 84 points. Although Juventus scored slightly fewer goals than Udinese with 72, they boasted the league's best defensive record, conceding only 27 goals, nearly half of Udinese's tally. From the final standings, it appeared that the Serie A title race had been fiercely competitive. Yet those who followed the season closely knew that Udinese had been leading since the 14th round, maintaining a lead of over 10 points at one stage and denying Juventus any opportunity for a comeback. However, Udinese's slight complacency in the closing rounds, particularly after securing the title, allowed Juventus to narrow the gap to just 3 points. AS Roma finished third with 18 wins, 13 draws, and 7 losses, amassing 67 points, while Lazio, unable to surpass Roma, ended fourth with 20 wins, 6 draws, and 12 losses, earning 66 points. These 4 teams qualified for the next season's Champions League, with Udinese, Juventus, and Roma entering directly, while Lazio would have to navigate through the playoff round. Napoli finished 5th with 63 points, and Fiorentina 6th with 61, both qualifying for the Europa League. Additionally, Juventus and Lazio, having reached the Italian Cup final, earned Champions League spots, allowing 7th-place Genoa to enter the Europa League qualifiers, albeit needing to start from the 3rd qualifying round. Serie A is among the last of Europe's major leagues to conclude, as the other top leagues had wrapped up a week prior. Even the Europa League final was decided before Serie A's final round commenced, with Sevilla claiming their 3rd Europa League trophy after reaching the final for the 2nd consecutive year. Consequently, the only remaining European club competition this season is the Champions League final on the evening of June 6th, a true battle for supremacy. Moreover, this final marks the 3rd consecutive year in which the title will be contested between teams from the same league. In the 2012-2013 season, Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund faced off for Europe's highest honor at the new Wembley Stadium. The 2013-2014 season saw Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid clash in Lisbon's Estadio da Luz, marking the first time 2 teams from the same city contended for the Champions League title. In the current 2014-2015 season, Italian clubs Udinese and Juventus are set to renew their rivalry on the grand stage of the Champions League final. The tactical intricacies of football can be both complex and simple, ultimately distilled into the principle of leveraging strengths while mitigating weaknesses. No team in existence is flawless, nor is any tactic devoid of vulnerabilities. The coach's pre-match strategy and player selection aim to mask deficiencies and exploit advantages, utilizing strengths to target the opponent's shortcomings. Acknowledging their technical inferiority, Udinese understood that their only recourse in this match was to rely on grit, tenacity, and relentless pressing. The Olympiastadion in Berlin, not designed as a professional football venue, features a wide athletic track separating the field from the stands, with 2 semi-oval areas behind the goals. This design detracts from the match atmosphere. Yet for the 2 teams fortunate enough to compete in this arena, such details are of little consequence. With a capacity of 75,000, the stadium allows only 70,000 spectators, According to UEFA's ticket allocation, Udinese and Juventus each received approximately 20,000 tickets, while the remaining 30,000 were sold to neutral fans and sponsors. The distribution of seats in the stands appeared relatively balanced between both teams. As Udinese drew the home side, they donned their traditional black and white kits, while Juventus was relegated to wearing their blue away attire. The match was officiated by Turkish referee Nate Akr. Fast-paced in defense, rapid in attack, and even quicker in counterattacks. In the starting lineup for this match, I chose not to commence with Antonio, not due to any shortcomings on his part, but because I was acutely aware that Allegri would have prepared extensively to counter our attacking strategy, necessitating a change from our usual approach. Antonio would serve as our secret weapon tonight, while Muhammad would assume the role of center forward, with Guilherme and Sylvain positioned on the flanks. After a brief pause, Guido Lin continued. With Antonio absent, Juventus's defense would likely breathe a sigh of relief, prompting their wide players to adopt a more proactive stance, especially Evra, who should exploit the spaces behind him to create crossing opportunities from the right. Di Natale felt somewhat disheartened, yet he accepted Portuguese's lengthy explanation of around 10 minutes, recognizing it as a tactical arrangement, an intellectual duel between the coach and Allegri. N'Golo was tasked with expanding his role, particularly focusing on applying pressure to Bruno. I implore you to exhibit a greater level of dynamism. Allegri will undoubtedly deploy a formidable midfield presence. Do not be swayed by his pre-match rhetoric. I can assure you that one of the paramount tasks for Marchisio and Vidal in this encounter is to shadow you closely. You must adopt more agile movement. I have every confidence in your ability to do so. It is abundantly clear to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that Bruno is the principal offensive weapon for Udinese. The essence of being a primary attacker is to compel the opposition to defend vigorously. Thus, Bruno stands as the sole player within the team devoid of defensive responsibilities, solely focused on the art of attack. His most significant mission is to create goal-scoring opportunities. Naturally, Allegri will have devised targeted strategies, with Marchisio, Vidal, and even Pogba and Pirlo poised to tighten the noose on Bruno. Guidolin has refrained from imposing specific directives on Bruno, signifying his trust and granting him freedom, as long as he can evade Juventus's defensive grasp. How Bruno moves, weaves, and plays is entirely at his discretion, provided it is within the framework of the team's cohesion. Ultimately, I wish everyone good fortune, Guidolin stated solemnly. At such a critical juncture in the final. Sometimes, luck plays an exceptionally pivotal role, securing an early goal, an avoidable error, or even a misplaced pass. Who knows how the match will ultimately unfold? Chapter 230. Blitzkrieg as the two teams position themselves across the field. Bruno Fernandes of Udinese and Sulla stood at the center circle, ready for the kickoff, an opportunity earned by Udinese in the preceding coin toss. Moments ago, Bruno, adorned with the captain's armband, summoned all players into a circle, urging the team to seize momentum at the outset. The spirit of the Chinese ethos within him emphasized the importance of a strong start to intimidate the adversary. The tactic of asserting dominance at the beginning may seem trite, yet it proves remarkably effective. Juventus indeed pressed forward with alacrity, charging directly into Udinese territory. Candy controlled the ball, swiftly adjusted, and passed to Danilo, who then distributed it to the left flank. The French midfielder headed the ball toward Maguire, just as Vidal aggressively advanced to apply pressure. After the Udinese goalkeeper skillfully halted the ball at the edge of the 6-yard box, he gradually moved forward, outpacing Tevez, and delivered a pass to the right flank to Pires. Pires unleashed a powerful kick forward, sending the ball behind Evra. Weidman, sprinting at full tilt, intercepted the ball just before it reached Evra. As the ball rebounded and fell rapidly, he seized the moment, striking with his right foot to send a cross into the penalty area. Sulla positioned himself between Bonucci and Barzagli, slightly closer to the right flank, thus affording him a more advantageous position than Barzagli when Weidman's cross arrived. With commendable physical prowess, Sulla assessed the ball's descent, using his body to shield Barzagli, and promptly directed the ball toward the edge of the penalty area. Candy, having tracked Sulla's pass, controlled it with a touch, adjusting his stride, and executed a diagonal pass with his right foot. The football traversed the penalty area, landing at the far post. During the swift counterattack down the right side, Bruno faced two choices: either sprint to catch up with Weidman, forming a two-pronged attack, or gravitate toward the center, intentionally lagging behind, even further back than Candy. As Candy received Sulla's pass, Bruno slowly approached the edge of Juventus's penalty area. Lichtsteiner and Marchisio were acutely aware of his presence. One positioned ahead and the other to the right, clearly delineating their roles. One to guard against Bruno's rapid incursion, the other to obstruct his route to receive Kanté's pass. It was common knowledge that Bruno possessed exceptional skills with both feet. Granting him an opportunity at the edge of the penalty area could lead to a swift goal. Upon reaching the penalty area, Bruno executed a feint as if to dart toward the center. This prompted simultaneous reactions from Lichtsteiner and Marchisio, as they were left in uncertainty regarding the authenticity of Bruno's maneuver. At that moment, Bruno abruptly altered his direction, accelerating past Marchisio and plunging into the penalty area. Kanté's diagonal pass arrived precisely at that moment, perfectly positioned at the left corner of the 6-yard box. Bruno's sudden burst of speed was astounding, propelling him ahead of Marchisio, as he leapt high to meet Kanté's pass. Marchisio reacted swiftly, yet as a defender, he found himself at a disadvantage. It was exceedingly challenging to thwart Bruno in a one-on-one scenario. By the time he comprehended the situation, Bruno had already claimed the prime position and soared into the air. Unless he committed a foul, there was simply no way to impede Bruno's progress. But this was the penalty area. The ball is in goal. A mere minute, to be precise, 63 seconds. Udinese executed a lightning strike, with Bruno calmly seizing the opportunity to breach Juventus's goal. The entire Berlin Olympic Stadium erupted, as Udinese fans surged from their seats, celebrating with unrestrained jubilation. Upon landing, Bruno disregarded the astonished Buffon and Marchisio, pivoting to sprint toward the stands occupied by Udinese supporters, sliding to his knees beside the corner flag. He himself had not anticipated such a swift opportunity. Yet, he had never been one to squander chances. Thus, when opportunity knocked, he seized it decisively. This is the UEFA Champions League final. In just 63 seconds, he found the net. After the kickoff, Guidolin observed Maguire losing possession to Vidal, turning with a hint of frustration towards Portalucci. As if to convey that Juventus was also pressing hard from the outset, it was evident they were intent on claiming ball control. However, before Guidolin reached the home team's coaching area, he was taken aback by the exuberance of the assistants at the bench. Before he could turn to ascertain the cause, a thunderous cheer erupted from the stands. Upon turning, he beheld Bruno soaring out of the penalty area. A goal? Did they actually score? Guidolin gasped in disbelief. Following that, the Udinese head coach erupted in ecstatic joy, leaping into the air. Wow, how long has it been since the match began? They scored already. If he hadn't seen the scoreboard change from 0 to 1, Guidolin would have surely doubted his reality. It was astonishingly swift, so rapid that he scarcely had time to react. He barely registered how the goal was achieved. The Udinese coaching staff and substitutes were equally engulfed in rapture. No one had anticipated that the opening goal in this final would arrive so quickly and unexpectedly. Allegri, utterly bewildered, felt as though he had been struck on the head without warning right after the kickoff. Was this for real? They hadn't even prepared for this. Allegri had contemplated the possibility of conceding first, but never imagined it would occur with such swiftness, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. At that moment, Allegri's bewildered expression was more pronounced than ever. Indeed, this was the fastest goal in UEFA Champions League final history, scored by the 20-year-old Bruno Fernandes, shattering the previous record of 93 seconds set by Bayern Munich's Waldheim in the 1999 final. Udinese's initial foray, their first shot on goal, resulted in a score. It was almost unfathomable. Meanwhile, the Udinese fans continued to chant his name. Guidolin called upon Bruno, Sulla, Kanté, and others, signaling them to press the advantage and capitalize on Juventus's shaky start, aiming to extend their lead. Yet he also reminded them to remain vigilant in protecting their defensive line. On the opposing bench, Allegri swiftly made adjustments. As an experienced head coach, he understood that in the frenetic atmosphere of a Champions League final, under such suffocating pressure, players' mindsets cannot be gauged by their usual performances. Therefore, he insisted that everyone must maintain composure. For Juventus, there was no immediate need to score. Stabilizing their formation was paramount. Was it not merely a 0-1 deficit? Provided they could hold their ground, with ample time remaining, opportunities would surely arise. However, should Udinese manage to extend their lead, it would spell disaster. As the saying goes, experience matters. The seasoned veterans within Juventus comprehended their coach's intentions and recognized the necessity of remaining calm. Panic would only lead to chaos, and chaos to calamity. Thus, a cadre of veterans, led by Pirlo, quickly restored composure to the situation. Juventus commenced a defensive contraction, which subsequently allowed Udinese to unleash a vigorous offensive onslaught, crashing directly against the impenetrable wall of Juventus. In this match, although Juventus deployed a 4-4-2 formation, they effectively stationed 3 defensive midfielders in the midfield, akin to erecting a great wall in front of their defensive line, rendering Udinese's ambitions to swiftly overpower Juventus utterly futile. After gaining an initial lead, Udinese proactively advanced their attack. However, the 2 defensive midfielders, Badu and Kant, steadfastly secured the central corridor. The flanking fullbacks, Cancelo and Pires, dared not venture too far forward, remaining largely level with the 2 defensive midfielders. Meanwhile, in the attacking front, Bruno effectively contained Marchisio and Pogba, while Weidmond relentlessly pressured Juventus's left flank, not only stifling Evra but also frequently creating opportunities that posed a threat on the pitch. This rendered Juventus's overall situation quite precarious, bordering on dire. The trident attack that Juventus relied upon found itself stifled, with Tevez failing to register a single shot, Vidal managing only one long-range attempt, and Morata remaining invisible throughout the first half. It can be asserted that Udinese's tactics were exceptionally successful in the first half, leaving Juventus with only the capacity to defend, while struggling to mount any counterattacks, making it exceedingly difficult for their offense to penetrate the midfield. In stark contrast, Udinese consistently generated threats. Aside from the lightning strike of a goal from Bruno at the onset, he later executed a deft cut-in from the left, skillfully transferring the ball diagonally to Weidmond, who darted behind Evra, delivering a cross into the penalty area, which Guilherme failed to convert. Subsequently, Bruno delivered a sublime pass through the middle, lofting it toward the far post, where Weidmond arrived to shoot. Yet again, he missed the target. In the 39th minute, Bruno conjured a long-range opportunity for Guilherme, whose powerful strike struck the crossbar, failing to find the back of the net. Then, in the 41st minute, Weidmond crafted another chance from the right, sending the ball into the right side of the penalty area, where Bruno received it and delivered a pass across the goal line. Sulla, under the duress of Barzagli, failed to generate sufficient power in his shot, which Bonucci managed to clear off the goal line. Juventus committed 15 fouls in the first half, setting a record for the most fouls in a first half of this season's Champions League. Vidal committed 5 fouls, with his statistics in dribbling, chance creation, tackling, and aerial duels all registering at 0. Bruno, on the other hand, completed 38 out of 40 passes, surpassing any player from Juventus. Thus, it is evident that Udinese dominated the first half. Except for possession, all attacking metrics favored Udinese, with their number of shots significantly outpacing Juventus. Yet, in the midst of this dominance, just as everyone anticipated that Udinese would soon score again, Juventus equalized in the 45th minute. Juventus launched a swift counterattack. Marchisio, amidst a double team, executed a clever backheel pass, allowing Lichtsteiner to penetrate the right side of the penalty area with a low cross. Tevez, positioned 11 meters from goal, turned and unleashed a left-footed shot, only to be thwarted by the diving Chineses. However, Morata, who had been absent for 44 minutes, advanced from the left side, 5 meters from goal, tapping the ball into an empty net, thereby leveling the score at 1-1. Morata has now scored in 3 consecutive Champions League matches, netting 5 goals in his last 7 appearances. The home team's locker room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of players' footsteps. To concede an equalizer under such advantageous circumstances was undeniably frustrating, and yet, it transpired. Aside from muttering a discontented remark about Juventus's fortunate turn of events, what more could be said? Bruno sat in the locker room, having removed his shirt and shorts, drenched in sweat. The temperature in Berlin had been sweltering, soaring to 35 degrees during the day, and even at night. The heat was oppressive, leading to a noticeable increase in players' energy expenditure, which was particularly detrimental to Udinese. Udinese's strategy relied on high-pressure tactics, necessitating substantial stamina. The coaching staff had devised a strategy to counter this, placing ice packs in the vests used during training, ensuring each player wore them for 2 to 3 minutes to facilitate rapid recovery. Bruno was among the first to don the vest. Thus he sat while his teammates, still wearing theirs, paced the locker room. Their voices echoed in the silence, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of staff moving about. Bruno believed that what the team most needed at this moment was not motivation, but affirmation. Udinese had performed exceptionally well in the first half, Maintaining this pressure in the second half would surely yield further opportunities. However, patience was crucial. They must not rush, continuing to play as they had after taking the lead. And they would eventually score again. If they became anxious, Pogba's rapid ball handling could spell trouble. Kant's recent foul was somewhat forced, as it was evident that if Pogba were allowed to initiate, he would be unstoppable. Throughout the match, Udinese executed their pressing and interception tactics impeccably, with only a touch of misfortune. Everyone, sit down. We have more pressing matters to address. Guido and Portuguese entered the locker room, signaling for the players to take their seats. A profound silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned to Guido. Our approach in the first half was exceedingly successful. We completely suppressed Juventus in the second half. We must persist, exploiting the spaces behind their defensive players and capitalizing on our counterattacking strengths. The players nodded in agreement. We were unfortunate in the first half, but that is now behind us. A score of 1-1 is of no consequence to us. We have opportunities to score again. You all performed admirably, continue to create chances, and we will undoubtedly find the net once more. It was evident that Udinese head coach believed that the tactical arrangements made for the first half had been effectively realized, necessitating no changes or adjustments. However, Guido also indicated that substitutions would be made around the 15 to 20-minute mark of the second half. Everyone understood that the first substitution would undoubtedly be Di Natale. The tactical significance of Udinese's captain in the offensive front was undeniably pronounced, particularly against a team like Juventus, known for their stringent defense. His adeptness at positioning often proved crucial. Guido's decision to keep him as a substitute was intended to utilize him as a secret weapon. Should the stalemate persist in the second half, Di Natale would undoubtedly be brought into the fray. Neither team made personnel changes, as both clearly believed that the first half's dynamics warranted no adjustments. Udinese enjoyed a decided advantage, while Juventus exhibited solid defensive prowess, with neither side inclined to make hasty alterations. None could predict how the situation would evolve should either team choose to alter their strategy. The sweltering heat and divergent tactical approaches compelled Udinese to expend more energy than Juventus. As the second half commenced, Juventus endeavored to execute counterattacks. Initially, Tevez was caught offside, followed by Vidal's long run through the middle, which Kant astutely intercepted. Udinese struggled to discover an effective means to breach Juventus's defense. Bruno found himself under intense scrutiny, with Allegri seemingly willing to deploy two players to neutralize him. The missed opportunities by Sulla, Weidmond, and even Guilherme in the first half only reinforced Juventus's belief that their strategy was indeed profitable, in the expansive realm of football, wherein the core stars often find their influence limited. Bruno longed to emulate an NBA star, single-handedly dismantling the opponent's defenses. Alas, this was football, and he was competing in the highest echelons of the sport. Udinese maintained their high-pressing tactics, resulting in Tevez's third offside. The Argentine forward's most notable contributions today were his repeated offsides, but Udinese executed their counter-offside strategies commendably. The balance of power on the pitch seemed to shift gradually. While Juventus players averaged an older age, Udinese's tactical demands exerted greater strain. This created a semblance of equilibrium on the field, leading to a somewhat stalemated situation. In the 63rd minute, Guido finally opted for a substitution, bringing on the number 10, Crouch, in place of the number 7, Baidu. As Guido had anticipated, Allegri had already prepared a strategy to counter Di Natale's entry. Evra's starting position aimed to secure some offensive opportunities, but the evident dominance of Udinese in the first half, compounded by their early goal, had placed Juventus at a distinct disadvantage. Fortunately for Juventus, fortune favored them, as Morata's equalizer came amidst their comprehensive defensive struggles. In the absence of Crouch, Allegri had confidence in his two center-backs' control, but with Di Natale's introduction, Juventus could not afford to allow unchallenged crosses. Despite Di Natale's modest stature, his aerial prowess was commendable. His adeptness at positioning, combined with precise shooting skills, rendered him a formidable opportunist.